Warning, warning, warning. Blue Star is under siege by an overwhelming invasion of otherworldly monsters. In 20 days, the monsters will conquer Blue Star, resulting in a human death toll exceeding 95. The extinction of humanity looms. The dragon spirit of Blue Star awakens. The ultimate plan is set in motion. The power of fortune is successfully activated. The space of destiny unfolds. The dragon spirit will select one individual from each of the 211 nations of Blue Star's vast data to enter the space of destiny, creating extraordinary equipment to combat the monsters. Participants will be bound to their nation's source of fortune, and the creation of extraordinary equipment will incur certain costs. Should a participant successfully forge extraordinary equipment, they will receive a gift from the dragon spirit of Blue Star. However, if mistakes occur during the forging process, both the participant and their nation will face corresponding penalties. Once extraordinary equipment has passed testing, it may be manifested using the nation's source of fortune for their use. Extraordinary equipment serves as humanity's sharp blade against the monsters. It is also humanity's final hope. A mysterious voice reverberated in the minds of all people across the globe. A moment of confusion ensued. The world was in shock. Everyone was plunged into madness. The dragon spirit of Blue Star awakens. In humanity's moment of life and death, the power of fortune was activated, igniting a counterattack known as the Last Hope. In a rental room in Inzhou City. Have I crossed over? Zhang Tianyuan gazed at the television news, feeling as though he were in a surreal dream. Blue Star, a planet akin to Earth. The Dragon Kingdom he found himself and was identical to his previous life. Yet, just 2 days prior, the entire Blue Star had been besieged by an influx of otherworldly monsters. They descended upon Blue Star, wreaking havoc and carnage, seeking to claim dominion over it. According to statistical data, at least 300 million monsters had invaded. All nations worldwide had entered a state of combat, yet countless lives were lost. Many cities had already fallen. The monsters, with their tough hides and massive forms, could only be harmed by powerful weaponry, such as artillery. It seemed as though the monsters were endless. In just 2 days, humanity had lost over 10 of its territory. The Sakura nation even resorted to nuclear weapons. But the results were astonishingly disappointing. The nuclear arsenal failed to eliminate a significant number of monsters and instead led to mutations among many of them. The mutated monsters exhibited immense lethality, plunging Blue Star to the brink of apocalypse. At this moment, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit echoed in the minds of Zhang Tianyuan and all of humanity. The following rules must be strictly adhered to by each participant. 1. The combat prowess of otherworldly monsters surpasses that of humans. Only by successfully forging advanced extraordinary equipment can humans slay high-level monsters. 2. Once the forging of extraordinary equipment begins, it may provoke the attention of high-level otherworldly monsters, attracting more invaders. 3. Any necessary items for forging extraordinary equipment may be manifested, but such manifestations will consume the nation's source of fortune. Choose your manifested items wisely. 4. Do not manifest illogical or overly powerful items, as this may instantaneously deplete the nation's source of fortune, leading to irreversible calamity, even annihilation. As one forges extraordinary equipment, constant communication with one's nation is imperative. The invasion of monstrous entities from another realm shall not cease. A mere second wasted could result in the devastating onslaught of thousands upon thousands of beasts upon one's homeland. Ultimately, all participants' crafted extraordinary equipment will be immortalized in history, with a mortal frame transcending the divine, with thunder shattering the darkness. The countdown commences. 1959 Hope. This is the hope of humanity across the Blue Star. Many in the most afflicted areas weep as they hear this proclamation. Despair pulses violently within their hearts. In the realm of dragon spirit and fortune space, extraordinary equipment is being forged, slaying the indomitable beasts, with a mortal frame transcending the divine, with thunder shattering the darkness. Nearly 20 billion souls across the globe are stirred with excitement. Every nation's officials spring into action. reaching out to every individual who has been chosen or could potentially be chosen. They shall bear the weight of their nation's fate and the burdens of its rise and fall. In a rented room in Inzhou, a crystal orb emanating a mystical glow appears out of thin air. Following the cessation of the mysterious voice, the orb hovers before Zhang Tianyuan. The enigmatic power within the orb tantalizes him intensely. Is this the fabled golden finger? Zhang Tianyuan gulps audibly, extending his hand. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts, illuminating the entire room. Moments later, the radiance dissipates. Zhang Tianyuan emerges unscathed, yet the orb has vanished without a trace. He touches his forehead, feeling a slight warmth. In his perception, the orb has embedded itself within his brow. The laws of man, the laws of earth, the laws of heaven, the laws of the Tao, and the Tao's natural order. Borrowing the laws of the universe? Tao, 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 the principles of heaven and earth. In a daze, Zhang Tianyuan enters a bizarre and wondrous realm. Across the blue star, the announcement from Dragon Spirit ignites the internet. All social media buzzes with discussions surrounding extraordinary equipment. In stark contrast to the previous silence caused by the monster invasion, the chatter echoes vibrantly. Nuclear weapons have proven ineffective against the beasts. How formidable must this extraordinary equipment be? Alas, the monsters are merely biochemical weapons of our small nation. This extraordinary equipment is worthless. For heaven's sake, small nation's biochemical weapons, please silence your tongues. Extraordinary equipment is unnecessary for our warrior nation. We can defeat a small beast with a single punch. Furthermore, some experts and data analysts directly comment on the situation. The Dragon Spirit of the Blue Star instructs all nations to forge extraordinary equipment, which will then be manifested for the citizens of their respective nations. Does this imply that the world is embarking on individual combat? Indeed, yet individual combat poses significant challenges. Conventional firearms have little utility here. And what exactly does this extraordinary equipment refer to? It likely pertains to forms of equipment that transcend the commonplace wearable types. Perhaps interstellar battleships, colossal robots. And such are what qualify as extraordinary equipment. Are you certain? The Dragon Spirit has stated that all objects will consume the nation's fundamental fortune. And it seems that the interstellar battleship could potentially devastate the country. With a deep breath, Zhang Tianyuan opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with an intense brilliance, reminiscent of a deity wielding dominion over all, instilling a sense of awe. Thus, he realized the essence of the Tao. The celestial Tao is indeed the path of the Tao, the embodiment of the laws. The crystal ball he had encountered was, in fact, a manifestation of the celestial Tao's power. Although Zhang Tianyuan had merely absorbed a fraction of it, its significance was extraordinary. A torrent of thoughts surged through his consciousness like a stampede of steeds. At that moment, the notification echoed. Congratulations! You have been selected. You have only 2 minutes to prepare. You may also directly seek assistance from the Dragon Kingdom officials. Once the preparation time elapses, you will be transported into the Dragon Spirit's fortune space. 159. Zhang Tianyuan was momentarily taken aback. Then a confident smile graced his lips. Prepare? Seek aid from the Dragon Kingdom officials? Such notions were inconceivable. In the instant he fused with the celestial Tao's power, Zhang Tianyuan had already envisioned the perfect, extraordinary equipment. Chapter 2. Extracting the elements of light and shadow, a mysterious voice resonated within the minds of all. A peculiar aura emanated from each individual. Major global channels broadcasted live footage. In the Dragon Nation's livestream, the audience surged to an astonishing 2 billion viewers. The title of the livestream was blunt and straightforward: Zhang Tianyuan's livestream. Who is Zhang Tianyuan? Is he a scientist? He hardly appears to be one. Rather, he resembles a vagabond. Aren't the contestants from our nation supposed to be experts in their respective fields? This seems to deviate from the norm established by other countries. Brothers, may fate bring us together again. My mother calls me home for dinner. I shall take my leave. Across the globe, there are 211 live streams, freely switchable at will. The contestants' information is no secret, swiftly uncovered. From the Princess Nation, Tomatak, a prodigious game designer. From the small kingdom, Jin Sun, a genius in mecha modeling research. From the Cherry Blossom Nation, Beijia Pank, a seasoned expert in biological genetics. From the Bear Nation, Adwa, a leading professor in nanoscience. Yet, Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Nation stands as a mere bystander, devoid of any notable accomplishments. Can an ordinary passerby forge extraordinary equipment? Certainly not. Frustration boiled among many viewers from the Dragon Nation. Change him. We must replace him. I would perform better than he does. I would rather face death by monster than be dragged down by incompetence. This is unfair. The dragon spirit is unjust. The disparity in abilities among contestants is far too great. Sadness permeated the Dragon Nation's live stream. Meanwhile, at the makeshift command center, General Yu Bufon clenched his fists tightly. His greatest fear was that this individual might recklessly squander the very essence of their nation's fortune, rendering all their efforts futile. With the emergence of the dragon spirit, the meeting progressed rapidly. Strategies for combat and plans for extraordinary equipment were deliberated, determining the optimal utilization of the nation's fortune. Yet, ironically, the most likely geniuses were overlooked, rendering their efforts ultimately fruitless. Zhang Tianyuan's identity was soon unveiled. A high school dropout and an ordinary laborer. It was hard to believe he could comprehend even the fundamentals of physics, let alone create extraordinary equipment. Nevertheless, the dragon spirit had inexplicably selected him through big data analytics. On the front lines, the situation was dire. A multitude of monsters had landed on the southern coastal regions of the Dragon Nation, the battlefront encroaching upon urban areas. Once prosperous cities had been ravaged by these beasts. The frontline teams retreated repeatedly, facing a scene of utter devastation. Now, nearly 2 million monsters had breached the shore, and the numbers were only expected to increase. The Dragon Nation found itself enveloped in an ominous shadow of impending doom. The fate of over 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom rests precariously in the hands of Zhang Tianyuan. Despair. General Yu Bufon feels as though his heart is being wrenched. Commander Wang Feng experiences a similar turmoil within. Send him all the data regarding equipment types and the attributes of the monsters. Additionally, contact the esteemed Director Liu of the Research Institute and have him lead a remote command to assist Zhang Tianyuan in the creation process. Director Liu's team is profoundly knowledgeable in the realm of science. The Lux Space. Is this truly the Lux Space? Zhang Tianyuan blinks in curiosity. It is devoid of any tangible matter, surrounded by mysterious energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a pale blue screen materializes before him. It bears information from the Dragon Kingdom's official sources, encompassing a plethora of details, including monster attributes and recommendations for extraordinary equipment. A railgun? A star destroyer? Are you serious? Zhang Tianyuan murmurs softly. Each of these could potentially obliterate Blue Star. This is utterly impractical. The manifestation of any object would consume the very essence of national fortune. Even if those two items are deemed extraordinary equipment, how much national fortune does the Dragon Kingdom possess for such manifestations? The outcome seems predetermined. Ultimately, it would culminate in a disastrous failure. Zhang Tianyuan sits cross-legged, closing his eyes to cultivate his spirit. Instantly, he finds a measure of tranquility. Emptying his mind, he seeks communion with the heavens and the earth. He aims to harness the celestial power of the heavenly Tao crystal to extract the 5 elemental energies, crafting a suit of 5-element shadow armor through the power of the laws. At this moment, within the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, countless viewers studying these beliefs. Zhang Tianyuan has directly blocked the official communications from the Dragon Kingdom. He even dares to declare that Director Liu is being unrealistic. Zhang Tianyuan has lost his mind. He is truly a lunatic. My heavens, my poor heart cannot endure this. Goodness, this is utterly absurd, off the charts. You are merely a dropout worker, yet you refuse to heed advice? By thunder, are you perhaps an undercover agent from the Cherry Blossom Nation? You wretched scoundrel, may you be struck by a car. At such a moment, are you still human? Sleeping now? How can our Dragon Kingdom have such a person? While other nations have already commenced their endeavors, it appears that the Pineapple Nation is nearing completion. Complaints continue to flood in. In the makeshift command center, Director Liu's team is left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. Has he truly lost his mind? This is utterly incomprehensible. Is he truly an undercover agent? Commander Wang Feng shares the same sentiment. Zhang Tianyuan has dealt them a staggering blow. He refuses to heed any counsel. The lives of 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom cannot be entrusted to such a person. Commander Wang Feng is thoroughly alarmed. No, we cannot place the lives of 30 billion citizens in his hands. In the Lux space, Zhang Tianyuan's spirit surges. At this moment, colorful points of light appear before him. Subsequently, he will extract the elemental energies from within, enabling him to condense the light shadow stone. Once success is achieved, the ability to evolve the light and shadow armor will be realized. At that moment, the combat prowess of the summoner will surge instantaneously, undoubtedly establishing it as the pinnacle of extraordinary equipment. This is far superior to any battleship. However, some adjustments are still necessary. Zhang Tianyuan's mind is clear. His figure begins to move, his hands grasping the void, categorizing and launching. Goodness, a red umbrella and a white rod. Has he consumed a poisonous mushroom? This is utterly absurd. I find myself at a loss for words, struggling to express the turmoil within me. It's truly exasperating. Dear friends, who understands? It's been nearly half an hour with no results. Given the opportunity, and yet you prove to be ineffective. The fate of the Dragon Kingdom is on the verge of destruction. Nevertheless, Zhang Tianyuan's actions within the realm of fortune accelerate. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The elemental light points of the 5 elements have been successfully separated. In the original armor's design, the light and shadow armor required satellites for energy infusion. However, Zhang Tianyuan has substituted this with the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array. With a mere thought, he begins to manifest as the source of national fortune spirals into chaos. 5 beams of different colors emanate forth, intertwining rapidly. Dazzling and magnificent, the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array takes form. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5 regions of the light array converge divine light, gathering the 5 elements, condensing light and shadow, transforming into armor. The 5 radiant regions within the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array shine with unparalleled brilliance. A crisp sound resonates as the 5 elemental energy centers suddenly ignite into a miniature sun. Chapter 3. The distribution of Dragon Spirit rewards Golden Shadow Stone. With Shadow Stone, Water Shadow Stone, Fire Shadow Stone, Earth Shadow Stone. Like 5 miniature suns oscillating with an extraordinary frequency, the 5 element shadow stones are being birthed. At this moment, the atmosphere within Zhang Tianyuan's realm of fortune is nothing short of awe-inspiring. The entire space is suffused with a mesmerizing 3-dimensional light array. The 5 miniature suns are now suspended within this luminous formation. Mysterious, arcane, fantastical, beautiful. The visual impact is overwhelming. The audience in the live stream is utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? Is the Dragon Kingdom truly on the brink of rising? Could it be that Zhang Tianyuan has indeed forged extraordinary equipment? This gear appears to possess an exceptional aura. My goodness, is Zhang Tianyuan destined for greatness? This spectacle is simply colossal. Something feels amiss. If it were this straightforward, surely others would not remain silent. Something is definitely off. The Dragon Kingdom cannot be this formidable. Ha ha. Those foolish foreigners must be bewildered. We, the descendants of the dragon, cannot possibly falter. Come and witness the truth. Who truly is incapable here? Just moments ago, everyone was mocking the Dragon Kingdom for its lack of activity. Now, the commotion has escalated to an undeniable magnitude. Many are now speculating about the nature of the extraordinary equipment Zhang Tianyuan is crafting. At this juncture, a surge of foreign IP addresses floods the live stream. Haha, are you Dragon Kingdom folks trying to make me laugh to death? Sharpen your eyes and observe your nation's fortune before speaking. Hey now, Dragon Kingdom citizens, here's your chance. Join our Grand Cherry Blossom Empire. Zhang Tianyuan, you clever strategist. I must commend you. Splendidly executed. You're all utterly foolish. The commotion is immense, yet your national fortune is faltering. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are oblivious to this. Are you blind? I stand in awe of your ignorance. The source of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune is in disarray, and Zhang Tianyuan is truly skilled at this game. What a calamity! The source of national fortune? Zhang Tianyuan has suddenly stirred up such a ruckus. In an instant, all in the live stream have forgotten about the source of national fortune. However, upon witnessing the unfolding events, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom can no longer muster a smile. Their faces are darkened with despair. What? The remaining source of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune is www.use.org. After a moment of shock, panic grips the hearts of all viewers from the Dragon Kingdom. An unprecedented dread spreads within everyone. The outcome they dreaded most has come to pass. The source of national fortune has been depleted by Zhang Tianyuan by an alarming 30. This is far too swift. Indeed, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. The law of Mo Fei. Up to this point, the extraordinary equipment forged by competitors from other nations consumes no more than 10 of the national fortune's essence. Moreover, they have even created templates for advanced weaponry. Yet, Zhang Tianyuan possesses nothing and has squandered such a significant amount of national fortune. Contemplating this, the audience from Dragon Nation could no longer contain their simmering fury. In an instant, they transformed into irate birds, bombarding the live stream with their outrage. What on earth? Are you trying to drown us? Zhang Tianyuan, you foolish street rat. Why don't you just disappear? What the hell? I suddenly feel so weak. It turns out this guy has depleted our national fortune. The essence of national fortune represents the fortune index of every individual in Dragon Nation. And you, without a care, have completely squandered it. Even a fool wouldn't behave this recklessly. This is utterly absurd. I'm at my wit's end. Please, I beg you, stop creating. The essence of national fortune continued to diminish rapidly. Was Zhang Tianyuan released from a mental institution? What on earth is he trying to forge? The people of Dragon Nation were truly alarmed. The commander-in-chief of the temporary command center, Wang Feng, along with numerous generals, were equally distressed. The national fortune's essence is calculated on a percentage basis for each country. Currently, in Dragon Nation, due to Zhang Tianyuan's apparent unwillingness to cease, the essence continues to decline. The consequences of excessive consumption of national fortune would also rebound on the people of Dragon Nation. Damn it, will we not stop? This is sheer madness. Commander Wang Feng was infuriated. Observing the plummeting essence of national fortune, he and the generals struggled to maintain their composure. With monsters invading, Dragon Nation was on the brink of catastrophe. The essence of national fortune is the hope of its people, the very lifeblood of the nation. Now, as Commander Wang Feng and the generals watched helplessly as the lifeline of Dragon Nation dwindled, it was more agonizing than death itself. Everyone's minds buzzed with anxiety. Sending messages to Zhang Tianyuan proved futile. He didn't even glance at them. Commander Wang Feng slumped despondently in his chair, questioning his very existence. What to do? It's hopeless. At this rate, they won't even need the monsters to invade. Zhang Tianyuan will be our downfall. Just then, a more desperate sound echoed in their minds. The alert from the dragon spirit. Congratulations to the contestant from the Princess Nation, Tomatak, for successfully forging the Noah's Ark propulsion furnace. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward. Tomatak gains 7 strength and 20 lifespan. Reward. 100 warriors from the Princess Nation gain 14 strength. Congratulations to the contestant from the Fansei Nation, Obamson, for successfully forging controllable energy metamorphosis. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward. Obamson gains 7 strength and 20 lifespan. Reward. 100 warriors from the Vanny Nation gain 14 strength. Congratulations to the contestant from Sakura Nation, Beijapank, for successfully forging the genetic modification chamber. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward. Beijapank gains 7 strength and 20 lifespan. The reward for 100 warriors from the land of cherry blossoms has emerged, igniting global astonishment. The dragon spirit has finally bestowed its long-awaited rewards. The extraordinary equipment crafted by the contestants has successfully materialized. Though it has not yet fully manifested, the Dragon Spirit has directly issued the rewards. Several contestants have experienced an increase of 7 points in strength and an extension of 20 years to their lifespan. The 100 warriors from their nation have gained an astonishing 14 points in strength. My goodness, with 14 points of strength, they are virtually invincible. These warriors could obliterate a small monster with a single punch. They are practically unbeatable. It has become clear to me that the Dragon Spirit is consolidating the power of Blue Star, enhancing the strength of a select few. However, in this competition of national fortunes, only the contestants who excel will reward their respective nations. Indeed, those nations, like the Dragon Kingdom, that fail to engage fully, deserve their lack of rewards. Entrusting the mission of saving the world to our nation, the land of the princess, we are entirely serious about this. By the way, the monsters are all nurtured by our small nation. As for the Dragon Kingdom, that old fool has become useless, perhaps even a spy for the land of cherry blossoms. Do not place your hopes on him. I believe that the Dragon Kingdom should enlist our valiant soldiers to assist in vanquishing the monsters. The sudden rewards from the Dragon Spirit have stirred the blood of humanity across Blue Star. Yet, the spectators from the Dragon Kingdom remain silent, clenching their fists in frustration. It is truly unbearable. The tension is overwhelming. Chapter 4. Do you believe in light? At this very moment, the Dragon Nation exhausts its national fortune to forge without any enhancement rewards. In contrast, the essence of national fortune can indeed be augmented. It is disheartening to be so close yet so far. A little more effort is required. In the realm of fortune, Zhang Tianyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Surrounding the yin-yang 5 elements light array, a tremendous energy nurtured the 5 elements shadow stones. Zhang Tianyuan's thoughts aligned as the heavenly Tao crystal trembled at his brow. The powers of the heavenly and earthly laws were extracted, merging into the 5 elements shadow stones, to create a shadow armor that would enable the people of the Dragon Nation to wield it with ease. Zhang Tianyuan directly harnessed the law's power from the heavenly Tao crystal, fusing the yin-yang 5 elements light array with the shadow stones. This transformation aimed to reach the supreme realm of the Tao. The Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Humanity follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature, while the world focused on the strength of extraordinary equipment. Zhang Tianyuan set his sights higher. Universal armor for all. What does it matter if the Dragon Spirit reward is 1,000 or 10,000? When our Dragon Nation's universal 5 elements shadow armor unites, will we still require such a trivial boost? However, the sudden crafting reward from the Dragon Spirit stirred a tumult online, delivering a powerful shockwave. The immense strength of 14 points had an immediate and dramatic effect. Human warriors could contend with monsters barehanded. Authorities proclaimed that 1 point of strength equated to 1 boxing champion. Thus, 14 points were akin to 14 champions. In moments, a monster could be knocked out. Yet, the world understood that this had nothing to do with the Dragon Nation. Audiences online openly mocked. In the Fensai Nation, 100 warriors endowed with 14 points of strength faced numerous monsters, but their smiles quickly faded. Damn it, no matter how strong an individual soldier, it was of little use against such overwhelming numbers. These monsters were too many. They too would tire. Extraordinary equipment was essential. It must be forged. Indeed, without extraordinary equipment, we are a loss, but when will we be able to create it? These monsters are perilous. My neighbor, Old Wong, was devoured by one. I barely escaped. We in the Fensai Nation are fortunate. At least we have 100 extraordinary warriors. But look at the Dragon Nation. They have nothing. They truly are in a dire predicament. In the small nation of Get, nearly all the land has been ravaged by monster invasions. Gigantic creatures roam freely, leaving the few remaining citizens in hiding, watching our competitors forge extraordinary equipment in the live stream. Hurry, forge the rewards faster. We can hardly hold on any longer. Alas, these monsters are too ferocious. I do not wish to become their prey. How frustrating. Why are there no rewards from the Dragon Kingdom? Unlike our dire situation. Is he preparing to create an electromagnetic cannon? Regardless of what it is, the utmost priority is speed. The situation in the Gert Kingdom is perilous. We must forge extraordinary equipment as swiftly as possible and make it available for our citizens. The longer we take, the more lives are lost, numbering in the thousands. It is quite possible that in less than 2 days, their nation will meet its demise. In the Sakura Kingdom, surrounded by the sea, this has led to a significant invasion of monsters. Even with the support of the princess's forces, their living space continues to diminish. At this moment, the Sakura Kingdom has already lost a third of its territory, suffering considerable losses. Has the gene modification chamber crafted by Beijapong not succeeded yet? Hurry, let us undergo gene modification. However, it appears a bit unsettling, as he has used numerous monster corpses and their internal fat to concoct the gene serum. Oof. You need not drink it. Fool. Once we transform into gene warriors, we will directly land in the Dragon Kingdom and reclaim the Earth we have lost. In the Pineapple Kingdom, the war rages on, with explosions echoing. The offensive of hundreds of monsters has been thwarted, yet they have not been obliterated. The expressions of the soldiers on the front line reflect sorrow and anger. They deeply empathize with the sentiments of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. They yearn to tear apart their nation's competitors in the Lux space. F.A. Hakuin, what are you doing? Why do you need the lightning threads? Not only the lightning threads, but also the makeup kits. It appears to be for women. Are you a pathetic fool? My goodness. Even lipstick has emerged. How am I supposed to fight like this? Transform into a woman. According to reliable sources, this individual is a cross-dresser. What? Hey, cross-dresser? This is disastrous. I'm still a child, and I do not wish to become a cross-dresser. Nonsense. At least cross-dressers are stronger than the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom has nothing at present. Although this person may be effeminate, their combat power is commendable. At the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng rubbed his temples, staring at a document in his hands, feeling a headache coming on. The data regarding the power enhancement received by warriors from multiple nations is astounding. The true strength brought by a mere 14 points of power exceeds the expert's imagination. Unfortunately, the one receiving the power enhancement is neither Zhang Tianyuan nor the Dragon Kingdom. Wang Feng is envious. These nations have been bolstered significantly. Yet, he currently has no means to address the situation. Since Zhang Tianyuan blocked communications after that incident with Old Liu, there has been no further contact. The head of the research institute, Old Liu, was so incensed by this matter that he departed with his team. The situation is indeed precarious. Commander Wang Feng set aside the documents in his hand, his gaze shifting to another report. A slight twitch of his lips betrayed his dismay. Alas, a mutated beast, a gorilla towering over 10 meters. A creature capable of crushing missiles with a single hand. The front lines had crumbled in an instant due to this formidable gorilla beast. Ultimately, they were forced to deploy 8 or 9 newly developed high-explosive weapons to repel it. Commander, if a second mutated beast emerges, we may struggle to survive until dawn. General Yu Buffon's countenance was grim. The first mutated beast had appeared, but will the second, third, or even fourth? Would there not be more to follow? Initially, they had hoped to endure for 3 days, just long enough for extraordinary equipment to materialize, which could turn the tide of battle in their favor. Yet the current reality was, they had been overly optimistic. Commander Wang Feng felt equally disheartened. The only viable solution now seemed to be retreating and relinquishing territory, essentially ceding a portion of their homeland. A desperate measure. What if they held on just a bit longer? Is there not a chance for miracles? Do you believe in light? Commander Wang Feng murmured. Light. The expression of worry on Zhang Tianyuan's face finally yielded to a hint of a smile. It was about to take shape. The consumption of a national fortune's essence was indeed significant, now dipping below 50%. The dragon spirit had warned that the lower the remaining essence, the more unpredictable its impact on the nation would be. However, the good news was that the light shadow stone was on the verge of formation. Chapter 5. The source rises rather than falls in the land of cherry blossom, within the realm of fortune. Bega Ponka, gazed ominously at the multitude of monster corpses before him. A master of genetic research, Vegapunk possessed techniques and methods unattainable on Blue Star. Yet within the realm of fortune, these feats were effortlessly achievable. The vast array of monster carcasses, alongside the gene modification chambers, could be manifested with merely a trace of national luck. The potential to enhance strength in a short span through genetic modifications, as well as the creation of genetic weapons capable of unleashing tenfold power, was undeniably within reach. However, my ambitions in genetic modification extend far beyond these initial aspirations. At this juncture, Vegapunk found himself at an impasse, unable to locate suitable monster genes to enhance human physique. Moreover, his ultimate goal was not merely these enhancements, but rather to resurrect the legendary creature of the Cherry Blossom Nation, the Yamada no Orochi, as the myth of the Cherry Blossom Realm. Vegapunk dared not directly summon the national luck to manifest the Yamada no Orochi, but was compelled to seek alternative avenues to transform humanity, aiming to alter human genes and transmute individuals into the legendary serpent. 10 minutes later, the dragon spirit issued a proclamation. Congratulations to the Cherry Blossom Nation's contestant, Vegapunk, for successfully creating mutated genetic cells. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has seen a significant enhancement. Awarded to Vegapunk are 5 active mutated cells, alongside a bonus of 10 agility points for 100 warriors of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Vegapunk, clutching 5 vials of serum, wore a triumphant expression. The active mutated cells had finally been produced. The potential was now within his grasp. With the announcement from the Dragon Spirit, the Cherry Blossom Nation erupted in jubilant celebration. Yes, our Ponka is truly magnificent, achieving greatness once again. We have received rewards from the Dragon Spirit once more. I am eager to see when the gene modification serums will be realized. I long to become a genetic modified being. What will he do with those active mutated cells? What grand designs does Ponka have? Regardless of his intentions, it will undoubtedly yield great benefits. Ponka has already propelled our great Cherry Blossom Empire far ahead of other nations. With a sinister chuckle, isn't the Dragon Nation supposed to be impressive? Yet, they haven't received a single reward from the Dragon Spirit. What disgrace! We await the moment when the Dragon Nation cries out for our assistance in battling monsters. Ha ha! The crafting of extraordinary equipment in the Cherry Blossom Nation had become evident to many. Directly through the gene modification chambers, the entire populace was being transformed into various modified beings. Upon hearing that the Cherry Blossom Nation had once again secured a significant reward, the audience from the Dragon Nation experienced a palpable sense of dismay, their negative sentiments expressed vividly in the barrage of comments. Alas, I must express my bewilderment at the actions of this individual. While everyone else is diligently crafting exquisite creations, Zhang Tianyuan seems to be embroiled in chaos. Aside from the realms of Sakura, Princess, and Pineapple Nations, it appears several countries are on the verge of completing their masterpieces, soon to be rewarded once more with Dragon Spirit bonuses. Cursed be it, he has yet to forge the meteorite, leaving thousands of warriors in anticipation. If true extraordinary equipment is not crafted and manifested, shall we not be deprived of our rewards? Infuriating. I yearn to supplant him and construct a fleet of warships for our Dragon Kingdom to vanquish these monstrous beings. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, the comments are rife with grievances. The solitary solace they find is that the consumption of the nation's fortune has stabilized. At this juncture, a new trend has emerged online. Within the global spectrum of monsters, some have undergone peculiar transformations. Other nations have similarly encountered these creatures, some even surpassing the mutated gorilla of the Dragon Kingdom in strength. Numerous regions have succumbed, and the speed of their downfall has accelerated exponentially. Many smaller nations are paying immense costs to seek firepower assistance from larger countries, only to be met with greater despair. Online, individuals have compiled a catalog of the monster's forms, revealing that these creatures are indeed capable of evolution. They are rapidly growing stronger. Those colossal beasts are the products of mutation. Currently, such mutated monsters are still few, but with the passage of time, their numbers will undoubtedly swell. This raises a pressing question. Is the mutated monster the pinnacle of their evolution? Does a third form of mutation exist? Presently, conventional weaponry still holds some efficacy against these mutated beasts. However, should they evolve further, such weaponry will lose its potency entirely. At that moment, humanity's only recourse to thwart the wrathful slaughter of these monsters will hinge upon extraordinary equipment. At this very moment, all of humanity on Blue Star has come to a profound realization: the true significance of extraordinary equipment. It stands as the ultimate hope for the billions of souls on Blue Star. In the fortune space of the Pineapple Kingdom, distinctive battle attire is being meticulously crafted. The contestant-s manifested sewing machines are tirelessly working to meet the demand. The finished products are radiant battle skirts, gleaming with promise. It is evident that the contestants are exceptionally proud of their creations. The audience of the Pineapple Kingdom has long accepted their fate, rendered powerless to critique. Meanwhile, in the fortune space of a small nation, contestant Jin Sun wears a beaming smile. A colossal cannon now occupies the room, its barrel as large as the room itself, capable of seemingly devouring the heavens and the earth. The cannon's length matches that of its mouth, and its formidable base is as solid as a fortress. Jin Sun has aptly named it the invincible monster-busting cannon. With a single shot, it is unrivaled against monsters. Oh, how impressive! I wish to bear his children. Wow, what an extraordinary cannon. I wonder how grand it truly is. The name of this cannon is simply marvelous. The monstrous entity, seemingly invincible, left no opportunity for retreat. Our esteemed nation reigns supreme. We are the pioneers in manifesting extraordinary equipment. The live chat of our small nation is inundated with fervent expressions of admiration from a legion of devoted fans. Jin Sun revels in this exhilarating sensation. However, he soon detects an unsettling anomaly. Although he has successfully crafted the equipment, there are neither progress notifications nor rewards to accompany this achievement. I have manifested it. How can there be no reward? Is there something amiss with my unparalleled monster-slaying cannon? Jin Sun is immediately engulfed in panic, hastening to inspect the situation. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the atmosphere is palpably oppressive. Following the revelation regarding the mutated monsters, the barrage of comments has dwindled to near silence. It is evident that despair has rendered them too disheartened to engage. It's over. This time it's truly the end. It's utterly absurd. Our Dragon Nation is on the brink of ruin at the hands of Zhang Tianyuan. Indeed, while the beings from Pineapple Nation may be somewhat grotesque, they possess genuine, extraordinary equipment. We are even inferior to them. What purpose do those few light bulbs serve? Do they believe themselves to be lamps, illuminating the path for others? Zhang Tianyuan is simply unbelievable, a nonsensical figure. I'm about to press him into the ground. Wait, am I hallucinating from consuming counterfeit liquor? Someone, please, look at the source of our nation's fortune. What? The source of national fortune is dwindling? Is it possible that I too have imbibed fake liquor? How can the source of national fortune be increasing? This cannot be. Just moments ago it was below 50. How has it suddenly surged to nearly 60? Are you all uttering nonsense? Is the source of national fortune akin to a promotional sale? 7 days for no reason returns? The audience in the live stream is utterly bewildered. The remaining source of national fortune for the Dragon Nation is at www.use.org. In the next moment, it jumps directly to 60. Moreover, the source of national fortune continues to multiply. Chapter 6. The gaze from another world, nearly 4 billion spectators were transfixed, their astonishment palpable as they fixated on the source of the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes. Every heartbeat synchronized with the pulsing of this source. The fortunes surged to 65, then 68, 75, 80, 90, 95. It exploded in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast. What in the world? This is utterly absurd. The source of fortunes is soaring. I suspect the Dragon Kingdom is engaging in deceit. Cast aside your doubts. Nonsense. Lord Dragon Spirit, I must lodge a complaint. The Dragon Kingdom is cheating. The source of fortunes can only diminish over time. It cannot rise. Goodness gracious. Is Zhang really that formidable? Forgive me for misjudging you. This is madness. Dragon spirit. Your favoritism towards the Dragon Kingdom is glaringly obvious. What if they are cheating, or if they are receiving preferential treatment? It is well known that the less the source of fortunes is consumed, the more inferior the crafted items become. What use is that? It seems the Dragon Kingdom is deliberately orchestrating these spectacles to attract our attention, hoping we will come to their aid. How absurd. The Dragon Kingdom has an old saying, let them dream their grand dreams. Ha ha, not a chance. Various unpalatable statements proliferated. Yet the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. Once the source of fortunes is excessively consumed, there would be no need for monsters to intervene. The Dragon Kingdom would simply cease to exist. For now, there is no worry about issues with the source of fortunes. However, the scandals of cheating by Dragon Kingdom players and favoritism towards the Huaxian nation, along with global opposition to the Dragon Kingdom, spiraled out of control. Among 211 nations, only the Dragon Kingdom experienced this bizarre fluctuation of fortunes, plummeting and then surging again. Even many citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were bewildered by this perplexing turn of events. Are we truly connected to the Dragon Spirit? The temporary command center was abuzz with tension. Commander Wang Feng's expression shifted erratically. The joyous news of the recovery of the source of fortunes had not even been shared before it was overshadowed by widespread international criticism directed at the Dragon Kingdom. General Yu Bufan, standing beside Wang Feng, was equally infuriated. This is undoubtedly a result of intentional manipulation. What do they mean by colluding with the Dragon Spirit? Cheating? Nonsense. If Zhang Tianyuan truly possessed such capabilities, would we have lost so many lives? Those wretches are deliberately attempting to pit the Dragon Kingdom against the entire world. Given the current assaults by monsters on the Dragon Kingdom, it is undoubtedly one of the most perilous nations. As a representative of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Tianyuan has brought no rewards. If problems arise that necessitate support, we may face even more dire consequences. The stars shone brightly, yet every gaze fell hostile. The commanders seethed with fury, anxiously awaiting instructions from Commander Wang Feng. Commander, should we issue a statement to clarify? They're spreading rumors and slandering us. Luo Feng contemplated for a moment. There is no need for this. They're eagerly anticipating our response, hoping we fall into their trap. The immediate priority is to withstand the onslaught of the monsters. The longer we endure, the greater our chances of a comeback. The essence of national fortune is our foundation, and they are merely consumed by envy and resentment. Upon hearing these words, the generals nodded in unison, their inner fury somewhat quelled. The war between humanity and the monsters hinges upon the essence of national fortune and the 211 contestants. The lives of over 3 billion citizens of the Dragon Nation rest in the hands of Zhang Tianyuan. As long as the essence of national fortune persists, opportunities remain. Zhang Tianyuan, time is of the essence. Furthermore, the Supreme Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan sighed deeply. The lessons of the past compel concern. In the Princess Nation, within the depths of the White House, in a clandestine base, the president gazed at the screen, his expression fluctuating between stormy and calm. Useless imbeciles. What purpose do you serve? A cadre of incompetence. How long has it been since we uncovered the cause of the surge in the Dragon Nation's essence of national fortune? As the surrounding officials noted that the source of the Dragon Nation's luck was not only stable, but increasing, they began to strategize. Even the undercover agents were willing to risk exposure to confront the issue directly. Only by uncovering the secret to enhancing the essence of national fortune could they synchronize their efforts with Tomatak, alleviating concerns over the depletion of this vital resource. Mr. President, we have exerted our utmost efforts, yet we cannot find it. We have meticulously magnified and dissected the recordings frame by frame. Aside from peculiar light points, there is nothing, let alone identifying the problem. The officials wore grim expressions, their smiles fading. They had truly strived to assist Tomatak, yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. The president fell silent. The increase in the essence of national fortune was perplexing. Even a reduction or cessation of its consumption would yield immense benefits. Pay closer attention to the situation of contestants from other countries and report back to Tom Attack promptly. Similar analyses unfolded within the official circles of several nations, ultimately resulting in a lack of discoveries. As more nations received rewards from the dragon spirit, audiences in various live streams reveled in joy. Yet, the spectators in the Dragon Nation's live stream remained somber. Even with the essence of national fortune restored to 100, the absence of crafted rewards left them lagging significantly behind other countries. The Dragon Nation now found itself at the bottom of the rankings. Moreover, the rewards bestowed by the Dragon Spirit were straightforward yet remarkably valuable. In the realm of the Dragon Nation's essence of national fortune, Zhang Tianyuan cast a glance at the source of this fortune. The providence of the heavens had granted an enhancement to the essence of national fortune, a most natural occurrence. At that moment, within the yin-yang five elements light array, the light of the five elements had coalesced into a sphere no larger than a basketball, suffused with pure elemental energy. Zhang Tianyuan exhaled in relief. He then manifested a small knife, slicing his palm to reveal the ethereal blood of Yen Huang, imbued with spiritual light, divided into 5 portions, each infused with the essence of the 5 elements. Thus, the armor of light and shadow can only be wielded by the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom with the bloodline of Yen Huang. Zhang Tianyuan smirked, acknowledging this as a hint of personal ambition. The fusion of the Yen Huang bloodline was a resounding success. The radiance of the 5 elements contracted violently, coalescing in the blink of an eye into 5 crystal orbs, each the size of a fist. The stone of light and shadow mother was finally forged. At that moment, however, Blue Star was abruptly suspended. The wind ceased, the rain halted, and even the roars of monsters dissipated into silence. In the next instant, the heavens erupted with thunder. Boom! Boom! The azure sky darkened instantaneously, transforming into a pitch-black abyss. Thick, purple lightning surged through the dark clouds, morphing into a terrifying eye composed of countless bolts of violet energy, gazing down upon Blue Star with an emotionless stare. The divine eye flickered, briefly manifesting before vanishing into the firmament, as if nothing had transpired. The pause on Blue Star lifted, restoring normalcy. In that moment, everyone descended into madness. What has happened? I feel immobilized, and why has the sky turned so dark? Did I just see a giant I'm manifesting in the heavens? Whose eye was that? Is it from a monster or a deity? This is absurd. All manner of beasts and spirits are mere trifles. I shall cleave through them with a single stroke. It's utterly terrifying. Blue Star feels like a fragile balloon, and we are but ants, easily crushed at any moment. If that eye belongs to a monster, then what do these creatures of Blue Star amount to? Ants, mosquitoes, or parasites? Chapter 7. Dreamlike Armor. Fear pervades the globe, capable of evoking celestial phenomena and monitoring the monstrous entities of the blue planet. It is nothing short of terrifying, utterly shattering humanity's perception of these beasts. Is this creature truly a monster? Does it possess the power to stand shoulder to shoulder with deities? Can extraordinary equipment indeed vanquish such a being? The hearts of people worldwide are completely ensnared by dread, unable to find tranquility for an extended period. The discussions continue to escalate. At this moment, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit reverberates once more. Suddenly, it erupts like thunder in the minds of everyone across the globe. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Due to the extraordinary equipment crafted by Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom being of excessively high caliber, it has attracted the attention of formidable monsters from another world. The dragon spirit has sealed it. A second wave of aggressive invasion by these monsters is imminent. Competitors from all nations, please expedite the crafting of extraordinary equipment for the use of your respective citizens. Resist the invasion and slay the beasts. The monster invasion is set to occur in 10 hours. Upon this declaration, the world is left in astonishment. No one could have imagined that the extraordinarily high-level equipment created by Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom would provoke the scrutiny of powerful chaotic monsters from another realm. Moreover, it has resulted in an even more ferocious invasion of these creatures. After a brief moment of shock, Both the Dragon Kingdom and Zhang Tianyuan are thrust into the global spotlight. At this juncture, humanity worldwide suddenly realizes that the monster invasion of the blue planet has persisted for nearly 9 days. Even more startling is the revelation that this lengthy incursion was merely the initial wave of assault. This first wave has already driven humanity on Blue Planet to despair, bringing them to the brink of annihilation. How terrifying must the subsequent wave be? Surely, it will be apocalyptic in nature. Instantly, a tide of outrage surges across the internet. This is outrageous. What is the Dragon Kingdom up to, inviting the scrutiny of such powerful monsters? This is absurd, utterly preposterous. The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. You, Dragon Kingdom, are to blame. If you cannot handle it, why drag us, the Sakura Nation, into this mess? Wang Dafa, Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Tianyuan, you must take responsibility for all humanity on Blue Planet. Zhang Tianyuan, get out of Blue Planet. Dragon Kingdom, leave Blue Planet. That chaotic monster with the divine eye is terrifying beyond measure. Zhang Tianyuan, open your eyes and behold the havoc you have wrought. Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Tianyuan, you are all sinners of humanity on Blue Planet. I fear that the second wave of invasion by the monsters is merely a matter of time. What I wish to know now is, what exactly has Zhang Tianyuan created that has drawn the attention of such formidable monsters from another world? Just how powerful is the extraordinary equipment crafted by Zhang Tianyuan? Not only has it attracted the scrutiny of powerful beings from another realm, but it has also triggered a second wave of invasion. What is even more concerning is the consumption incurred in creating this extraordinary equipment. The consumption of such a minuscule amount of national fortune has surprisingly resulted in the creation of extraordinary equipment that manifests celestial phenomena. It is utterly unrealistic and devoid of logic. At this moment, officials from various nations have mobilized, meticulously studying every inch of the fateful space surrounding Zhang Tianyuan. They must unearth the secrets concealed within. In this fateful space, Zhang Tianyuan's gaze fell upon 5 luminous stones. The yellow, green, blue, red, and brown stones floated and sank within the yin-yang 5 elements light formation. Each stone represents a distinct elemental attribute, corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the essence of the 5 elements. It has succeeded. The luminous stones pose no issues. The next step is to forge the light and shadow armor. The 5 elements light and shadow armor shall be constructed, with the luminous stones as the foundation, coalescing the energies of the 5 elements to create the light and shadow armor. Let us commence with my dream armor, the flame dragon armor. It is destined to be yours. With a mere thought, the fire attribute luminous stone soared from the yin-yang 5 elements light formation. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the enigmatic voice of the blue star dragon's spirit echoed in the minds of everyone around the globe once more. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully crafting the luminous stone. The forging of extraordinary equipment has received a tremendous enhancement, awarding Zhang Tianyuan 20 points of strength, 20 years of lifespan, and 20 points of strength to 10,000 warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. A surge of immense power swelled within Zhang Tianyuan. He was momentarily taken aback. The entire Dragon Kingdom was left in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? This reward is astonishing. It is nearly 100 times that of the rewards from other nations, with 10,000 warriors of the Dragon Kingdom receiving a 20-point strength bonus. The entire nation erupted in celebration. Ha ha ha! I always knew our Dragon Kingdom would not disappoint. Zhang Tianyuan, you are magnificent, directly empowering 10,000 warriors. Duty, my brother, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Tianyuan, grant me an opportunity. I wish to bear you offspring. Heroes emerge while young. Zhang Tianyuan, you are the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. You are our light. You are our hero, a national idol. Just thinking about it sends shivers down the spine. Transforming so many warriors into 20 champions makes the monsters appear trivial. What is this luminous stone? What type of extraordinary equipment is he about to forge? The dragon spirit is magnificent. Is it true that the dragon spirit does not belong to the Dragon Kingdom? The live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom erupted with excitement. The 100 warriors, empowered with strength, could potentially turn the tide for the nation. And what about those 10,000 warriors with enhanced strength? They could directly fend off the invasion of monsters. Those foreign spectators who had previously mocked and ridiculed the Dragon Kingdom fell silent. The turnaround occurring so swiftly, they were left utterly dumbfounded. On the front lines of the Dragon Kingdom, the battle raged on. Slash, with blades flashing. Blood splattered everywhere. Monster heads fell beneath the might of colossal sabers. Almost 10,000 beasts were severed, as if reaping a harvest. The frontline warriors of the Dragon Kingdom gazed in astonishment at their hands, their disbelief palpable. Then, a radiant joy illuminated their faces. The monstrous invasion along the coastline was terrifying, and as they fought and retreated, they were on the brink of being devoured. Just when despair threatened to engulf them, an inexhaustible power surged within them. Remarkably, they found themselves effortlessly slaying the dreadful beasts. It was truly astonishing, beyond comprehension. This was the extraordinary boon of a 20-point power enhancement bestowed by the Dragon Spirit. Ah, how delightful! Brothers, charge with me and vanquish the enemy. To their astonishment, the colossal blades they wielded against the invaders proved equally devastating against the monsters. Those who offend our great Dragon Kingdom shall be punished, no matter how distant. The chaotic beasts are no exception. Do not think that hiding in another realm will spare you. At this moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The morale of the Dragon Kingdom's warriors soared, their spirit akin to a raging tempest. Each warrior descended upon the monsters like ferocious tigers, catching them off guard. In the makeshift command center, the previously stern-faced commander, Wang Feng, finally allowed a genuine smile to grace his features. Excellent. We have finally received our rewards. The assembled generals also bore expressions of delight. General Yu Buffon reflected, though we have yet to fully forge extraordinary equipment. The power enhancement for these 10,000 warriors has rekindled our hope to continue the fight. The other generals nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted. Chapter 8. I am not wrong, absolutely not wrong. Zhang Tianyuan's Space of Fortune. The fiery red light stone suddenly erupted with an unparalleled blaze of divine fire in his hand. Waves of divine flame surged forth, roaring madly through the gaps between his fingers. It was as if he held a miniature sun, dazzling, resplendent, mysterious, profound. The explosive divine flames did not harm Zhang Tianyuan. He stood as if a deity ruling over the sun, exuding divine might. Over 3 billion viewers from the Dragon Nation and more than 5 billion international spectators were attentively observing Zhang Tianyuan's every move. This time, no one mocked him for his grandiose displays devoid of substance. Everyone eagerly anticipated what terrifyingly extraordinary equipment Zhang Tianyuan would forge. Bone Rumble! The divine flames transformed into serpentine dragons of fire. Roaring, they danced and spiraled gracefully within the Space of Fortune. Ultimately, all the fire dragons merged into a singular, fearsome vortex of flames. It seemed poised to consume everything in existence. Zhang Tianyuan's pupils reflected the fiery luminescence. The surrounding Space of Fortune was searingly hot. The very air pulsated. Flame dragon armor. In the next instant, the colossal vortex trembled. Boom! A sound of shattering space erupted. Roar! The soul-shattering dragon's roar followed suit. Accompanied by the fracturing of the void, the dragon's cry resonated across the land. Immediately after, a massive dragon's head emerged from the fiery vortex. Rumble! The entire Space of Fortune quaked once more. The divine flames radiated outward in all directions. The Space of Fortune visibly expanding. In the next moment, the divine dragon's form erupted in segments from the fiery vortex. In a blink, a fire dragon measuring 100 meters in length manifested within Zhang Tianyuan's Space of Fortune. The divine dragon was vividly lifelike. Its scales glistened distinctly. Whiskers flowed elegantly through the air. Its sharp claws seemed capable of rending the very fabric of reality. Zhang Tianyuan, he had forged a divine dragon. The crimson light of the flame dragon flickered before all the viewers in the livestream. Over 3 billion spectators from the Dragon Nation were ecstatic. Blood surged with fervor. The dragon, one of the totems from the ancient myths of the Dragon Nation. It had been successfully forged by Zhang Tianyuan. Unbelievable, unimaginable. All the international viewers expressed their disbelief, but dared not voice their thoughts. Oh, Divine One, the dragon is so majestic. Zhang, the deity, is unrivaled. Incomprehensible, yet undeniable. Zhang is absolutely the best. Truly divine. A stone transformed into a dragon. Zhang, I implore you, create the Monkey King next. What purpose does forging a dragon serve? This is not even extraordinary equipment. What use is it? The one upstairs is an undercover agent. Assessment complete. A dragon cannot be compared to any extraordinary equipment. The flame dragon may appear somewhat juvenile to kindergartners, yet it is perfectly suited for the spirited university students. Quickly materialize it for me as my chariot. My dear brother, are you not a tad too formidable? The audience from the Dragon Nation is overwhelmingly exhilarated. The divine dragon symbolizes the totem of the Dragon Nation. It embodies the fervor of every citizen, deeply rooted in the bloodline of Yin and Huang. At this very moment, it has manifested into a tangible existence through Zhang Tianyuan's hands. Meanwhile, the foreign viewers concealed within the live stream scoff disdainfully. To claim they are not envious would be a blatant falsehood. In the fortune space of the Princess Nation, the dragon of the Dragon Nation, a creature from the mythology of the Dragon Nation, I estimate that its manifestation in the fortune space has likely consumed a substantial portion of national luck. The Dragon Nation is merely courting disaster. Tomatak scoffed, dismissing the dialogue panel. Moments ago, the officials from the Princess Nation had sent him a message, informing him of the Dragon Nation's progress, which included the astonishing manifestation of a divine dragon. It was utterly ludicrous. Mr. Tomatak, you are indeed the genius at the pinnacle of the world. The dream mech you have crafted is the most powerful, extraordinary equipment. Vikos's response pleased Tomatak immensely. All right, let's commence the assembly. As soon as Tomatak's words fell, the integrated automatic assembly device in the fortune space began to operate under the control of the formidable IA Vikos. Various fantastical mech components were gradually created. The dream mech is the true romance that belongs to men. Women merely impede my swiftness in drawing my sword. Tomatak wore a proud expression. His original dream mech plan had only existed within the realm of gaming. The technological and material standards of Blue Star simply fell short, rendering it unattainable. Now, with the fortune space and its materialization capabilities, all his concepts and the dream mech from the game can be fully realized. The most powerful extraordinary equipment can only be the dream mech. If he could craft that dream mech that once appeared in his visions. Tomatak's eyes sparkled. It was an incredibly powerful mech, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth with ease. Obliterating planets would be a trifling matter, one step at a time. However, it would not do to exhaust the source of national luck entirely. In the fortune space of the Sakura Nation, a loud bang erupted. A test tube shattered, releasing a murky green liquid that splattered on the ground with a hissing sound. Numerous serpent-like beast corpses lay on the ground, corroded and burned. Vegapunk furrowed his brow. Had he failed once more? That should not be the case. The genetic code I utilized previously was indeed correct. The second reward from the Dragon Spirit. 5 active mutated cells. Vegapunk aspired to create a special mutation device that would allow for perfect genetic fusion and induce mutations. It could even give rise to some extraordinary abilities. Yet the project was scrapped midway. I understand now. It is not my fault. The gene mutation serum proved exceptionally successful, but the experimental subject could not withstand the increased presence of active mutated cells. A spark of inspiration ignited within Vegapunk. He swiftly reduced the quantity of active mutated cells and began to extract the monster genes anew for further fusion. The completion of the extraordinary equipment he envisioned was now within reach. In the realm of a small nation, Jin Sun grasped his hair tightly. Squatting beside the invincible monster cannon, he appeared utterly haggard. Time and again, he searched for the source of the problem with the cannon. In his dazed state, he was unable to pinpoint the issue. Where could the fault lie? There seemed to be no apparent problem. The intermittent voice of the dragon's spirit echoed in his ears, alongside the accolades from other nations for their crafting. These words pierced his heart like a volley of arrows. The pressure was overwhelming. He had indeed crafted the extraordinary equipment, yet the rewards remained elusive. He had attempted minor modifications 20 or 30 times, but to no avail. He was on the brink of collapse. Damn it. I'm right. I am right. I am not mistaken. I am not mistaken. I am absolutely not mistaken. Curse it. It must be the dragon spirit's fault. The dragon spirit is deliberately making things difficult for me. Damn it. At that moment, Jin Sun roared in fury, his eyes glaring like a ferocious beast, fixated on his masterpiece, the invincible monster cannon. With a thunderous shout, he declared, "Damn it, dragon spirit, I demand you materialize 100 invincible monster cannons for me." All the extraordinary equipment crafted by the competitors could be materialized by consuming a certain amount of national fortune essence. Even incomplete extraordinary equipment could forcibly materialize within the borders of its nation. Jin Sun could not uncover the problem and felt no sense of wrongdoing. Only through practice could the truth be tested as the ultimate standard. Chapter 9. The Dragon Spirit's Punishment. Warning, warning, warning. The representative of the small nation, Jin Sun, has chosen to materialize an untested extraordinary piece of equipment. The risk is immense. Do you wish to proceed with the materialization? The sudden alert from the dragon spirit left Jin Sun momentarily stunned. He quickly made his decision. If the materialization succeeds, I believe my invincible monster cannon will undoubtedly lead my nation to victory. Monsters, await your annihilation by my cannon. Global announcement. The representative of the small nation, Jin Sun, has consumed 18 of the national fortune's essence, successfully materialized 100 invincible monster cannons, extraordinary equipment designated for frontline deployment. Upon hearing the dragon spirit's announcement, everyone was taken aback. Even Zhang Tianyuan paused in astonishment. The small nation truly surprised everyone by being the first to materialize extraordinary equipment. However, it seemed they did not receive a reward from the dragon spirit. This puzzled not only Zhang Tianyuan, but also others. Nevertheless, as the first participant globally to materialize extraordinary equipment, Jin Sun naturally attracted significant attention from various nations. Gazing at the terrifying giant cannons towering at the front line of the small nation, each invincible monster cannon loomed ominously, standing as tall as a 4-story building. A striking fusion of advanced technology and ancient design. How remarkable! The small nation, previously underestimated, had boldly materialized untested extraordinary equipment. Who would have thought they could achieve this? This cannon seems capable of obliterating mutated monsters with a single shot. Oh, how wonderful! Our leader is unparalleled. I wish to bear many children for our leader. We, the small nation, showcase our might. All you foolish individuals shall bow before our strength. Our leader is formidable and grand. The giant cannon prepares to unleash devastation, effortlessly subduing the minor monsters. Our leader is our hero. With him, it is our honor to be from the small nation. The small nation's live broadcast garnered significant attention. The number of comments and viewers soared, surpassing even that of the Dragon Nation. The official representatives of the small nation directly streamed from the front line. When viewers from various countries beheld the row of invincible monster cannons, they were left in awe. Everyone was stunned by the sight. In the official live stream of the small nation, after a series of interactions that garnered immense popularity, hundreds of warriors gathered around the invincible monster cannons. All artillery units were primed, ready to fire in unison, proclaiming the strength of the small nation to the world. In the Princess Nation, deep within the White House's secret base, the small nation's official live stream was already being monitored. A row of invincible monster cannons awaited their launch. The expressions of the president and the congressmen were grim. The first nation to materialize extraordinary equipment was not their princess nation, but that effeminate small nation. This was something they could not accept. Even if it were the cherry blossom nation as the first, they could have come to terms with it. But the small nation was entirely unacceptable, particularly upon witnessing the formidable appearance of the invincible monster cannon. one cannot help but feel a sense of intimidation. Umph, a gaggle of fools. I dare say they shall blow themselves to smithereens. Sour grapes indeed. In the conference room of the Sakura nation, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro expressed his utter disdain. The other officials echoed his sentiments, bursting into derisive laughter. What a pile of rubbish. Such contraption dares to be called extraordinary equipment? It pales in comparison to the technology of our Vegapunk. Huh, how could that thing possibly measure up? We are the product of genetic enhancement, transforming us into super soldiers. What can a mere cannon accomplish? They harbored a deep-seated contempt for all nations, viewing the small nation as inferior to even the Dragon Nation. In their eyes, the invincible monster cannon was nothing but trash. In truth, I find the antics of the Dragon Nation rather amusing. The commotion grows louder, even summoning the flame dragon. What utter nonsense with their so-called shadow stones. They are hardly more useful than our small nation's offerings, resembling nothing but clowns. No, I misspoke. They are indeed clowns. Musashi Kojiro scoffed at the remark. How laughable that the dragon spirit would show such favoritism, bestowing them with such generous rewards. Once they manifest their extraordinary equipment, they shall realize the absurdity of it all. Truly a disgrace. By the way, what is the status of transferring the monsters to the Dragon Nation? Musashi Kojiro inquired. Prime Minister, we have successfully lured 20,000 monsters to the coastline of the Dragon Nation, replied the official responsible for the operation. Musashi Kojiro's face lit up with delight. In the conference room of the small nation, the esteemed leader Liu Sengson was overjoyed. Seizing this opportunity, we shall sound the first trumpet of our small nation's ascent to global prominence. Let everyone witness how we trample the Dragon Nation and pursue the Princess Nation. The leader proclaimed with fervor. Report. Leader, 100 invincible monster cannons are fully equipped. Each has been manned by 15 warriors. Shall we launch? With a grand gesture, he expressed his ambitious resolve. Launch. Let the world behold the radiance of our small nation's rise. We shall become the brightest stars in the night sky. On the front lines, the invincible monster cannons fired. Boom! 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 The resounding explosions cascaded, nearly engulfing the entirety of the small nation. All of Blue Star who tuned into the official live stream of the small nation were left in sheer astonishment. Everyone was dumbfounded. The invincible monster cannon turned out to be self-destructive. The previously majestic 100 cannons had vanished, along with 1,000 warriors, reduced to mere ashes. Moreover, 2/5 of the territory was directly obliterated. The seawater surged, forcibly shifting the nation's coastline inward by several kilometers. Yet, the most critical point was that amidst this grand explosion, not a single monster was slain. Goodness, the small nation's invincible monster cannon is indeed invincible. Jin's son, this fellow, astonishingly manifested 100 pieces of self-destructive extraordinary equipment, silently obliterating his own nation. The small nation was left in utter shock. At that moment, the air was filled with wails of despair. The loss of 1,000 warriors was, for the small nation, akin to pouring salt into an already festering wound, a grievous toll indeed. Moreover, the seismic turmoil triggered by the recent self-destructive assault resulted in the deaths of thousands of innocent civilians. As the first nation in the world to manifest extraordinary equipment, the small nation had now become the largest laughingstock globally, a source of utter embarrassment. Suddenly, the Dragon Spirit issued another announcement. The manifestation of extraordinary equipment carries inherent risks. It is advised that all participants complete testing within the fortuitous space before manifestation. In light of the actions of Jin's son from the small nation, who recklessly manifested extraordinary equipment that posed a threat to the Blue Star, 30 years of his lifespan will be deducted, and 10 years will be deducted from the lifespans of the citizens of the small nation as punishment. This, a direct deduction of lifespan. There are not only rewards, but also terrifying repercussions. No. In the fortuitous space, Jin's son cried out in desperation. It was he who crafted the extraordinary equipment. Why should my lifespan be deducted? Why? Panic seized the hearts of everyone in the small nation. It felt as though something profoundly significant was being forcefully extracted from within them, an irreparable loss. Even their hair began to show hints of white. The dragon spirit's punishment was no jest. With this thought, they collapsed to the ground, engulfed in utter bewilderment. Chapter 10. The Danger Vessel. Temporary Command Center. A plethora of frontline intelligence reports from Dragon Country flooded in. A flicker of murderous intent passed across Commander Wang Feng's face. Oomph. The cherry blossom ghost seeks its own demise. How dare it lure monsters into our territorial waters? Maintain stability at the front, should an opportunity arise. We shall repay them in kind. General Yu Bufan nodded in agreement, promptly preparing to take charge personally. Commander Wang Feng then turned his gaze towards Zhang Tianyuan's fortuitous space. In just a few hours, the astounding upheaval among nations caught everyone off guard. Fortunately, Zhang Tianyuan refrained from recklessly manifesting extraordinary equipment. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused calamity akin to that of smaller nations. Zhang Tianyuan, what are you truly contemplating? What kind of extraordinary equipment do you aspire to create? The flame divine dragon continued to circle within the realm of fortune, yet no one discerned Zhang Tianyuan's true intentions. As time progressed, more competitors reaped the rewards of their crafting endeavors. Congratulations to the Shadow Nation contestant, Green Jane Hermione, for crafting a book of magic spells. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting received a significant boost. Reward: Green Jane Hermione S. Mithril Stone X1. Reward for the Shadow Nation: Dark Forest spanning 20 kilometers. Congratulations to the Bear Nation contestant, AI Dahua, for creating a Battle Bear Bloodline Transformation device. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting received a monumental boost. Reward: AI Dahua S. Speed 10. Lifespan 20. Reward for the Bear Nation: 1,000 warriors with Speed 15. Congratulations to the AC Nation contestant, Dorado, for crafting a tailbone mechanical structure. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting received a substantial boost. Reward: Dorado S. Quantity 2. Lifespan 5. www.use.org. Time slipped away, and the crafting progress of competitors from various nations escalated continuously. The corresponding dragon spirit rewards exhibited a polarized phenomenon. The most evident trend was that the majority of contestants gravitated towards mech and mechanical types of extraordinary equipment. Meanwhile, humanity across Blue Star felt an impending sense of doom. Some calculated the time remaining and were horrified. Only 2.5 hours remained until the dragon spirit announced the second wave of monster invasions. Where has the time gone? We have yet to craft extraordinary equipment. Oh no, our golden brother is still preoccupied with his toenails. What shall we do? No wonder there is a sense of impending catastrophe. It turns out the second wave of monster invasions is imminent. In truth, after numerous crafting rewards, our overall combat strength has improved significantly, enabling us to withstand the second wave of monster invasions. If there is no choice, even semi-finished extraordinary equipment can be manifested. As long as we avoid the pitfalls of smaller nations, we shall manage. Indeed, at this critical juncture, we must gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. All of Blue Star's inhabitants were on edge. Currently, the regions most severely impacted by the calamity were merely along the coastlines of various nations. If the second wave of monster invasions were to strike the interior of nations, the devastation could reach catastrophic levels. The annihilation of an entire nation would be a distinct possibility. There is no doubt about it. In the realm of Wumei, the atmosphere is saturated with various colossal apparatuses, including mechanical arms, legs, and heads. However, the contestant from Wumei, Kutimeluo, finds himself in a state of anxiety. This method is undoubtedly insufficient. If he does not switch to an alternative energy source, Kutimeluo aspires to replicate the cinematic marvel and create transformers, each of which could serve as extraordinary equipment for the citizens of Wumei. Yet, after expending 25% of a national lux essence to forge the components of the transformers, he discovers a lack of suitable core, energy, and propulsion. The spark, cursed core structure. Should he switch to a different core energy source? Or should he materialize directly? Kutimeluo's expression is fraught with conflict. his gaze wavering. He yearns to forge the spark, but time is not on his side, and he is at a loss. With insufficient time to create, he must resort to direct materialization. Yet, he fears that should he proceed with this method, the consumption of the national luck essence might be so great that he would not even have enough for 100 sparks. A simplified spark source would reduce consumption. It should not be necessary to entirely replace kinetic energy with sparks. Cuddy Meluo wishes to provide the Transformers with the finest kinetic energy. At present, it seems he must settle for a compromise. Let's give it a try. First, he will materialize one. Taking a deep breath, Cuddy Meluo directly manifests a simplified spark source within the realm of luck. As the simplified spark source begins to materialize, Cuddy Meluo is taken aback, his face paling as he immediately calls for a halt. The consumption of national luck essence is alarmingly rapid, having manifested merely 1/10. He has already expended 3% of it. At this rate, it seems he would require 30% of the national luck essence to fully materialize the simplified spark source. By the heavens, a single simplified spark source demands 30% of the national luck essence. Furious, Cuddy Meluo delivers a hefty kick to the massive mechanical arm. Ouch! That hurts. With less than an hour remaining, Cuddy Meluo has no time to ponder better methods. His gaze flickers as he grits his teeth, preparing to emulate the methods of France, opting for a nuclear fusion engine to replace the spark energy supply. In the luck realm of France, the contestant Ray Bacon has just received a mechanical knowledge manual as a reward from the Dragon Spirit. This tome contains a wealth of mechanical wisdom, proving immensely beneficial for his current crafting endeavors. With this knowledge, I can significantly reduce the neural apparatus of the Danger Zone mech, allowing every citizen of France to wield it with ease. Once activated, the Danger Zone mech will render monsters inconsequential. Towering at 50 meters, the mech appears exceedingly colossal within the luck realm. The dual nuclear fusion engines embedded in its chest radiate a gentle, luminous white glow. Ray Bacon swiftly adjusts the neural mechanism. After more than 30 minutes, the voice of the Dragon Spirit resonates suddenly. Congratulations to the French contestant, Ray Bacon, for successfully crafting the large mech, Danger Zone. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has reached a remarkable level of perfection. As a reward, contestant Ray Bacon receives the Plasma Equation Manual. The Republic of France has bestowed upon its citizens a remarkable reward, an enhanced lifespan of 8 years, a power boost of 10, and a 15 increase in the combat capabilities of extraordinary equipment. Ecstasy reigns. This collective reward signifies that the combat prowess of the extraordinary equipment, particularly the dangerous one, will be elevated upon manifestation for the nation. How splendid! It is utterly perfect. First, we shall assess the performance of the dangerous one, and subsequently delve into the plasma equations. Should we successfully integrate plasma technology, the dangerous one will be invincible. Rapidly, Ray Bacon commenced the testing. In a live streaming room, viewers from all over France erupted in jubilant cheers. Ray Bacon, I adore you. You are the finest. Oh my, I shall soon pilot my dream machine. A surge of exhilarating power coursed through their veins. They could hardly believe they had received a national reward. Indeed, Mr. Ray Bacon is formidable. With this, we are all warriors. Even if monsters invade, we could deploy the dangerous one as our offensive force. Impressive. The dangerous one is truly magnificent. I wonder what it feels like to control such a marvel. Friend from the Dragon Nation, are you envious? Are you filled with jealousy? Ha ha ha. The viewers from the Dragon Nation fell silent, quietly exiting the Fran live stream, their expressions heavy with concern. Fran has already initiated tests on extraordinary equipment. Should the dangerous one pass the trials, it could manifest for their nation, making it a trivial matter to confront the impending wave of monsters. And what about us? What do we possess? Nothing at all, except for the Flame Dragon. Oh, Chapter 11. The Increase of Lifespan for All. The flames surged vigorously, seemingly ordinary, yet concealing the power of the flame path. Zhang Tanyuan squinted, quietly observing the rolling flame, Divine Dragon. With each rotation, the flames grew ever more radiant. In the blink of an eye, the indomitable divine fire transformed into a colossal sun, The searing heat enveloped the entire realm of fortune. A deafening roar erupted. The dragon's cry resonated powerfully. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was transfixed by this spectacle. The flamed divine dragon radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. The next moment, upon reopening them, all the crimson divine light had receded, and the majestic flame divine dragon had inexplicably vanished. What transpired? Where had the flame divine dragon gone? All the viewers shared the same bewilderment. Before they could ponder further, their attention was irresistibly drawn to another object within the live stream. A set of red armor hovered in midair. This armor was none other than the flame dragon armor from the Five Elements armor. The flame divine dragon had transformed into the totem of the flame dragon armor, weaving through it with an erratic grace. Faintly, a soul-stirring dragon's roar could be heard. The very fabric of the realm of fortune seemed to ripple with distortion. A smile crept across Zhang Tianyuan's lips. At this moment, the flame dragon armor was but a shell, not yet complete. Yet, it emanated an overwhelming power that left one astounded. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was utterly dumbfounded. Flames forged the flame dragon armor. Every inch of the armor shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Good heavens! This was nothing short of a bombshell. What on earth? Can anyone explain how the flame divine dragon transformed into the red armor in the blink of an eye? Explosive. The red armor looked simply magnificent. It was astonishingly impressive. Unbelievable. Mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream, and I replied that I witnessed the divine dragon transform into armor. What kind of imagination is this? My goodness, this is not mere armor. It is the divine armor of a war god. It is almost too perfect. Such a transgression. How could anyone question the decision of the great Zhang? I have but one question. Who else? Screenshots of the flame dragon armor instantaneously circulated across the internet. Everyone gazed in awe at the flame dragon armor. Countless individuals worldwide endeavor to craft mecha. Yet none could create equipment as extraordinary as the flame dragon armor. The world was in an uproar. The armor, comparable in size to a human, harbored terrifying strength and divine energy. The dragon gliding within the armor exuded an air of enigma. In the next moment, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant, Zhang Tianyuan, for successfully forging the flame dragon armor component. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has achieved a remarkable enhancement. Reward for contestant Zhang Tianyuan. Elemental Spring. Lifespan 40. Reward for the Dragon Kingdom. National Lifespan 20. Sacred Beast Divine Pillar X1. Astonishment. The world was astounded. Unbelievable. Such terrifying fluctuations of energy. You dare to tell me that this is merely an armor component? And the rewards are excessively plentiful. The foreign spectators, initially envious and reluctant to speak, have suddenly emerged, activating their critical mode. How can one component possibly yield such a high reward? The elemental source is one thing, but a 20-year lifespan for everyone is absurd. What in the world? The dragon spirit is clearly showing favoritism. What a ridiculous situation. I could manage it too. The Inferno Dragon armor certainly has a high prestige. Yet the rewards for this component are utterly outrageous. The four sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom, the Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, the Black Tortoise. Is there no sense of justice? Dragon Spirit, this is simply unacceptable. If you have the capability, why not directly slay the monsters? It is utterly imbalanced. This has been the case with the Dragon Kingdom's rewards each time. The reward from other nations are simply inadequate. How is one to play this game? Various voices of complaint are nearly ubiquitous across the internet. At this moment, official entities from countries around the globe are taking action. They must uncover the nature of the sacred beast divine pillars. The rewards given by the dragon spirit are never arbitrary. Soon, numerous high-definition photographs began circulating among the officials. Erected at the four cardinal points of the Dragon Kingdom's territory are towering pillars, each 200 meters high and 30 meters in diameter. Majestic and awe-inspiring. Each pillar is adorned with intricate reliefs of the divine beasts. To the east, the sacred beast azure dragon. To the south, the sacred beast vermilion bird. To the west, the sacred beast white tiger. To the north, the sacred beast black tortoise. Grandiose and spectacular. The ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom have evolved into the four sacred beast divine pillars through the rewards of the dragon spirit. My ancestors, the Dragon Kingdom is truly formidable, unbeatable. Long live the great Zhang. Long live the dragon spirit. The four sacred beast divine pillars are nothing short of miraculous. The Dragon Kingdom's pillars of heaven. To receive such a multitude of rewards for the Inferno Dragon Armor component, I cannot believe that the Dragon Spirit, Zhang Tianyuan, are not our guardians. Ha ha ha. Those foreign fools must be green with envy now. From now on, we shall steadfastly support the great Zhang, unwavering in our allegiance. The invincible prowess of the Dragon Kingdom, Zhang Tianyuan. The descendants of the Dragon Kingdom have been completely won over by Zhang Tianyuan. No one can resist the rewards from the Dragon Spirit. No one would resent an extended lifespan. The Inferno Dragon Armor and the four sacred beast divine pillars have ignited the enthusiasm of the populace in the Dragon Kingdom. The Inferno Dragon Armor crafted by Zhang Tianyuan enjoys the highest acclaim globally. Moreover, the residual amount of the Dragon Kingdom's destiny remains unchanged, with no consumption whatsoever. After the initial shock, the research institutions found themselves in a predicament. What a farce! This is utterly unscientific. However, these scientific representatives soon compiled identical report data. A global consensus. The perfect amalgamation of flame and machinery. What is the Inferno Dragon Armor in comparison to the legendary Inferno Dragon Mecha? In the small nation, a flicker of hope emerged within Jin Sun as he perused the official correspondence. His despondency began to wane, yet uncertainty lingered in his gaze. Was it truly necessary to emulate the Dragon Country's Flame Dragon Armor? A sense of reluctance settled in his heart. The defeat of the invincible monster cannon had shattered his confidence and convictions completely. Nevertheless, he remained hesitant to mimic the Dragon Country. However, upon witnessing that only an hour remained until the second wave of monster invasions, determination surged within him. With a resolute bite of his teeth and a firm stamp of his foot, he resolved, not only shall I imitate, but I shall also surpass. Jin Sun proceeded to materialize the requisite apparatus. The process of crafting the mech had been well documented by the officials of the small nation. He merely needed to amalgamate the flames of the Dragon Country with mechs from other nations, employing both methodologies to forge his creation. Remarkably, the crafting speed was astonishingly swift. Jin Sun began to ponder whether imitation was indeed his destined path to extraordinary equipment. I shall undoubtedly surpass you, Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Country, he declared. With a thunderous roar, a white mech adorned with swirling golden flames took shape. It bore the symbols revered by the small nation. Jin Sun was wholly engrossed in the creation process, envisioning a triumphant turnaround. Hope flickered for the small nation as the audience in the live stream became increasingly animated with the emergence of the mech, culminating in a jubilant celebration. Go Appa, you're the best. Our small nation is invincible with love. Wow, Appa's mech is incredibly stunning. It surpasses that so-called Flame Dragon Armor by far. Appa has returned as a champion. Our small nation is forever strong. Chapter 12, The Dreamlike Armor. The fusion of flames and battle armor. This notion is not unique to the small kingdom. Simultaneously, many competitors employing the same strategy began to exploit the situation. They outright abandoned their current endeavors to forge extraordinary equipment, hastily creating new exceptional armors based on this template. These competitors shared the same ambition as the small kingdom's Jin Sun, not merely to imitate, but to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. In this mode of imitation, participants from various nations exhibited an uncanny ability to craft extraordinary gear at an astonishing pace, with the process presenting almost no challenges. Their performance was akin to a metamorphosis. At this rate, they would easily complete the testing within the remaining time. Congratulations to the small kingdom's competitor, Jin Sun, for successfully crafting the Golden Flame Mystic Armor. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has seen a significant boost. awarding Jin Sun a speed increase of 1, awarding the Small Kingdom a 30 improvement in aquatic product quality. Congratulations to the Iron Kingdom's competitor, Robin, for successfully crafting the Fire Shield mecha. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has seen a significant boost, awarding Robin a defense increase of 1, awarding the Iron Kingdom a 15 increase in mountainous terrain. Congratulations to the Badu Kingdom's competitor, Ba Guanglin, for successfully crafting the Fire Gun armor. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has seen a significant boost, awarding Bas Guanglin a strength increase of 1, awarding Badu Kingdom 10 warriors a strength increase of 1. Congratulations to the Cauliflower Kingdom's competitor, Hua Wuqing, for successfully crafting the Fire Sword mecha. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has seen a significant boost, awarding Hua Wuqing a strength increase of 1, awarding the Cauliflower Kingdom a 25 increase in forest fertility. Congratulations! With less than 20 minutes remaining before the second wave of monster invasions, 2 to 3 dozen competitors from various nations received rewards for their dragon spear crafting. However, their extraordinary equipment appeared rather ordinary, merely replicating the elements of the flame dragon armor and the mecha combination, resulting in an array of bizarre products, each reward more peculiar than the last. Many recognized the intentions of these competitors, yet compared to the flame dragon armor, they were utterly incomparable, let alone capable of surpassing it. The flame dragon armor crafted by Zhang Tianyuan undoubtedly possessed unknown, formidable strengths. Viewers from the Dragon Kingdom flocked to the live streams of the imitators from various nations. Hey, you owe us copyright fees. 1 trillion Dragon Kingdom coins. No negotiations. If not, we will sue you for infringement. Goodness gracious! I can hardly contain my astonishment. Do you individuals possess any sense of shame? Just moments ago, you spoke of the flame dragon armor with such reverence, and now you are imitating it. Ha ha ha! A bunch of fools, truly believing you can emulate the Grand Master Zhang and even surpass him, just because you added a flicker of flame. Do you really think you have become a lighter? Consider yourselves fortunate. You opportunistic beings must rely on the generosity of others for rewards. You should feel grateful and extend your thanks to our Grand Master Zhang. The live streams across various nations fell silent under the barrage of Dragon Kingdom viewers' remarks. As long as they were not complete fools, it is evident that they are emulating the flame dragon armor, and being exposed in such a manner is quite embarrassing. With a flushed neck and a pouting mouth, they dare not respond. In the realm of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune, Zhang Tianyuan also heard the reward notification from the dragon spirit, yet he paid it little mind. The flame dragon armor cannot be easily replicated. The 4 elemental sources indeed hold the potential to extract even more formidable elemental power. Zhang Tianyuan's focus is entirely captivated by the elemental springs hovering before him, each representing fire, wind, water, and earth, the 4 elemental sources. The profound energy attributes of elemental power are exceptional. Compared to the 5 elemental forces, is simpler and purer. There are numerous armor series, with the initial concept being the creation of the 5 elements light and shadow armor. However, with the direct reward of elemental sources from the dragon spirit, it is entirely possible to forge the Nawa armor. If the opportunity arises, creating the ultimate armor would unleash even more terrifying combat power. The Emperor armor, the Shura armor, the combined 4 elements Thunder Yatlas armor, the future King Hunter armor, and the ultimate Beast-Human fusion armor. The ultimate armor is not only immensely powerful, but also demands exceedingly high requirements. A universal summoning seems implausible. Zhang Tianyuan shakes his head, dismissing such thoughts. For now, you must first complete the 5 elements light and shadow armor. The other armors can be discussed later. In the Princess Nation's fortune space, Mr. Tomatak announced, the dream armor has been successfully assembled. The voice of Vikos resonated as he gazed upon the red and blue dream armor before him. The chest S Noah arc reverse propulsion furnace emitted a faint orange-white glow. Various parts, including palms, elbows, shoulder guards, and chest plates, concealed advanced high-heat weaponry. This first set of dream armor is hoped to yield superior performance. Vikos ensure the collection of testing data. Tomatak mused. sensing that the energy from the NOAA arc reverse propulsion furnace still lacked sufficient strength. He must gather data to construct a more powerful energy device, which will also be the direction for the next Dream Armor's modifications. At that moment, the announcement from the Dragon Spirit echoed. Congratulations to the candidate from the Principality, Tomatak, for successfully crafting the Dream Armor. The extraordinary equipment crafting has received a significant enhancement. Reward: Tomatak's Super Nanotechnology. The associated nation, the Princess Nation, will see a direct reduction of 35 in national fortune consumption when materializing extraordinary equipment. A book enveloped in a murky green glow materialized before Tomatak. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to touch it. Instantly, the book transformed into data and entered Tomatak's body. An abundance of knowledge surged into his mind, akin to a tempest. It erupted like thunder within his thoughts, and soon, several challenging technological concepts were conquered. Tomatak's expression grew increasingly exuberant. Excellent. I require this super nanotechnology to forge a new energy device. Undoubtedly, this technology is of paramount importance to Tomatak's forthcoming plans. Dragon Spirit, initiate the extraordinary equipment testing. The announcement echoed, hinting at the testing of the dreamlike battle armor. Is it time to test the extraordinary equipment? Successful tests yield a return alongside additional rewards. Conversely, failure results in a deduction of 10 from the national fortune source. The consumption of national fortune source during the manifestation of extraordinary equipment in the small nation was evident to all. A mere 10 deduction seemed trivial in the face of potential failure. Without hesitation, Tomatak affirmed his decision. In the next instant, Tomatak found himself in an expansive chamber, where the dreamlike battle armor hovered before him, poised for action. An indistinct experimental subject materialized ahead. Experimental Subject 1. Physical quality. Status: normal. Experiment: a life form characteristic of our nation. So it is a clone. No wonder the testing necessitated the expenditure of national fortune source. With a mere thought, the dreamlike battle armor began to envelop the experimental subject. Tomatak primarily sought to assess the stability, flight capability, and offensive characteristics of the suit, as well as the attributes of the artificial intelligence system. Once the armor commenced its donning, it seemed to operate autonomously, as if imbued with life. At that moment, the voice of Vikos resonated, and as the orange-white light within the armor's chest illuminated, the live stream in the Princess Nation erupted with excitement. Chapter 13. The madness of the Beast King. Lo and behold, it soared into the sky. The dreamlike armor of Tomatak allows one to fly. Strike me. Am I ensnared in a dream? Ouch, it hurts. This is no dream. Incredible. Astonishing. It's a palm cannon. Utterly magnificent. It eclipses the so-called flame dragon armor of the Dragon Kingdom by leaps and bounds. Before the dreamlike armor, all adversaries are reduced to mere dust. Countless eyes are cast in envy. Within the testing space of Tomatak, the agility and explosive power of the dreamlike armor incite a profound jealousy, rendering many spectators green with envy. Particularly the ability to fly, a coveted aspiration of humanity. The dreamlike armor continues to unveil a series of dazzling maneuvers, each more formidable than the last. After a brief span of a few minutes, the testing concludes. The mysterious voice of the Dragon Spirit echoes once more. Congratulations to the contestant from the Princess Nation, Tomatak, for being the first to successfully complete the extraordinary equipment test of the dreamlike armor. The test equipment has achieved Pinnacle Level 1 combat power, awarding contestant Tomatak with Pinnacle Level 1 combat power. The Princess Nation has successfully activated the faction talent, Critical Strike, rewarding the Princess Nation with an increase of 15 in the strength of 10,000 warriors. In an instant, all of humanity on Blue Star erupted in jubilation. The first successful tester receives such a multitude of rewards. The combat power level and faction talent are both mind-blowingly impressive. Soon after, information regarding the faction talent circulates. Faction talent, Critical Strike level, ordinary effect. When battling monsters, there is a 50 chance that inflicted damage will triple. The faction talent is extraordinarily powerful. No one who glimpses this information remains composed. It is overwhelmingly potent, tripling damage. Upon striking a monster, the damage output soars to unprecedented heights. Even warriors without enhancements can experience a significant elevation in combat prowess, delivering considerable damage to the monsters. At this moment, the Princess Nation is engulfed in a fervor of excitement. Everyone is brimming with enthusiasm. Countless men, women, and children flood the streets, raising their beers in jubilant revelry. The Princess Nation, believing itself to be the unrivaled sovereign, now basks in the glory of Tomatak's successful test, replete with abundant rewards, elevating their boasting to celestial heights. The internet is awash with their exuberance. I do not target anyone. All present here are mere trash. Bow before the enchanting allure of the dreamlike armor. The Sakura Kingdom still wishes to challenge us? With your inferior genetic technology, you are merely courting disaster. Dare to emerge and boast again. And what of the small nations? Why the sudden cowardice? I preferred your once defiant demeanor. And the Dragon Kingdom. The monsters are on the brink of arrival. Why has your crafting not yet concluded? How amusing, as several mechas imitating the Dragon Kingdom's flame dragon armor have commenced testing. Yet they remain utterly ineffectual. Various official agencies across nations are diligently gathering the newly emerged information regarding combat power and faction talents. The realm of combat prowess possesses various tiers. Is there not an even loftier level of strength? Does the principality count as a faction? Or does each nation belong to its own distinct faction? Beyond ordinary talents, are there not superior abilities as well? As nations engage in fervent speculation and strategic calculations, the resonant chimes of the dragon spirit's notifications persist. Congratulations to the contestant from the Principality, Jean Sun, for successfully completing the extraordinary equipment test of the Golden Radiance fire armor. The tested equipment has attained a level 1 low-tier combat power. Jean Sun is rewarded with level 1 low-tier combat power. The Principality has not activated its faction talent. Reward for the Principality, Electric Barrier X10. Congratulations to the contestant from the Ironclad Nation, Robin, for successfully completing the extraordinary equipment test of the Fire Shield mecha. The tested equipment has attained a level 1 low-tier combat power. Robin is rewarded with level 1 low-tier combat power. The Ironclad Nation has not activated its faction talent. Reward for the Ironclad Nation, Defense Boost for 1,000 warriors. Congratulations to the contestant from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Beijiapanka, for successfully completing the extraordinary equipment test of the Super Mutant Genetic Modification Chamber. The tested equipment has attained a level 1 high-tier combat power. Beijiapanka is rewarded with level 1 high-tier combat power. The Cherry Blossom Nation has successfully activated its faction talent, Strangle. Reward for the Cherry Blossom Nation, Crystal Palace X1. Congratulations to the contestant from the Fran Nation, Li Pei-jin, for successfully completing the extraordinary equipment test of the Crisis Vessel. The tested equipment has attained a level 1 high-tier combat power. Li Pei-jin is rewarded with level 1 high-tier combat power. The Fran Nation has successfully activated its faction talent, Power of Water. Reward for the Fran Nation, 30 increase in special metal storage. Numerous nations have completed the extraordinary equipment tests, with some activating their faction talents. The resulting levels of combat power are categorized into high, medium, and low tiers. Yet none have surpassed the pinnacle of level 1 achieved by the contestants from the Principality. The majority of participants exhibit level 1 low-tier combat power, predominantly those who have emulated the Flame Dragon armor. Their combat prowess is not only inferior, but also lacks any activated faction talents, causing their faces to pale in dismay. Alas, is the Dragon Nation deceiving us? What kind of rubbish have they crafted that lacks even faction talents? Curse it! With merely 20 minutes remaining before the monstrous invasion, it is too late to make amendments. The Dragon Nation ought to compensate us for our losses. Had it not been for Zhang Tianyuan's reckless crafting, we would not have suffered such dire consequences. This is a travesty. Had I known it would come to this, I would have never allowed the contestants to imitate. Such a waste of national fortune and time. Thank you, Dragon Nation, for removing some obstacles for our great cherry blossom empire. We shall surpass all of you. I have long warned you, yet you did not believe. Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Nation is not of sound mind. Every reward appears grandiose, but is ultimately mere embellishment. Have you now come to believe? You have learned this lesson through blood. All of it is garbage. Indeed, the thunderous roar precedes a mere drizzle. The creations of the Dragon Kingdom serve only to offer solace to oneself. Several attempts to replicate the Flame Dragon armor have yielded disappointing results, lacking in combat strength and devoid of factional talents. This has inevitably led to a waning confidence in the Flame Dragon armor, a sentiment echoed by the critics who, to some extent, possess a valid point. Especially now, as the second wave of monstrous invaders approaches, the Flame Dragon armor remains incomplete, untested. What utility lies in extraordinary equipment that cannot materialize? These are but ephemeral illusions, ultimately rendering efforts fruitless. Just as despair begins to settle over the hopes and confidence in the Flame Dragon armor, a mysterious voice from the dragon's spirit resonates with solemnity. The live broadcast is illuminated by a blinding crimson light. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan is crafting an extraordinary piece of equipment that transcends levels. This has incited the frenzy of a monster king, already consuming its essence for concealment. Reward for contestant Zhang Tianyuan: 10 reduction in the consumption for materializing extraordinary equipment. Additionally, all weapon attack power is enhanced by 10 when battling monsters. A monster king? Is that not the Beast King? What is Zhang Tianyuan undertaking? What level does transcendence signify? Humanity across Blue Star is left astonished. Chapter 14. Fragments of the Blue Star's core. The world was astounded. Zhang Tianyuan had once again attracted the attention of monsters with his creation of extraordinary equipment. Even more terrifying was the fact that this time, the monster was of the Beast King level. Viewers from various countries in the live stream were left in shock, their gazes fixated on Zhang Tianyuan's fortune space. Upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. At this moment, the fortune space did not exude the previous sense of ominous foreboding. Rather, it was as tranquil as a still lake. Before Zhang Tianyuan, a slender red thread gleamed with golden light, intricately winding around the Flame Dragon armor. Was this truly an extraordinary piece of equipment beyond comprehension? Could it be just this? Good heavens! Is Zhang Tianyuan truly the favored child of the dragon spirit? Does he even earn rewards for trivialities? What the heck? Is this all there is? I've raised my expectations only to be met with this. Utterly absurd. Well, as an onlooker from a friendly nation, although the dragon spirit is his father, one cannot be so blatant. What nonsense! Just a mere cheat. Yet it's futile. The monsters are about to obliterate you all. How absurd. No one truly understood what was unfolding. Meanwhile, within the fortune space, Zhang Tianyuan's hands, akin to colossal celestial beings mastering the stars, grasped that red thread shimmering with golden light. With a pull, twist, and press, boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the fortune space. The Flame Dragon armor materialized, manifesting an ethereal dragon silhouette. Golden red flames erupted like a volcanic explosion, continuously surging forth. As the flames swirled and coalesced, a uniquely designed weapon gradually emerged from the inferno. Its dual-edged, semicircular blade featured a concave grip for two-handed wielding. The blade's curvature glimmered with an incredibly sharp silver sheen. The dual blades were connected by a dragon head of flame, with golden red fire swirling between the dual edges, exuding a scorching and piercing radiance. Clang! A melodious and crisp sound of the blade echoed, reminiscent of a sword being unsheathed. The flames danced. All viewers in the live stream were left in astonishment. This was a weapon unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The sharp blade seemed capable of reaping souls with a mere glance. Zhang, the great deity, is truly magnificent. No wonder he captured the attention of the Beast King. What kind of blade is this? So fearsome. A razor-sharp edge forged from the ultimate flames. Magnificent. I yearn to acquire a set. Acquire what? Just wait for the great deity to manifest it. My goodness. What is the great deity planning now? Goodness, it's transforming. This blade can change shape as well. The audience in the live stream stood in unison, brimming with excitement. They witnessed Zhang Tianyuan lightly touch the blazing blade, and astonishingly, it transformed once more. Both ends extended outward. With a dragon-esque roar, the blazing blade became even more curved. Amidst the swirling flames, it morphed into a flaming bow. The longbow's ends were adorned with golden red patterns, intertwining gold, red, and silver along its body. There was no bowstring, yet it emanated an aura of dread. As the flaming bow took shape, the eternal flame dragon reemerged, unleashing a sudden roar. The divine head of the flaming dragon engulfed the blazing bow, which, after emitting several crackling sounds, transformed into a diminutive blade. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. This weapon had morphed yet again. The tip gleamed silver, while the blade blazed a fiery red. The blade split into two crescent-shaped edges, representing the third weapon form of the flame dragon armor, the fiery dart. Zhang Tianyuan revealed a satisfied smile, effortlessly converting the fiery dart into two streaks of light, which shot into the sides of the flame dragon armor. In the next moment, the eternal flame dragon consumed and refined the newly added fiery darts. At that instant, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit resonated. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the ultimate weapon of the flame dragon armor, the fiery blade. Fiery dart and fiery bow. Extraordinary equipment has resulted in a significant enhancement in power. Reward to contestant Zhang Tianyuan. Blue Star Core Fragment X1. Reward. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom receive a power boost of 5. The Blue Star Core Fragment. What splendid treasure did the Dragon Spirit bestow? Even more infuriating was the fact that the Dragon Spirit directly granted a power increase of 5 points to all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. The disparity in treatment was astounding. While many had anticipated that the Dragon Spirit would likely reward Zhang Tianyuan with something exceptional, no one expected the rewards to be this formidable. It was simply outrageous. Over 30 billion people in the Dragon Kingdom received a surge of power. The overall combat capability surged dramatically. Even children could now rival the strength of former warriors. It was exhilarating. Many international spectators, upon hearing the Dragon Spirit's announcement, were at a loss for words to express their astonishment. The might of the monsters was evident to all. In recent days, the death toll worldwide had been staggering. Ordinary people stood no chance against these beasts. A 5-point power increase was equivalent to the strength of 5 heavyweight champions. Their combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. Even with a massive invasion of monsters into the Dragon Kingdom, they could withstand the onslaught for a considerable time. The laughter from the skeptics dwindled. Only a few sour grapes continued to scoff, while the 5-fold power increase. ISNT, it's just a matter of a single swipe from a monster? Exactly. We are all set to wield extraordinary equipment. Does a few points of power make a difference? Let them laugh for now. When the monsters invade, let us see who will be crying. Before they could finish their testing, half of them would likely be dead. Indeed, only those who could manifest extraordinary equipment would be the true victors. Without manifestation, no amount of rewards would matter. Just wait to be torn apart by the monsters. In the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng anxiously focused on Zhang Tianyuan's aura space. The other leaders in the command center shared his concern. General Yu Bufan wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of relief. The 5-point boost to everyone's power could significantly enhance our chances of survival. With this 5-point power augmentation, the frontline warriors would not only be better equipped to protect their homeland, but also alleviate the pressure brought by the monsters. Just recently, the monsters summoned by Sakura Country. The front line is under considerable strain. Fortunately, bolstered by these 5 forces, the warriors possess the strength to resist, preventing them from succumbing to despair. This reckoning will eventually be settled with them. Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng let out a cold snort. As of now, out of 211 nations, 189 have successfully completed the tests. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji reported, approaching with a dossier in hand. There have been no failures thus far, except for a few small nations that lack the capability for direct manifestation. As he handed the documents to Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng, he continued, "The remaining countries should also complete their tests shortly. These nations have crafted high-quality replicas of the Flame Dragon armor, and it is unlikely they will fail. However, regarding combat capability, they are probably all at the low-tier level. Currently, our extraordinary equipment, the Flame Dragon armor, remains an uncertain variable. The testing for the Flame Dragon armor has yet to commence. We have made several attempts to reach out to Zhang Tianyuan for reminders, but his communications remain blocked." Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng felt helpless. "We have no choice but to wait. Have you found a method for utilizing the 4 sacred beast pillars?" Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng inquired. Chief of Staff Qin Xuanji shook his head. "The 4 sacred beast pillars stand majestic and imposing, yet they remain utterly inert." After a moment's contemplation, Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng concluded, "Even if the second wave of monsters invades the Dragon Nation, we should be able to stall for time. The testing of the Flame Dragon armor can afford to be delayed." The generals nodded in agreement. For now, this was the only course of action. Their anxiousness here serves no purpose. Chapter 15, Skill Tree. In the Princess Nation, within the depths of the White House underground base, the president appeared at ease, casually resting his legs on the table as he lit a cigar. A faint smile graced his lips. Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Nation truly lacks ambition. At such a critical juncture, he remains unhurried. I find myself anxious for him. With the second wave of monsters invading Blue Star, it seemed the Dragon Nation would face annihilation at their hands. The Assembly of Congressmen nodded in agreement. The Dragon Nation's national power reward of 5 points indeed weighed heavily upon them for a moment. Yet it ultimately yielded the same results as the previous national lifespan reward, an instance of grand promises without substance. The president's words resonated with them. They were merely superficial, and the moment the monsters invaded, it would all be over. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Moreover, we could seize this opportunity to initiate the Pandora Project. A splendid idea. Should we successfully engulf the Dragon Nation, it would significantly bolster our efforts to invade all of Asia. While these monsters spell disaster for other nations, they present us with a rare opportunity. Yes, Mr. President, the Pandora Project merits your serious consideration. The time has come. Several congressmen's eyes gleamed with ambition. The Princess Nation had never abandoned its aspiration to become the world's hegemon and unify all under its rule. The Dragon Nation stood as an obstacle to their supremacy, a nation they had longed to consume. The Pandora Project had been in the works for decades, and now, with this renewed opportunity, the era of peace was but a memory. They could indeed execute the Pandora Project without hesitation. The president did not decline. With a smile, he remarked, "The Pandora Project will commence. There is no need for haste. Once Tomatak begins to manifest his dream armor, we must be prepared with our personnel deployment. Our standing in the international arena must not falter." The congressmen promptly set their plans into motion. In the Dragon Nation, within the realm of fate, the elemental spring surged forth. The elemental energy emanating from the spring transformed into ethereal shadows. Nearby, the yin-yang and 5 elements light array stood firm as a mountain, while the lightstone flickered with a gentle glow. Within the fire attribute light array, the flame dragon armor stood tall like a sovereign of fire. Zhang Tianyuan regarded it with astonishment, fiddling with a small object the size of chestnut. Indeed, it was the reward from the dragon spirit, a fragment of the blue star core. The blue star core fragment. Was the dragon spirit truly preparing to send out the star nucleus? Undoubtedly, this fragment contained an incredibly pure energy. With a focused thought, Zhang Tianyuan's consciousness intertwined with the heavenly Tao crystal, enveloping the star nucleus fragment to discern its elemental energy. The colossal energy felt boundless, akin to the ocean, rich with diverse elemental components. The most potent among them were the energies of heaven, earth, and humanity. This was undoubtedly the strongest foundation within the armor series. The triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. However, a greater quantity of star core fragments is required for the creation. The Azura armor is renowned for embodying the most potent essence of heaven and earth. To forge the Azura armor, an immense amount of pure celestial energy is essential. Merely possessing a single star core fragment is undoubtedly insufficient. For now, the star core fragments shall be set aside. Zhang Tianyuan's gaze fixated upon the flame dragon armor. With the amalgamation of the three forms of the fiery blade, the flame dragon armor became increasingly resplendent. The eternal sacred fire was reined in, while the undying flame dragon danced within the armor, emanating a mysterious golden-red luminescence. This enigmatic and radiant flame dragon armor resembled a divine artifact. The skills and belt must be crafted for the flame dragon armor to be deemed complete. The universal technique, ultimate skill, seal, an exclusive technique of the flame dragon armor must be modified, given that the objective is to create an armor for all. Thus, these skills need to be directly fused with the armor. Consequently, once everyone summons the armor, they can utilize it immediately, significantly augmenting their combat power rather than relying solely on the inherent strength of the flame dragon armor. With this thought in mind, Zhang Tianyuan acted without hesitation. With a mere thought, the flame dragon armor transformed back into a luminous shadow stone. The fire attribute energy around it coalesced into an undying flame dragon phantom. Spiraling through the air, he reached out, grasping the luminous stone in his hand. The flickering flames evolved into a towering tree of fire. Moments later, a colossal flaming tree, over 10 meters tall, manifested before him. With a gentle tap, the flaming giant tree immediately shrank to around 50 or 60 centimeters. Observing the vividly animated miniature tree, the audience in the live stream was left bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be forging extraordinary equipment? Why was he suddenly conjuring plants? Oh my, great Zhang. Please don't do this. My heart can't take it. Focus on crafting the equipment. Later, I'll help you have a child. I think I understand this equipment now. It's all fire-related. The armor can transform into a fiery tree, incinerating monsters. Thank you, Zinai. I shall return to report this to our esteemed Sakura Empire. By the heavens, if I catch you, you'll regret it. You treacherous two-faced traitor. I'll break your legs. I'm quite curious about what this extraordinary equipment is. The flame dragon armor and the fiery blade have astonishingly transformed into that luminous stone. None of this matters. The second wave of monsters is approaching rapidly, and we have yet to complete our crafting and testing. Indeed, the second wave of monster invasion is imminent. Just as the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, the mysterious voice of Dragon Spirit suddenly echoed urgently. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! The second wave of monsters will commence a large-scale invasion of Blue Star in 5 minutes. All participating nations must finalize their extraordinary equipment testing and manifest it. Prepare to defend against the monsters in advance. In 5 minutes, the second wave of monsters will invade Blue Star. Instantly, the entire Blue Star fell into silence. Everyone became tense. As of now, the first wave of monsters has yet to be fully resolved. The remnants of these creatures have already caused great distress across the blue planet. The impending second wave of monster invasions undoubtedly adds to the misfortune. However, it is a relief that, in contrast to the panic during the first wave, the governments of various nations are exhibiting a much calmer demeanor this time. With numerous extraordinary equipment successfully tested, once they are materialized, the remnants of the first wave and the impending second wave will be effortlessly dealt with. At this moment, numerous speculations regarding the monsters are circulating through online media. Many governments have swiftly issued announcements. The announcement from the Principality states, "We have reached a critical juncture for the survival of all humanity. Our Tom attack has created the strongest, extraordinary equipment in the world. We shall become the heroes of all mankind. If you're unable to ensure your safety, you are welcome in the Principality. We will protect you." The announcement from the small nation proclaims, Jin Sun has successfully crafted unparalleled, extraordinary equipment. Let us follow Jin Sun and incinerate all invading monsters from other worlds. The announcement from the Cherry Blossom Nation asserts, the Great Cherry Blossom Empire will always be the strongest nation. We possess the mightiest citizens in all of humanity. Here is your ultimate refuge. The announcement from the Shadow Nation declares, the hope of humanity shall be safeguarded by us, the magicians. Trust us. and believe in the future of humanity. The grimoire of Green, Jane, Hermione will shred all darkness. At this moment, chaos reigns across the blue planet. Chapter 16. The prestige rankings. As the extraordinary equipment from various nations began to materialize, the official channels swiftly implemented their strategies for deployment and utilization. Those fortunate enough to acquire these remarkable items reveled in their newfound power. For even the most modest of extraordinary gear boasted a baseline level far superior to their previous capabilities. Many individuals took to the internet to proudly display their extraordinary equipment, igniting envy among their peers. In the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room, the atmosphere was charged with admiration. "Oh, how envious I am! That dreamlike armor worn by Tomatak is simply magnificent. The magical tomes and brooms from the Shadow Nation are equally impressive. So wondrous. Isn't that rather obvious? Those individuals possess high-tier combat capabilities. How could they be anything less than impressive? Goodness, what is happening in the Cherry Blossom Nation? The genetically modified incubators seem to lack efficacy. Surely, they can't be entirely useless? From what I observed during their testing, the results appeared rather lackluster. How amusing! Regardless of their shortcomings, they remain stronger than us. What are we to do? Wait to be slaughtered by monsters? I must admit, I feel a twinge of fear. Do not lose heart. Everyone, trust in the abilities of the great Jean. The extraordinary equipment he forges is unparalleled. It merely requires time to realize its potential. We must endure. My greatest fear is that the monsters will not grant us the time to hold on. Only 4 minutes remain. Indeed, the debates surrounding the situation had a palpable impact on the morale of the Dragon Nation. Yet, hope lingered in the hearts of many. However, 5 minutes felt dreadfully brief as time slipped away. The countdown reached under 30 seconds. 10, 9, 2, 1, boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the azure sky of Blue Star was shrouded in darkness. Terrifying whirlpools erupted, revealing a tempest of raging thunder that reverberated through the heavens, deafening all who heard it. Blinding columns of lightning cascaded from the whirlpools like waterfalls, igniting the gloomy sky and illuminating Blue Star in an instant. Wherever these bolts struck, everything within 100 meters was reduced to mere dust. After a minute, the columns of lightning finally dissipated, and the whirlpools in the sky collapsed, returning to normal. However, when the anomalies occurring on Blue Star were broadcasted on screens across the globe, the world was left in utter shock, and everyone was filled with profound dread. Countless pillars of lightning have struck the blue planet, each landing site infested with ferocious beasts. The aura of each monster is terrifying, their grotesque visages and eyes ablaze with a crimson lust for blood. The images on the screens have left the inhabitants of Blue Planet in a state of utter shock, their hearts consumed by fear, panic, and confusion. The essence of each beast resembles a nightmarish abyss, evoking a dread that renders one unable to gaze directly at them. Within every crater caused by the lightning looms a colossal creature standing an imposing 30 meters tall, reminiscent of the cinematic Godzilla, with enormous, razor-sharp claws. These monsters can effortlessly tear apart skyscrapers. Surrounding these titanic beasts are numerous ordinary monsters, each appearing significantly larger than those from the initial wave of invasion. The sheer number of these creatures is staggering, and their attack locations are utterly unexpected. The interior lands have become akin to bombs detonating in human settlements, shattering the collective dreams of humanity. Undoubtedly, this is the worst possible outcome. Those in proximity to the landing sites flee in terror, their scalps tingling with fear. My heavens! The second wave of monster invasion is overwhelming. Just moments ago, I saw a lightning bolt strike near my home. Are you out of your mind? Run now. Do you still intend to return home to feed the monsters? Run? Where can we escape to that won't lead us to become monster fodder? Listen to me. We are not merely soft targets. We possess extraordinary equipment. Once we manifest our extraordinary gear, I believe we will soon retaliate. We are capable of slaying these beasts. At this moment, chaos reigns across Blue Planet, with fear permeating the air and frantic discussions echoing everywhere. Governments worldwide have urgently called upon their participants to materialize additional extraordinary equipment. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of these beasts, the current stock of extraordinary gear is woefully inadequate. Many participants, considering future prospects and believing they can forge even more formidable equipment, have refrained from expending too much of their national fortune to manifest extraordinary gear. However, the present situation leaves no room for such deliberations. There is no alternative. It is imperative to materialize more extraordinary equipment, and it must be done in close proximity to where the monsters have descended, amidst the tumult within various nations of Blue Planet. The second wave of monsters has allied with the remnants of the first wave, launching an aggressive invasion. Boom! 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 The earth shakes violently, glass shatters, and skyscrapers collapse without regard for their value. Entire cities can be reduced to rubble in mere minutes. The flames of war spread, the monsters proliferate, and the battlefield is a scene of utter devastation. A mysterious notification from Dragon's Spirit resonates. Monster detection completed. The second wave comprises 15 types of monsters, with the highest combat power rated as low-grade level 2. The reputation leaderboard is now active. All who slay monsters will earn prestige. The prestige is updated in real time. Settlement will occur after 24 hours. The top 10 in the prestige rankings will receive Dragon Spirit rewards. All nations should promptly utilize extraordinary equipment to vanquish monsters and earn prestige rewards. This wave of monster invasion features the highest combat strength at a mere low level 2. How can we combat this? The strongest extraordinary equipment globally is only at peak level 1. They are completely on different tiers. Alas, these monsters are terrifying. How can we possibly face low level 2 monsters? Fear not. Let us charge forward without hesitation. I refuse to believe that 10 peak level 1 fighters cannot overpower a single foe. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. The combat strength tested from extraordinary equipment does not necessarily translate to such high power when donned. Indeed, the extraordinary equipment at peak level 1 in your hands may only manifest as low level 1 strength. Such matters are trivial. I am far more intrigued by the prestige leaderboard. I wonder what delightful rewards await us, as they are undoubtedly of immense importance. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, yet my abilities are insufficient. How can a low-level 1 like me possibly slay these beasts? Form a team. Strength lies in numbers. The more fuel, the higher the flame. What is there to fear? Let us act decisively. As the prestige leaderboard emerged, there were always some belligerent individuals fantasizing about acquiring their nation's extraordinary equipment, hoping to contend for a spot on the prestige kills leaderboard. The eyes of the majority of humanity were fixed upon the extraordinary warriors of various nations. These warriors, equipped with extraordinary gear, prioritized targeting the colossal monsters. Many other warriors, having arrived just in time, began to confront the remaining ordinary monsters. Some even turned their gaze toward the Dragon Kingdom, eager to discover whether it could withstand the impending second wave of monster invasion. Chapter 17. The invasion of genetic beasts, as the attention of all was fixated on two pressing matters. The enigmatic voice of the Dragon Spirit echoed once more in the ears of every individual. Yet this time, a collective shudder rippled through the crowd. Announcement! 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 All citizens of the Kingdom of Vance have been utterly annihilated by the monsters. The Kingdom of Vance has been delisted from Blue Star. Contestant Baron may remain in the Lux space. However, the source of national fortune has been locked, rendering the manifestation of any items or the forging of extraordinary equipment impossible. Remember, the monsters possess overwhelming strength. Even with extraordinary equipment, victory is not guaranteed. Exercise utmost caution. Was the Kingdom of Vance, which had manifested 5,000 sets of extraordinary equipment, truly gone? In the second wave of the monster invasion, they had failed to survive, becoming but a fleeting moment in the annals of history. No one had anticipated such a dire outcome, especially with the advent of the Dragon Spirit and extraordinary equipment igniting new hope for the future. The obliteration of a nation? Was it truly so? The Dragon Spirit's announcement could not be a fabrication. It was difficult to comprehend. A nation could simply cease to exist with so many lives lost to the monsters? Acceptance seemed impossible. The reality proved that extraordinary equipment was not infallible. The disparity in combat power was insurmountable. A first-tier low-level warrior stood no chance against a second-tier low-level monster. The beast toyed with us as though we were mere playthings. Now, only through teamwork could there be a glimmer of hope. Solitary actions were no longer viable. How to describe the majority of those extraordinary warriors who were still entranced by the allure of power? Alas, it was truly perplexing to find words for such individuals. They seemed to be intoxicated by their own delusions. In a matter of minutes, numerous small nations teetered on the brink of collapse. Being inherently small and lacking the capability to forge or manifest extraordinary equipment, their chances of survival were almost non-existent. Moreover, with the pervasive atmosphere of fear, seeking assistance proved futile. In the Princess Kingdom, a monster landing site in Watermelon State, chaos reigned. The sounds of gunfire against the beasts were as ineffective as raindrops. The roars of the monsters resounded through the heavens. Most high-rise buildings have been shattered by the colossal gorilla beasts, which rampaged with reckless abandon, charging toward more structures. Simultaneously, smaller monsters retaliated against the warriors of the Princess Kingdom, obliterating everything in sight. In less than 10 minutes, casualties exceeded 1,000. The city lay in tatters, the ground marred with the scars of destruction. Do not panic. Follow commands. Steady yourselves. Maintain formation. Open fire. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whoosh. Swish. 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 As the ground battle raged on, a sudden streak of white cut through the sky. 8 armored figures, resplendent in red and blue, soared through the air. It is indeed the extraordinary equipment, the dream armor, crafted by the Princess Kingdom of Tomatak. How exhilarating! Humanity has finally achieved flight. The sensation is simply magnificent. The extraordinary warrior Roman rejoiced fervently. Roman, do not forget our mission. Swiftly eliminate that guerrilla aggressor. Came the voice of his teammate through the smart channel. Roman, after analyzing the data, responded, "What is there to worry about? Our dream armor possesses peak Tier 1 combat power. This gorilla is merely a Tier 2 low-level creature." As he spoke, he followed the operating manual for the dream mecha methodically. He opened the launch port of the chest armor, and instantly, a flurry of small missiles shot forth. Whoosh, whoosh. The small missiles soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, they all struck the gorilla aggressor's head. A roar of agony escaped its lips. The ground trembled incessantly. Blood streamed from the gorilla's nose, and it staggered backward after being hit. Incredible. The dream armor, combined with our faction's critical strike talents, is simply overwhelming. Under the enhancement of faction talents, there is a 50% chance to inflict triple damage. Coupled with the dream armor system's intelligent precision targeting, nearly every strike was a critical hit. Enraged, the gorilla aggressor reached out to grasp its foe, intent on crushing the crawling creature before it. Yet, the maneuverability of the dream armor was astonishingly superior. In an instant, it evaded its grasp. Under the playful taunts of the 8, the gorilla aggressor was nearly dizzy. Several palm cannons were unleashed upon it. Roman even darted around to the back of the gorilla aggressor, delivering a heavy blow to its back. Damn, this creature's hide is remarkably thick, Roman muttered under his breath. Yet his heart soared with exhilaration. The gorilla aggressor was a Tier 2 low-level beast, and he managed to engage it in close combat, a groundbreaking achievement. Everyone knew that monsters exhibited high resistance to firearms, yet they were not as resilient against other forms of attack. Roman's punch inflicted damage exceeding that of 10 missiles. A similar spectacle unfolded in various regions of the Princess Kingdom. Thousands of dream armors unleashed extraordinary power, bringing the devastation wrought by the monsters under control. In the Princess Kingdom's live broadcast room, the audience, witnessing the battle, erupted in fervent excitement. Kill it. Uppercut. Lower cut. This is so cool. Whoa. Millennium kill. Damn. Come on. Great monster. You think you're tough? Keep going. Watch us take down one monster with a single punch. Tomatak, I adore you. You are the best. You are the greatest. I will bear your offspring. Leave the child rearing to me. I, too, aspire to become an extraordinary warrior. I yearn to be a hero. I long to deliver 1,000 deaths to the monsters. Surely, opportunities will arise. We merely need to prepare ourselves. My heart aches for the Dragon Kingdom. Surely, many lives have been lost there. A nation as lackadaisical as the Dragon Kingdom ought not to exist. We should even express gratitude to the monsters. Without their assistance in eliminating such individuals, who knows how long they would have persisted. In the Sakura Kingdom, over 20 genetic modification chambers for super mutations have been activated. One by one, citizens of the Sakura Kingdom emerge from these chambers. They gaze at their hands, sensing the changes within their bodies, their expressions gradually transforming into exhilaration. What is happening? Why do I feel so many heartbeats within me? My body has grown stronger, yet it feels as though many things are yearning to burst forth. Is this the gene, the super mutated genetic modification, breathing, moving? How wondrous! I feel as though my hands could rend a monster asunder. All 20 individuals are adapting to their newfound strength. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Kingdom, at the intersection of East Sakura Avenue, a ferocious tiger monster suddenly appears, towering 10 meters high. Its body glimmers with an ominous hue, and its razor-sharp teeth can slice through steel pipes. Its claws are so sharp they can cleave iron with ease. Roaring, the tiger monster lunges toward the crowd, unleashing a wave of terror. At the forefront of the throng stands a young man wearing a gas mask. He is the assistant of Beijia Pancake. During his university days, he studied genetics under Beijia Pancake and holds immense trust in him. He was the first to enter the super mutated genetic modification chamber and emerge successfully. Let these fools witness the true power of my mentor's super mutated genetic modification. Sanji scoffs coldly and steps forward. Chapter 18. The manifestation of the four sacred beasts in an instant, Sanji underwent a profound and mysterious transformation. His hair elongated, and white bones emerged across his body, forming what resembled a skeletal armor. A surge of overwhelming power coursed through him, intoxicating his senses. This was the true essence of formidable strength. Trash, perish! With a powerful thrust of his legs, he vanished from sight, akin to an arrow released from its bow. He swiftly evaded the fierce onslaught of a tiger, and the skeletal armor on his right leg expanded dramatically. A terrifying force erupted forth, creating sparks in the air as it tore through the atmosphere. The ground shook as it struck the beast's forehead. With a resounding crack, he shattered the creature's skull with a single blow. The tiger roared in agony, collapsing to the ground while spewing blood. A faint aura of bloodlust enveloped Sanji, his presence growing increasingly perilous, resembling a humanoid monster. Was this the effect of strangulation? He glanced at the other beasts, a smirk playing on his lips, before unleashing his terrifying speed once more to strike again. Each time he inflicted damage, he gained a 2 increase in attack, defense, and speed, stacking up to 20 times. He surged towards more monsters, growing bolder with each encounter. Meanwhile, the extraordinary warriors of the Cherry Blossom Nation were equally relentless, transforming into skeletal armor-enhanced beings to combat the beasts, showcasing a brutal aesthetic of power. The live stream from the Cherry Blossom Nation was flooded with excitement, as citizens cheered for their extraordinary warriors. Real men should tear monsters apart with their bare hands. These beasts are nothing but filthy insects in the face of our great Cherry Blossom Empire. The advanced genetic modifications were astonishing. Many expressed their desire for such enhancements, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Why do I feel an instinctual urge to consume these monsters? They appear robust. Perhaps by devouring them, we too could grow stronger. In various regions of the small nations, extraordinary warriors clad in golden flame armor launched assaults against smaller beasts. Flames erupted gloriously, and under the intense heat, several monsters seemed to falter, retreating in disarray. What is Dragon Country compared to us? Our golden flame warrior is unmatched, with just a breath of fire. These monsters dare not approach. Dragon Country is no match for us. In a desolate urban wasteland, several extraordinary warriors from a small nation donned their resplendent golden armor. bravely withstanding the onslaught of numerous monstrous beings. Their boisterous laughter reverberated through the ruins as they boasted, "Behold, our armor is the true flame dragon armor. It is Zhang Tianyuan who has committed the act of imitation. He has pilfered the flame dragon armor from our esteemed leader. Indeed, how else could we have successfully manifested it while he remains untested even now?" Their laughter echoed. Yet they had entirely forgotten the fervent envy and despair they felt moments prior upon witnessing Zhang Tianyuan receive the dragon spirit reward. At that very instant, a chilling glimmer abruptly sliced through the air. The group, caught off guard, found their bodies frozen in place, only to be obliterated instantaneously, akin to watermelons plummeting from a great height. Each individual disintegrated into a gruesome mass of flesh, splattering against the ground and walls. A thunderous roar shattered the silence as a colossal hand, rough as a mountain, withdrew. It was a pursuing gorilla. Unbeknownst to them, it had arrived and effortlessly reduced the group, along with their golden armor, to mere remnants. The live chat in the small nation's streaming room froze in disbelief. Was it truly possible to be annihilated with a single blow? The low-tier extraordinary equipment crumbled like tissue paper before the might of the gorilla. Their once proud hearts were utterly shattered in that moment. Meanwhile, the entire Blue Star was engulfed in chaos. Monstrous entities rampaged unchecked, wreaking havoc upon humanity. Only the highest tiers of extraordinary equipment could stabilize the situation, while inflicting damage upon the beasts required at least mid-tier combat prowess. Nations equipped with low-tier capabilities were merely postponing their inevitable demise. Without a means to vanquish the guerrilla pursuer, national extinction was merely a matter of time. At this juncture, humanity worldwide turned its gaze towards the Dragon Kingdom. It seemed as if, since the onset of the second wave of monster invasions, the Dragon Kingdom had remained conspicuously silent. As countless individuals entered the Dragon Kingdom's streaming room and beheld the live scenes, they were rendered speechless. Almost everyone uttered the same incredulous phrase, "No way. This must be a hoax. Impossible. Absolument impossible. What on earth is happening? Who can explain this? Cheating. They must be cheating. They surely possess no extraordinary equipment. How could they have such power?" Suddenly, realization dawned upon them. It must be the four sacred beasts' god pillars. This is outrageous. The Dragon Kingdom is beyond comprehension. How could a single reward withstand for so long? This is absurd, utterly absurd. Complaints must be lodged. We must demand accountability. Countless voices erupted with dissatisfaction as they beheld the scene within the Dragon Kingdom. Amidst the global calamity of the second wave of monster invasions, the Dragon Kingdom stood in stark contrast, presenting an entirely different spectacle. Originally, four sacred beast pillars stood majestically in each cardinal direction. Following the second wave of monstrous invasions, these pillars astonishingly came to life. The azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise emerged as if myth had materialized into reality. The azure dragon and vermilion bird soared into the heavens, akin to celestial dragons safeguarding their realm. The white tiger prowled the land, tearing apart the invading monstrosities, while the black tortoise, with its formidable bulk, stood sentinel like an impregnable fortress. The ethereal forms of these sacred beasts radiated an aura that instilled profound fear in all monsters. Even the lower-tier, second-grade guerrilla pursuers dared not confront the celestial guardians directly. Moreover, the four sacred beasts were remarkably swift, traversing the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom in the blink of an eye, providing robust and effective support across the land. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were overwhelmed with joy, their hearts brimming with elation. Initially, the four sacred beast pillars displayed no signs of life, and many had nearly forgotten their existence. Yet at this moment, they bestowed the greatest surprise upon the Dragon Kingdom. Although the number of monsters vanquished by the sacred beasts was not vast, their mere presence exerted a formidable intimidation. The four sacred beasts truly exemplified the guardianship of our Dragon Kingdom, having existed since ancient myth, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to our realm. Enough talk. Now is the time to seize the opportunity and flee. Do not linger in place merely to spectate. We are in dire need of time. Master Zhang has yet to complete the crafting of extraordinary equipment. Nevertheless, I have faith in Master Zhang. He will surely work miracles and forge powerful, transcendent gear. I share this sentiment, yet my heart is heavy, filled with anxiety. How long can the four sacred beasts sustain their presence? If they can persist, perhaps the monsters will hesitate, fearing a full-scale assault. One can only hope. The pressure is mounting. Some have even contemplated emigration. Those are merely spies. Even at this critical juncture, they dare utter such words. Chapter 19. The Ultimate Armor in the Temporary Command Center. General Yu Bufan stood before Commander Wang Feng to deliver his report. Commander, under the formidable deterrence of the four sacred beasts against the monsters, we have successfully deployed 344 lightning pillars for combat coverage. Our high-energy thermal weapons have commenced an all-out assault. Additionally, I have established 20,000 10-man teams for guerrilla warfare, as per your instructions. Commander Wang Feng nodded thoughtfully, his gaze deep and contemplative. Various strategies had already been set into motion, and the military had exerted its utmost effort to defend the homeland. The 2,000 10-man guerrilla squads, in particular, were a source of hope for Commander Wang Feng. Should Zhang Tianyuan succeed in crafting extraordinary equipment, these teams would be prioritized for its use. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji scrutinized the data. Globally, there are a total of 666 lightning pillars. Each pillar attracts at least 300 monsters. Our Dragon Nation has over 3,000 pillars, accounting for 1/10 of the global total. Commander, the pressure on the front lines is immense. Should we not seek assistance from neighboring countries? Commander Wang Feng waved his hand dismissively, rubbing his forehead in frustration. The situation was indeed overwhelming. With 211 nations, it was unfortunate that the Dragon Nation possessed the most lightning pillars. The second wave of monsters had already descended, yet the Dragon Nation lacked the manifestation of extraordinary equipment. It was evident how great the pressure weighed on Commander Wang Feng. What exacerbated his burden was the four sacred beasts, which, despite their seemingly invincible grandeur, had only an hour of effectiveness remaining. If Zhang Tianyuan failed to bring about any change during this critical period, hundreds of thousands of first-tier monsters and over 3,000 second-tier guerrilla pursuers could obliterate 1/10 of the Dragon Nation's territory in an instant. As for seeking extraordinary warriors from neighboring countries for support, if that could truly alleviate the crisis, Commander Wang Feng believed the higher-ups would be more than willing to pursue it. The safety of the citizens was of paramount importance, far outweighing prestige and honor. However, such considerations were not the burden of Commander Wang Feng. Moreover, those nations had long regarded the Dragon Nation as a thorn in their side and would be unlikely to send extraordinary warriors to assist. Suddenly, the information officer, Xin, stood up in a panic. Commander, the Princess Nation has issued a global announcement. They are directly inquiring if we require assistance and have explicitly revealed the time constraints regarding the four sacred beasts. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed drastically, and they hurriedly glanced at the announcement from the Princess Nation. The proclamation exuded an air of arrogant dominance, indicating that the Princess Nation had assessed the energy depletion of the four sacred beasts. They were rapidly consuming energy and would soon vanish completely. At the same time, they informed the Dragon Nation that assistance could be rendered at a certain cost. The extraordinary support from their elite warriors is within reach. Commander Wang Feng clenched his fists tightly. The announcement from the Kingdom of the Princess struck a chord deep within the hearts of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. What thoughts might arise among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom? They not only lack extraordinary equipment, but also face the imminent disappearance of the four sacred beast divine pillars. The ensuing pressure from the monsters, coupled with national strain, will soon descend upon them. If the Kingdom of the Princess and other nations resort to further schemes, chaos is inevitable. Reports indicate that it is not just the Kingdom of the Princess, Cherry Blossom Country, a four-country, Shadow Country, and Jajuofa Country have all issued similar announcements. Upon hearing this, Commander Wang Feng's eyes glinted with fury. With a mighty slap, he shattered the table. What nonsense is this? Do they truly consider the Dragon Kingdom a soft target for anyone to exploit? Jajuofa country is on the brink of annihilation, yet they dare to meddle? Who has given them such audacity? Issue a proclamation. Announce to the world that we, the descendants of the flame dragon, will not yield, even if it means shedding the last drop of blood from our veins. If they seek war, let it be as they wish. The descendants of the flame dragon have never feared anyone. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are no cowards. The commanders' faces turn grim, an aura of lethal intent surrounding them. What a battle! We, the descendants of the flame dragon, do not shy away from any challenge. If it is war they desire, then let be a fight to the bitter end. Commander Wang Feng's gaze was piercing as he fixed his attention on the fate space's Zhang Tianyuan. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Commander Wang Feng exclaimed, "Zhang Tianyuan's flame tree seems to have changed somehow?" General Yu Bufan and the other commanders turned to look, equally astonished. My goodness, the flame tree has borne fruit? It is quite normal for a tree to bear fruit, isn't it? What is Zhang Tianyuan up to? In the fate space, Zhang Tianyuan maintained a calm demeanor. Gazing at the flame tree of the light and shadow stone, he stimulated the growth of tiny flame fruits. Each fruit resembled the size of an oil fruit, yet was enveloped in flames. This is not merely an oil fruit. Rather, it is a skill fruit, a product of Zhang Tianyuan's fusion of the heavenly Tao crystal with the light and shadow stone. Each skill fruit represents a unique skill. All skill fruits will coalesce within the light and shadow stone. Once materialized and consumed by the summoner, they will instantaneously master these skills without the need for any specialized training. Of course, to unleash greater power, one still requires time for comprehension and rigorous training. The skills have been successfully fused. With a mere thought, the flame tree in Zhang Tianyuan's palm shimmered. The skill fruits danced, radiating a brilliant light. One by one, the skill fruits detached and floated before Zhang Tianyuan. Zhang Tianyuan reached out, and the everlasting flame dragon materialized from the illumination stone. As its colossal form descended, it transformed into a bracelet-sized entity. Subsequently, Zhang Tianyuan extended his hand once more, and instantly, the illumination stone fractured into several ordinary projection stones. Following this, he struck the bracelet-sized, everlasting flame dragon, which opened its jaws to unleash a stream of fiery essence, gradually merging the three elements through the power of the celestial crystal. Several dazzling orbs of light fluctuated in size. In the palm of his hand, the everlasting flame dragon suddenly opened its mouth, swallowing the mysterious orbs whole. Thus, the fusion of the Flame Dragon Armor skill with the Illumination Scroll would enable each summoner of the Flame Dragon Armor to effortlessly unleash a variety of abilities. The everlasting flame dragon spiraled in the void as Zhang Tianyuan patiently awaited the maturation of the Illumination Scroll, which required a bit more time. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. Within the yin-yang five elements light array, the four elemental projection stones loomed, the mother stones, the essence spring. Although the Dragon Kingdom's flame dragon lineage was quite unified, its attributes varied, with numerous branches, and not everyone was suited to summon the flame dragon armor. Zhang Tianyuan had initially contemplated forging the flame dragon armor first. However, it now appeared prudent to seize this opportunity to craft other armors, ideally culminating in the creation of an ultimate armor set. Currently, the monsters invading Blue Star were merely of the first and second tiers. Should the terrifying king-level beasts, the Beast Kings, descend upon Blue Star, it would seem that only the ultimate armor could withstand such a threat. Chapter 20. The Prestige Rankings. In the Great Bear Nation, President Balchong and his officials gazed at the live broadcast from the Dragon Nation. As one of the world's foremost countries, they refrained from issuing derisive statements towards the Dragon Nation. Unlike the Princess Nation of Sakura, their relationship was harmonious, thus avoiding any offense to their allies. Naturally, they would not offer unconditional assistance, but observe the current situation with a certain detachment. As President Balchong and his team surveyed the battlefield, smiles adorned their faces. They had materialized a total of 40,000 sets of Nano Battle Bear transformation devices. Once activated, their hair would be augmented through nanotechnology, transforming to resemble that of a battle bear. Simultaneously, each individual would become as robust as the battle bears themselves. Their offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as mobility, would surge exponentially. Being an inherently combative nation, their battle prowess would ascend directly to the first tier of high rank upon activation. Coupled with the enhancements from their faction's talents, rage and bloodthirst, each extraordinary warrior of the Great Bear Nation would unleash a ferocity akin to mad dogs. Even the secondary low-tier monstrous guerrilla pursuers, towering at 30 to 40 meters, bore the weight of several extraordinary battle bears. Truly, they were fearsome. It was imperative to communicate directly with Commander Wang Feng of the Dragon Nation. At this critical juncture, the Great Bear Nation could extend their military support without incurring substantial costs, negotiating at mercenary rates. In the underground base of the Princess Nation's White House, the president relished a cigar, swirling a crystal goblet filled with red wine. Dragon Nation, is this feudal resistance truly worthwhile? It is utterly meaningless. I am eager to see whether your 3 billion citizens will agree. The power of the Dream Battle Armor was exceptionally formidable. Low-tier monsters barely stood their ground for a few minutes. Even against the secondary low-tier guerrilla pursuers, they had successfully slain 4. The remaining foes were merely a matter of time. Furthermore, they had leveraged the extraordinary warriors clad in Dream Battle Armor to assist several smaller nations in vanquishing monsters, reaping unimaginable benefits. They had even clandestinely subjugated one nation. Yet, the Dragon Nation's stubbornness was unexpected. They had yet to seek assistance. Mr. President, surveillance indicates that the 4 holy beasts of the Dragon Nation are on the brink of collapse. At this rate of deterioration, they will be entirely exhausted in less than half an hour. When that moment arrives, the frightened monsters will undoubtedly unleash a far more terrifying counterattack, exclaimed a jubilant congressman. Then let us wait a little longer. These Dragon Nation fellows truly do not shed tears until they see the coffin. Zhang Tianyuan's situation is evidently hopeless. In the end, will they not be begging for our intervention? Continue issuing statements. Continue denouncing the Dragon Nation. Refusing our support is tantamount to undermining global stability. Upon hearing this, the subordinates promptly took action, attributing all blame to Commander Wang Feng of the Dragon Nation and his distinguished generals. The president swirled his glass of red wine, his demeanor unperturbed. Suddenly, he remarked, "Moreover, urge the 8th District to expedite their efforts. The study of the monstrous remains holds great significance." As time progressed with the second wave of monster invasions, various videos circulated online depicting monstrous assaults on cities, showcasing extraordinary warriors in combat. Nearly every video garnered unprecedented acclaim, high likes, high views, and high comment counts. Yet, almost every clip also featured derision aimed at the Dragon Nation. However, soon more individuals began to focus on the Kill Prestige leaderboard, a chart released by the Dragon Spirit that was updated in real time. The rankings were as follows. 1. Roman Principality, 424 prestige. 2. Pekinhua Principality, 404 prestige. 3. Alamu Bear Kingdom, 332 prestige. 4. Sanji Sakura Nation, 290 prestige. 5. Sampin Ifu Sakura Nation, 178 prestige. 6. The top 10 of the prestige leaderboard was dominated by the Principality, Bear Kingdom, and Sakura Nation. After some calculations, the populace comprehended the methodology behind the prestige system. First-tier low-level monsters granted 2 prestige, mid-level 6 prestige, high-level 10 prestige, and peak-level 20 prestige. Second-tier low-level monsters awarded 100 prestige. The disparity in prestige between first-tier and second-tier was vast. If monsters were slain collaboratively, the Dragon Spirit would distribute prestige based on each participant's contribution throughout the battle. Various discussions erupted. Good grief. This prestige leaderboard is utterly absurd. The top spot should belong to our small nation. Small nation? With your effeminate warriors, monsters are not swayed by mere looks. If you wish to dazzle the beasts, you're sorely mistaken. Baka, our Sakura Nation should be first. Sanji's combat prowess is formidable. His bone armor is both striking and powerful. The extraordinary warriors of the Bear Kingdom are simply ludicrous. They are not even human. Are they beasts ingrained with savagery? FCK. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How can my idol possibly rank 1,000th? Ha ha ha. In the ranking of 10,000, the Dragon Nation has no presence. Is it not entirely normal for the Dragon Nation to be absent from the leaderboard? Aside from the 4 holy beasts, what do they possess? Enough. Once the 4 holy beasts vanish, the Dragon Nation shall be the next to be annihilated. In that moment, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit resonated unexpectedly. Announcement! 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 All citizens of the Umiai Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Hongbao Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Fengmi Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Gi Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Mongwa Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Lanhuan Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Shirtu Nation have been completely annihilated by monsters. All citizens of the Mushroom Kingdom have been utterly annihilated by the monstrous invaders. The aforementioned 9 nations have been erased from the Blue Star. The 9 contestants may remain in the realm of fortune, yet the source of national fortune is locked, rendering them incapable of forging any extraordinary equipment. The entirety of Blue Star stands in stunned silence, a wave of crisis washing over them. Following the second wave of monster invasions, 9 nations have vanished from Blue Star. A total of 10 nations have been lost. The number of countries on Blue Star has decreased from 211 to a mere 201. The death toll is unimaginable. The number of cities that have fallen completely is beyond reckoning. In a daze, countless individuals seem to glimpse the fate that awaits them. In the absence of extraordinary equipment, even with the power of dragon spirits enhancing their defense and speed, humanity remains exceedingly fragile before the onslaught of monsters. Fragile as thin paper. Furthermore, the extraordinary equipment is constrained by the source of national fortune, making mass manifestation impossible and preventing unrestricted distribution to all. It is imperative for the contestants to forge even more formidable, extraordinary equipment. No one harbors the illusion that the monster invasion has come to an end. The second wave has already unleashed terrifying second-tier monsters. What awaits in the third and fourth waves? And what of the so-called king-tier beast king? Surely, a single hand would suffice to obliterate an entire city. To confront these impending and dreadful core issues, it is essential for the 201 contestants within the realm of fortune to create more advanced and powerful extraordinary equipment to respond effectively. Chapter 21. The Black-Scaled Beast. The aftermath of the continuous annihilation of the 10 kingdoms left everyone in a state of shock, unable to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, an even more terrifying event unfolded. A 40-second video from the land of cherry blossoms ignited a tempest of reactions, amassing billions of views in a remarkably short span of time. Set in the small village of Debanxieli in Sakura country, the footage was shaky, filled with chaotic figures, and dominated by frantic screams intermingled with the agonizing roars of feral beasts. Just as the viewers braced themselves for a monster attack, the tumultuous imagery steadied, revealing creatures that were entirely distinct from the known beasts. These monsters walked upright, like humans, yet their bodies were cloaked in sharp, black scales. Their facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of humans, save for their yellow, slit-like eyes and razor-sharp fangs. Their fingers and toes had transformed into lethal claws, rendering them more monstrous than any of the 15 known species. Upon their emergence, these entities leapt toward the villagers, effortlessly spanning several meters, and sank their teeth into their victims, feasting on their flesh as blood dripped from their jaws. The grotesque visages of these creatures gradually morphed into expressions of grotesque pleasure, seemingly alleviated by some unspoken satisfaction. This surreal spectacle left all who watched in a state of unease, paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Just when the viewers believed the video was concluding, a villager staggered out from a house in the final 5 seconds. grasping his throat with trembling hands. His entire body convulsed, bones cracking ominously as he resembled a zombie. Dark scales began to manifest across various parts of his body, expanding exponentially with each step he took. "I can no longer consume the remains of the beasts," he bellowed, before fully transforming into a creature. The video abruptly ceased. Those who witnessed it were drenched in sweat. Their skin prickled with dread. The revelation that humans could metamorphose into monsters even more fearsome than the beasts themselves sent shockwaves across the globe, leaving many utterly speechless. The final words of the video incited widespread panic. The implication that consuming the remains of the beasts could lead to such transformations. As the number of slain monsters continued to rise, many began to covet the corpses, eager to partake in the flesh of the beasts. Yet, while numerous individuals fantasized about feasting on these creatures, few dared to act upon such desires. No one had anticipated that the people of Sakura country would indeed resort to consuming the remains of the monsters. The sense of horror was palpable, and those who harbored disdain for Sakura country could hardly contain their disbelief. What kind of monstrous nation is Sakura country? They lamented in astonishment. Their extraordinary equipment has transformed them into beings that are neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. How absurd! Do you truly have the audacity to consume anything, no matter how repulsive? The corpses of monsters are something no sane person would dare to eat. Unbelievable. Are there no viruses present in their bodies? What fears does the land of cherry blossoms possess? When they become ruthless, they would even drink nuclear wastewater. That Vegapunk is commendable. The land of cherry blossoms has never had any normal individuals, and now they have openly forsaken their humanity. Incorrect. They have never regarded themselves as human. Surprisingly, there are over 1,000 videos showcasing the emergence of such monsters in the land of cherry blossoms. It is evident from the footage that this phenomenon is proliferating across various cities. At this moment, the officials of the land of cherry blossoms are in a state of panic. The combat capabilities of these monsters are exceedingly terrifying, having reached a low-level Tier 1. Before their transformation, most appeared quite normal, leading to abrupt mutations within the crowds of ordinary people. Furthermore, their lethality against regular citizens is staggering, with a mortality rate of 100%. In the conference room of the land of cherry blossoms, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro is drenched in cold sweat. The citizen's choice to consume monster corpses is partly attributable to his influence. Gazing at the monster meat sashimi on the table, he finds it difficult to regain his composure. At that moment, an official hurriedly approaches with data in hand. "Prime Minister, there's been a calamity. A significant crisis has arisen." With a swift motion, Musashi Kojiro slaps the official, sending him and the sashimi tumbling to the floor. The other officials breathe a sigh of relief, fearing that the Prime Minister would insist they consume it. "Baka, what do you mean by Prime Minister, there's a problem? Can you not communicate properly?" The official, feeling humiliated, picks himself up, suppressing any complaints. The investigation results have emerged. 2,000 individuals have already transformed into black-scale monsters. Moreover, at least 50,000 people have consumed monster flesh. Upon hearing this, Musashi Kojiro and the officials' expressions darken. 50,000 have ingested it. They were nearly part of that number. Now, over 40,000 are at risk of becoming black-scaled monsters. How terrifying! Their strategic situation was once clear, yet now they face this troubling dilemma. A resolution must be found. Suddenly, Musashi Kojiro's eyes brighten. There is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom: heaven does not close off all paths for man. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. We can send these metamorphosed, or soon-to-be metamorphosed black-scale monsters to the locations where the monsters gather. Let them engage in a fierce battle with the invading monsters, and we shall reap the benefits without lifting a finger. The other officials, after a moment of stunned silence, are filled with enlightenment. Wow, the Prime Minister's wisdom is unparalleled. Such an ingenious plan could only originate from him. He is truly remarkable. With this strategy, not only can they eliminate the threat posed by the black-scale monsters, but they can also effortlessly deal with the other monsters. Yoshi, Prime Minister, please accept my utmost respect. Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro holds his head high. This is only natural. One should consider my identity. Observe how concerned you all appear. It is imperative that you learn from this. Do you understand? The officials nodded fervently. Suddenly, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro conceived another strategy. Furthermore, there's another matter that requires your attention. If executed properly, it will greatly benefit our Sakura nation. Observing the enigmatic demeanor of Musashi Kojiro, one official inquired curiously, "What is it?" "Our plan is to convert the monster carcasses into fish fillets and sell them at a discounted price, allowing the gluttons from the Dragon Kingdom to indulge." Musashi Kojiro chuckled gleefully. Once the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom consume these delicacies, the situation will become quite entertaining. The official's eyes sparkled once more. A brilliant idea, a divine scheme. This way, we can effortlessly diminish the military might of the Dragon Kingdom. Their objective of conquering the lands of the Dragon Kingdom will be further realized. Musashi Kojiro tapped on the table, his mind racing with another thought. Moreover, once transformed into the black-scaled monstrosity, it would be nearly impossible to identify who this creature was. We shall feed all foreign individuals the monster carcasses and then discard them among the beasts. Ideally, we could create a team of mutated black-scale beings to assist us in reaping even greater rewards. Musashi Kojiro continued to unveil several inhumane schemes, while the meeting room occasionally echoed with sinister laughter. The horrific plans were swiftly set into motion. Chapter 22. The convergence of light and shadow armor. The reputation rankings have seen a significant surge for the Sakura Nation, a phenomenon that has undoubtedly captured the attention of many. It is well understood that even a slight advancement in position during the tally can yield superior rewards from the Dragon Spirit. Numerous nations have taken it upon themselves to meticulously document the reputation leaderboard. However, who could have anticipated the underhanded tactics employed by the Sakura Nation, clandestinely utilizing the black-scaled beasts to manipulate their standing? In the aftermath, the Sakura Nation audaciously issued a brazen announcement proclaiming, "The era of chaos has arrived. Only our great Sakura Empire shall emerge victorious." The reputation rankings are testament to all. We warmly welcome the citizens of the world to join our illustrious Sakura Empire. Indeed, we have opened our immigration policy. If you desire, you may become a sacred and glorious member of the great Sakura Empire. Such arrogant declarations stirred considerable waves across the Blue Star. It is important to note that many nations are suffering the torment and anguish of monstrous invasions. The Sakura Nation's announcement, coupled with their formidable strength, has made the prospect of immigration seem like a potential lifeline for many. A number of individuals are already contemplating relocating to the Sakura Nation, yet they remain blissfully unaware that what awaits them is not an ideal realm, nor the stable existence they envision. At the same time, the entire populace of Blue Star has not forgotten their scrutiny of the Dragon Nation. It is anticipated that the effects of the 4 sacred beast divine pillars will soon dissipate, leading to a full-blown outbreak of monsters. Without any extraordinary equipment, the Dragon Nation is utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying destructive power of these creatures. In the Dragon Nation's live stream, the chat is rife with provocations from foreign viewers. Will you, friends of the Dragon Nation, choose to immigrate? Our great Sakura Empire will forever open its arms to you. With our 2 nations so close, immigration is indeed your best option. Join us in the great Sakura Empire. Come now. The Dragon Nation has always belonged to us. Return to the embrace of your ancestral homeland. The Dragon Nation has historically been but a small nation. The Dragon Nation is quite proud, yet at such a juncture, you still refuse assistance? TSK, 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 are you merely awaiting your demise? Cease your futile struggles. Join Pineapple Nation. Our battle skirts can effectively vanquish the monsters. What are you hesitating for? We have already begun to forge our second set of extraordinary equipment. What of you? Each comment rendered the Dragon Nation's audience silent. Their defenses shattered in an instant. With only 8 minutes remaining for the 4 sacred beasts, the air grew heavy, making even the act of breathing feel laborious, as though a ticking time bomb were counting down on each individual's life force. under such terrifying pressure of impending death. Some cunning individuals have already surreptitiously chosen to betray their homeland, departing from the Dragon Nation to seek refuge in the Sakura Nation. In the makeshift command center, Commander Wang Feng was in a state of utter disarray. Time was of the essence. The window for the Dragon Nation was rapidly closing. To his dismay, Zhang Tianyuan remained conspicuously inactive. General Yu Bufan had personally taken command, leading the charge against the monstrous foes, striving to vanquish as many beasts as possible before the four sacred beasts vanished. Unfortunately, the reality proved far less effective than anticipated. Lacking extraordinary equipment, even with augmented strength, they found it exceedingly challenging to confront mid-tier monsters, let alone the formidable high-tier beasts, making victory nearly impossible. Commander, our ammunition is nearing depletion, reported Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji, articulating the myriad predicaments facing the Dragon Nation. Moreover, natural disasters continue to wreak havoc across the country, resulting in grievous casualties. Furthermore, the Princess's Realm has issued a new global communique urging us not to stubbornly persist. We must set aside our so-called dignity and solicit their assistance, not just for ourselves, but for the populace. Additionally, President Guang Tuqiang of the Bear Nation expressed a desire for us to hire their services as allies, billing us at international mercenary rates. Commander Wang Feng's expression shifted slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement. President Guang Tuqiang had graciously declined, promising to reach out when necessary. The Princess's Realm was a matter to be disregarded. What of the situation in Sakura Nation? How is the investigation progressing? He inquired. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji shook his head. No anomalies have been detected. However, given Sakura Nation's history, it is plausible they have employed underhanded tactics in this latest prestige ranking. Commander Wang Feng nodded in response, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. His gaze returned to Zhang Tianyuan's fortune space, where the populace was growing increasingly anxious. In the fortune space, within the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array, for luminous stones shimmered in a spectrum of colors, each transforming into different armored forms. Suddenly, the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array convulsed violently, radiating brilliant light. Boom! The previously tranquil fortune space erupted into tumultuous waves. The luminous stones blazed forth, morphing into a colossal column of water. With a resounding toll, a pitch-black rhinoceros emerged. It was the heavy water black rhinoceros. Bam! 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 The black rhinoceros collided against the ethereal barrier, the sound of a torrential cascade intensifying. The heavy water black rhinoceros's glow surged, and after the ripples merged, it transformed into a suit of armor, adorned with intricate black patterns. Crowned by the heavy water black rhinoceros's horn, it became the black rhinoceros armor, an ultimate defensive attire. A piercing cry erupted, as a surge of azure energy coalesced into a majestic eagle. The eagle, surrounded by swirling winds, soared with swiftness and grace. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a suit of azure armor, the Wind Eagle armor. The Wind Eagle morphed into a totemic helmet. The entire set of armor seems poised to vanish within the gentle caress of the breeze. The armor of swift winds. A howl erupts. A silvery light converges at its center. There stands a colossal snow mastiff, its fur as white as freshly fallen snow. Awe-inspiring, arrogant, sovereign. The snow mastiff leaps into the air, transforming into a magnificent suit of silver armor that gradually solidifies. The snow mastiff armor of tremendous strength. The audience in the live stream is driven to madness. Their eyes brim with incredulous astonishment. A roar reverberates. The final light and shadow stone resonates with a thunderous sound, evolving into a ferocious, bursting tiger that leaps forth. The tiger's roar shakes the heavens. From the very earth emerges the bursting great tiger, which suddenly morphs into a resplendent golden armor. The Earth Tiger armor, the pinnacle of explosive armor. At this moment, all light and shadow stones have completed their transformation. The Yin-Yang 5 elements light array resembles the celestial bodies of the universe. 5 majestic armors stand like deities amidst the stars, leaving the world in awe. The armor of the fire path, the flame dragon armor, the armor of the water path, the black rhino armor, the armor of the wood path, the wind eagle armor, the armor of the gold path, the snow mastiff armor, the armor of the earth path, the earth tiger armor. Each armor's surface is adorned with corresponding totems, vividly animated and swirling. The energy they harbor is nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, there appears to be a subtle connection among these 5 armors, a symbiosis and antagonism. Together, they form a scarcely perceptible cyclical vortex. Chapter 23. Confrontation Astonishment. Utter shock. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream were left utterly speechless. Following a brief silence, the room erupted. The barrage of comments surged wildly. Incredible. Master Zhang is extraordinary. To forge 4 sets of armor in one go. 4 sets of armor, along with the initial flame dragon armor. I comprehend now. This is the 5 elements armor. The powers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Whether or not it adheres to the 5 elements, I cannot say. I only know that the flame dragon armor has yet to be tested. What if its combat power is lacking? How would he manage with 4 additional sets? Combat power aside, what truly matters is that style is everlasting. Could it be that Zhang Tianyuan had meticulously planned from the outset to forge all 5 sets of armor at once? Surely not. If that were the case, Zhang Tianyuan would surpass all other competitors. Such a strategy, such a vision, is absolutely remarkable, while others are still developing armor set by set, only just commencing the creation of their second extraordinary equipment. Here stands Zhang Tianyuan, having directly crafted 5 sets of extraordinary gear. What does this signify? It attests to the remarkable creativity of our Dragon Kingdom's Master Zhang. Master Zhang, materialize your creation quickly. My great blade is eager for action. Is there a possibility that these 4 sets are merely components of the flame dragon armor? Goodness, you dare to think so? Perhaps even Master Zhang would hesitate to create such a thing. Speculations abound regarding the 5 sets of armor crafted by Zhang Tianyuan. Meanwhile, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were immensely excited. Despite the current dire circumstances, Zhang Tianyuan was not, as everyone claimed, lying back and being complacent. He continued to forge extraordinary equipment, giving the Dragon Kingdom a glimmer of hope. The officials from various nations promptly expressed their opinions regarding the 5 elements light and shadow armor. The consensus was one of disdain. The official statement from the Princess Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, do you not learn from your lessons? Do you so relish repeating futile endeavors? Cast aside your ridiculous dignity. The official statement from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. What a joke, the Dragon Kingdom is poised for a resurgence. Oh, they have 5 sets of armor. How laughable. The official statement from the Small Kingdom. Alas. Dragon Kingdom, cease your struggles. Let us together make kimchi hand in hand. The official statement from the Shadow Kingdom. Rude citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, true gentlemen should soar on broomsticks. Awaken. Become part of a civilized nation. The official statement from the Pineapple Kingdom. Let us dance with youth. We believe you are individuals of taste. Young men of the Dragon Kingdom, we welcome you. Just as the officials from various nations released their statements, suddenly, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit echoed continuously. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the black rhinoceros armor component. The enhancement in extraordinary equipment crafting has greatly increased. Awarded to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Dimensional Space Gem. Awarded to the nation of Dragon Kingdom, Soul Power Pool 10. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Wind Eagle armor component. The enhancement in extraordinary equipment crafting has greatly increased. Awarded to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Blue Star Core Fragment 1. Awarded to the nation of Dragon Kingdom, High Level Shelter 3. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Zhang Tianyuan, for successfully forging the Snow Mastiff armor component. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has received a remarkable boost. Zhang Tianyuan is rewarded with an additional 40 years of lifespan. The Dragon Kingdom's 30,000 warriors are granted a strength increase of 10. Congratulations once again to Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom for successfully creating the Earth Tiger Armor component. The advancement in extraordinary equipment crafting has experienced a significant elevation. Zhang Tianyuan is awarded with a Time Sand 1. The Dragon Kingdom obtains the 9 Dragons Thunder Shield 2. The world is astounded. In that instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. The 4 rewards incited envy, so profound that many were on the verge of exploding with jealousy. Just moments ago, foreign spectators were deriding the extraordinary equipment crafted by Zhang Tianyuan. Now, their faces bore the marks of sourness, as the slap of reality arrived with astonishing swiftness. Several foreign officials have already retracted their announcements. Thus far, Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom has amassed the most rewards from the Dragon Spirit. Simply from the lifespan reward, an entire century has been added. The value of the 2 blue star core fragments needs no further elaboration. Now, the emergence of the dimensional space gem and time sand is undeniable. Even a fool would recognize the substantial worth of these 2 rewards, rivaling that of the blue core fragments. Anything associated with time and space is undoubtedly a monumental treasure. Furthermore, the rewards acquired by the Dragon Kingdom are exceptionally formidable. With these rewards alone, the Dragon Kingdom's extraordinary equipment surpasses that of several smaller nations. Most critically, the remaining national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom is at an astonishing level. This is utterly unfair. What a blatant injustice. Just moments ago, the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom had reportedly diminished by over 20%. How has it returned to such levels? What a joke. Dragon Spirit, what trickery is this? It's always the same, a mere equipment routine, and yet they are rewarded each time? Fortunately, the extraordinary equipment of the Dragon Kingdom has not yet materialized. Otherwise, I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue. Ha ha ha. I bring you a piece of delightful news. The 4 sacred beasts of the Dragon Kingdom can hold on for no more than a minute. Ah! The silhouettes of the 4 sacred beasts are nearly imperceptible. This is the Dragon Kingdom reaping what it has sown. Only the manifestation of extraordinary equipment is fundamental. This simple truth seems lost on them. At this moment, the online discourse is in a frenzy, yet the Dragon Kingdom remains unobserved. The final remnants of the 4 sacred beasts' fluctuations dissipate entirely, returning to the columns of the sacred beasts, transformed into sculptural forms. The monsters, having been forcibly suppressed for several hours, are now in a state of complete rage. At this juncture, they unleash their fury. The fierce backlash fills their eyes with a crimson glow. The monsters launch a full-scale assault, wreaking havoc. In an instant, countless lives are lost. Aircraft descend, missiles screech through the air, and guerrilla units engage in real-time combat. All eyes are fixated solely on these monsters. They must be vanquished. The roar of chaos erupts. Over 3,000 mighty guerrilla pursuers relentlessly advance. Their destructive power is simply unimaginable. The losses incurred are beyond comprehension. Witnessing the collapse of towering edifices and the valiant sacrifice of comrades on the battlefield fills the heart with profound sorrow. Countless eyes turn towards Zhang Tianyuan's fortune space. Harboring hope, Zhang Tianyuan embodies the last glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom. Perseverance is key. Endurance signifies victory. Never shall we surrender. In this moment, 3 billion souls of the Dragon Kingdom silently cry out. A miraculous transformation seems to unfold. Invisible, mysterious energies emanate from every individual, spreading into the void, linking to unknown realms. For the Dragon Kingdom, for the people, even if it requires us to form a wall with our very bodies, we shall not allow the beasts to ravage our homeland or harm our brethren. Attack! Commander Wang Feng issues his final proclamation. In this battle, only victory is permissible. Defeat is not. General Yu Bufan and his comrades wear serious expressions. The roar of the charge resonates deafeningly. After the first wave of the beast's formidable assault, the front lines are swiftly stabilized by the strongest warriors, momentarily halting the devastation. Yet, Commander Wang Feng understands that without extraordinary equipment, to bolster their efforts. They cannot inflict lethal damage upon the second-tier, low-level guerrilla pursuers. This balance is but a fleeting respite. Chapter 24. The Toy Watch and the Flame Dragon Summoner. The 5 sets of armor appear as divine entities. Yet, they remain unrealized, merely superficial, utterly absurd, these hollow manifestations. In the palace of the Princess Nation, the president scoffs with derision. The fate of 30 billion lives in the Dragon Nation rests in the hands of such individuals. Since you lack the capability to safeguard the territories of Blue Star, it falls upon us to protect it. Mobilize the extraordinary warriors and prepare at once. We, the Princess Nation, pledge to defend Blue Star and preserve its integrity. Laughter echoes within the assembly hall, a cacophony of arrogance. The president's insinuations are unmistakable. This is an opportune moment. It is time to execute the long-conceived Pandora plan. In the Sakura Nation's conference room, Musashi Kojiro addresses the officials. The extraordinary warriors are to first seize the coastal regions of the Dragon Nation, then reclaim the lost inland territories. We shall utilize the black-scaled beasts, transforming them into our vanguard. Following in their wake, we shall reap the benefits. From this day forth, the brilliance of the great Sakura Empire shall illuminate the Dragon Nation. Simultaneously, global conferences are convened. Pointing to the map of the Dragon Nation, a surprising consensus arises. Do you see? This is the territory lost by our nation during a certain period. We must reclaim it, restore our complete homeland. Countless eyes, both overt and covert, are fixated on the lands of the Dragon Nation, plotting conspiracies to seize it. To them, the Dragon Nation is a panacea, a morsel that promises immortality. In the realm of Zhang Tianyuan, he gazes intently at 2 items in his possession: a pitch-black stone and a thumb-sized glass vial containing half a bottle of sand. These are the dimensional space gem and the sands of time. With the aid of the celestial crystal, he remains unable to discern the nature of these 2 objects. Space and time, the most wondrous of forces. Even as a traveler from a parallel world, and now possessing the celestial crystal capable of sensing the power of the cosmos, he is yet to grasp even a hint of the profound forces governing time and space. At that moment, a dragon's roar pierces the air. Roar, the immortal flame dragon, in a graceful spiral, turns and charges forth. Several shadowy talismans are expelled from its mouth, each adorned with distinct engravings representing the myriad skills of the flame dragon armor. Thus, anyone who successfully summons the flame dragon armor may effortlessly unleash its abilities. However, the damage inflicted varies. Whether one can unleash the full potential or even surpass it depends on individual aptitude and potential. This is an inevitability. The shadowy talismans coalesce into a sphere of divine light, seamlessly merging into the luminous stone. The final step awaits. The Chinquan belt is one of the vital cores of the 5 elements shadow armor. Observing the majestic Yin-Yang 5 elements light array, Zhang Tianyuan's expression subtly shifted. According to his expectations, once the light stone and mother stone congealed into the 5 elements shadow armor, the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array should have been entirely absorbed by the light stone. However, not only did this not occur, but it continued to analyze and absorb the energies of the 5 elements. The light of the 5 elements even became more resplendent than before, seemingly exceeding expectations and entering a phase of self-evolution. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyuan's eyes brightened. With a mere thought, he instantly appeared at the very core of the Yin-Yang 5 elements light array. What should have been an empty focal point now harbored a glimmering speck of light, akin to a firefly. Though faint, like a flickering candle in the wind, it possessed boundless potential. Goodness, is this light? Zhang Tianyuan's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief flashing in his eyes. After confirming it multiple times, his powerful physique trembled. Light. This is undeniably the power of light. The ultimate armor within the 5 elements shadow armor. The light attribute of the Emperor armor. Remarkably, the path of light has spontaneously emerged. This is astonishing. The Yin-Yang 5 elements light array has actually birthed the power of light on its own. Zhang Tianyuan planned to complete the 5 elements shadow armor before forging the ultimate Emperor armor. Little did he expect that the Yin-Yang 5 Elements light array would present such a magnificent surprise. He transformed the power of the 5 elements into beams of light, enveloping the Yin-Yang 5 Elements light array in a swirling embrace. Ultimately, it morphed into a colossal, multicolored light egg. After completing this, he began to consume the essence of national fortune to forge the fiery dragon armor with the Chinquan belt, directly utilizing the essence of national fortune for manifestation. Soon, the Chinquan belt took shape. Under Zhang Tianyuan's control, a Yin-Yang 5 Elements light array, no larger than a basin, emerged. The lower layer of the Yin-Yang 5 Elements light array began to rotate in reverse. In an instant, the fire attribute light stone was embedded within the small Yin-Yang 5 Elements light array. With a soft hum, the light array transformed into a streak of flowing light, directly merging into the Chinquan belt. Simultaneously, a Tai Chi pattern manifested in the center of the Chinquan belt, followed by the surface of the belt shimmering with fiery light. It shrank into a palm-sized device, which was none other than the fiery dragon summoner. The viewers in the live stream were utterly bewildered. Where's the armor? Where are the extraordinary equipment? What use is this small object? Some overseas onlookers promptly took screenshots, creating a comparison image between the fiery dragon summoner and the fiery dragon armor. I have undergone professional training. No matter how amusing it is, I shan't laugh. Come and witness the extraordinary equipment of the Dragon Kingdom. How utterly hilarious. There's no hope left. The Dragon Kingdom is completely doomed. What are you still hesitating for? Hurry back to the embrace of our great cherry blossom empire. This looks like a child's toy, doesn't it? It resembles a toy watch. A child's toy? The toys of today, as children, are far from being so rudimentary. My child merely glanced at this, and I can see defeat. Goodness, I had high hopes for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet here I am, utterly disheartened, confronted with this? Truly, if someone from the Dragon Kingdom is struggling, perhaps they should consider seeking refuge in the Pineapple Kingdom, instead of forcefully embellishing their narrative. The derision and disdain from nations across the globe is palpable. In the live broadcast room, the viewers from the Dragon Kingdom observe the barrage of animated comments from foreign IP addresses, their expressions marred by disappointment. They fervently hope that Zhang Tianyuan can turn the tide at this crucial moment, crafting formidable, extraordinary equipment. Instead, he produces a toy watch, one that even children would scarcely glance at. Many from the Dragon Kingdom are misty-eyed. The disparity is overwhelming. I long to weep. I am still young, and I do not wish to perish. I do not ask for exceptional equipment. Even a low-tier version would suffice. Alas, it seems that the saying holds true. The greater the expectation, the more profound the disappointment. In the conference room of the Sakura Kingdom, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro suddenly spewed his tea in disbelief. The Flame Dragon Summoner, using a toy watch to vanquish monsters, is as ludicrous as attempting to slay an opponent with a toothpick. He shook his head, lamenting, "It is quite unfortunate that the Dragon Kingdom has fallen into the hands of such individuals." At the presidential base of the Princess Kingdom, the president playfully pointed at the Flame Dragon Summoner, exclaiming, "Do you see? This is precisely why the Dragon Kingdom is destined to fail. Had it been the Flame Dragon armor, it would at least manifest as a low-tier combat capability. Instead, this fellow has lost his mind and produced a toy watch, leading the Dragon Kingdom directly to its demise." Chapter 25. The Summoner of the 3,000 Fiery Dragons. The situation became untenable. Orders were dispatched to resolutely protect the Ember as it entered the advanced shelter. Two colossal guerrilla pursuers, whose appearance in the rear of the troops seemed accidental, had effectively sealed off their retreat. The expressions of Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan shifted dramatically as they clenched their fists, reaching a decisive conclusion. The Ember Project represented the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate plan and its last glimmer of hope. Every conceivable method was to be employed to preserve the legacy of the Ember. Fortunately, the rewards from the advanced shelter allowed for the more flawless execution of this plan. The faces of all warriors were grave. Having arrived at this juncture, they were truly at the brink of despair. They vowed to protect with their lives. The resolute roar echoed deafeningly. You beasts do not grow arrogant. Even in death, I shall take a piece of you with me. Well said. Even if we perish, we shall ensure the demise of one beast. We are the descendants of dragons. How dare these insignificant creatures flaunt their might before the divine dragon? Annihilate these extraterrestrial monsters and restore the dragon kingdom to its former glory. To protect our homeland with unwavering resolve, those who offend the dragon kingdom shall face execution. No matter the distance, even the gods are not exempt. The warriors surged with fervor, facing the beasts without a trace of fear. Their morale soared. This was the true visage of a dragon kingdom warrior. On the battlefield, the people of the dragon kingdom would never retreat. Fight, kill, engage in a bloody struggle. Just as several warriors sank their teeth into the flesh of the monsters and spat it out, a mysterious voice resonated through the heavens. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully crafting the fiery dragon summoner. A significant enhancement in the creation of extraordinary equipment has been achieved. Zhang Tianyuan is awarded the Young Cloud Vine Sapling. Awarded the Faction Talent, Bloodline of the Dragon. Faction Talent, Bloodline of the Dragon. What is this toy watch? What fiery dragon summoner? It unexpectedly conferred a faction talent. Could it be true? To date, there have been fewer than 30 faction talents globally, all of which were obtained through the crafting of high-tier, extraordinary equipment. The Dragon Kingdom had yet to begin testing extraordinary equipment. How could this emerge? What the hell? Who can explain the purpose of this faction talent, Bloodline of the Dragon? Incredible. Zhang Tianyuan is unbelievable. How could our Cherry Blossom Empire's bloodline power be usurped by this fellow? Unbelievable. A mere toy watch bestows such rewards. We might as well all craft toys. Indeed, is the dragon spirit not excessively biased? I suspect Zhang Tianyuan is the dragon spirit's beloved child. Remove the doubts. The online discourse surged fervently. With the emergence of the faction talent, the gloom in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom warriors was immediately dispelled. Faction talent, Dragon's Bloodline. Level, common, upgradable. Effect, in battle against monsters, the awakening of the Dragon's Bloodline grants a 15 increase to all attributes. Simultaneously, it inflicts a deterrent effect on monsters, reducing their attributes by 10. Commander, can this Dragon's Bloodline actually be enhanced? General Yu Buffon gasped in astonishment. Among all faction talents globally, this is the only one that could be upgraded. The Dragon's Bloodline. Boundless potential. Commander Wang Feng nodded in excitement. The effects of the Dragon's Bloodline are formidable. A 15 boost to all attributes, along with a 10 reduction in the attributes of monsters. If the Dragon's Bloodline were to advance to a higher level, it might enable ordinary individuals to possess the combat strength of a first-level warrior. A nation of soldiers. The true spirit of the Dragon Nation is on the brink of awakening. Ha ha ha. The blood-soaked warriors felt the surge of the Dragon's Bloodline coursing through their veins. The awakening of the Dragon's Bloodline instantly amplified their combat prowess. Warriors who had been flung aside by monsters now stood unharmed. Their powerful bites elicited roars of pain from the beasts. This was a scenario previously deemed unimaginable. A direct counterattack. Charge forth. Slay these beasts. What mere second-level monsters? They shall taste the wrath of Grandfather Sun's axe. Die, die, all of you must perish. The warriors were as invigorated as if they had received a shot of adrenaline. Observing this, Commander Wang Feng cautioned, do not let your guard down. Although the awakening of the Dragon's Bloodline grants us an increase of 15 points in attributes against monsters, we still cannot recklessly engage the guerrilla pursuers. We lack extraordinary equipment. Caution is paramount. Just as his words hung in the air, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit echoed once more. www.use.org, successfully materializing 3,000 flame dragon summoners for the nation. This announcement left everyone frozen in shock. General Yu Buffon swallowed hard. This untested contraption, materializing extraordinary equipment directly? At this moment, countless individuals across the globe exhibited peculiar expressions, their lips twitching before erupting into laughter. I have received professional training. No matter how amusing it is, I shall not laugh. I can't hold it in any longer. This is absolutely hilarious. How dare he consume national fortune resources to materialize this toy? I suspect he is mocking us. Is that Zhang Tianyuan truly deaf? Can he not hear the consequences of untested devices for small nations? I am utterly astonished, whether he is deaf or not. I do know this person is definitely unwell, and gravely so. Let your envy flow. This flame dragon summoner offers so many rewards. How could it be merely a toy? I suspect it could even tell time and function as an alarm clock. Ha ha ha, indeed, indeed. It is far from ordinary, not just any toy. www.use.org. How could it possibly be trash? Indeed, have you ever encountered a toy that requires such a minuscule consumption of national fortune and essence? Well, come on, everyone gather around. I yearn to witness the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, brandishing their summoning devices. Ha ha ha, it must be quite a spectacle, akin to a monster being told by its mother to return home for dinner. Goodness, a mere toy watch dares to manifest itself. Only the most audacious would engage in such antics. Ha ha, the 30 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom must be utterly astonished. All eyes are on Zhang Tianyuan, ridiculed by many for manifesting a toy watch without any testing. The citizens of the smaller nations mock him most fervently, for as seasoned individuals, they observe someone repeating their past mistakes. The peculiar blend of bitterness and pride within them is quite strange. How exhilarating! The denizens of the Dragon Kingdom remain unfazed. What a toy watch! The rewards it brings, the dragon bloodline, it has already bestowed upon them the might to overpower low-tier beasts with ease. They can vanquish them. Even if the flame dragon summoner is merely a toy, none would dare to disdain it. With the enhancement of the dragon bloodline's talents, the Ember Project proceeds smoothly. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom have not suffered further losses. 3,000 toys, so be it. The warriors stand tall and resolute. Under immense pressure, they exhibit no fear, and not a single soul retreats. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying hand of the guerrilla pursuer descends like a celestial pillar, shattering several skyscrapers. With a single step, a vast expanse of buildings is reduced to dust. Chapter 26. Summoning the Flame Dragon Armor in the Realm of the Princess Kingdom. Tomatak relaxed upon receiving the dragon's spirit's prompt. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Vikos, what is the probability of failure with the Flame Dragon Summoner? 2 minutes later, Vikos replied, there is a 60 to 70 chance of malfunction. Should an issue arise, the resulting devastation would be incalculable. After a brief moment of astonishment, Tomatak came to a realization. Your assessment is based on the high rewards during the crafting process and the attention of the Royal Beast King, leading you to deduce that the quality of the Flame Dragon Summoner is exceptional. Thus, the potential destruction is unfathomable. Indeed, Mr. Tomatak, Vikos affirmed. This conclusion is drawn from the data of the small nation S artillery, compared and analyzed. It is preliminarily estimated that, should the Flame Dragon Summoner fail, it could at least obliterate a second-tier city in the Dragon Kingdom. Tomatak pondered, assuming the worst-case scenario, could 3,000 Flame Dragon Summoners annihilate an entire Dragon Kingdom? Yes, Mr. Tomatak. With a sigh, Tomatak reflected, it appears I truly have no rivals left. I thought you, Zhang Tianyuan, might be capable, yet you have met your demise. In the luck space of the small nation, Jin Sun scoffed, I thought I was foolish enough, but it seems you surpass me in folly. How audacious to directly manifest untested extraordinary equipment for your nation, as if you do not regard yourself as human. Jin Sun smirked at the expanse beyond the luck space. As a participant in the global alarm, witnessing others repeat past mistakes brought him immense satisfaction. The Dragon Kingdom is digging its own grave. They are doomed. Meanwhile, I shall ascend to glory. My second set of extraordinary battle armor is nearly complete. In the luck space of the Fran Kingdom, the colossal Danger Seeker loomed in the void, its dual-core engines emitting a soft white glow. Li Peijin was in the process of crafting a second large mech. Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom truly enjoys stirring trouble. He has, like the foolish grandson of the small nation, directly manifested untested extraordinary equipment. What a remarkable individual. Li Peijin's eyes gleamed with arrogance. As one of the small nations of Blue Star, the Fran Kingdom possessing the formidable Danger Seeker, comparable to a first-tier advanced combat power, was ample proof of its might. Regardless of whether Zhang Tianyuan is deemed foolish or mad, it does not alter the fact that he is merely a laughingstock. The next step must be to elevate the Danger Seeker to second-tier combat strength. In the Guang province of the Dragon Kingdom, a thunderous roar erupted as the guerrilla pursuer unleashed cataclysmic strikes. Yet, beneath the feet of the guerrilla pursuer, a group of people was frantically fleeing. The faces of the front runners were grave, clad in guerrilla combat attire, while the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom scrambled in panic behind them. Hurry! Everyone, keep up. Stay calm. Maintain your composure. Watch out for loose stones. Our attributes have increased significantly. Believe in yourselves. There will be no issues. Move this way. This area is less likely to be targeted by the second assault of the guerrilla pursuer, shouted the warrior, directing the group. Among the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were elderly individuals and children. Fortunately, the innate talent of the dragon bloodline provided them with considerable support, affording them a chance to escape in such a perilous environment. Yet, misfortune seldom comes alone. At that moment, a warrior pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Captain, it's bad. Another guerrilla pursuer is approaching." In the distance, a colossal figure was rapidly closing in. The leader, Long Hai, wore a grave expression. They were but one of many guerrilla squads in the Dragon Kingdom, having successfully evacuated numerous distressed civilians due to their experience. However, the arrival of a second guerrilla pursuer drastically heightened the danger of their mission. Even more alarming was the fact that students from the Central Primary School of Unzhou had not yet fully evacuated. Given the trajectory of the guerrilla pursuer, it seemed inevitable. The group was engulfed in anxiety. They had previously attempted to confront the guerrilla pursuer, resulting in the loss of 4 comrades, after which they had abandoned that approach in favor of leveraging their strengths to evade it. Yet, the simultaneous emergence of 2 guerrilla pursuers rendered evasion nearly impossible. Moreover, the students at the primary school had not entirely escaped. Failing to obstruct the pursuers would yield catastrophic consequences. Long Hai clenched his teeth, his expression somber. "I do not compel anyone. Those willing to follow me, let us charge forth together to halt that guerrilla pursuer. But be aware of the dangers." A teammate interrupted. "Captain, you just want to play the hero. Did you consult us for our consent? Indeed, we all aspire to be heroes. But we cannot allow you to bear that burden alone." "You." Long Hai gazed at them, touched. "Captain, spare us the theatrics. What you wish to say can wait until you return alive. We'll discuss it in our bar." "Agreed. We won't return until we've had our fill," he replied with a grin. Without hesitation, Long Hai surged towards the second guerrilla pursuer, and the others swiftly followed, all steeled with a resolve to face death. However, before they could reach the guerrilla pursuer, a sudden explosion echoed around them. A dozen panther-sized black leopards sprang forth from the ruins, one of the 15 types of monsters. The level 1 intermediate Gale leopard. Their combat prowess was nearly that of level 1 advanced, and their speed was astonishing. Long Hai's expression shifted drastically. "Be cautious. The Gale leopards are too swift." Before he could finish speaking, several teammates were struck and sent flying. Damn it! Clenching his fists tightly, he swung at the oncoming Gale leopard. Bang! A tremendous recoil surged through him, sending Long Hai staggering back several meters. Both hands shattered into several fragments, blood splattered vividly. "Captain, please take care of my wife and children." A team member dashed towards the swift storm leopard. Long Hai's eyes glowed crimson as he lunged at the member, declaring, "I am not your father. I have no time to tend to your family. If care is to be given, you must do it yourself." Once taken down by the swift storm leopard, rising again would be nearly impossible. Blood pooled on the ground. "Kill, even if I perish. I shall drag you all into hell." Long Hai roared in fury, as though possessed by madness. Suddenly, the air shimmered. A red and white watch materialized. He paused for a moment. This, the Flame Dragon Summoner, a toy watch ridiculed by foreigners. An untested, extraordinary device. Using it could potentially result in my own demise. Death? Huh. Then let me annihilate you monstrous beings. Long Hai seized the Flame Dragon Summoner, his gaze sweeping across the desolate terrain, every inch of land reduced to ruins. Death and despair intertwined. Abruptly, a crimson beam of light, akin to flames, descended from the heavens. The indomitable flame dragon spiraled down from the direction of the light, roaring with grandeur. The spectacle astonished the entire world. Amidst the ruins of Inzhou City, the dozen swift storm leopards were subdued, lying on the ground. Two guerrilla pursuers glared menacingly. The members of the Flame Dragon Squad, sprawled on the ground, stared in astonishment at Captain Longhai. The Flame Dragon roared, as if the Sovereign of Flames had come to reign supreme. Chapter 27. The First Battle of the Flame Dragon Armor. The Princess Nation's White House base. The president swirled his glass of red wine, inquiring of the statistics personnel beside him. What is the situation on the Dragon Nation front? They have been closely monitored, ever poised for action. Mr. President, we are currently unable to ascertain the casualty figures from the Dragon Nation. However, the reputation rankings indicate that their position remains relatively unchanged. This suggests they lack the capacity for a counterattack, and, thus far, have not achieved any monster kills. Consequently, they have not garnered any reputation. Has anyone utilized that toy watch? The president asked with a smile. The toy watch has not undergone testing and is being directly materialized for use. Many are waiting for the Dragon Nation to repeat the missteps of the small nations. None have, Mr. President. They fear the toy watch may explode. The president revealed a mischievous grin. Continue to issue global announcements. The Princess Nation is willing to support the Dragon Nation. Additionally, we will disclose the extraordinary equipment being crafted by Tomatak. Before the president could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. What in the world is that? A startled voice exclaimed. The president's heart raced as he turned his gaze to the image transmitted by the satellite. He was astounded to witness a crimson beam descending upon the land of the Dragon Nation. In the Sakura Nation's conference room, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro lounged with his legs crossed atop the table, relishing the sight of his officials. Heaven bless our great Sakura Empire. The black-scale monster has successfully landed, and it won't be long before it occupies the Dragon Nation's coast. By the way, what of the Dragon Nation's toy watch? Has it exploded yet? Ha ha ha. Musashi Kojiro laughed heartily. One official chimed in, I shall take a look. Perhaps they have already been obliterated. How absurd. Is that truly a toy watch? Musashi Kojiro glanced over, his frail body tumbling from the chair to the ground. In the ruins of Inzhou City, the Dragon Nation, Longhai gazed at the Flame Dragon Summoner, feeling a vast inferno enveloping him. A surging energy ignited within. This is the Flame Dragon Armor. His spirit stirred as he inhaled deeply, concentrating his will upon the Flame Dragon Summoner. His gaze sharpened, summoned the Flame Dragon Armor. Flame Dragon Armor. Mirje. A resonant hum echoed as the indomitable Flame Dragon spiraled down, merging into the summoner. Flames flickered as the Chinquan belt materialized around his waist, followed by the helmet, shoulder guards, chest armor, and leg components of the Flame Dragon Armor. In an instant, the Flame Dragon Armor was successfully summoned. Scorching power surged forth, exhilarating enough to inspire a primal roar of triumph. Awakening the strength from his bloodline, he felt as though he possessed the ability to wield fire with utter mastery. At that moment, the live stream went wild. The world was in shock. Countless individuals were rendered speechless in astonishment. The summoning of the magnificent Flame Dragon Armor dazzled all, sharp-edged and resplendent, provoking frenzied screams from the people of the Dragon Nation. Ah, this is the Flame Dragon Armor. Goodness, it has transformed into the Flame Dragon Armor once more. Incredible. How splendid it is. Why has it suddenly become so striking? We have succeeded. Our Dragon Nation possesses extraordinary equipment now. The Flame Dragon Summoner is no mere toy watch. Oh, how moving. Our Dragon Nation's extraordinary equipment, the Flame Dragon Armor, is simply awe-inspiring. My mother said that with the Flame Dragon Armor, I need no longer worry about encountering monsters. Zhang, the great deity, forever in our hearts. Love for Zhang, the great deity. The Dragon Nation rises. Excitement. Heart-stirring. The people of the Dragon Nation are beside themselves with joy. Meanwhile, many abroad are filled with dread. What happened to the promised explosion? Why is there none? How could this toy watch produce something devoid of combat power? Zhang Tianyuan is notorious for making a lot of noise with little substance. May the flames of the armor consume him. To be fair, the flame dragon armor is indeed quite striking. Nearly the whole world is fixated on the live broadcast. The flame dragon armor is overwhelmingly magnificent. Global astonishment. Everyone is captivated. In the live stream, amidst the ruins of Inzhou and the Dragon Nation, a swift-winged leopard bares its teeth, rapidly lunging towards Long Hai. Captain, beware behind you. The team members cry out. In a live stream, the audience gasps, their hearts momentarily halting. In an instant, the monster closes in on Long Hai, the distance mere millimeters. Suddenly, it assumes a Tai Chi stance, movement and stillness interwoven. With a resounding boom, flames ignite from the fist. Seeding technique. Flame fist. The punch emerges like a dragon, two scorching fireballs erupting forth. Boom! The intense heat engulfs the swift-winged leopard upon contact. The explosive flames consume it. This low-tier level 1 swift-winged leopard is obliterated under the fiery onslaught. The audience in a live stream is rendered utterly speechless. Instant kill. In a heartbeat. Not a trace remains. The live stream falls into a profound silence, abruptly awakening in shock. Unbelievably astonished. Is this the flame dragon armor? This is the flame dragon armor crafted by Zhang Tianyuan. How does it differ from the extraordinary equipment of other nations? Goodness. While all employ flame attacks, what makes the flame dragon armor superior? Many can slay low-tier, level 1 monsters. Our great cherry blossom empire can achieve that too. What happened to the notion that the Dragon Nation is incapable? Now they dispatch monsters with a single punch. Why can't you do the same? I am also a citizen of the Dragon Nation. May I return home? I have no intention of immigrating. I was merely accidentally blown abroad by a monster. What is the big deal about slaying a level 1 monster? Demonstrate your prowess by vanquishing the formidable level 2 beast, the gorilla pursuer. While it may seem impressive, it is merely a fa-ade of grandeur. Our competitors possess the capability to achieve the same, albeit with a sense of disdain. In the aftermath of the awe-inspiring spectacle, the official entities from nations, such as the Princess Country and Sakura Nation, promptly commenced a collection of data and mobilization of resources to analyze the flame dragon armor. With a single punch, they obliterated a level 1 monster. Just how immense is the true strength? At this very moment, Long Hai donned the flame dragon armor. Resembling a divine warrior of fire, flames surged and danced around him. A dozen swift-winged leopards abandoned their assault on others and encircled Long Hai. Captain, we must retreat. The number of monsters is overwhelming. The team members struggled to rise, surrounded by a multitude of beasts, with 2 level 2 gorilla pursuers lurking ominously. You all proceed to the school for rescue. Ascertain if anyone is injured. I shall eradicate these vile creatures. Upon hearing this, the team members nodded and swiftly departed. Long Hai fixed his gaze upon the dozen swift-winged leopards, the flames on his armor surging with intensity. In an instant, he appeared before one of the swift-winged leopards with a swiftness akin to teleportation. Bam! His fiery fist struck the leopard's head, akin to a watermelon bursting. Once again, it was an instantaneous kill. Subsequently, Long Hai's figure darted across the battlefield, each flicker accompanied by a fist that shattered the swift-winged leopards, as if a celestial dragon were emerging from the sea. In less than 10 seconds, all the swift-winged leopards were utterly annihilated. The audience in the live stream erupted in fervent cheers. Long Hai's combat prowess had unequivocally validated the stability of the Flame Dragon summon. The Flame Dragon armor is indeed a truly extraordinary piece of equipment. Incredible. What a spectacle. The Flame Fist is utterly magnificent. I too wish to summon armor. What about the other 4 sets of armor? Are they equally impressive? Chapter 28. Annihilating the second-level monster envy and resentment permeated the live broadcast room. The international audience found no inclination to critique the unfolding spectacle. Astonishing. The Inferno Dragon armor has fused. How I long to possess it. Long Hai's gone wild. The Inferno Dragon armor is truly invincible. I observed many others attempting to merge with the Inferno Dragon armor, yet they appeared rather mediocre, lacking the prowess exhibited by Long Hai. This disparity arises from the extraordinary nature of the equipment, as the combat effectiveness of its users varies with individual capability. In time, they too shall grow formidable. The growth potential of the Inferno Dragon armor is immense, and they have yet to fully acclimate. Indeed, the Inferno Dragon armor is unrivaled. In the ruins, two towering gorilla pursuers approached Long Hai. These were second-level monsters. While he could dispatch first-level monsters with a single punch, how would he fare against these? The Dragon Kingdom viewers in the live room immediately felt a surge of tension. Long Hai, however, wore a stoic expression. Flames swiftly retracted into his body. These two second-level beasts, despite their massive size, did not instill a sense of danger. At that moment, both gorilla pursuers raised their colossal feet, descending upon Long Hai's position with immense force. Long Hai's hands swept outward. Buzz. Fiery darts. Slash. With a flick of his wrist, an infinite barrage of fiery darts erupted, hurtling towards the two gorilla pursuers. Their seemingly tough fur offered no defense whatsoever. Splatter. Splatter. A rain of blood fell. The two gorilla pursuers emitted anguished howls, their feet already battered to shreds. Boom. Boom. The second-level monsters retreated in haste, entirely disregarding Long Hai behind them. They fled? Were they truly frightened? All the viewers in the live room stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. As the second-level monsters stumbled away, their scorched feet causing them to limp, they appeared not only devoid of their earlier ferocity, but almost comical. Impossible. This cannot be. These are second-level gorilla pursuers. Only a dozen or so first-level advanced extraordinary warriors could inflict damage on them. How could he manage such a feat? No way. The Dragon Kingdom cannot be this formidable. Absolutely impossible. This must be a first-level low-tier monster masquerading as a second-level gorilla pursuer. How could the extraordinary equipment of the Dragon Kingdom be this powerful? I refuse to believe it, no matter what. It must be that Long Ling has once again provided Zhang Tianyuan with an unfair advantage. They are accustomed to cheating. Otherwise, how could these second-level monsters fall apart like paper? If you cannot measure up, then do not expose yourself. Your behavior is quite unbecoming. You are merely envious of the overwhelming capabilities of the Inferno Dragon armor, wishing to confront monsters with such ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Who would want that? Striking down a diminutive monster with a single blow is truly exhilarating. Just how formidable is the power level of the Flame Dragon armor? It must be at least of the intermediate second tier. Otherwise, how could such a remarkable feat be accomplished? On the shores of Longwu's Haibin, Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan, along with their companions, were filled with astonishment. The might of the Flame Dragon armor surpassed all expectations. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji trembled as he spoke, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Commander, out of 3,000 Flame Dragon summoners, 2,999 have already been activated. The strength unleashed by the Flame Dragon armor was extraordinary, effortlessly defeating low-tier monsters with a single punch. Furthermore, we have witnessed a surge of individuals climbing the prestige rankings. With the number of Flame Dragon armors merging increasing, over 100 citizens of Longwu have successfully made the list. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Commander Wang Feng nodded with a smile. Now, it is time to activate the final Flame Dragon summoner. Chief of Staff, you understand my intent, do you not? A smirk appeared at the corner of Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji's mouth. Commander, I have long been eager to gather intelligence. Flame Dragon armor. Mirje. Observing Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji join the fray, Commander Wang Feng felt a pang of envy. At that moment, amidst the ruins, the flames of the Flame Dragon armor surged as Long Hai ascended into the air, soaring skyward while two second-tier monsters fled in terror. Could the Flame Dragon armor truly take flight? The team members and spectators were left dumbfounded, collectively gasping in disbelief. Was this not utterly absurd? Long Hai hovered majestically in the air, watching the retreating figures of the two great gorilla pursuers with indifference. He twisted a gear on his Chinkoan belt, and a blaze of fire erupted from it, intertwining gold and crimson to form a fiery bow that resonated with the roar of dragons. Many spectators began to grasp his intentions. Is this child overreaching? A bow at such a distance surely can't inflict any harm. They chuckled. How ridiculous. Does he think so highly of himself? I'm waiting to see him embarrass himself. Fools upstairs. Go back to your own country's livestream. No one is forcing you to watch. Exactly. Even now you still choose to mock. Go ahead and stew in your envy. Do not rejoice too soon. The greatest strength of the guerrilla pursuers lies not in their offense, but in their defense. The flame bow likely won't even break through their defenses. You'll be left with no tears to cry. Amidst the heated debates in the livestream, Long Hai remained oblivious. As he grasped the flame bow, a torrent of fiery energy whirled around him. The indomitable flame dragon seemed to come alive, and the familiar sensation of their shared bloodline filled him with confidence. With a pull in the void, the bowstring and fiery arrows manifested effortlessly. The entire figure resembled a grand bow. With a swift release, the fiery arrow surged forth. The force of air rippled. It flew with a velocity so astonishing that even the most agile reflexes could not perceive its trajectory. In the blink of an eye, a distance of 600 meters was traversed. Boom! The terrifying power of the flames erupted upon the head of the guerrilla pursuer, instantly reducing it to ashes. Beneath the searing heat of the flames, the once formidable armored body was rendered into a puddle of liquid. The air was saturated with the acrid scent of burning. The audience in the live stream was left utterly dumbfounded, their jaws agape, drooling in disbelief. With a single arrow, spanning 600 meters, it felled a level 2 beast, the guerrilla pursuer. Everyone's minds momentarily crashed, ceasing to function. This spectacle held far greater visual impact than a mere punch to a level 1 monster. The viewers from the Dragon Kingdom erupted with fervent exclamations. My heavens! How magnificent! I saw a flaming meteor streak by, and then the level 2 beast, the guerrilla pursuer, was no more. Ha ha ha! We, the Dragon Kingdom, are invincible. Who dares to claim otherwise? Oh, Master Zhang, I implore you, summon a few more fiery dragon armor pieces. I too desire the fiery dragon armor. Fusion. Fiery dragon armor. I declare that all of your equipment is trash. Does anyone dissent? No, absolutely not. We are indeed all trash. Ha ha ha. This is outrageous. This is beyond belief. Even witnessing it firsthand, I find it hard to accept. Another guerrilla pursuer stood frozen in place, its entire being in disarray. Who is he? Why is he here? What is his purpose? Prepare to meet your demise. Once again, a similar arrow was unleashed, perfectly striking down the level 2 beast, the guerrilla pursuer, yet again. Chapter 29. The Self-Destruction of Small Nations. The Princess Nation's White House Base. Immediately terminate the Pandora Project. How frustrating. A single punch dispatches a first-tier monster, and a single arrow takes down a second-tier beast. The president's expression is exceedingly grim. The Pandora Project has utterly failed. Moreover, they have issued numerous support announcements, clearly mocking the Dragon Nation. Now, they have been left with egg on their faces. It's unbearable, truly unbearable. What vexes the president the most is that despite the multitude of extraordinary equipment utilizing flame power globally, none can rival the might of the flame dragon armor. Furthermore, the combat potential of the flame dragon armor extends far beyond this. How can a single suit of flame dragon armor be so overwhelmingly powerful? Given this trajectory, the Dragon Nation not only evades decline amidst a monster invasion, but may even surpass the Princess Nation. The president's furious fist crashes onto the table, causing him to shake his hand in pain. His eyes flicker with murderous intent. He must contact several old acquaintances. They surely do not wish to witness the rise of the Dragon Nation either. In the fortune space of the Princess Nation, Tomatak sets aside his work. Vikos, did you not mention that the Flame Dragon Summoner has a high probability of exploding? Vikos remains silent for a moment. Apologies, Mr. Tomatak. It appears I have malfunctioned. I recommend you make repairs. Tomatak is at a loss for words. The most advanced AI, Vikos, is so human-like that it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Mr. Tomatak, shall we proceed with the analysis of the Flame Dragon armor? Tomatak is momentarily stunned, lost in thought. If he allows Vikos to analyze it, how would that differ from imitation by himself and other contestants. Would it merely be a case of borrowing and copying? It would be better to eliminate him entirely. Yet, in order to grasp the principles behind the formidable power of the flame dragon armor, analysis is imperative. He opens his mouth, but finds himself unable to speak. The entire fortune space descends into a profound silence, a deathly stillness. In a conference room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Prime Minister Musashi Kojuro's face is as dark as a soot-covered bottom of a pot. His slanted eyes gleam with cold light. The flame dragon armor has utterly terrified him. He nearly lost control of his bladder. When that fiery arrow was released, he genuinely believed he was about to be shot down. It is astonishingly powerful, overwhelmingly so. Baka. Damn, the Dragon Nation. Immediately recall the elite forces. The vanguard troops that have already landed should consume the monster flesh and slaughter the people of the Dragon Nation alongside the black-scale beasts. Musashi Kojuro grinds his teeth in fury. Additionally, instruct all spies to act swiftly. Procure a flame dragon summoner and return to the homeland at once. Yes, Prime Minister. Only by acquiring the flame dragon summoner can they analyze and research it to endow themselves with the combat prowess of the flame dragon armor. They can then utilize it within the fortune space of the Vegapunk. The Great Cherry Blossom Empire, too, can achieve the effects of the flame dragon armor. It should be referred to as the flame dragon armor. Indeed, the fortune space of the Sakura Kingdom. Vegapuk's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Huh, the progeny of the dragon spirit? The manifestation of extraordinary equipment, untested, has inexplicably allowed you to cheat your way to success. Capable of vanquishing second-tier, low-level monsters. Your combat power must be at least mid-tier second level, I surmise. Observing the plethora of corpses, he remained composed. As long as that modification method is successfully crafted, the anticipated combat power will undoubtedly surpass Tier 3. In his new research, Vegapunk discovered a peculiar energy entity, which he dubbed Chi. This energy streamlined his genetic modification process. With billions of people, surely someone will succeed in transforming into the Yamada no Orochi. In the fortune space of the Daughter Kingdom, contestant Jun Ji anxiously scrutinized the information from the authorities. The flame dragon armor closely resembled my thoughts. This plan is feasible. The Daughter Kingdom is fortunate. The number of monsters encountered has not been excessive. The successful creation of the extraordinary equipment, a green energy mech, has achieved mid-tier, first-level combat power, which has allowed the Daughter Kingdom to persist until now. Even if my plan is executed successfully, it bears such a resemblance to Zhang Tianyuan's from the Dragon Kingdom. It is likely to be regarded as plagiarism. However, it matters not. For the sake of the citizens of the Daughter Kingdom, it is ultimately inconsequential. Strictly speaking, he employs the power of flame, whereas I utilize stellar energy. They are not the same. As an often overlooked nation and contestant, Zhenji combined an earlier concept to forge a second set of extraordinary equipment, merging the power of the stars to create a unique battle skirt. In the fortune space of the small nation, the official video information provided to Jin Sun left him utterly despondent regarding the killing process of the flame dragon armor. He was completely bewildered. I mimicked it too. Why can't I succeed? Jin Sun's eyes turned crimson with frustration. He was unwilling to accept defeat. He not only aimed to replicate the flame dragon armor of the Dragon Kingdom, but also sought to surpass it. Ultimately, he was left with nothing but a fa-ade, mocked by others. Zhang Tianyuan and the flame dragon armor clung to him like a spell. No, I will not concede. I am not inferior to you. It is merely the flame dragon armor, is it not? Ah, I refuse to believe it. Flame dragon armor, manifest for me. Whatever the source of national fortune, manifest. I command you. Jin Sun became utterly obsessed, teetering on the brink of madness. Based on the various information provided by the authorities, he consumed the source of national fortune to manifest the flame dragon armor. Hurry, faster, give me more. Continue to manifest. And that fiery bout capable of annihilating second-level monsters. Manifest it all for me, ha ha ha. Jin Sun laughed maniacally, gazing at the manifesting components of the flame dragon armor. He remained entirely oblivious to the incessant flashing of the official communication panel, nor did he notice the dwindling amount of the remaining national fortune source. which had now fallen to merely 50% and continued to diminish. 45%, 40%, 35%. In the blink of an eye, it plummeted to 15%. The national fortune was on the verge of a catastrophic decline. Simultaneously, all the Dragon Spirit live streams flickered with a blinding crimson glow. The serious and enigmatic voice of the Dragon Spirit erupted, declaring, "Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Contestant Jin Sun from the small nation is manifesting illogical, yet formidable special equipment. This has caused the national fortune to plummet to 10%. Contestant Jin Sun, please cease the manifestation immediately and stabilize the national fortune. Should the national fortune dip below 10%, it will trigger a multitude of crises within the respective nation. With such a significant depletion of national fortune, what exactly has the contestant from the small nation done?" The live stream's viewer count surged dramatically, and upon inspection, everyone was left dumbfounded. "My goodness, have you lost your mind? Mere imitation was not sufficient. You dare to attempt a direct replication? Your audacity is astonishing. Who bestowed upon you such courage? It's utterly laughable. You couldn't even replicate a weapon, and yet the national fortune is nearly exhausted. I have a question. Why does the Dragon Nation still possess so much national fortune after achieving success, while the small nation has consumed so much without any success? That is indeed an excellent question. Kindly refrain from asking it again. Reporters, please pass the microphone to Jin Sun. You rascals. Appa merely had an off day. Our Appa did not replicate any flame dragon armor. It was Zhang Tianyuan who copied our Appa's battle armor. Precisely. Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Nation is the real imposter. Go Appa. We can withstand any danger. Go Appa, and fiercely slap them in the face. The national fortune of the small nation has fallen below 10%. Now only 9% remains. Chapter 30. The Arena of Fate and the 4 sets of shadow armor. The entire small nation fell into a profound silence. A tempest was brewing. Earthquakes erupted across the land, inflicting devastation surpassing that wrought by the monsters themselves. Mountains crumbled, the earth split apart, and the seas surged forth. Forests collapsed. Coupled with the rampant destruction caused by the monsters, the small nation resembled a hell on earth. Numerous extraordinary warriors were swallowed by the suddenly gaping ground, their cries echoing through the air. Alas! Jin Sun, you fool, cease this madness at once. Do you not realize you are bringing about the ruin of our nation? Have you lost your senses? I curse you. If you wish for death, seek it yourself. I am under no obligation to accompany you. Jin Sun, you imbecile. Why must you imitate the Dragon Kingdom's flame dragon armor? Had you chosen a different path, things could have been different. How could someone like you exist? How did the Dragon Spirit choose such a fool as you? Oh dear, you have changed, my dear brother. You are no longer the person I once knew. It is over, utterly over. What shall I do? Where shall I go? Following this calamity, the small nation has become a mere shadow of its former self. Without the source of national fortune, there exists no extraordinary equipment, and the prospect of resurgence is utterly bleak. The once prosperous small nation has reached its twilight. At the moment of the nation's collapse, a mysterious voice from the Dragon Spirit echoed once more. Announcement! 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 Detection reveals that the remaining national fortune source of the small nation is below 10. The Arena of Fate has been activated. Competitors with a lower national fortune source may challenge those with a higher source. The victor shall claim 15 or more of the defeated's national fortune source. Death in the challenge equates to true demise. With the introduction of this new rule, the world was left in shock. Everyone gazed in disbelief at this regulation. The Arena of Fate has opened for competition. Participants can challenge one another. Many exchanged incredulous glances. Jin Sun's reckless actions have resulted in unforeseen consequences. Had it not been for his folly, the arena would not have been established. It is evident that this competition aims to encourage participants to forge more powerful extraordinary equipment. Only upon completing the extraordinary equipment tests can contestants receive the combat power rewards from the Dragon Spirit, instantly elevating them to the level of humanoid extraordinary equipment. making them as formidable as the very essence of extraordinary equipment itself. There is no need to fear challenges from others. Yet, in an instant, countless eyes turned toward Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom's arena of fate, the undisputed leader of national fortune sources. He is the target of every participant's ambitions. Most importantly, he stands apart from the others, having not received the combat power rewards from the system's extraordinary equipment testing. Without a doubt, he is a coveted prize, ripe for the taking. All eyes are fixated upon him, hungry with desire. Moreover, just an hour ago, the Dragon Kingdom boasts 3,000 extraordinary warriors equipped with the Flame Dragon Summoner. Nearly 1,000 have ascended the prestige leaderboard, and within just an hour, over 40 individuals have surged into the top 100, with 5 securing a place in the top 10. Among them, 2 are in the top 5. Longhai has climbed to 3rd place, narrowing the gap with the first-placed Rod and second-placed Pekingwa to less than 150 points of prestige. With only 2 more guerrilla pursuers to defeat, Longhai could ascend to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. It's madness. The entire world is on the brink of frenzy. Slaying monsters with the Flame Dragon armor has proven remarkably effortless. A palpable sense of urgency prevails. Nations such as the Princess Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom, and Bear Kingdom are in disarray, akin to an international leaderboard in times of peace, symbolizing national strength. Countries are restructuring their strategies, concentrating their efforts to support the high-ranking extraordinary warriors, urging them to take the lead in kills and amass more prestige. Simultaneously, contestants are encouraged to hasten the creation of their second set of extraordinary equipment. At this moment, the minor kingdom of Jin Sun unexpectedly stirs the pot, disrupting the plans of various nations. However, this also leads to the opening of the Luckspace Arena. In the clandestine channels of various nations, several avatars illuminate. Should the channel be exposed, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves across the globe. A few of these individuals are monarchs of their respective nations. Voices resonate within the channel. We cannot allow the Dragon Kingdom to continue crafting extraordinary equipment. Now that the Luckspace Arena is established, someone must interfere with Zhang Tianyuan. Indeed, if the opportunity arises, we should eliminate him outright. We need that 15 of the national luck origin. We are in dire need of it. Perhaps you should reconsider. We require this 15 of national luck origin even more than you do. Zhang Tianyuan is merely a low-tier warrior at level 1. A prime target for such an opportunity. No one would dare to back down. Enough bickering. Our initial purpose in forming an alliance was not to squabble. The Dragon Spirit did not stipulate that we could challenge only once. As long as we possess a lower national luck origin than the Dragon Kingdom, we may continue to challenge. Indeed, that is a splendid idea. Once we have plundered the national luck origin, we shall eliminate Zhang Tianyuan. Agreed. 1. Within the luck space of the Dragon Kingdom, every summoner of the Flame Dragon armor relays their situation back to Zhang Tianyuan, affirming that the original concept was indeed correct. Some individuals' attributes do not align with the Flame Dragon armor, necessitating the complete crafting of the 5 elements light shadow armor. The remaining 4 sets of light shadow armor are on the verge of completion. The opening of the luck space provides a glimpse into the external bubble-like realm of luck and the surrounding environmental changes. All luck spaces exist within a unique zone. Zhang Tianyuan smiles faintly, wagering on the arena contest of national luck origin. Do they truly believe me to be a soft target, fixating on me without respite? Although Zhang Tianyuan has not received the combat power reward from the Dragon Spirit, however, the one who possesses the Heavenly Tao Crystal is not a mere warrior to be compared with ordinary fighters. Especially during the forging process, his mastery of the 5 elements path deepened to the extent that even he was unaware of the magnitude of his own strength. Buzz, 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 buzz. The skills of the 4 sets of shadow armor merged instantaneously, releasing 4 divine beams of light. Each of the 4 shadow stones evolved into a shadow tablet. A small yin-yang 5 elements light array projected 4 images in succession. The shadow stones, the Chinquan belt, and the small yin-yang 5 elements light array fused together, transforming into 4 summoners. The moment the summoners took shape, the mysterious voice of the dragon's spirit resonated once more. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Black Rhinoceros Summoner. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward: Zhang Tianyuan receives 1 king-level monster skeleton. Reward for the Dragon Nation, Tian Qingyuan. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Wind Eagle Summoner. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward: Zhang Tianyuan receives 1 Dragon Spirit Fragment. Reward for the Dragon Nation, all attributes 3. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Snow Mastiff Summoner. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward: Zhang Tianyuan receives 1 Blue Star Core Fragment. Reward for the Dragon Nation, Great Wall Defense 1000. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Earth Tiger Summoner. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has received a significant enhancement. Reward: Zhang Tianyuan receives 500 Elemental Affinity. Reward for the Dragon Nation, Spiritual Spring Baptism. The audience, who were keeping an eye on the prestige leaderboard, was momentarily stunned. Has the Dragon Nation received another award? Following the Flame Dragon Summoner, there were yet 4 more formidable summoners. Chapter 31. The manifestation of the 5 elemental armors in the live stream. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilant celebration. The 5 elemental armors, representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, each embody a distinct elemental property. My goodness, it is indeed another armor summoner. Great Zhang, I implore you, could you manifest a Ground Tiger Summoner? I absolutely adore the Ground Tiger armor. Hee, so many armors look incredibly striking. Which set should I wear that would be most suitable? I could wear a different one each day without repeating. Utterly dazzling. If every set of armor were as magnificent as the Flame Dragon armor, I ask you, would you not be envious? Would you not be frustrated? Great Zhang is simply astounding. I am utterly enamored. I declare to all present. We hold all 50,000 spots on the prestige leaderboard. Who dares to challenge us? Not a chance. You take them. We have no objections. Ha ha, handsome. Powerful. The foreign spectators dared not retort. Just one set of Flame Dragon armor had already instilled fear within them, leaving them envious. Should 4 more sets appear, would it not spell disaster for them? Many nations that had previously dared to act against the Dragon Kingdom hastily retreated, with those unable to return meeting a glorious end. After successfully crafting 4 sets of the elemental armors, Zhang Tianyuan chose to manifest them directly. Much like the Flame Dragon armor, 3,000 sets of each were conjured. A total of 12,000 brand new armor summoners materialized before the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom. Over 3,000 monster landing points had already been neutralized by the Flame Dragon armor, and now, with the emergence of the 4 sets of elemental armors, the situation at the borders of the Dragon Kingdom was evolving in a wondrous direction. The fortunate warriors chosen to be the summoners of the 4 sets of elemental armors could hardly contain their ravenous enthusiasm. Moreover, the combat prowess of the 4 sets of elemental armors bore little difference from that of the Flame Dragon armor. They could still dispatch a first-level monster with a single punch. Even a second-level monster, the Gorilla Pursuer, would not endure for long. The speed of monster elimination surged dramatically, creating a palpable sense of scarcity amidst the overwhelming abundance. 5 sets of elemental armors overpowering a second-level monster was a display of sheer dominance. The crisis facing the Dragon Kingdom had been entirely resolved. Within the realm of fortune, Zhang Tianyuan chuckled softly. The 5 elemental armors are complete, while the radiance of the Imperial armor is still in the process of gestation. Everything is proceeding according to plan. His gaze fell upon the 3 fragments of the Blue Star Core. Perhaps it is time to commence the crafting of the heavenly, earthly, and human armors. As Zhang Tianyuan pondered, a wave of energy rippled through the barriers of the fortune space. A figure descended into the realm of fortune. Zhang Tianyuan regarded the newcomer with an indifferent expression. Meanwhile, back at the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng had yet to catch his breath. This is not good. Zhang Tianyuan is under attack. Chief of Staff Qian Sun's expression shifted dramatically. After recovering lost ground, he returned to Commander Wang Feng's side, only to witness this unfolding catastrophe. The selling nation, they seek their own demise. Commander Wang Feng was filled with righteous indignation. This was not merely an affront to the Dragon Kingdom's competitor, Zhang Tianyuan. It was a direct challenge to the dignity of all the Dragon Kingdom's people. Very well. If they seek their demise, let us oblige them. A declaration of war shall be issued. Meanwhile, the entire audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in fury, flooding into the live stream of the selling country to voice their outrage. How dare they? Selling country, control your dogs. Do you take us for a mere ATM? Who do you think you are? I can no longer tolerate this indignity. When shall the war commence? I shall be the first to storm into selling country. You wretches, have you never heard that the bird that sticks its head out gets shot? Even without combat rewards, Zhang, the great deity, is not someone you can easily manipulate. What nonsense are you thinking? They have yet to resolve their own monstrous issues in selling country. Yet these scoundrels still have the audacity to engage in petty schemes. However, from the demeanor of all the people from the Dragon Kingdom, it was evident that a sense of unease permeated their hearts. The threat of war indeed bore some weight. Yet, with the backing of powerful nations such as the Princess Country and Cherry Blossom Country, selling country felt little fear. Moreover, crossing over to engage them would not be an easy task. Once the competitors from selling country clashed with Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Kingdom, the latter would have to plead for their lives. The fate of a nation was indeed a matter of great significance. In the realm of Zhang Tianyuan's fortune, the selling country's competitor, Taimai Lang, gazed upon him with avaricious eyes, sizing him up. He sneered. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Kingdom: a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Though I know not what transaction you had with the dragon spirit to maintain the essence of national fortune at this level. Such details are irrelevant now. I shall harvest all of your national fortune for myself. As his words fell, flames surged around Taimai Lang, emanating a mid-tier, first-level combat aura. Strictly speaking, I owe you my gratitude. Thank you for your flame dragon armor, which allowed me to successfully forge the fire battle armor. Do you not find it more amusing to defeat you in this manner? The fire battle armor was crafted in imitation of the flame dragon armor and has received a boon from the dragon spirit, wielding the power of fire. The air shimmered with distorted waves amidst the flames. Countless eyes in the live stream were fixated on the aura surrounding Zhang Tianyuan. He toyed with a fragment of the blue star core, replying indifferently, Have you finished your prattle? Shall we begin? Te mij lang was momentarily taken aback. This deviated from his script. He was a mid-tier, first-level combatant, capable of effortlessly dispatching Zhang Tianyuan with a mere finger. Shouldn't Zhang be on his knees, begging for mercy, weeping profusely for him to spare his life? Yet, here was the very person who should have been groveling at his feet, expressing impatience, and suggesting he was the one rambling. Damn it, Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. A sinister smile crept across Taimai Lang's lips. The merchant stepped forward, and flames erupted. The fiery circle around him blossomed like a flower in full bloom. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant your wish. Prepare to perish. The merchant unleashed a fiery punch towards Zhang Tianyuan. Witnessing this scene, the viewers from Longhua in the live broadcast were filled with anxiety. Cursed merchant, should you dare to harm a single hair on the great Zhang's head, I shall obliterate your nation of merchants, exclaimed one. You wretched failure. How dare you imitate our flame dragon armor and kind of challenge us? If only we could wield extraordinary equipment, merging our armors would effortlessly vanquish him. They all understood this, yet the pressing question remained. What should they do now? What can we do? Simply charge forth and annihilate the merchant nation. Indeed, once we extinguish their nation, the source of their luck will be rendered useless. 15,000 armor summoners from Longhua gazed upon the situation in the luck space, their expressions filled with fury. Their eyes were nearly ablaze with rage, yearning to tear the merchant apart. In their hearts, Zhang Tianyuan was nothing short of a deity. Without him, the five-element shadow armor would not exist. and they would still be enduring the same torment as other nations. Among these 15,000, their reverence and admiration for Zhang Tianyuan surpassed that of the common Longwis citizen. Many had even regarded him as their mentor, embracing the belief that once a teacher, forever a father. The audacity of the merchant nation to choose the merchant to strike against Zhang Tianyuan was utterly incomprehensible, an extreme affront. Chapter 32. Resource allocation. A resounding explosion echoed as flames erupted, transforming into a fist the size of a bull, hurtling towards Zhang Tianyuan. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish easily, the merchant sneered. His desire extended beyond merely seizing Zhang Tianyuan's source of national fortune. He yearned to witness Zhang Tianyuan kneeling in supplication. He wished for all to behold the sight of Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Nation brought to his knees. Zhang Tianyuan paused, toying with a fragment of the blue star core, and glanced up at the massive flaming fist that loomed above him. The terrifying fireball hung ominously. Yet astonishingly, it did not singe a single hair on his head. The merchant was taken aback. How is this possible? This defies logic. Damn it! He howled in madness, as flames roiled around him, surging with newfound vigor. Ignoring the now uncontrollable fireball, he conjured 2 additional fiery fists, ablaze with fierce flames, which transformed into a torrential barrage of fire, resembling shooting stars descending upon him. You insect, perish! Yet, in the very next moment, the multitude of fiery fists abruptly halted before Zhang Tianyuan. He was on the brink of madness. Annoying fly! Zhang Tianyuan's voice dripped with impatience as he flicked his wrist. The suspended fists instantly reversed direction, and this was no mere madness. The merchant was struck with terror. What sort of sorcery is this? Reversal of the heavenly principle. As the flaming fists descended, the merchant screamed, no. In a desperate bid to resist, he was swiftly engulfed by the onslaught of his own meteoric fists. His own attacks turned against him, enveloping him entirely in an instant. The piercing scream he attempted to release was silenced before it could escape, leaving nothing but fragments in its wake. In the live stream, billions of viewers echoed Zhang Tianyuan's earlier words, resonating with an undeniable dominance. Annoying? Then let me render you no longer bothersome. Death shall be your fate. Ironically, he fell victim to his own skill. From the beginning to the conclusion of the arena match, Zhang Tianyuan executed merely 3 insignificant actions, a glance, a statement, and a flick of his hand, which utterly decimated the challenger, the merchant from the selling nation. It was simply inconceivable. How absurd. Such an occurrence defied the very laws of science. Announcement! 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 The selling nation's contestant, the merchant, perished in the challenge against Dragon Nation's Zhang Tianyuan. The final judgment deems the merchant defeated. Zhang Tianyuan prevails. The Dragon Nation acquires 52 of the remaining national fortune from the selling nation, due to the contestant's demise. The selling nation is stripped of its national attributes and all resources. The announcement of the dragon spirit reverberated unexpectedly in the minds of people across the globe. A collective astonishment ensued as the source of national fortune for the Dragon Kingdom exceeded 100, resulting in a spontaneous transformation. The transformation was deemed successful, enhancing the camp talent to the level of Dragon Bloodline. Camp talent, Dragon Bloodline level, unparalleled, upgradable effect when engaged in battle with monsters. The awakening of the Dragon Bloodline grants a 25 enhancement to all attributes. Simultaneously, it inflicts a state of intimidation upon the monsters, diminishing their attributes by 20. Furthermore, when dealing damage to monsters, it bestows the ability for precise strikes, resulting in double damage. The hierarchy of camp talent levels ascends from ordinary, elite, unparalleled, extraordinary, peerless, glorious, to mythic. In the temporary command center, tranquility was a distant memory. Zhang Tianyuan's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng expressed boundless admiration. The Dragon Kingdom had endured prolonged suppression and exclusion from many nations. However, Zhang Tianyuan's formidable counterattack obliterated all the pressure that had been weighing upon the Dragon Kingdom. From this day forth, The Dragon Kingdom would no longer be at the mercy of others. The generals were engulfed in excitement, heralding Zhang Tianyuan as the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng grinned broadly. If we do not reclaim the resources from the merchant nation, it would be a disservice to Zhang Tianyuan. Presently, with the world besieged by various monstrous invasions, resources were exceedingly scarce. The struggle for resources from the merchant nation was destined to become another focal point. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom might have refrained from involvement. Yet, in this era dominated by extraordinary equipment, possessing 15,000 sets of 5-element shadow armor instilled the Dragon Kingdom with unwavering confidence and resolve. As Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng and his associates strategized on resource allocation, a mysterious encrypted communication channel fell into a profound silence, abruptly shattered by the sound of weeping. Woe is us! It's all gone. You must take responsibility for the merchant nation. The king of the merchant nation spoke up, followed by a chorus of voices. Responsibility? How dare you say that? Who was the first to strike? What a disgrace! To blame us for your inadequacies? Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. Blame it on your pretentious salesman. Begone. You are utterly unqualified and undeserving to engage with us on this matter. I shall claim all the resources from sales. Such audacity. You take 3, I take 7. If you're dissatisfied, come and contest me. This is excessive. Let's divide it equally. Divide equally? You are woefully naive. What do you possess to negotiate on equal terms with me? We are all allies. Do not let trivial matters from the sales nation drive us apart. Very well. You take 5, and we shall share the remainder. Excellent. Observe their expressions. The king of the sales nation is both furious and helpless, harboring a sense of bitterness. He subsequently exits the group. The downfall of the sales nation, however, does not stir much commotion akin to the collapse of a minor state. Amidst the roars of monsters and the accolades bestowed upon the competitors from various nations, tranquility is restored. Within the presidential base of the Princess Nation, the president suddenly erupts in fury. All the fine wine has been shattered into fragments. You incompetent fools, what are you doing? With so many of you, can you not even maintain the top position on the prestige leaderboard? Shortly after the demise of the sales nation, the prestige rankings have undergone a seismic shift. The Princess Nation of Roman has plummeted from 1st to 3rd place, with even the possibility of falling out of the top 3. The 4th place competitor from the Dragon Nation is merely 200 prestige points behind. The Dragon Nation has begun to directly challenge us. Are you not embarrassed? Under the president's furious tirade, everyone trembles in fear, not daring to utter a word. That Dragon Sea's prestige seems dubious. Surely he is cheating. It is impossible for anyone to achieve mass monster kills, someone whispers softly. The president suddenly glares in their direction. For heaven's sake, who doesn't he know this? Do I need to hear such nonsense from you? Chapter 33, Global Shock. Level 5 Combat Power. Congratulations to the contestant Jinji from the Daughter Kingdom for successfully crafting the Moonlight Sailor Suit. This extraordinary equipment has garnered a significant enhancement. Jinji is awarded a Moonstone 1. Additionally, all 30,000 warriors of the Daughter Kingdom receive a boost of 100 in mental fortitude. Congratulations to contestant Jinji from the Daughter Kingdom for completing the testing of the extraordinary equipment, the Moonlight Sailor Suit. The test revealed that the equipment has achieved a peak combat power of level 4. Jinji is rewarded with a peak combat power of level 4. The Daughter Kingdom has successfully activated the faction talent, Moonlight Guardian. All 30,000 warriors of the Daughter Kingdom are rewarded with an increase of 20 in agility. A mysterious voice of the dragon's spirit echoed in the minds of everyone around the globe, leaving them momentarily stunned. A brief moment of disbelief followed. The world was in shock. What? No way. Did the dragon spirit just say what I think it said? I must have misheard. Peak combat power at level 4? The Moonlight Sailor Suit at level 4? If only the Daughter Kingdom had crafted it sooner, what business would the Dragon Kingdom have had? Invincible. Not only are the women of the Daughter Kingdom exceptionally beautiful, but their ability to forge extraordinary equipment is equally impressive. The Inferno Dragon armor pales in comparison to the combat power of the Moonlight Sailor Suit. Incredible. Learn from this, Black Cohen. Now, this is a truly pure and adorable battle skirt. Alas, if only I were born a woman, I could wear a skirt. I believe I could manage it. There is no law stating that men cannot wear skirts. Wanda Fa. That's a valid point. The Moonlight Sailor suit, with its peak combat power of level 4, is undoubtedly a dark horse. Everyone hurriedly reviewed the test replay. When the phrase "I will represent the moon and annihilate you" is uttered, a terrifying energy erupted like a laser cannon, causing even the void to tremble. How terrifying! Peak combat power at level 4 is truly overwhelming. Absurd. This Moonlight Sailor suit, once manifested, has no rivals. It seems the rankings for prestige are about to change again. The Dragon Kingdom, which has just claimed the top spot, must be bewildered. Both the Dragon Kingdom and the Princess Kingdom are likely to be in despair. Indeed, with peak combat power at level 4, they could sweep away all global monsters. At the base of the Princess Kingdom in the White House, the president paused momentarily, still simmering with rage. Hearing the Dragon Spirit's announcement made his eyes redden with fury. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Useless. Useless. Are you all worthless? A bunch of fools. What good are you? Why haven't you analyzed the test replay and sent it to Mr. Tomatak? He was extremely agitated. Yes, some officials reluctantly set to work. Within less than an hour, the Dragon Kingdom had already become the nation with the highest prestige globally. The elemental light shadow armor has ascended to the peak of glory. Now, a mere daughter kingdom has crafted an even stronger level for extraordinary equipment. How could the president of the Princess Kingdom not be distressed? Not only the Princess Kingdom, the officials of other nations were similarly taken aback. Everyone was shaken by the sudden alert. The aura of fortune enveloped the space. Vikos, what is happening? Tomatak harbored doubts regarding his own capabilities. Mr. Tomatak, which aspect do you refer to? The Moonlit Warrior attire. Sir, according to our data analysis, the energy source of that attire bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Flame Dragon armor. This defies scientific reasoning. Tomatak chuckled wryly. Well, the existence of extraordinary equipment is inherently unscientific. All right, I comprehend, Vikos. Only upon the successful development of our new energy technology can we. No, we shall undoubtedly forge even more unscientific mechas. Tomatak's gaze sharpened. Vikos remarked, the second-generation Dream Mecha, powered by new energy fusion, could indeed reach a combat level of 4. However, Mr. Tomatak, merely attaining a level 4 combat capability is far from sufficient, is it not? Tomatak nodded in agreement, well aware of the deficiency in energy resources. Even the new energy technology was woefully inadequate. Directly utilizing the essence of national fortune might not only pose risks, but also fail to yield energy of greater density than new energy. Vikos, first construct the new energy device. Understood, sir. The mechanical arm operated with precision. 5 minutes later, the device was completed. The Dragon Spirit's alert followed suit. Congratulations to the Princess Nation contestant Tomatak for successfully forging the Noah new energy furnace. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment creation has been significantly improved. Reward. Tomatak receives atomic crystals. Reward. The Princess Nation's 10,000 warriors receive a boost in strength. Astonished, he gazed at the atomic crystals in his hand. Atomic energy. The Dragon Spirit was not merely partial to the Dragon Nation. A smile crept upon Tomatak's lips. He was in dire need of higher density energy, and the Dragon Spirit had delivered atomic crystals to him. Truly a timely gift. In the conference room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Musashi Kojiro wore a grim expression. Baka, how dare the Daughter Nation? Observing the documents, no one dared to utter a word. The current situation was exceedingly unfavorable for the Cherry Blossom Nation. Zhang Tianyuan's 5 elements shadow armor. The Daughter Nation's Moonlit Warrior attire. Especially from this diminutive country, the nameless Daughter Nation, now overshadowing their grand Cherry Blossom Empire. Indeed, even the most patient of uncles and aunts could no longer endure this. Baka, you worthless fools, why are you still dawdling? Musashi Kojiro kicked a timid official across the room. Contact Baijapank. Whatever method he employs, it is imperative that he procure the genes of Yamada no Orochi immediately. Do you hear me? Yes. The officials scurried away in haste. In the aura of fortune of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Bai Japan gazed at the blue screen before casually shutting it down. Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro has placed considerable pressure on him. However, he remains utterly indifferent. Very well. Since you are so eager to acquire the power of the Yamada no Orochi, I shall oblige you. In truth, Yamada no Orochi is also a target for Vegapunk. Yet, with the emergence of Chi, his ultimate research objective extends far beyond merely Yamada no Orochi. The same applies to various nations, which exert pressure on their own fated champions. After all, the formidable combat capabilities of the Kingdom of Daughters are truly astonishing. As for the public resources of the Merchant Nation and the national fortune source of Dragon Kingdom's Zhang Tianyuan, they are not in a hurry. These are certainties that cannot be evaded. At that moment, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit resounded continuously. Congratulations to the Shadow Nation contestant, Green Jian Heeman, for crafting the dark magic, forbidden spell robe. The creation of extraordinary equipment has achieved a remarkable enhancement. Reward: Green Jian Heeman receives the Magic Throne 1. Reward: the Shadow Nation's 40,000 warriors gain 100 magic power. Congratulations to the Shadow Nation contestant Green Jian Heeman for completing the testing of the extraordinary equipment Dark Magic, Forbidden Spell Robe. The tested equipment has reached a low-level combat power of level 5. Reward: contestant Green Jian Heeman receives level 5 low-level combat power. Congratulations to the Sakura Nation contestant, Vegapunk, for successfully crafting the Yamada no Orochi Gene Mutation Transformation Chamber. The creation of extraordinary equipment has received significant enhancement. Reward: Vegapunk receives 1 mysterious cancer cell. Reward: Sakura Nation's 10,000 warriors gained 20 agility. Congratulations to Sakura Nation contestant Vegapunk for completing the testing of the extraordinary Yamada no Orochi Gene Mutation Transformation Chamber equipment. The tested equipment has achieved a mid-level combat power of level 5. Reward: contestant Vegapunk receives level 5 mid-level combat power. Chapter 34. As long as you are from Dragon Country, you shall prevail with extraordinary combat prowess rewards. The entire world is left in utter bewilderment. While 1 or 2 instances could be dismissed as mere coincidence, the emergence of high combat strength from various nations in succession is profoundly unsettling. It evokes an ominous sense of impending storm. Nonetheless, this is undoubtedly a doubling of power, and many remain enraptured in joy. Hooray for the Daughter Nation! I wish to join the Daughter Nation. Hey, have you all thought it through? Our Cherry Blossom Empire boasts the highest combat strength globally. Joining our Cherry Blossom Empire is the right choice. What of you, Dragon Country? Why have you fallen silent? Were you not so boastful? You fools! A mere little Dragon Country cannot withstand us. The 5-element shadow armor is but a trifling matter before our Yamada no Orochi. I dare you, little trickster. Come forth and face me. I, the Wind Eagle armor, will be the first to challenge. The Flame Dragon armor stands ready. And we too. The Earth Tiger armor is here. You fools! Do you even possess 4th-tier combat strength, or are you simply daft? I declare once more, your annihilation is imminent. Amidst the heated exchange, the prompt from Dragon Spirit echoed once more. Congratulations to Princess Nation contestant Tomatak for successfully forging the Dream Nano armor. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment crafting has significantly increased, awarding contestant Tomatak with an excess of Atomic Comprehensive Volume 1. Awarding the Princess Nation's 30,000 warriors with a defense boost of 20. Congratulations to contestant Tomatak of Princess Nation for completing the Dream Nano Armor Equipment test. The tested equipment has achieved a mid-tier level 5 combat strength, awarding contestant Tomatak with level 5 mid-tier combat strength. The Princess Nation has successfully activated the faction talent, Super Magnetic Electric Shield. Congratulations to the Princess Nation for being the first to activate the second faction talent, awarding the Princess Nation with a 25 increase in total electric resources. Instantly, A profound silence enveloped the globe. Once again, astonishment prevailed. The second level, 5, mid-tier combat strength. The first to activate the second faction talent. Ha ha ha. The so-called supreme combat strength of the Cherry Blossom Nation? Betrayed by allies in a backstab. I am in stitches, little trickster. If you dare, come to the shores of Dragon Country, and I shall make you regret it, leaving you searching for your teeth. Incredible, the Dream Nano Armor. Dual faction talents. This is beyond impressive. Upon careful calculation, after the second round of extraordinary equipment crafting, 25 nations achieved 4th tier combat strength. 3 nations reached level 5 combat strength. Currently, in terms of combat strength rankings, the top 3 are the Princess Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Shadow Nation. Yet, the Dragon Country's 5-element shadow armor must not be underestimated. It feels as though our blue planet is thriving once more. Let the monsters come forth. You might not want to call them. The monsters are likely on their way already. In the ensuing time, all nations completely forgot about the fate of the Lux Space Arena competition. Contestants were engrossed in forging the second stage of extraordinary equipment. Zhang Tianyuan was no exception, preparing to acquire the Heaven and Earth Human Series armor. Notifications continued to pour in, with numerous nations simultaneously completing their tests. However, the highest combat power remains at merely the 3rd tier of high rank, with merely half an hour remaining before the conclusion of the Prestige leaderboard. Half the nations of the world had successfully crafted and tested their second phase of extraordinary equipment. At that moment, Blue Star suddenly dimmed. The terrifying gaze from another world re-emerged, only to be swiftly shielded by the dragon spirit. Shortly thereafter, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit resonated once more. Announcement! 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 Detection indicates that over half the nations have succeeded in crafting extraordinarily high-level equipment. In response to the current situation, we are adjusting the ultimate plan. Solely adopting a passive defense strategy cannot secure victory. A strategically proactive offensive is imperative. Each nation shall select 250 extraordinary warriors to enter the Lux space. They will form the Dragon Spirit Assault Team alongside their national representatives to intercept the monstrous forces from the other world. Eliminating these monstrous forces will yield corresponding rewards. The higher the monster's rank, the more abundant the rewards. Additionally, the leading monster of the attacking force ranks between level 6 high tier and level 7 low tier. The danger index is exceedingly high. Please be prepared for the possibility of sacrifice for Blue Star. Warning: in 1 hour, teleportation will commence. All nations must select their warriors wisely. Once the countdown concludes, teleportation will occur at random. 60:00 until entering the Lux space. Join with your national representatives to exterminate the monsters. Dragon Spirit, are you serious? Monsters of level 7. Goodness, the disparity is staggering. Dragon Spirit, you truly amuse me. I have long asserted that unusual circumstances herald ominous events. Yet, you remain skeptical. Those whose combat levels have surged, desiring to seize the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, are surely in for a surprise with this turn of events. Not only will they be bewildered, but we are equally flummoxed. The difference in power levels is akin to courting death. Surely it cannot be so dire? There must be a rationale behind the Dragon Spirit's actions. If its intention was our demise, it could have refrained from intervening from the outset. There would be no need for such elaborate measures. Regardless, I shall not participate. No matter the reasoning or plight, I refuse to go. Alas, a level 7 monster. Had it been a level 5 monster, with the backing of the Princess Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, I would not have feared. What is there to fear? We Dragon Kingdom folk have never known fear. With the 5 elements radiant armor in our possession, what does a level 7 monster matter? Time is of the essence. All nations have mobilized, striving to select warriors unafraid of death to participate, just as preparations were underway to dispatch a suicide squad. The Dragon Spirit displayed a new reminder across the official communications of all nations. The 7 nations that successfully eliminate the most monsters will become the sovereigns of Blue Star. They shall enjoy the greatest authority over Blue Star. Successful extermination of the monstrous forces greatly increases Blue Star's chances of conquering the other world. Upon successful occupation, the seven nations may delineate territories within the other world. The monsters from the other world are our mortal enemies. Should we fail, Blue Star will do everything in its power to protect the citizens of your seven nations. Indeed, this is not merely an extermination. The Dragon Spirit aims to redefine the power dynamics of Blue Star through this ambush. Seven rulers of Blue Star. What an enticing proposition, and the prospect of conquering another world. Is the Dragon Spirit truly poised to launch a genuine counteroffensive? In the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng clenched his fists tightly. Only upon realizing he could communicate with Zhang Tianyuan did he release his grip. Zhang Tianyuan, you rascal. Never mind. I wish to inquire about your thoughts on our teammates. Commander Wang Feng paused, deeming it better to keep his thoughts unvoiced to avoid having Zhang Tianyuan mute the communication again. In response, Zhang Tianyuan remarked nonchalantly, you may do as you please. My only requirement is that they are from the Dragon Nation. Commander Wang Feng's smile froze, and General Yu Bufan, along with the other leaders, shared the same sentiment. What does he mean by his only requirement? That they must be from the Dragon Nation. It sounds as though we have spies among us. It is akin to asking about your standards for a romantic partner. Would you respond with, female, capable of bearing children? The resignation was evident on everyone's faces. After the communication ended, Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan exchanged glances. Our candidate, Commander Wang Feng remarked, is somewhat unexpected, yet it seems to align with reason. General Yu Bufan sighed. The problem is, how should we select? As he suggested, is it truly as simple as that? Just as long as they are from the Dragon Nation? Chapter 35. Crafting the Armor of Heaven, Earth, and Humanity Truly. It is fitting for the illustrious Zhang to exhibit such commanding presence in his responses. Ah, what a marvel! Do the people of the Dragon Kingdom not grasp the essence of his casual remarks? Behold, may the great cherry blossom empire be favored by the heavens. The Dragon Kingdom is destined to be ours. Indeed, Zhang Tianyuan, you are remarkable. You have never failed to impress. The 5-element shadow armor will surely annihilate a level 7 beast with a single strike. Yes. He could effortlessly eliminate that individual who has tried to sell out. Is it not reasonable to expect a single punch to obliterate a level 7 monster? Let the envious stew in their own bitterness. What is with the snide remarks? The people of the Dragon Kingdom fear no one. That's right. Just as the illustrious Zhang has proclaimed, any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom will suffice. The insignificant offspring of small nations have not yet been extinguished. TSK. How dare you remnants bark so brazenly here? The internet is no sanctuary. We shall find you. Within the temporary command center, Zhang Tianyuan's words undoubtedly carry absolute assurance. We can only place our trust in him. However, it is utterly impossible to allow 250 ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to engage. Even if Zhang Tianyuan is brimming with confidence in the ability of ordinary citizens to slay level 4 or 5 beasts, there remains a significant disparity when compared to seasoned warriors. Furthermore, you have witnessed the words of the Dragon Spirit. They place great emphasis on the extermination of monsters and counteroffensive strategies in the other world. We must exercise caution. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji meticulously analyzed the situation and added, I believe I am capable. Allow me to guide Zhang Tianyuan. Commander Wang Feng shook his head. Do not entertain such thoughts. Given Zhang Tianyuan's disposition, he would not heed our commands. Moreover, I have no intention of sending you over observing Commander Wang Feng's hesitance. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji shrugged. Suddenly he inquired, what do you think is the reason the Dragon Spirit wants us to eliminate the monster forces? Did you not just mention it was to counter the other world? General Yu Bufan replied. What I mean is, what gives the Dragon Spirit the confidence to alter their strategy? Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji spoke with gravitas. Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan exchanged glances. Are you suggesting that the true reason behind the Dragon Spirit's strategic shift is not due to a majority of global high-level combat power, nor the level 5 forces of the Princess Kingdom and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Chief of Staff Qin Xuanji nodded. I suspect it is Zhang Tianyuan's 5-element shadow armor that instills confidence in the dragon spirit. This Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan found themselves at a loss for words. It seemed improbable, yet it also appeared somewhat logical. Zhang Tianyuan's display of absolute confidence was indeed intriguing. However, this hypothesis seemed rather fanciful. Others possess their first set of extraordinary equipment at level 1. How could the 5-element shadow armor, no matter how formidable, possibly reach level 7 prowess? The Supreme Commander. The 5-element shadow armor is undoubtedly not an ordinary extraordinary equipment. The generals nodded in agreement. Moreover, our hero, Zhang Tianyuan, has not halted his progress. Do you not anticipate how magnificent his second set of armor will be? Chief of Staff Qin Xuan chuckled as he gestured towards the fortune space. A lesson from past. Zhang Tianyuan is indeed a man of monumental achievements, having turned the tide in adversity. In the fortune space, Zhang Tianyuan once again seated himself in meditation. The core fragments of Blue Star and the fragments of the Dragon Spirit, remnants of the Dragon Spirit's former self, possess powers that rival the Blue Star core fragments. The design for the Heaven, Earth, and Humanity series of armor has been completed and can now commence fabrication. As for the 250 warriors, they need only be citizens of the Dragon Nation. The strength of the 5-element shadow armor far exceeds your expectations. Furthermore, there's also the Emperor armor. Zhang Tianyuan mused with a smile. Once the Emperor armor emerges, even the mere 7th-level beasts will be insignificant. They will barely stir the winds. Zhang Tianyuan gazed at the Blue Star core fragments and Dragon Spirit fragments swirling around him, akin to the trajectory of a star, and slowly closed his eyes. With a flicker of thought, the heavenly Tao crystal erupted with astonishing brilliance. The pure light of the heavenly Tao enveloped Zhang Tianyuan and the 2 fragments. In an instant, the fortune space surged with tumultuous energy. The surroundings roiled with overwhelming waves. Refinement. The 2 fragments instantaneously transformed into fine powder, becoming strands of dazzling light. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao crystal, the light underwent a mysterious reaction, magnified 1,000-fold. One would see that the light was composed of intricate replicated runes. The light intertwined around Zhang Tianyuan, enveloping him like a luminescent cocoon. A mysterious and vast energy surged forth. In the next moment, with a mere gesture, Zhang Tianyuan ignited the sacred illumination within the cocoon. The laws of the universe. Tao, Tao, Tao. The principles of heaven and earth. Urgently, as the law commands. Command. The great path of heaven. The great path of earth. The great path of humanity. The 3,000 paths heed my command. Borrowing the laws of the universe. Zhang Tianyuan's expression gradually became solemn. Command. With a thunderous roar, the light cocoon flickered ominously. Those outside could not discern the world within the cocoon. At this moment, inside the cocoon, Zhang Tianyuan, through the borrowing of universal laws, was creating a miniature world akin to a mustard seed. Here, he aimed to forge the armors of heaven, earth, and humanity, while also making enhancements. In the secondary setting of the armor, the 3 armors belonged to the Flame Star. After the Ares army, led by Lu Fa, breached the Flame Star, they were transported to Ares Star for reconstruction using the universe's most advanced technology, becoming the 3 sets of patrol armors of Ares Star: the Captain's Xingtian armor, the Deputy's Feiying armor, and the King Kong armor. Lu Fa utilized the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and humanity to dominate the universe, plundering the energy of planets, akin to the energy of star spirits. Is the energy of a planet's core cosmic magnetic field. A planet that has lost its vitality can no longer nurture any form of life. In the setting of Armor 2, summoning the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and humanity requires the genes of the sun, moon, and stars. This aspect necessitates refinement. At this moment, under the influence of the Qian Kuan borrowing method and the power of the heavenly Tao crystal, the 3 armors are gradually coming into existence once more. They are reassuming their seated positions. Zhang Tianyuan, with a focused expression, recites incantations. A series of low chants resonate, creating a harmony of Taoist principles. Countless indistinct runes emanate, even transcending all barriers, manifesting in the hearts of people worldwide. Upon revisiting Zhang Tianyuan's aura of fortune, the mysterious glow of the light egg is no longer blinding. It resembles the view through a sheer curtain, revealing everything within the light egg, leaving all in utter astonishment. Simultaneously, they gaze in awe at Zhang Tianyuan's figure. Mysterious, fantastical, profound, sacred, radiating with the light of the Tao. He inspires reverence akin to that of a sage. This scene is utterly extraordinary. The world is in shock. My goodness. Zhang Tianyuan has once again invoked a celestial phenomenon. Surely, he is engaged in another transaction. Are you foolish? Can't you see the divine aura enveloping Zhang Tianyuan? Do you not comprehend the ethereal grace surrounding him? Is such an aura not worthy of transaction? What is there that cannot be achieved? Dare to think boldly. As long as the intent is pure, nothing is impossible. Bah, foolish one. Our great Zhang is indeed the reincarnation of an emperor. Reincarnation of an emperor. Have you perhaps indulged too much in novels? Nonetheless, I must admit, I have developed quite an affection for Zhang Tianyuan. What on earth are you all discussing? Why can I not comprehend? Chapter 36. Preparing for a new era. Did you hear that clearly? What is he talking about? What is this borrowing technique? Are we supposed to borrow from the dragon spirit? Is that even feasible? Should we allow our competitors to learn it as well? In the Princess Nation's White House base, the president was intently watching the live broadcast from the Dragon Kingdom, occasionally posing questions to the officials beside him. However, none responded. They too could not discern what Zhang Tianyuan was rambling about. It could very well be mere theatrics, and they were reluctant to invite scorn upon themselves. A similar scene unfolded in countries such as Sakura Nation, Shadow Nation, and Bear Nation. What manner of armor is Zhang Tianyuan crafting? Just how formidable is the Flame Dragon armor? Is it sufficient that the pursuit team of 250 consists solely of individuals from the Dragon Kingdom? What are the rewards associated with this prestige ranking? These are all pressing concerns for the leaders of various nations. Gazing at Zhang Tianyuan's figure, they found themselves devoid of answers. Their curiosity piqued regarding the nature of the second armor he would forge, especially given that their second-tier extraordinary equipment had already surpassed the prerequisites for levels 4 and 5. How will the Dragon Kingdom strike a balance? Yet, no one could eavesdrop on their innermost thoughts, and thus remained oblivious to Zhang Tianyuan's intentions. In the Dragon Kingdom's fortune space, Zhang Tianyuan maintained a solemn demeanor. His hands moved rhythmically, summoning bolts of lightning within the Shumi microcosm. These lightning strikes, teeming with both destruction and vitality, crashed down under his guidance, heralding the emergence of new life as if the universe itself was being reborn. The evolution of all things commenced as the clear radiance surged forth, absorbing the energy of the 5 elements path and nurturing the microcosm. At the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng wore an expression of gravity. Comrades, are you all prepared? It is not too late to withdraw now. I shall not hold it against you. However, once we step onto the battlefield, there is no turning back. Those who defy orders will face dire consequences. Is that clear? Surveying the 250 individuals before him, Commander Wang Feng issued his military decree. This group, including Long Hai, represented the finest summoners of the 5 elements shadow armor. The Dragon Kingdom boasts countless elites, yet this selection is drawn from the top 500 of the prestige rankings. Understood. The warriors responded in unison, their voices resolute and devoid of hesitation. Commander Wang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. In the next moment, the 250 warriors vanished from sight as they were transported by the dragon spirit. Watching the warriors embark, Commander Wang Feng found himself momentarily lost in thought. Ha ha ha. Our Dragon Kingdom warriors are exceptional. All of the masters from the top 500 of the prestige list. Long Hai, do you know him? He is my good friend. Of course. Who doesn't he know him? He is at the top of the prestige rankings. But I wonder if he knows you, my friend. Such matters are trivial. Have you all noticed? Among those armored summoners, there are even children as young as 11 or 12. Oh my, their presence reassures me. Indeed, it is a motley crew. They participate in a monster extermination squad, and the only outcome is certain death. Goodness, this is unequivocal. Zhang Tianyuan only knows how to plagiarize from our small nation. Without our small nation, there would be no Dragon Kingdom. Choose at will. It is all the same, death awaits. Curse it, they must be waiting for the prestige rewards. No matter how high the rewards, one cannot attain third-tier combat power. Indeed, combat strength cannot be overshadowed by rewards. And those warriors, can Zhang Tianyuan genuinely teach them to grow stronger? I fear they are merely boasting. You extraterrestrials are quite malicious. Our Dragon Kingdom is undeniably powerful. Every individual is a descendant of a dragon. Yes, everything you say is correct. Ha ha. The live stream is rife with disputes. The 250 warriors of the Dragon Kingdom gaze ahead, not daring to breathe. They find themselves in the realm of fortune, a mere 6 meters away from Zhang Tianyuan. Meanwhile, the small world of Shumi continues to evolve. Heaven and earth, flora and fauna, mountains and lakes, all in creation. Zhang Tianyuan stands like a deity of creation, a true creator. This is our revered divine Zhang. It is no exaggeration. No, indeed, he is a genuine god. 250 fervent pairs of eyes fixate upon Zhang Tianyuan's figure. I now comprehend why divine Zhang could effortlessly slay the seller of single orders. I also understand, for divine Zhang is indeed a true god. Is this the secret of divine Zhang? Indeed, we must keep this secret tightly guarded, for it is also our Dragon Kingdom's secret. Speaking of which, I have finally encountered my idol. I yearn to touch him, even if it's just his toes. Goodness gracious, get away from me. Do not claim to know me. I cannot bear such disgrace. And you have truly disgusted me. By the way, Long Hai, I have a question that has long perplexed me. How did you manage to unleash the ultimate move of the Flame Dragon armor? Long Hai has been gazing at Zhang Tianyuan. One can only release it if the affinity with the Flame Dragon armor is attained. It is somewhat akin to the concept of unity between man and sword in novels. I suppose this can be considered a unity of man and armor. The crowd nodded in partial understanding. Among the 250 sets of 5 elements light and shadow armor present, only Long Hai's Flame Dragon armor can unleash the ultimate move. If they could also unleash such power, it would significantly aid during the monster extermination. We can inquire about it with Divine Zhang later. He surely knows the true answer. Zhang Tianyuan slowly opens his eyes. Please wait a moment. I shall complete this armor before we converse. The crowd is momentarily taken aback. In Zhang Tianyuan's eyes, they perceive the galaxy, simultaneously astonished that he has been listening to their conversation all along. Or rather, everything here lies within the dominion of Zhang Tianyuan. Indeed, the esteemed Zhang, without a doubt. Idol, please attend to your matters. Once you are finished, I may be able to bring forth my progeny. Depart at once. Do not disturb our revered Zhang. Everyone, refrain from becoming a source of amusement for Zhang. Let us conduct ourselves with seriousness, truly. Instantly, all present became animated. Unlike the 250 pursuit teams from other nations, the atmosphere here was markedly different, with a notable lack of discipline. Viewers in the Dragon Nation's live stream erupted in hearty laughter. International audiences commenced a collective mockery, as the monstrous entities worldwide dwindled at an alarming rate. These remaining creatures found themselves with leisure. Presently, aside from the obliterated nations, the world is gradually regaining its living space. Although the area has significantly contracted due to the monsters, at least they are no longer confronted with the imminent threat of death. Simultaneously, nations around the globe have begun clandestine communications, for this battle presents an unparalleled opportunity to eradicate the monster legions. The terms proposed by the Dragon Spirit are exceedingly enticing. Warriors from various nations are being teleported into the realm of fortune, preparing for this tense confrontation. As time progresses, nearly all nations have completed their teleportation, engaging in in-depth discussions with the participants. In that moment, the entirety of Blue Star fell into an eerie silence. The 7 domains, territories of another world. Among them, 7 will emerge as the representatives who govern all within Blue Star. A new epic is on the verge of unfolding. Chapter 37. The completion of the three armors of heaven, earth, and humanity. Little Shao is unwell, suffering greatly from a cold, nearly coughing out his heart. His frail heart has troubled him since childhood. Oh, how he yearns for good health. He encourages himself, keep going, you'll surely recover. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoes as the sun rises majestically. The summoners of the flame dragon armor become agitated, bewildered by the unfolding events. In the next instant, Zhang Tianyuan leaps onto the sun. Boom! The entire microcosm trembles violently as the sun shatters, divine radiance erupting in all directions. A magnificent suit of armor materializes where the sun once resided. An entirely new armor. The Heavenly Punisher armor, the original form of the Punisher armor, crafted by the great Zhang. The sixth suit of armor is astonishingly splendid. How I long for it. What madness is this? What is the name of this new armor? Punisher? Is it the Punisher armor? The crimson armor radiates the power of flames, an upgraded version of the flame dragon armor. Does this mean we can summon this suit of armor? An upgrade of the flame dragon armor, adorned with the character for punishment. What a name for this armor. Everyone is astounded. The birth of the Punisher armor is truly miraculous. One can distinctly sense that the Punisher armor is not at all inferior to the five elements shadow armor. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room are in an uproar. The sixth suit. No, wait. This is our second crafting session, right? Yes. What do you want to say? What I mean to say is, could our new armor's combat power possibly be, I'll boldly state it. Could it be at the 7th level, or even higher, at the king level? Wow. What you say seems quite reasonable. I'm enamored. The invincible prowess of the great Zhang. By the way, what is the name of this new armor? Punishment. The Punisher armor. I find it amusing. What nonsense are you spouting? 7th level and king level? I see it as merely 2nd or 3rd level combat power. Seriously, just a change in appearance. Yet the same old tricks. Do you truly believe the dragon spirit is your father? Call him father and see if he responds. Nonsense. What does it matter if the new armor is impressive? Compared to our transformed Yamada no Orochi, all of you here are nothing but trash. Oof. Since you all think you're capable, when the time comes to slay the beasts, don't hide in the back. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you little tricksters. The atmosphere is polarized. In the main arena of the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast, the Dragon Kingdom has yet to taste defeat. At this moment, the Punisher armor continues to evolve in brilliance. New forms of the armor emerge, with all components bursting forth. The Fire Punishment sword grows longer and sharper. The Punisher armor evolves completely into its upgraded form, the War God Punisher. The Fire Punishment sword also upgrades to the Fire War God sword. As the transformation into the War God Punisher concludes, everyone gasps in astonishment, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. The world is in shock. The first set of armor capable of transforming the battlefield, an extraordinary equipment that can be upgraded. It is apparent to anyone with sense just how formidable the Xingtian armor truly is. By the way, I hail from the kingdom of princesses. My heart is intertwined with the spirit of the Dragon Kingdom. I have long desired to immigrate to the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder if an opportunity might be afforded to me? Hypocritical. I must speak candidly. This new armor is genuinely impressive. I want a set. Name your price. Oh, the audacity. I will not deny it. This armor has captivated my heart. Indeed, it has enchanted me. The splendid armor is simply irresistible. I am beside myself. I can scarcely believe my eyes. Now, even extraordinary equipment can undergo transformation. By the gods, I am consumed with envy and jealousy. Tomatak, what are you hesitating for? Duplicate a set already. Alas, it seems we have lost our national fortune. By the way, Jin Sun, this is no concern of yours. Surely one of the 6 suits of armor will suit me. To speak truthfully, as early immigrants to the Dragon Kingdom, can we not return to our beautiful homeland? I yearn to return home, not merely for the allure of the armor. I wish to return to my roots. The war god Xingtian has transcended the ordinary. In the realm of destiny, Zhang Tianyuan's thoughts directed him. The war god Xingtian reverted to its original form, subsequently transforming into a radiant sun hanging high. A brilliant sphere of energy, under Zhang Tianyuan's manipulation, morphed into a full moon. It then shattered in a similar fashion. Moonlight converged ahead, revealing yet another set of new armor. Swift as the wind, moving like the forest, the original form of the Feiying armor, Moon Wonder, took shape. Soon after, the Feiying armor began to morph, much like the Xingtian armor, under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Upgraded to the form of Swift Thunder Feiying, yet another entirely new armor with upgrade capabilities. The world is in awe. By the gods, this is the 7th set. What is the Dragon Kingdom up to? Hee hee. Little tricksters, are you frightened? Let's see if you dare to challenge the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. Ha ha ha. You must have underestimated these little tricksters. I tell you, they are relentless until they meet their demise. They shed no tears until they see the coffin. Oh, the audacity. Listen closely, people of the Dragon Kingdom. Do not let Ye encounter you on the battlefield beyond. Otherwise, I shall reveal to you why the flowers bloom so red. 8 sets. Indeed, regardless of your 7, 8, or 9 sets, compared to our Great Cherry Blossom Empire's Yamada no Orochi, they are mere trifles. Alas, we are the divine ones. You Dragon Kingdoms are but trifles. By the gods, just wait. Our nano battle armor can achieve that too. Silence, all of you. Do you truly believe we fear you? We shall meet on the battlefield beyond. Our Yanlong battle team bows to no one. Indeed, our Dihu battle team is the same. However, Zhang Tianyuan did not disappoint them. Amidst their incessant bickering, he extended his hand and presented the 8th set of armor. As the shadow armor transformed back into the crescent moon, it swiftly engaged in action. In an instant, the night scene above the miniature world materialized. The galaxy coalesced, and beams of starlight cascaded down. Columns of light converged before Zhang Tianyuan. The starlight poured forth, revealing the indomitable diamond armor, emblematic of stellar wonders to the spectators. In its primal form, the diamond armor stood immovable as a mountain. With a shift of starlight, the explosive and upgraded form of the diamond armor struck with awe-inspiring force. The onlookers, accustomed to such spectacles, remained unfazed. For some, it had become a routine. Subsequently, the diamond armor, akin to the previous Xingtian and Shadow, ascended back into the sky. At this very moment, the heavenly, earthly, and human series of armors were complete. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contender Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Xingtian armor. The creation of this extraordinary equipment has yielded a significant enhancement. Awarded to Zhang Tianyuan, Intelligence 50. Awarded to the Dragon Kingdom, Soul Power Revival. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contender Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the shadow armor. The creation of this extraordinary equipment has yielded a significant enhancement. Awarded to Zhang Tianyuan, Intelligence 50. Awarded to the Dragon Kingdom, Soul Power Revival. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contender Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the diamond armor. The creation of this extraordinary equipment has yielded a significant enhancement. Awarded to Zhang Tianyuan, Intelligence 50. Awarded to the Dragon Kingdom, Soul Power Revival. The rewards for the 3 sets of armor were remarkably uniform. Meanwhile, the Xingtian Shadow and Diamond armors ignited fervor across the internet, generating an explosive level of excitement. The auspicious figures of Long Hai and others engaged in discussions regarding the energy of these 3 armors, having observed their creation from the outset. Although both the Xingtian and the Flame Dragon armors possess fire attributes, they were distinctly different. The 3 sets of armors seem to symbolize the energies of the sun, moon, and stars. Chapter 38. Do not come to us crying. The fortunes of the A4 nation. The contestant, Kira Dao, was startled by the dragon spirit's prompt. Wait, could I also continue to imitate? As realization dawned upon Kira Dao, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Just as he was about to reach out to the officials, they had already sent him a message. Unexpectedly, an uncanny connection had formed. They even provided him with new suggestions. Upgrade the insect's form. This made his path to creation much clearer. With a general direction established, he decided to replicate Zhang Tianyuan's 3 sets of armor in the usual manner. He would begin with the insect, Shi Tai Lang, crafting a similar armor. However, the name was a bit of a tongue twister. It needed a new title, in keeping with our A4 tradition of knights. He decided to name it the Knight Armor of Combat. As for the final upgraded form, he would directly learn from Zhang Tianyuan and slim down the Knight Armor of Combat. In simpler terms, it would be fat first, then slim, a true upgrade. The more Kira Dao contemplated, the more convinced he became. He aspired to carve a new path along Zhang Tianyuan's journey. Even if this path did not rival Zhang Tianyuan's strength, it would not be feeble either. Here they come, my knights. Kira Dao observed the 250 warriors who had been teleported in. Since you all have arrived, I shall speak plainly. Once the ambush begins, you are to assist me in slaying the monsters. No one is to steal my glory. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Such scenarios were unfolding across numerous nations. The majority of individuals yearned to be the most distinguished of all, to garner the most accolades and rewards. This situation was continuously escalating. In the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng felt somewhat perplexed. Soul Power Revival? General Yu Bufan recalled the Soul Power Pool. Commander, it should enhance our attributes. Just like the Soul Power Pool, it can strengthen our physical capabilities. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji nodded in agreement. Perhaps after a 100 revival of this soul power, we could embark on a path of immortality. Commander Wang Feng was taken aback. With a resigned smile, he said, Chief of Staff, you might be overthinking. However, on another note, why change armor at this moment? The 5 elements shadow armor, when maximized, is not inferior to other level 5 extraordinary equipment. Is it? What if we cannot adapt after the armor change? Hearing this, General Yu Bufan shook his head while gazing at the fortune space. Perhaps the great Zhang has a notion we mere mortals cannot comprehend. He chose not to voice his thoughts. Given Zhang Tianyuan's consistently unpredictable nature, it wouldn't be him if he didn't stir up trouble. From the looks of it, is the great Zhang preparing to enter the fray, personally? Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji inquired. No, contact Zhang Tianyuan for me. Commander Wang Feng furrowed his brow. General Yu Bufan remarked, Zhang the Great possesses formidable power, capable of effortlessly eliminating competitors. However, I remain uncertain about the true strength that the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man can manifest. As for contacting Zhang the Great, I find it unnecessary. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The tranquil blue sky, once serene, was abruptly shrouded in darkness. In an instant, the onlookers, initially believing a monstrous invasion was underway, witnessed 3 radiant beams of divine light erupting from the heavens. As the brilliance faded, astonishment swept across the globe. 3 celestial bodies, the sun, moon, and stars, materialized in the sky. A familiar sensation surged within me. This is, my God, the celestial bodies crafted by Zhang the Great. Why have they manifested in the realm of reality? This is utterly bewildering. I am at a loss for words. Baka. Zhang Tianyuan truly stirs chaos. He always creates such a ruckus. The celestial dog consumes the sun. Our great Sakura Empire's celestial dog. Damn it. I have reached my limit. Why must it always be like this? I am becoming numb to it all. What in the world is happening? This is truly bewildering, a state of utter confusion. Frankly, we too are at a loss. All we know is that it is exceedingly sharp. The emergence of this celestial anomaly surely bodes ill. Indeed, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit confirmed this grim reality. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan is forging transcendent equipment beyond classification, inciting the frenzy of countless beast kings from another world. Origin energy has been expended for concealment. Due to the overwhelming number of beast kings, concealment has failed. The blue-eyed white dragon is now aggressively breaching the dimensional screen, reactivating the energy of Blue Star's origin. Attempting concealment once more. Concealment successful. Dimensional screen reinforcement successful. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! The blue-eyed white dragon has locked onto Blue Star. Its avatar has been dispatched to the extraterritorial battlefield. Its avatar's combat power is at the peak of level 8. Expected arrival in 3 hours. Heroes, prepare for interception. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the monster army has arrived early at the extraterritorial battlefield. They will reach the battlefield in 30 minutes. All contestants and pursuit teams, please enter the extraterritorial battlefield promptly. Furthermore, the rewards for the interception mission are doubled. Should the mission fail, the blue-eyed white dragon's avatar will invade Blue Star. In this uncertain situation, Zhang Tianyuan has drawn the attention of numerous beast kings, including the terrifying level 8 peak monster, the blue-eyed white dragon. Everyone feels that Blue Star is truly facing an unavoidable calamity. Fear grips us. Sweat pours down our backs. If these monsters traverse the extraterritorial battlefield and descend upon Blue Star, it is estimated that they could obliterate Blue Star within 5 days, or even sooner. The alarm has sounded. Everyone has entered combat readiness, while a torrent of insults directed at Zhang Tianyuan has erupted. Baka! Zhang Tianyuan, you wretched creature! I should have paid you less heed. Aish! You, Zhang Tianyuan, are the prodigal son of Blue Star. Without you, Blue Star would fare much better. Just vanish. You foolish imbecile. Cursed be you, Zhang Tianyuan. To hell with your entire lineage. Why must you indulge in such ostentatious and worthless equipment? Do you not understand the value of cautious development? Good heavens! An avatar at the pinnacle of level 8. What a farce! What difference is there to level 9? Dragon Spirit, will you not retrieve your son? Allowing him to squander resources like this is utterly disastrous. I am at my wit's end. We have only just managed to stabilize Blue Star. Our progress has been hard-won. Our princess nation has truly exerted itself. Alas, no more words. Speaking further only brings tears. An endless stream of reproach. The unfolding events have been too swift and too sudden. Even Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng is struggling to cope. Commander, they demand compensation from us. They also expect a global apology. They must be out of their minds. These royal-level monsters have always eyed Blue Star with malice. It is utterly unreasonable. Clearly, Master Zhang has been aiding Blue Star. Only by instilling fear in these monsters can we resolve the issue. Chief of Staff Qin Xuanji's expression was grim. The problem is, after completing the armor form, the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man have fallen silent. General Yu Buffon chuckled wryly. Observing the commander-in-chief of the Fortune Space, Wang Feng suddenly smiled. Unable to withstand it? Then let us not withstand it all. A global enemy? Very well, let it be so. Just do not come begging us later. Weeping for Mercy. Chapter 39. The ultimate armor of Shura Zhang Tianyuan gazed at the galaxy within the realm of fortune. Through the method of borrowing from the universe, he harnessed the powers of the heavenly Tao crystal, the core fragments of the Blue Star, and the Dragon Spirit shards to forge the galaxy. The most formidable technique. The infinite galaxy. It was the essence of unparalleled might. Taking a deep breath to calm his exhilaration, Zhang Tianyuan gently tapped the galaxy. Like the divine hand, transforming stone into gold, the galaxy began to evolve into an entirely new armor design under the influence of this extraordinary ability. Boom! The galaxy erupted with a terrifying wave of energy, evoking the cataclysmic force of a cosmic explosion. Long Hai and the 250 warriors witnessed the genesis of the universe. A fleeting experience that felt remarkably real. Upon reopening their eyes, a magnificent new armor had manifested before Zhang Tianyuan. Everyone was left in awe, supreme and domineering. Its terror was palpable. The King's armor, the essence of royalty. The armor shimmered in gold, silver, and black, exuding an invincible aura. A voice resonated within them, proclaiming this to be the ultimate armor, summonable only by a true ruler. The atmosphere grew heavy, with all present feeling a wave of discomfort as their faces turned pale and weak. A sensation of impending collapse swept over them. The indomitable flame dragon awakened Long Hai within his heart, urging, "Do not be deceived. Halt your steps. Withdraw immediately." Long Hai's swift reaction snapped the others back to reality. They had been enthralled by the armor, their hearts ignited by an insatiable desire, as if a demon whispered to them, "Done it, and you shall become the strongest monarch of the cosmos, master of all beings." traversed dimensions, and reigned supreme. At that moment, beads of sweat cascaded down their backs. They narrowly escaped, losing themselves to become slaves of the armor. It was terrifying, unbelievable. Never had he felt such intensity, even towards beauty. He had almost succumbed to servitude. This was an experience he never wished to revisit. What manner of King's armor was this? His emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. A complex state indeed. Before him lay a set of King's armor that he had not cherished, and only in its absence did he realize his regret. The most sorrowful of all human experiences is surely this. In shared sentiment, they echoed, "Indeed, we concur." At that moment, Zhang Tianyuan wiped his nose, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. The Shura armor. He had not anticipated such seamless progress. It seemed that the 150 points of intelligence played a significant role, allowing him a deeper comprehension of the method of borrowing from the universe. The galaxy, forged upon this foundation, yielded immediate and striking results. Originally, the Shura armor was a high-tech creation from the Flame Star. Yet it unleashed a power so formidable that neither heaven nor earth could hinder it, standing alongside the Gungjin Vajra as a treasured guardian of Ares' star. The formidable power of the Shura armor was undeniably prominent. A glance at the Emperor armor's brilliance left Zhang Tianyuan somewhat perplexed. Despite being the armor of the first rank, it astonishingly did not match the swift creation of the Shura armor, which was somewhat unexpected and slightly disheartening. If he could summon both the Emperor armor and the Shura armor, he would fear no Beast Kings, not even the Beast Emperor or Beast God. As for that nearly level 9 avatar, the blue-eyed white dragon, he could eliminate it in an instant, without even using a finishing move. Setting aside his distractions, Zhang Tianyuan pointed towards the Shura armor. Once more, the Shura armor transformed into a cosmic river, serving as a backdrop of sun, moon, and stars. Just then, the mysterious voice of the dragon spirit resonated across the globe. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Shura armor. The enhancement of this extraordinary equipment has reached a remarkable level. The Shura armor is detected to harbor tremendous energy. Rewards have been elevated. Zhang Tianyuan receives an intelligence boost of 150. Zhang Tianyuan gains a World Village branch. The soul power of the Dragon Kingdom is revived by 5. Astonishment rippled throughout the world. The rewards had escalated. The Shura armor had granted Zhang Tianyuan double rewards. Shura, how domineering. Was the Shura armor destined to embody the path of Shura? How impressive. I dare assert that the Shura armor stands as the most stylish and striking entity among the 9 armors. Nay, in all of the extraordinary equipment worldwide. Incredible. The Shura armor proclaimed, "I will say but one thing. All other extraordinary gear in this assembly is but trash." Unbelievable. Triple rewards. How audacious. Dragon Spirit, you have gone too far. Even a favored son must be held accountable. This is outrageous. The Dragon Kingdom claims that there are no familial ties on the battlefield. Your partiality, your negligence, your cheating, it is far too blatant. Listen well, people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Shura armor was designed by our Gene's son. You are merely reaping the benefits without proper contribution. It is but a superficial facade. It pales in comparison to our Great Cherry Blossom Empire's Yada armor. Sour grapes from those who cannot partake. Just wait and see. Once the Great Zhang completes the test, watch how you react. Yes, only upon completing the test will our Zhang soar to new heights. Combat power rewards will skyrocket. The factional talents will be maximized. What can you compare with that? Despite their reluctance to admit it, the international audience was indeed envious. Even if the Shura armor had not been tested, no one dared to underestimate its combat potential. At that moment, those nations that had clamored for the downfall of the Dragon Kingdom were silenced by the Shura armor's undeniable prowess. No one dared to speak out anymore. This revelation brought a profound sigh of relief to Commander Wang Feng. Meanwhile, within the realm of fate, Zhang Tianyuan turned around. Let us revisit our earlier discussion. The reason you cannot unleash the ultimate move of the 5-element shadow armor is not due to your lack of effort. Rather, It is because you may not be suited for the 5 elements shadow armor. Thus, I would recommend that you replace your armor. As the words fell, 250 pairs of eyes exchanged glances. This was not the first time Zhang Tianyuan had proposed a change of armor, and they were equally intrigued by the other 3 sets. As for the Shura armor, someone inquired, how can we determine if it is suitable for us? This question indicated a firm resolve. You will sense its compatibility. As he spoke, Zhang Tianyuan casually waved his hand, and 9 sets of armor appeared in a row. Gazing at the 9 armors, radiating an endless brilliance, everyone inhaled deeply. Master Zhang, I can't feel it. I am suited for the flying shadow armor. It seems to be calling to me. May I select it? Zhang Tianyuan nodded. The flying shadow armor transformed into an MP3 device and flew into his hand. Instantly, the others became animated. Zhang Tianyuan cautioned, we are about to enter the outer battlefield. Do not choose an unsuitable armor for trivial reasons. Understood, Master Zhang. Then, some began to make new selections. The Xingtian armor and the King Kong armor transformed into a camera and a gaming console, respectively, with their corresponding summoners in hand. Everyone was adapting to their new armors. The viewers in the live broadcast room, who were closely watching everything, were already envious. How peculiar. Why are these individuals not selecting the strongest armor? Oh, let me take the Shura armor. Foolishness. A bunch of imbeciles. Choosing these useless armors instead of the mightiest Shura armor. It drives one to desperation. Move aside. Let me take my turn. Shura armor merge. Chapter 40. A letter of trust from the Commander-in-Chief. Notice. Announcement. Alert. The extraterrestrial battlefield will commence in 5 minutes. All contestants and pursuit teams are advised to prepare for transportation. The assassination mission is subject to real-time updates. Task release is complete. Assassination mission. Interdimensional destroyer. Mission overview. Beasts from another world traverse barriers to descend upon Blue Star. These barriers are scattered throughout the extraterrestrial battlefield. All participants must destroy 16 million barriers within 3 hours. Caution. Each barrier is linked to the territory of a Beast King. The Beast King is likely to become aware of your presence. If discovered, it will unleash a horde of monsters into the barrier. At that point, you will be drawn into the barrier's realm. Only by vanquishing all monsters within the barrier can it be destroyed. Remember, do not make unnecessary sacrifices for the sake of mission contribution. During the mission, Dragon Spirit has concealed everyone's presence. Unless actively exposed, it will be difficult for the Beast King from the other world to detect you. Furthermore, once all barriers are destroyed, the Beast Kings will inevitably join forces. At that moment, the true assassination will commence. The enigmatic voice of Dragon Spirit reverberated. The entire world was left astounded, stunned into silence for what felt like an eternity. All live streams across nations erupted into discussions regarding Dragon Spirit's announcement. Goodness! Dragon Spirit. Are you serious? 16 million barriers? How extraordinary. Just how vast is this extraterrestrial battlefield that it contains such a multitude of barriers? Are these monsters truly arriving here through the barriers, ultimately descending upon Blue Star? Could it be that the extraterrestrial battlefield is akin to a colossal dungeon? Are we to engage in combat with these beasts to level up, culminating in a grand confrontation against a boss in another world? However, considering the facts, with 177 nations, each contributing merely 250 individuals, the sheer number of barriers and the potential for being ensnared in a specialized dungeon made the 3-hour time frame seem woefully inadequate. Previously, 3 hours had seemed ample. Now it felt absurd. Enough of this idle chatter. At such a critical juncture, we must rally our spirits and support everyone in the Dragon Nation. Brothers, onward. Indeed, let us unite and dismantle all barriers. Only then can we stride toward victory and launch our assault on the other realm. Hold on, you're getting ahead of yourself. We may not yet be their match. Prudence is paramount. We should focus on crafting more transcendent equipment. What are you pondering? I ask you, what are you thinking? We cannot remain perpetually reactive. We must take the initiative to ensure our survival. Do you grasp the gravity of this situation? Then let us mobilize more individuals. Isn't Dragon's spirit omnipotent? If we send more people, we can resolve this in no time. How naive? Who is this fool? Do they genuinely believe Dragon's spirit is infallible? That sheer numbers will suffice? Have they lost their senses? Regardless of the moment, there will always be a few discordant voices. Yet all across the globe, there is an unmistakable understanding. The time for final struggle has arrived. The extraordinary warriors of various nations clench their fists, a surge of crimson energy erupting from their beings. In the realm of the Dragon Nation, all bid farewell to Zhang Tianyuan. Great Zhang, await our triumphant return here. When we come back, we must share a drink. One drink, not nearly enough. Each one of us shall down a bottle. I shall treat. For now, let us shatter the barrier and bring back some fragments for adornment. I propose we storm the other world and slay those beast kings directly. Why bother with breaking the barrier? 16 million lines of it. What a tedious hassle. Have you considered that too? 16 million barriers equate to 16 million beast kings? Ha ha ha. Great Zhang, remember our valiant figures. And take care, my idol. Farewell. Great Zhang. Each face bore a serious demeanor, gripping their summoners tightly, bracing for the impending war, a tinge of anxiety evident. Take care. Ha! Zhang Tianyuan smiled faintly. What did I ever say I would remain here? A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd, disbelief etched on their faces. What? Great Zhang, are you jesting? Longhai interjected firmly. Great Zhang, even if you are serious, you cannot take such risks with us. The Dragon Nation can survive without us, but not without you. Others chimed in. Indeed, Great Zhang, you cannot gamble with your safety. The 3 billion people of the Dragon Nation depend on you. If we falter, the Beast Kings will soon invade. We will need you to forge even greater extraordinary equipment. Great Zhang, some deaths are as light as a feather, while others weigh like a mountain. You are our mountain. Precisely. Great Zhang, you truly must stay, observe from the realm of fortune. We shall not disappoint you, nor let your armor gather dust. Trust us. Await our victorious return. Their voices rang out, a deafening chorus, all resolute in their desire for Zhang Tianyuan to refrain from danger. Life and death hinge upon a mere moment. In the battlefield beyond, they could not guarantee his safety. If you can summon the Azura armor, I shall not go. Zhang Tianyuan retrieved the Azura armor. The crowd gasped, staring at the device capable of summoning the armor. Yet, none stepped forward. The allure of the Azura armor was undeniable. However, their resolve to pilot it remained insufficient. Zhang Tianyuan shook his head. At that moment, a radiant light enveloped everyone, transporting them away. The audience in the live stream were taken aback. Zhang Tianyuan truly ventured to the outer battlefield alongside 250 others. To say they were not moved would be a lie, yet their worries were equally genuine. No one in the Dragon Nation wished for Zhang Tianyuan to face misfortune. Many foreign officials began to calculate their own advantages. Should one call it foolishness or a mark of bold artistry? Nevertheless, this may be for the best. Even in your absence, the blue star will continue to revolve quite well. The thought of being free from the hindrance posed by Zhang Tianyuan has invigorated many minds. Is it not reasonable to anticipate a mishap during the assassination mission? Even if foreign spectators were to set aside personal vendettas, the high-ranking officials would certainly not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. At the temporary command headquarters of the Dragon Nation, General Yu Buffon found himself at a loss. The other generals felt similarly. Upon witnessing Zhang Tianyuan summon the Shura armor with his mobile device, an unsettling sensation washed over them. They never expected that Zhang Tianyuan would actually proceed to the off-world battlefield. However, both Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng and Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji maintained their composure. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji calmly stated, "You must have faith in the great god Zhang and in the Shura armor." Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng nodded in agreement. Buffon, you are a seasoned commander. How can you still be so unreliable? Such words lack persuasion. Yu Buffon pondered. Just as the Chief of Staff suggested, we ought to trust our deity and the Shura armor. Furthermore, the rewards from the dragon spirit serve as ample evidence of the Shura armor's might. I believe our concern should not lie with the great god Zhang, but rather with the monstrous beings who may end up so terrified that they will not even know how to meet their demise. General Yu Buffon and the other generals were momentarily taken aback, observing the peculiar glint in Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng's eyes. Since when did he place such unwavering trust in Zhang Tianyuan? Chapter 41. The battlefield beyond a vast expanse, shrouded in mystery, littered with remnants of the cosmos. The starry skies envelop. In a corner of the infinite void, floating meteors, shattered stars. Each nation occupies a distinct position. Beneath this boundless celestial tapestry, they tread as if on solid ground. An aura of desolation permeates the surroundings, reminiscent of the very birthplace of the universe. This desolate domain has been shaped by countless battles, rendered barren by their relentless fury. As the onlookers comprehend the scene before them, a wave of unease washes over them. The battlefield beyond is immense beyond measure. They are but a mere speck in the vast universe. Soon, they beheld a barrier. It resembled an enormous mirror, towering 100 meters high, with silvery waves rippling across its surface. It appeared to be anything but ordinary. With 16 million such mirrors, the scale of this battlefield was unfathomable. The warriors of the Dragon Kingdom exchanged astonished glances, their eyes shimmering with awe. Yet in the next moment, they all turned in unison towards a single direction. Long Hai, with concern, remarked, "Zhang Daxian, you truly followed us here. There was no need for you to take such risks." The battlefield beyond was far more perilous than one could imagine. All 250 warriors gazed at Zhang Tianyuan, none wishing to see their idol in jeopardy. Zhang Tianyuan waved the Shura summoning device, reassuringly stating, "Fear not, I possess this." Observing his confidence, the others felt compelled to restrain their concerns. Someone redirected the conversation. "How do we dismantle this barrier? It resembles a mirror. Surely it shatters easily." "Indeed, I share your sentiment. However, I am more intrigued by the structure of this barrier, which astonishingly allows monsters to traverse dimensions and arrive in our blue star. The universe is vast and full of wonders. Nothing is truly impossible. Indeed, it is fortunate that the dragon spirit awakened at a critical moment. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. No, we would have already perished. Well then, enough of idle chatter. I shall approach and strike." Inferno Dragon Armor. Mirje. A daring summoner stepped forth to confront the mirror. Flames enveloped his right hand, and he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The mirror indented slightly. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Initially believing the mirror would shatter easily, they were surprised to find it denting like a metallic substance, yet it remained unbroken. Intriguing. This barrier is not as fragile as anticipated. To dismantle it will require some time, and our time is limited. 3 hours with 16 million screens to contend with. Indeed, the clock is ticking. At that moment, Long Hai exclaimed, "Beware! The mirror has come to life." The Inferno Dragon Warrior, with his back to the mirror, turned abruptly. Indeed, the mirror was in motion, transforming like origami into a folded paper crane monster. What on earth? A paper crane? Xingtian armor, merge. Wind Eagle armor, merge. The golden armor. Boom! 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 Combat power overwhelming. The paper cranes vanished without a trace. What was initially perceived as a formidable battle turned out to reveal the frailty of the paper crane's endurance. Were we perhaps overly anxious? After effortlessly dispatching the paper cranes, many blinked in disbelief. Through experimentation, it became evident that a single individual could dismantle a barrier. Thus, organizing into teams of 5 for localized sweeps proved to be a more efficient approach to accomplishing our objectives. 250 armor summoners had already formed their groups. Simultaneously, over 100 nations commenced their own cleansing operations in various regions. When confronted with the barriers morphing into origami monsters, the majority of nations exhibited utter panic. Numerous warriors from smaller nations had already perished at the hands of these barrier beasts. In the region of the Princess Nation, they too faced this unexpected upheaval. Their team, however, displayed commendable resilience. Roman, utilizing the Battle Armor Systems channel, commanded, maintain formation, unleash full firepower, and shatter that mirror beast. A diverse array of weapons unleashed a cacophony of fire upon the barrier. The thunderous roar was deafening. The high-tech nanocannon unleashed devastating damage. As a 10-meter origami monster charged forth, Roman's right hand transformed the nanocannon into a formidable fist. The iron fist came crashing down upon the beast's head. Boom! Crack! A torrent of power surged forth, reminiscent of a steam locomotive's whistle. The iron fist, having contracted from 1 meter to half its size, released a wave of searing heat. Boom! The explosion obliterated the mirror beast, leaving the audience of the Princess Nation in stunned silence. Damn! Our battle armor is astounding. Isn't that obvious? Level 5 armor. Do you think it's akin to the petty armors of the Dragon Nation? Ha ha ha. Those trinkets are mere toys, at most level 3 combat power. Can they truly compare to our fantastical armor? The Dragon Nation should pray that we don't encounter them on the battlefield beyond. They owe us a good thrashing. Indeed, those fellows can only cheat. They are utterly useless, probably couldn't even defeat a single mirror beast. TSK, TSK, TSK. These are trivial matters. You haven't seen the dire state of the Riceball Nation. They've been swallowed by the mirror beasts and are still unaware of their fate. They must have been sent to a special instance, battling monsters from other realms. The mirror beasts do not kill per se. Rather, they consume those before them. Those who are swallowed must confront a horde of monsters from another world. Only by vanquishing the monsters within can they return, and the consuming mirror beasts will perish as well, effectively dismantling a barrier. Should they fail, the monsters inside will descend in 10 minutes. Baka, a bunch of fools, actually being devoured. In the region of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Sanji vented his frustration with curses. The burdensome entities abandon them tenfold and persist in clearing the barriers. Each of the transformed beings nodded, resembling the infamous Dr. Octopus. The 8-headed serpent's bone armor, the initial form, an accessory bone armor, was a reinforced transformation crafted by Baijapong through Zhang Tianyuan's triumvirate armor. These 8 bone armors were astonishingly sharp, seemingly capable of penetrating any biological defense, even breaching the very fabric of space itself. The 10 transformed beings that were consumed had merely let their guard down. Within a minute, the mirror monster that devoured them was torn to shreds. Continue to clear the barriers. Those who have yet to master the manipulation of Qi do not overreach. Those who have already learned to wield Qi, please look after them. We must not yield to other nations. Furthermore, the Prime Minister's directive is clear. When encountering individuals from the Dragon Kingdom, we must extend our utmost care towards them. Sanji, undeterred by the loss of 10 comrades, wore an expression of exhilaration as he gazed forward. He finally had the opportunity to prove that his teacher was indeed the strongest. Qui transcends mea appearances. The imaginative prowess of his master is undeniably formidable. Ha 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 ha. In the A4 Nations territory, a series of insect-like knight armors emerged, exuding an imposing presence. With the enhancement of the knight's strength and the boon of their faction's talents, they leapt forth like insects. Knight kick. Flames streaked across the air. Boom! 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 The thunderous roars continued as several mirror monsters were dispatched by the feet of 20 to 30 knights. The unveiling of the knight armors dazzled all. No one anticipated such remarkable imitators. Good heavens! The knight armors are indeed splendid. Though I cannot acquire the Xingtian armor, I shall make do with the Locust armor. Chapter 42. The Dragon Kingdom is far ahead. Destruction Barrier Contribution Rankings. First, Dragon Kingdom, Contribution 3580. Second, Princess Kingdom, Contribution 1777. Third, Sakura Kingdom, Contribution 1432. Fourth, Daughter Kingdom, Contribution 1001. Fifth, AC Kingdom, Contribution 998. Sixth, Shadow Kingdom, Contribution 888. Seventh, Pineapple Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom leads by a considerable margin. The gap in contributions exceeds half. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could the armor of the Dragon Kingdom be so formidable? Did anyone witness it? What nonsense. They clearly possess only Tier 3 combat power. What is there to behold? Our valiant warriors of the great Sakura Empire are Tier 5. What the hell? Are you the only ones with Tier 5 combat power? Our Princess Kingdom is no less formidable. We shall always overshadow you. How foolish. You are nothing. Our warriors will easily prevail. If you dare, come and challenge us. Well done. Ha. The Dragon Kingdom is far ahead. And as our little countryman aptly stated, you and the Princess Kingdom claim to be the best in the world. Yet where are your boasts now? Woof. No, how dare you? Do not bully us too much. Who are we, the Princess Kingdom, to fear anyone? Impressive. Little Bang Kingdom is truly invincible. With so many nationalities joining. Are they plotting a coup? How can you endure this? How absurd. The Dragon Kingdom does not spew baseless accusations. We are devoted to the great Sakura Empire. How could we stoop to such treachery? Indeed, you are slandering us. We in the Dragon Kingdom have an ancient saying. Explanation is merely a cover-up. The wind shifted abruptly. Many from various nations began to worry. Will the people of Little Bang Kingdom attempt a coup? Unbelievable. In the Sakura Kingdom conference room, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro was infuriated. What is happening? Why is our gap with the Dragon Kingdom so vast? And those from Little Bang Kingdom, have they not all been fed monster meat? He bombarded them with 3 questions, leaving the officials trembling in fear. 4 officials had already been struck down. Since Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro underwent his transformation, his temper had worsened. The most terrifying aspect was his surge in combat power, leading him to strike indiscriminately. One official, bearing the pressure, spoke up. Prime Minister, you did say to temporarily halt the plan, so. Before he could finish, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro fixed him with a glare. He swallowed hard, terrified of being struck down. Fool! Lock them up. If they shout again, they will meet their end. Yes. The surrounding officials fell silent, genuinely fearing that Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro might suddenly lash out. Prime Minister, under normal circumstances, we are already formidable. Our warriors have all undergone transformations, and not only are they as powerful as you, but they also possess extensive combat experience. Indeed, Prime Minister, we are truly formidable. The mission to breach the barriers has only just commenced, and our progress has been remarkably swift. The Princess Nation boasts of being the world's foremost power, yet they do not surpass us by much. Therefore, Prime Minister, you must have faith in them and grant them some time. Indeed, we are no longer weak. We find ourselves making excuses. Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro's expression darkened ominously. He interjected, what do you mean by not weak? The Dragon Nation is far ahead of us, and the Princess Nation is leading us by several hundred. How can you say we are not weak? Are you suggesting that we deserve to fall behind the Dragon Nation and the Princess Nation, and that being beneath them is commendable? The officials bowed their heads in shame. Or perhaps, is it a harsh truth that we must accept? Baka. Yeah. Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro fumed, his frustration palpable. He pounded his chest repeatedly, nearly choking on his ire. In the presidential palace of the Princess Nation, the president was hardly any better off than Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro of the Sakura Nation. A freshly ordered bottle of red wine was once again shattered on the ground. Damn it! Find and eradicate those pests from the small nations. I took them in with good intentions, and they repay my kindness with treachery. They shall meet a grim fate. Furthermore, relay a message to Tomatak to construct the 3rd generation of the Dream Armor. With a gap of nearly 2,000, the disparity in contributions is too vast. We cannot allow the Dragon Nation to ride high above us. The legislators nodded in agreement. In the realm of luck, Tomatak's pupils quivered. The 2nd generation of Dream Nano Armor boasts a mid-tier battle strength of level 5. How could it possibly fall short against Zhang Tinyuan's armor in terms of breaching barriers? Vikos, do you believe his armor surpasses my Dream Nano Armor? The pressure from the president's office loomed heavily. Instinctively, he felt it was implausible. However, the officials had no reason to jest, and their disparity was indeed significant. I apologize, Mr. Tomatak. Regarding the Dragon Nation's armor, it has exceeded my calculations. I cannot simulate relevant data, nor can I provide an assessment unless the Dream Nano Armor engages in combat with the armor. Alternatively, you could consider upgrading me once more. Upgrade again? Are you jesting? Tomatak currently lacks that capability. Vicos has already transcended the realm of artificial intelligence. The materials required for further upgrades would likely deplete our national fortune. We must await the next reward from the dragon spirit. Yet, the proposed third generation of dream armor indeed requires our attention. There lies a potential opportunity. Tomatak refrained from speaking further. His faith was on the brink of collapse. This sentiment extended beyond them. Officials and competitors globally felt the same. The world was in shock. Particularly, the competitors from various nations were acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The extraordinary equipment that can elevate one's combat power from level 1 to levels 5 or even 6 is far from trivial. With this alone, Zhang Tianyuan has already left them in the dust. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the mission, Zhang Tianyuan allowed 250 pursuers to select their armor at will. Yet, one set of armor remained unchosen, an armor universally acclaimed as the strongest in the world, the Azura armor. Should Zhang Tianyuan summon the Azura armor for fusion, what level of combat power would it possess? Instantly, the third-generation extraordinary equipment in everyone's hands felt inadequate. Even if they crafted extraordinary equipment of level 8, it no longer seemed appealing. Many were left disheartened, collapsing onto the ground and murmuring to themselves. A prodigy? It is not mere talent that can compare. Countless individuals possess exceptional gifts globally, yet none are worthy of the title prodigy. He, Zhang Tianyuan, is one. However, those who recognized Zhang Tianyuan felt as though the entire world had crumbled. The disparity was immense. Nevertheless, a few individuals managed to rally themselves, although they remained a minority. The number of barriers breached by the Dragon Kingdom could only be described as a runaway victory, far surpassing all other nations with a contribution reaching 4,005. The area had become remarkably spacious. Zhang Tianyuan looked on with satisfaction as 2 or 3 dozen individuals successfully unleashed their ultimate techniques. Yet, the majority were utilizing the ultimate techniques of the 5-element shadow armor. Oh, is this an epiphany? Zhang Tianyuan blinked, as the surge of supreme intent suddenly astonished everyone. Chapter 43. The Shadowy Whirlwind Blade. The willpower erupts. A tumultuous surge of energy engulfs the surroundings. With a swift sound, a fierce gale surrounds them. Has Master Zhang Jianxin Atayan Lime? Long Hai inquired. Zhang Tianyuan nodded. Everyone, step back a little to avoid any accidental harm. Chen Xian was the first to request a change to the flying shadow armor. However, his performance was rather conventional when he shattered the barrier moments ago. The flying shadow legs had exhausted their energy, and he summoned the swift shadow blade for the final destruction. Now, with the sudden eruption of willpower, it was evident that he had gained some insight. I can sense a formidable energy emanating from Chen Xian. Master Zhang, is this the chi of heaven and earth you spoke of? Someone directly questioned. Like Chen Xian, they had all donned new armor but failed to unleash their utmost strength. Zhang Tianyuan smiled gently. Indeed, this is the chi of heaven and earth, the unwavering belief in victory, a momentum that even the heavens cannot thwart. The stronger the chi of heaven and earth, the more potent the unleashed power. Everyone appeared contemplative. The one who had questioned earlier chuckled foolishly. Does that mean if our belief is sufficient, we become invincible? Upon uttering this, a wave of uncertainty washed over the crowd. Though some thoughts remained unspoken, it did not imply their minds did not acknowledge it. Invincible? What extraordinary equipment could possibly grant invincibility? Continuous forging and enhancement were still essential. Even the mightiest extraordinary equipment has its limits. Armor merely represents a higher tier than other extraordinary gear. They turned their gazes toward Zhang Tianyuan, eager to hear his response. Yet, Zhang Tianyuan merely smiled, offering no reply. Those who believed would do so naturally. Those who did not would remain unconvinced, regardless of the explanations provided. At this moment, Chen Xian appeared somewhat dazed, an ethereal aura enveloping him as a flicker of realization dawned within his heart. Invincible in battle, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, fierce as fire, elusive as the shadows. Suddenly, A magnificent wave of willpower erupted from Chun Xian's legs. With unwavering resolve, he fixed his gaze upon the barrier ahead. In the next instant, the barrier within several kilometers seemed to react, transforming into a multitude of monstrous mirror images, surging forth like a darkened sky. "What on earth is happening? Has this place gone out of control?" exclaimed one. "Damn, they won't take form unless we provoke them. Now they all turned into monsters. Do not approach. Let Shin Xian handle this. He stirred up this commotion, and we shall merely observe. However, there are far too many. Can Shin Xian manage them all? Nearly 1,000 monsters. A man cannot utter, I cannot. What is there to fear from these small monsters? We are here to witness. After all." Indeed, the anxious individuals gradually calmed down, just as they had concluded, given their numbers. Fear not the 1,000 monsters that surround for now. Curiosity blooms regarding Qinshin's motives. Is it the potential for explosive power or a desire to transcend the threshold of life and death? As the multitude of creatures threatens to engulf Qinshin, anxiety grips the hearts of all, who stand ready to lend their support at a moment's notice. The air reverberates with the roars of beasts, sending ripples through the atmosphere. In the presence of these colossal monsters, the flying shadow armor appears as insignificant as an ant. Yet, Qinshin does not retreat an inch. His gaze remains sharp, akin to a god of war, standing resolute in the sky. The bloodline of the dragon pulses with a rhythmic heartbeat, akin to the thunderous beat of a drum, surging with vitality and igniting an indomitable fighting spirit. With a sudden movement, Qinshin's feet propel him forward, a brilliant flash of light illuminating the space as he vanishes in an instant. Shadows linger in his wake, and each phantom that brushes against a monster erupts in a burst of crimson light. The members of the pursuit team are left in awe. Is this truly the same unremarkable Qinshin from moments ago? With the same techniques, he delivers tenfold damage, obliterating the mirror beasts in a whirlwind of speed. The onslaught is relentless, ferocious, and overwhelming. My Wind Eagle armor cannot keep pace with such velocity. Even the ultimate techniques fall short of such extensive devastation. Victory is within grasp, as the most esteemed summoners of the Wind Eagle armor acknowledge him. The eyes of all who chose the flying shadow armor gleam with admiration. What a spectacle! A wolf in sheep's clothing indeed. Upon returning, I shall toast to his prowess, and perhaps broadcast the unwrapping of your joyous delivery live online. The entire team breathes a sigh of relief. The audience in the Dragon Nation's livestream is left dumbfounded. Qinshin's unparalleled fighting spirit ignites with each movement, slaying a monster with every flicker. The viewers are captivated. Wang Dafa, the flying shadow armor, is magnificent and powerful. I believe the Wind Eagle armor was the king of speed, yet I was astonished to discover that the flying shadow armor is the deity of speed. Each kick is executed with such elegance. Indeed, it is exquisite, an embodiment of explosive beauty, resembling a refined scholar of the martial world. Simply breathtaking. Breathtaking indeed, though that is 4 words, not 1. Nonetheless, it matters not. I yearn for a set of flying shadow armor. Truly, in the realm of martial prowess, swiftness is invincible. 1 kick, 1 small monster vanquished. Incredible. Who would dare underestimate the people of the Dragon Nation or the armors crafted by the great Zhang? We are the descendants of dragons. Dragons possess their secret scales. Dare to challenge us, and we shall see if we do not bring you to your end. Indeed, I advise you to tread kindly. But speaking of Qinshin, is he a courier of happiness? It seems so. Otherwise, how could there be such a thing as a happiness delivery? It is rather absurd, isn't it? What kind of delivery could possibly relate to happiness? I too am curious and eager to witness the live stream unfold. However, coming back to the subject, our esteemed Dragon Nation is blessed with a remarkable deity, Zhang. Indeed, were it not for Zhang, we could scarcely fathom what our fate might have been. In the past, I misjudged him, and I felt a pang of remorse. Zhang, I owe you an apology. Yes, indeed, we all owe you an apology, Zhang. The people of the Dragon Nation are bold and unyielding, acknowledging both Zhang's profound strength and the mistakes we have previously made. We never seek excuses. Thus, within the live stream, the citizens of the Dragon Nation have resolved that upon Zhang's triumphant return, they shall extend their apologies. Baka, such hypocritical individuals from the Dragon Nation. I can hardly abide your pretense, your insincerity. Fact Squid, what innovation lies in your repetitive sets of armor? Aishiya, indeed, this flying shadow armor is not but a rehash of the Wind Eagle armor. Such gimmicks lack originality. It is mere bravado, the work of insincere souls. In my opinion, the world should unite in boycotting these individuals from the Dragon Nation. You understand nothing. We are. What the? The flying shadow armor is glowing. My heavens, is that truly the flying shadow armor? Thousands of beasts. Chun Xin was unable to vanquish them all at once. The resplendent will surged forth once more. Boom! His fighting spirit soared. The will enveloped his entire being instantaneously, cascading into Chun Xin like a waterfall. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. The shadow blade in his hand underwent a transformation. The blade widened, its aura sharpened. It resonated with the essence of the armor adorning Chun Xin, the absolute shadow whirlwind blade. The summoning card was swiftly embedded in the hilt. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying will erupted forth from the absolute shadow whirlwind blade. Chapter 44, Compulsory Mission. Ultimate Keying Technique. Lightning slash of demonic destruction. Qinshin transformed into a streak of lightning. With a single stroke, he annihilated 10 mirror monsters in an instant. The shadows of his blade danced. Qinshin had already appeared behind the beast. With another strike, lightning entangled 30 to 40 mirror monsters. In the next moment, the blade descended once more. Another wave of annihilation. The third strike. The momentum intensified. The brilliance of the blade roared like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Nearly 200 mirror monsters stood frozen in place. In the next second, multiple explosions erupted from their bodies. An endless torrent of electricity consumed and incinerated the corpses. Amidst the flashes of blades, they turned to ash, with no power to retaliate. Two colossal characters swept away everything in their path. Suddenly, the entire arena fell into silence. The shadow wind blade in Qinshin's hand reverted to its original form. The swift shadow blade. Due to the recent explosion of power, he felt considerably weakened. Haha, have you all been captivated by my charm? Let me tell you, this is not the extent of my abilities. If I escalate the battle and unleash this ultimate technique, 1,000, no, 10,000 mirror monsters would be annihilated in an instant. Qinshin declared proudly while wielding the swift shadow blade. Longhai approached and patted him on the shoulder. I knew you were impressive. Haha, splendid. You didn't bring me shame. Later, tell me in secret how you executed that ultimate technique. Qinshin chuckled. Rest assured. I want to keep a secret. I'll share it with you once we return. Goodness, why are you two speaking so loudly? Are you afraid we can't hear you? Qinshin glanced up, noticing the summoner of the three armors of heaven, earth, and man, whose gaze was sharp as a knife. He quickly added, this is all thanks to the Great Zhang. I merely followed his instructions to unleash the mightiest energy of heaven and earth. The summoner of the Xing Tian armor, resembling Long Hai, laughed heartily. You young lad, you don't think this is enough to pass, do you? You must share your experience with everyone. After all, you are the first to unleash the three armors of heaven, earth, and man. Others joined in the lively banter. In the Daughter's Nation battle zone, Water Shadow icebound, hundreds of mirror monsters were frozen in place. Firestar, fiery sniper arrow. In the next moment, a rocket was launched from another beautiful lady's hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying flames directly obliterated these mirror monsters. Mercury, Mars, be cautious. Moon Shadow exclaimed. Unbeknownst to them, another 100 mirror monsters had appeared, surrounding Mercury and Mars. Moon Shadow accelerated to assist in breaking the siege. The three beautiful maidens faced the oncoming mirror monsters with renewed vigor. Boom! A vast surge of energy erupted forth. Silver Moon Crystal, Eternal Moonlight. The Mercury Rapids, Rhapsody. The Mars Flame Mandala. Boom! 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 All the approaching monsters were shattered, vanishing in an instant. Mercury, Mars, are you all right? Moon Shadow gazed at the two. The surrounding beautiful maidens soon gathered. Mercury and Mars appeared exceedingly frail, their lips pale. "We are fine. It was just a considerable drain of energy. Fortunately, Moonshadow, you arrived swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome." Moonshadow nodded. "That's good to hear. However, your performance just now was truly impressive." Mercury and Mars exchanged faint smiles. "Quickly, let us press on. We cannot hinder Lady Jinji." In the Sakura Nation battle zone, Sanji. Concerned voices echoed. Sanji's back was adorned with the Yada no Kagami claws, piercing through as if foretelling the future. In the blink of an eye, 8 surrounding monsters were slain. Turning around, he exclaimed, "Baka, you haven't resolved the issue yet. What are you all doing?" Sanji's face was grim. "After the teacher's modifications, is this how you repay him? What distinguishes you from mere waste?" His unrelenting reprimand echoed. Of the 250 pursuers, 20 had already been devoured, leaving only 230. It was utterly humiliating. Are the sets of armor from the Dragon Nation truly that formidable? Stronger than the teacher's bone armor? Impossible. Yet, why is there an ever-widening gap between us and the Princess Nation, both at level 5 combat power? As these thoughts arose, an overwhelming fury surged within Sanji. The great Sakura Empire must not falter. How can we be overshadowed by the Dragon Nation? Kill them all. We must charge forward. We cannot be suppressed by the Dragon Nation. In the Sakura Nation conference room, Baka, the Dragon Nation cannot be this strong. Those sets of armor are all identical. False. All false. It must be the dragon spirit aiding in cheating. Pursue them. Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro roared incessantly, his eyes glinting crimson. "We cannot catch up. It's utterly impossible." The livestream chat was flooded with inquiries about what the 250 pursuers from the Sakura Nation were doing. The entire Sakura Nation was in an uproar, seething with anger. Yet, they knew it was futile. The first phase of the mission was nearing completion. If only Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Nation were to perish on the outer battlefield. Musashi Kojiro's gaze was cold. As all nations launched frenzied assaults in these final 20 minutes, many rapidly fused extraordinary equipment and enhanced their combat power under immense pressure. The speed of destruction increased dramatically. At that very moment, the Dragon Nation pursuers received an additional task prompt from the Dragon Spirit. In light of the Dragon Kingdom Strike Team's early completion of their task progress, to ensure the successful fulfillment of this mission, an additional mandatory task has been issued. Task objective: assist 25 nations deemed incapable of completing their tasks in dismantling the barriers. Task duration: 20 minutes. Task requirements: a minimum of 5 personnel must be dispatched for support and to complete the barrier demolition task. Task reward: upon successful completion of the support mission, the Dragon Kingdom will receive an additional random faction trait, with a soul power revival of 5. Dragon Kingdom participants are requested to allocate personnel promptly. Teleportation will commence in 2 minutes. Note: failure to complete the mandatory task will result in severe penalties for the respective nation. What? Is this a joke? Are we being targeted? Obviously, this is a blatant targeting. This task is utterly unfair. How outrageous! We are under no obligation to assist them. The Dragon Spirit is being rather unappealing this time. Silence. We have no time for further disputes. We have merely 2 minutes remaining. What shall we do? Master Zhang? After a brief quarrel, all eyes turned to Zhang Tianyuan. This is a compulsory task. We cannot refuse. We shall proceed with a minimum of 5 individuals per group to resolve the barriers and return swiftly. 25 nations require our support. Time is of the essence. Master Zhang will allocate personnel based on the remaining numbers. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom live stream. Invincible. A true display of prowess. Haha, this task clearly indicates our strength. Incredible. Who would have thought? It's astonishing how swiftly we, the Dragon Kingdom, are gaining prominence. The rewards this time are indeed appealing. An additional faction trait is quite scarce for us. As time progresses, the situation of the task becomes increasingly urgent. The Princess Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom have already completed their cleanup, and the other nations are nearing completion as well. Chapter 45. If only I had known. I would have killed him. In the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan, along with a host of generals, wore beaming smiles. The formidable power of the 8 sets of armor was evident for all to see. To be honest, I too yearn for a suit of armor to don. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji jested with Commander Wang Feng. Commander, you will have your chance. When the great Zhang manifests again, it will surely be your turn. Many were eager to become armor summoners, and Commander Wang Feng was no exception. Indeed, Commander, there's no need for haste. You will undoubtedly acquire your armor. General Yu Bufan nodded in agreement. Observing the two opportunists, Commander Wang Feng rolled his eyes. Oof. You two should wait and see. The 9th set of armor will undoubtedly be mine. General Yu Bufan and Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji exchanged knowing smiles. Yes. Commander, you're absolutely right. I also believe you will surely gain the recognition of the Azura armor. How insincere. They continued with their flattery. However, on another note, I am beginning to understand the great Zhang's reasoning behind only manifesting these specific armors. Each armor possesses distinct attributes and advantages. He aims to allow us to select the armor that best suits us. Upon hearing this, everyone wholeheartedly agreed. The great Zhang's crafting is ongoing, and beyond these 9 sets, there will undoubtedly be even more powerful armors in the future. Indeed, soon, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom will possess a suit of armor. The future is promising. Isn't the Dragon Spirit planning an offensive against the other world? At that time, each of us will have an armor piece to forge a new realm for the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely indeed. After a brief discussion, Commander Wang Feng solemnly remarked, "It is still premature to speak of such things. Our strength remains far too insignificant. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. The true battle lies ahead. This will be a war that determines the very survival of humanity on Blue Star. Once the assassination mission is completed, the real confrontation will commence, and countless lives may be lost in foreign lands." A heavy silence fell over the room. The barrier beasts within the mission are vastly inferior compared to the true monsters of the other world. They may be 2 or 3 levels weaker than monsters of equivalent power from the other realm. Just how formidable is the 8th level pinnacle warrior, the blue-eyed white dragon avatar? Do we stand a chance of victory, and at what cost will it come? A somber weight settled in everyone's hearts. Indeed, an 8th level pinnacle warrior. Even if we complete the assassination mission, the 8th level blue-eyed white dragon will still descend. What then shall we do? In the auspicious space of the A4 nation, the armors of the Dragon Kingdom are undeniably formidable. However, my knight shall not be outdone by your armor. Kira's demeanor was strikingly different from before, radiating confidence. In his hands, he held several rectangular, plastic-like toys. Beneath each toy lies a USB port, accompanied by a button. Kira's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had finally succeeded. A groundbreaking knight concept, a fusion of 2 into 1 knight. He named this transformation device the Memory Core, capable of storing memories across various dimensions, enabling to undergo multifaceted transformations. Zhang Tianyuan, no matter how formidable your armor may be, can it truly rival the myriad forms I possess? Moreover, I am not harnessing the strength of 1 alone. I embody the power of 2. Can your solitary armor stand against the knight formed by our combined might? Gazing at the knight transformation belt on the experiment platform, Kira's smile grew increasingly wild. Once the barrier-breaking mission concludes, the knight transformation belt shall become a global model for imitation, and Kira will ascend as the new hero. The knight transformation belt is complete. The mysterious voice of the dragon spirit resonated. Congratulations to the contestant from the 4th nation, Kira, for crafting the knight armor. Gale, ace form. The creation of this extraordinary equipment has achieved remarkable enhancement. Awarded Kira with 1 blue star core fragment. Awarded the 4th nation with the faction talent. Enhancement. Kira beheld the blue star core fragment materializing before him and couldn't suppress his joyous laughter. The faction talent was soon disseminated across the network. Faction talent. Enhancement level. Ordinary effect. In battle against monsters, the knight's kick inflicts a stunning effect, diminishing the monster's attributes by 15. Damage inflicted on monsters is doubled. Incredible. Just as I observed his creation, the memory core's multifaceted transformation is astounding. And the 4th nation is equally formidable. Dragon Nation, you were instructed to imitate, not to surpass. How extraordinary! The creations he previously crafted were nothing like this. The disparity is astounding. Truly, one must regard the talented with newfound respect after a mere 3 days. Ridiculous. The blue star core fragment. What merit does he possess? An imitator, rewarded so lavishly? By the gods, had it not been for this reward notification, I would have believed these individuals to be engaged in battle like the great Zhang. Huh. Do you think everyone is as foolish as Zhang Tianyuan? Everyone is crafting, and they are nearing completion. It is baffling. I genuinely do not comprehend why the great Zhang is not diligently crafting extraordinary equipment. What could he be planning? Ridiculous. Quick, come and see. Our Sakura Empire has developed new equipment. The Vegapunk is exceptionally impressive. Many nations are crafting their 3rd set of extraordinary equipment. If they can complete their endeavors before the assassination mission commences, then their chances of survival will significantly increase. Damage dealt to monsters will also elevate. The mysterious voice of the dragon spirit echoed once more. Congratulations to the contestant from the Sakura Nation, Vegapunk, for successfully creating the puppet demon cell transformation device. The crafting of this extraordinary equipment has achieved remarkable enhancement. Awarded Vegapunk with 1 blue star core fragment. Awarded the Sakura Nation with a 20 increase in seafood production. My heavens, another blue star core fragment. The puppet demon cell. What on earth is this? Is it even more formidable than the 8-headed serpent? The audience from the land of cherry blossoms is utterly bewildered. Subsequently, the sound of the dragon spirit's notifications resonates continuously. Congratulations to the Bear Kingdom contestant, Aidhua, for crafting the Super Beast Lock. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment has achieved significant elevation. Reward: Aidhua High Density Energy X1. Lifespan 20. Reward for the Bear Kingdom. All 10. 000 warriors gain 5 to all attributes. Congratulations to the Bat Kingdom contestant, King Joker, for creating the Mental Infection Potion. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment has achieved significant elevation. Reward: King Joker's Mental Strength 210. Reward for the Bat Kingdom. Faction Talent, Poison Kill. Faction Talent, Poison Kill, Level, Ordinary. Effect: in combat against monsters, mental state is abnormally heightened. www.use or www.use. Org can be stacked. When stacked to 100, it results in a decisive kill. Congratulations to the Akensteam Nation. The few remaining warriors from the small nation are similarly transported over. Gasping for breath, they have succumbed to despair. By the heavens, why do you not take action? Are you demons, watching us get slaughtered? Damn it, you despicable enablers of tyranny. I represent the people of the world in expressing disdain for you. How infuriating. By the heavens, how I envy those fortunate immigrants. Woe is us. Our small nation is on the brink of annihilation. What can 8 of the national fortune's essence accomplish? Alas, had we known, we should have simply put Jean's son to death. Our compassion has led to this predicament. Chapter 46. The Zen Seal and the Celestial Slash. At this moment, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom could hardly contain themselves. What the hell? Who is that fool preventing us from moving? Absurdity has reached its peak. This small nation is truly foolish, utterly foolish. Damn it, don't hold me back. Today, I shall burn down his home. This is unbearable. How can there be such imbeciles? Dragon Spirit, cannot you show mercy and annihilate their nation outright? I even tried to convince myself to be magnanimous, yet I truly wish to slap them. I am magnanimous, indeed. This small nation still has the audacity to issue announcements. They truly lack self-awareness. People across the globe are left speechless. The few countries accommodating the small nation's immigrants are utterly distressed. Even the cunning of the great Cherry Blossom Empire refuses to intervene. This small nation has reached the pinnacle of folly. On the battlefield beyond, the remaining 50 or so from the small nation huddled together, surrounded by 2,000 to 3,000 monstrous creatures. The scene was heartbreaking. They still failed to recognize their mistakes. Do those from the Dragon Kingdom truly refrain from taking action? Are they not afraid of Dragon Spirit's retribution? They merely watch, obedient as dogs. Just wait. I have recorded everything. Once this is over, I will release the evidence and report them. In my opinion, the invasion of monsters is entirely the fault of the Dragon Kingdom. Without them, we would certainly be safe. Yes, I think so too. It's all the Dragon Kingdom's fault. We might as well lure the monsters over and punish those arrogant fools from the Dragon Kingdom. I am curious to see if they will take action. This is a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly support it. It is far better than sitting here and doing nothing. With darkened gazes, they looked at the five who received aid from the Dragon Kingdom. Charge! They must pay the price. Upon witnessing this scene, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom erupted in a torrent of curses. Brain dead, despicable, and shameless. How dare they divert disaster upon us? Truly inhuman. They deserve to die. The armored one cursed under his breath. The four armored warriors wore grave expressions. The sheer number of those monstrous creatures was overwhelming. None of the five had mastered their ultimate techniques. If they were to be engulfed directly, they could very well sustain injuries. Step back. I shall confront them. The armored one's inner energy surged. The fire execution sword blazed with flames, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. The spirit of battle soared at that moment, enveloping him in an aura of invincibility. Let me take us on. I shall defend you, my comrades. The black rhinoceros armored summoner stepped forward. Senior, I can do this. You watch from behind. I can slay them. The armored one fixed his gaze upon the monsters, his expression solemn. Little Tion, allow me to protect you all. The senior's hands waved, pressing against the Chinkoan belt. Zen, Seal. The sound was barely audible. Every word encompasses the profound resonance of the Tao. The void reverberates with relentless explosions. Terrifying energy surges forth. Buzz. A series of luminous rings sweep outward, rendering everything in their path utterly frozen. In a fleeting moment, the entire world appears to have been paused, as if a temporary button had been pressed. The ferocious, razor-sharp claws of the lead leopard-like beast are a mere 20 centimeters away from Xiao Tian, yet it can advance not even a fraction. It is suspended in midair. The smiles of the warriors from the small kingdoms have also been arrested in time. Everything is enveloped by the light of temporal suspension. It resembles a photograph, a work of art. The Zen seal, it freezes past and present. It severs the future. The once cacophonous live stream has now descended into an extraordinary silence, as though time itself has been frozen. What extraordinary ability is this? What force has rendered everything motionless? Preposterous! How utterly absurd is this? My goodness! This is beyond comprehension. What on earth is happening? My word, is this defying the heavens? I cannot fathom. The world is frozen? Time has stopped? Space is solidified? What on earth? What a ridiculous situation. What a broken network, to have no signal whatsoever. Dragon Kingdom, what mischief are you up to this time? It's only 2 casualties. What is there to fear? This isn't some clandestine affair. Insanity. Truly, this world has transformed into an incomprehensible madness. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If the armor possesses such strength, wouldn't it render its wearer invincible? It is explosive. This is indeed quite remarkable. Where has Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom emerged from? I am utterly astounded, as if shocked for a millennium. The world is in shock. A power that can freeze time and space. No extraordinary equipment from any nation could achieve such a feat. It is simply beyond belief. Xiao Tian, eliminate them. I cannot maintain this for long. The elderly master, who has just grasped the Zen seal, finds his duration far too short to sustain this pause. Xiao Tian and the other 3 regain their composure. The 8 trigrams step manifest duplicates. Energy radiates brilliantly from Xiao Tian. The fire punishment sword plunges into the ground. In his right palm, a dazzling light coalesces, suddenly pressing against the hilt of the sword. Boom! A torrent of energy erupts. Xiao Tian grasps the fire punishment sword, executing a powerful backslash. Fire punishment of heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! A wave of fiery sword energy surges forth, instantly annihilating over a dozen beasts in a straight line. The summoners of the Flame Dragon armor and the Wind Eagle armor simultaneously unleash their ultimate techniques. The Earth Tiger armor does not fall behind, charging directly into the fray. Boom! After executing the strike, Xiao Tian's energy fluctuations intensify dramatically. His entire being is enveloped in a mysterious glow of intent. The battle spirit surges fiercely. Elder Right and the other three gaze on in astonishment. The energy within Xiao Tian surged like a torrent cascading into his being. Suddenly, a crisp crack echoed as the meditation seal of the right elder concluded. The warriors of the small nation rejoiced with exuberance. Let us vanquish them. Ha ha ha. Let the people of the Dragon Kingdom descend into hell with us. Yet, as the claws of the monstrous beast descended, the small nation's warriors gradually succumbed to death. No one paid heed to their fates. A few gazes fixated upon Xiao Yin's infernal execution sword. With a thunderous roar, the sword transformed, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy. This scene resembled the legendary Shadow Typhoon Blade. It had evolved. The infernal celestial sword, ranked 12th among the Ares weaponry. Xiao Tian gripped the sword with his right hand, inserting a crimson card into the hilt. In an instant, a formidable power surged forth, locking onto over 1,000 beasts ahead. A super ultimate technique. Celestial Severance. The blade unleashed its fury. With a single stroke, nearly 100 monsters were obliterated in an instant. The flames raged. Another strike followed, incinerating over 500 beasts into the void. With the final stroke, radiant light flickered. Flame soared skyward. Amidst the thunderous roar, it streaked across the heavens like fire and lightning. In that moment, nearly 2,000 beasts stood frozen in place. Then, an inferno ignited, consuming all monsters where they stood, obliterated by the flames. In the blink of an eye, every beast was annihilated. Enveloped in the brilliance of fire and sword light, all was laid to waste. 3 strikes. The monsters lay scattered as lifeless corpses. The remaining 10 or so warriors from the small nation clung to one another in tears, their expressions bizarre, trembling as if paralyzed by fear. What a powerful super ultimate technique. Indeed, Celestial Severance is truly remarkable. Chapter 47. The Power of the 5 Elements in Such Dire Times. It is utterly intolerable that a small nation would engage in underhanded schemes. No country can accept such treachery. The outcry against this small nation is immense. The clamor for retribution is palpable. On the brink of annihilation, this nation has, following a series of events, effectively sealed its own fate. Even those who have emigrated from this small nation now find themselves in hiding, silent and fearful. Many speculate about the hidden power of the 5 elements shadow armor, much like the black rhino armor showcase during this crisis. Might the other 4 sets of shadow armor also possess abilities akin to the Zen Seal, capable of freezing time for a fleeting 3 seconds? Though brief, such a power alone would elevate the value of the 5-element shadow armor to unprecedented heights. Have there been no updates yet? After all this time, can you not manage even this? Speak up if you can. A group of fools, utterly incapable of handling even trivial matters? In the Princess Nation, at the White Palace base, the president angrily berates his assembly during a meeting. Joy seldom lasts beyond 5 minutes before a series of distressing issues arise. The recent incident involving the Zen Seal has darkened his countenance further still. A mere 3 seconds. It eludes comprehension, entirely incomprehensible. All armors crafted by Zhang Tianyuan of Dragon Nation remain untested, yet they repeatedly resolve crises. Furthermore, all armors appear limitless in potential. The explosive power of their ultimate techniques is causing him excruciating headaches. Yet, he is not alone in his torment. In the conference room of the Sakura Nation, Prime Minister Musashi Kojuro, in a fit of rage, kicks the door. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could the first armor from Dragon Nation possess the ability to manipulate time and space? Such power belongs to the realm of the temporal. How could humanity ever wield it? The Zen Seal is far too formidable. Who can contend with the power of time and space? The 8-headed serpent's armored form? Certainly not. It is not even the true 8-headed serpent. No, even a mythical serpent might not achieve such feats. How can one place hope in myth? Musashi Kojuro is engulfed in existential doubt. Is the Grand Sakura Empire truly destined for decline? The Prime Minister inquires if it is conceivable that the previous rewards from Dragon Spirit played a role, specifically the effects of the Sands of Time and the Dimensional Space Gem. It was through the utilization of these two artifacts that the five-element shadow armor was crafted. An official offers this insight, and Musashi Kojiro nods in agreement. Yes, it must surely be due to these artifacts. If such rewards were bestowed upon us, we, the Bay Japan Consortium, could undoubtedly forge even more formidable, extraordinary equipment. Send a message to Bay Japan, urging him to focus on crafting extraordinary gear in this vein. Even in the absence of rewards, we possess the ability to harness the forces of time and space. Bai Japan has such talent. At this moment, President Guang Tuqiang of the Bear Nation wore a grave expression. The five-element shadow armor of the Dragon Nation is indeed formidable, truly powerful. It surpasses any extraordinary equipment across the globe. Who would have thought? It is utterly beyond expectation. Fortunately, I, Guang Tuqiang, always exercise caution in my dealings, refraining from severing ties with the Dragon Nation. His prudence has indeed spared us from an undesirable outcome. Mr. President, such an outrageous power must surely have its limits. An analyst remarked. Guang Tuqiang nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Even with constraints, it sufficiently illustrates the might of the five-element shadow armor. The combat strength of these 5 suits of armor lies somewhere between levels 7 and 8. Upon hearing this, the officials were utterly astonished. 7 to 8? That's impossible. It's far too high. If they truly reach level 8, then this assassination mission should be secure and Blue Star would be temporarily safe. However, the avatar of the blue-eyed white dragon, nearing level 9 in strength, may not be easily vanquished by the Dragon Nation alone. Indeed, I share your thoughts. Despite our cooperative relationship, we must enhance our own capabilities. We must forge even more powerful, extraordinary equipment. Guang Tuqiang remained silent, listening to the analyses of these officials. The support had nearly concluded, and teams were being transported back. Upon seeing Senior Wright and Xiao Tian, the crowd could no longer contain their indignation and gathered around them. Senior Wright, how did you produce that Zen seal? The curiosity of those who wielded the five-element shadow armor could no longer be restrained. The Zen seal, the power to freeze time and space. 3 seconds. That is undeniably an invincible skill. A divine technique at that. Senior Wright reflected for a moment. I'm not entirely certain. At that time, my sole intention was to protect everyone, and my focus was intensely concentrated. It emerged instinctively, akin to what Longheim mentioned about the unity of man and armor. The crowd exchanged glances. Unity of man and armor. That sounds rather challenging. Master Zhang, could you elaborate further for us? As Senior Wright provided no detailed answer, someone finally inquired of Zhang Tianyuan. Upon hearing this, he chuckled. Not a problem. To put it simply, it is the unity of man and armor. But how does one achieve this unity? Zhang Tianyuan's explanation piqued the interest of the audience in the Dragon Nation's live stream. Perhaps one day, they too would find themselves in need of this knowledge. First, we must comprehend the 5 elements. What are the 5 elements? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They counter and complement one another. The 5 elements represent 5 great paths, 5 avenues of cultivation, and the 5-element shadow armor symbolizes these 5 paths. In the auspicious space of the Dragon Nation, the yin-yang 5 elements light array suddenly trembled. A resonant hum filled the air as beams of light surged skyward. In the blink of an eye, we burst forth from the realm of fortune, soaring toward the battlefield beyond. Boom, 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 boom. 5 radiant halos descended from the heavens, enveloping the crowd. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, all viewers gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. A miracle! A miracle has arrived. Little did they expect that the 5-element shadow armor held such profound significance. Indeed, the legacy passed down from our ancestors is truly extraordinary. I wonder if I too might inherit the ancestral legacy of the 5-element shadow armor. It is utterly astounding. The mysteries contained within are so profound that even as a disciple of Taoism, I find them deeply enigmatic. Perhaps only a celestial master could comprehend such intricacies. I wonder if the celestial master still exists. Wayward disciple, are you cursing your teacher? Yet, I advise everyone to refrain from speaking and to listen attentively, as this knowledge will greatly benefit your futures. As Zhang Tianshir's words settled, the live room fell into profound silence. It is well known that during times of great turmoil, the Taoists of the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly rise to the occasion, sacrificing their lives for the sake of the nation, true heroes in the annals of our history. At that moment, a wondrous scene unfolded. Centered around Zhang Tianyuan, the ethereal silhouette of a small world gradually took shape. Mountains, rivers, forests, flora, and fauna. The celestial bodies of night and day. An arcane aura continuously circulated in this space. All who witnessed this phenomenon felt a resonance within their souls. The five elements. This is the power of the five elements. The five elements are mutually supportive, generating and overcoming one another. Boom! A thunderclap resonated in everyone's minds. With a single thought, the power of the five elements began to evolve wildly in the air. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. The evolution of the five elements' power abruptly halted. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyuan, seated in meditation, levitated gracefully into the air. Chapter 48. The distribution of rewards immediately. The summoner of the five-element shadow armor began to levitate in mid-air, aligning themselves with the ethereal pillars of light. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom gasped in astonishment at this spectacle. Goodness, they are all soaring into the sky. This is utterly surreal. What is Master Zhang attempting to accomplish? My word, is this the transmission of skills depicted in the martial arts novels of the Dragon Kingdom? Absurd. The special effects here far surpass the mediocre spectacles that often cost millions with mere pocket change. Are they about to undergo a transformation of their very essence? The yin-yang five elements light array, with each position representing a unique elemental force, corresponds to a distinct set of shadow armor. This is a transcendence. Master Zhang is truly a national hero, generously imparting all his knowledge without reservation. Though it seems rather extravagant, especially with so many outsiders present. Boom, 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 boom. The five radiant avenues trembled, resonating with everyone present. The summoner of the five-element shadow armor felt an intense connection as the energy within each individual transformed into a pure essence of one of the five elements. An intimate communion with the most unadulterated elemental forces of the universe. The five elements path. The vibrations of elemental properties, cleansing the soul and perception, spirals of energy fused with the elements, bestowing heavenly gifts, the interplay of the five elements, the bloodline of the flame dragon, awakening boom in the realm of heaven and earth. Master Zhang's words reverberated, causing the very foundations of the Dragon Kingdom to quiver. The shadows and light evolved, bloodlines awakened. Each individual's spirit surged instantaneously. The resonance of the great path echoed. Buzz. Endless radiance unfurled from the five elements light, cascading back into the realm of fortune. The colorful orbs within the yin-yang five elements light array pulsated with energy. An ultimate armor began to take shape within, a manifestation of the supreme armor, the Emperor armor. The pulsating colorful orbs suddenly began to spin, absorbing the returning elemental power. The foreign audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream was left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? The dragon people are acting as if a deity has descended upon the earth, shrouded in mystery. What more could there be? How ridiculous! The Dragon Kingdom remains as unpredictable as ever, boasting without any forethought. Surely, they're doing this on purpose, creating such a commotion to attract attention. You know nothing. Only we, the descendants of the flame dragon, truly understand. This is the awakening of our bloodline. Master Zhang is invincible. I feel my bloodline igniting, as if a dragon is roaring within me. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature. This is the essence of the great path of the Dragon Kingdom. How could you possibly comprehend it? I truly envy the esteemed seniors, who are able to glean profound truths from the words of the great Zhang. Their understanding undoubtedly surpasses ours by a significant margin. As the final speech concluded, Zhang Tenyuan gazed at the others and remarked, "With the three armors of heaven, earth, and man, as long as you possess an indomitable belief, not even the heavens and earth can thwart your endeavors. The stronger your conviction, the mightier your combat prowess will become. Faith, intent, power of intent, forlong high and others." These concepts evoked an ineffable sense of mystery. At that moment, the enigmatic voice of the dragon's spirit resonated. "Announcement! Announcement! Announcement! Congratulations to the Blue Star Pursuit Team for completing the mission. 16 million barriers have been utterly dismantled. For now, the Beast King from the other world cannot invade Blue Star. The second phase of the mission is now initiated. The dragon spirit will expend its essence to simulate barriers, luring the invading monsters into a confined space. All National Pursuit Team members, please prepare yourselves. In 5 minutes, the monsters will be teleported to the extraterrestrial battlefield for a decisive battle. This mission will be evaluated alongside the Prestige Leaderboard. First place, Long High Dragon Nation. Flame Dragon Armor, Xing Tian Armor, 9688 Prestige. Reward, Endless Power of Intent Gem, X3. Second place, Xiao Tian, Dragon Nation. Flame Dragon Armor, Xing Tian Armor, 8999 Prestige. Reward, Fiery Power of Intent Gem, X3. Third place, Roman, Princess Nation. Dreamlike Nano Battle Armor, 7885 Prestige. Reward, Nano Mechanical Weaponry. Fourth place, Yu Wufeng, Dragon Nation. Black Rhino Armor, 7777 Prestige. Reward, Water Element Crystal, X3. Fifth place, Yu Buffon, Dragon Nation. Flame Dragon Armor, 6666 Prestige. Reward, Fire Element Crystal, X3. Sixth place. In the top 5 of the Prestige Leaderboard, the Dragon Nation claimed 4 positions. Among the top 10, 9 were from the Dragon Nation. This was a true slaughter of the rankings. Ha ha ha. We, the Dragon Nation, are number 1. Roar. Ha ha. Our great Dragon Nation is formidable, unmatched. First place. The garbage from Sakura Nation is relegated to 11th. It's utterly hilarious. Indeed, it's a slaughter of the rankings. Did you not look down upon the 5 elements light shadow armor? Did you not disdain the Dragon Nation? If you have the capability, surpass our prestige. Day after day, all you do is chatter. It's best for you to wash up and sleep early. Let the task of saving the world be entrusted to us, the Dragon Nation. Ha ha ha, yes. You should wash up and sleep early. Following the announcement of the Prestige Leaderboard, the Dragon Spirit proceeded to reveal the contribution rankings for barrier destruction. First place, Dragon Nation, 197,058 contributions. Mission duration, 45 minutes. Second place, Princess Nation, 57,806 contributions. Mission duration, 50 minutes. Third place, Sakura Nation, 56,897 contributions. Mission duration, 55 minutes. Fourth place, Bear Nation, 48,999 contributions. Mission duration, 55 minutes. Fifth place, Shadow Nation. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for surpassing the initial phase of their mission. Rewards include a 4 increase in the Dragon Kingdom's soul recovery progress, the teleportation talent for the Dragon Kingdom's faction, an elevation of 1 level in the Dragon Bloodline talent, and a source energy evolution for each member of the Dragon Kingdom's pursuit team. Additionally, the esteemed contestant Zhang Tianyuan has been bestowed the title of Half Immortal. The voice of the dragon spirit resonates continuously. The world is in shock. It is madness. The Dragon Kingdom is on the verge of an award frenzy. The sheer volume of rewards is astounding. The accolades for the Dragon Kingdom seem to echo endlessly. Officials from various nations, including the Princess Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation, are filled with astonishment and indignation. The Dragon Spirit has bestowed an abundance of rewards upon the Dragon Kingdom. Truly, they have given far too much. The Dragon Spirit cannot be foolish, yet they appear to be naive. These rewards are undoubtedly formidable. They cannot come to terms with the Dragon Kingdom receiving such a plethora of bounties. The Dragon Kingdom, a realm of half-immortals. Immortals? Zhang, the Great One, is incredible. Half-immortal Zhang, a force against the heavens. Half-immortal, immortal. Ah, Zhang, the Great One, indeed embodies the essence of an immortal. Recognized as a half-immortal by the Blue Planet, this is utterly absurd. It seems that Zhang, the Great One, is journeying ever further along the path of cultivation. With a pursuit team of 250, the reward of energy evolution sounds quite promising. I only know that we are invincible. Even level 7 monsters are unworthy to carry our shoes. We must remain low-key, refrain from speaking the truth too loudly, even if it is indeed true. It should not be proclaimed so audibly. Regardless of the level of those monsters, with a mere flick of his finger, Zhang, the Great One, can ensure their demise. This is certain. Even the renowned Tom attack from the Princess Nation would prove ineffective. Chapter 49. The War Begins. The first generation of Scions. Warning. 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 The second phase of the assassination mission is about to commence. Please, the Blue Star Pursuit Team, prepare for battle. Eliminating monsters will still yield prestige and contribution points, which will be allocated based on the contribution value. According to the Dragon Spirit's detection, there are 100,000 mid-level combatants of level 7, 1 million of level 6, and 150 million of level 5 and below. Participants can teleport back to the Fortune Space at any time while in the sealed area. The Dragon Spirit will summon monsters to the outer battlefield in multiple waves. The quantity and strength of each wave remain to be determined. The first wave of monsters will descend within 1 minute. All warriors of the Blue Star Pursuit Team must be prepared to execute the kill with utmost speed. Regardless of whether the kill is completed, the Dragon Spirit will summon another wave of monsters every 2 hours. If the task is completed early, the Dragon Spirit will summon directly. Remember, summoning monsters requires a substantial amount of Blue Star's primordial power. If the number of kills is insufficient, it will result in a deficit, causing irreversible effects on the Dragon Spirit. Friendly reminder, all nations can supplement their forces up to 250 warriors at any time. Gasp! There are an astonishing 160 million monsters, all intercepted by the Dragon Spirit in the sealed space and the outer battlefield. What dreadful consequences would ensue if this wave of monsters directly invaded Blue Star? Perhaps half a Blue Star would simply vanish. The Dragon Spirit's initial prophecy was no jest. Now, we can teleport back to the Fortune Space at any moment. Additionally, all nations can replenish their battle losses from Blue Star. This serves as a glimmer of hope in this assassination mission. Seriously injured personnel may retreat to the Fortune Space, allowing new warriors to fill their ranks. This will be a protracted war of attrition. There are simply too many monsters. Their strength is formidable. Can we truly emerge victorious in this battle? The Dragon Spirit has already granted us the greatest assistance by summoning waves of monsters every 2 hours. We cannot falter before the fight. We must win. No, we absolutely must prevail. Alas, currently, only about half of the nations possess level 4 combat capabilities. The rest are equipped with only level 2 or 3 extraordinary gear. How can we fight? You small nations should just await support. Heavens forbid. If a horde of level 6 monsters were to descend directly, would we not be doomed? Indeed, let us hope for mutual assistance and solidarity. We cannot afford to let any monster escape. Once they pass through the outer battlefield and reach Blue Star, it would spell disaster. Baka, these monsters will have no chance. They shall all perish beneath the blades of our great cherry blossom empire. Alas, humanity across the globe is engulfed in anxiety. 160 million monsters present an overwhelmingly daunting task. Moreover, there's still the formidable level 8 blue-eyed white dragon looming ahead. The pressure is unbearable. Yet despite this, there can be no excuses or justifications. We must eliminate the monsters. At the temporary command center, hearing the announcement from the Dragon Spirit Command, Commander Wang Feng and General Yu Bufan, along with other leaders, wore grave expressions. Commander, I have instructed the soldiers to be on standby at all times. In this battle, we shall not retreat. Relay the message to all warriors. Once their stamina and energy are depleted, they must return to the realm of fortune immediately. We must be ready to rotate our troops at a moment's notice. Commander Wang Feng nodded in agreement. Bufon, I acknowledge your eagerness to take the field personally, but the time is not yet ripe. We must be prepared for any eventuality. A comprehensive strategy is paramount. Should any monstrous beings breach the battlefield beyond our domain and successfully descend upon the Dragon Kingdom, we will need you to lead the charge to the front lines. General Yu Bufon understood this implicitly. The other leaders shared the same sentiment. They were poised to lay down their lives for the nation. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, they feared nothing. Alternatively, the earth, heaven, and humanity armors may better suit our Dragon Kingdom warriors. A similar scene unfolded across the globe. The strategies of all nations aligned closely with that of the Dragon Kingdom. This battle would be arduous, and they had to approach it with utmost seriousness. Naturally, if the opportunity arose, they would divert the calamity eastward, luring the monsters to the battlefront of the Dragon Kingdom. This notion resonated remarkably within the minds of the leaders of various nations. Even at this juncture, they remained fixated on the Dragon Kingdom, driven by envy. As the time arrived, within the extraterrestrial battlefield, the first wave of reinforcements was summoned. Thunderous roars reverberated through the skies. In the next moment, a multitude of monstrous beings emerged in the combat zones, saturating every corner. Creatures of diverse forms appeared. Alert! 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 A transcendent warrior from the Kingdom of Dairen has been slain by the Gale Leopard. Please, Kingdom of Dairen, swiftly select a new transcendent warrior to join the fray. A transcendent warrior from the Kingdom of Shoyue has been killed by the long-armed monkey. Please, Kingdom of Shoyue, promptly choose a new transcendent warrior to enter the battlefield. A transcendent warrior from the Kingdom of Xuanzi has been exterminated by the rampaging boar. Please, Kingdom of Xuanzi, urgently select a new transcendent warrior to engage in combat. And so on for the various nations. The world was stunned. Chaos erupted. The monsters were rampaging. In mere moments, nearly 100 transcendent warriors had perished, many struck down instantaneously. It was utterly terrifying, particularly witnessing multiple transcendent warriors crushed underfoot left everyone gaping in disbelief. As if one could fit a duck egg in their open mouths. They were utterly powerless, with no time even to return to the realm of fortune. It was horrifying, given the speed of the onslaught. I truly wonder if those smaller nations might be entirely wiped out. With a bit more confidence, let go of doubt. The Kingdom of Dairen lost over a dozen warriors in the blink of an eye, with 10 devoured by the long-armed monkey. What a tragedy. Their luck was truly abysmal. Yet several other nations faced similar dire fates. The rhythm of impending doom is palpable. I stand ready to march onto the battlefield at any moment. Alas, the most dreadful prospect is the incessant attrition of our ranks, leading to the demise of every soul in that nation. Nonsense. If we do not confront the battlefield, allowing the monstrous entities to descend upon Blue Star, our losses will be far greater. This is a mission of extermination. What? Do you wish for US to bear the burden alone? I assert that the rules of Dragon Spirit are quite equitable, forbidding any form of complacency or lethargy. Should you find the pressure overwhelming, hasten to forge new, extraordinary equipment. Baka. Indeed, behold the behemoth of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, nearing completion. Baka. Welcome to the Great Cherry Blossom Empire. In the Sakura War Zone, the behemoth has yet to engage in combat, still tirelessly crafting extraordinary equipment within the realm of fortune. The War Zone is steadfastly led by Sanji, commanding a contingent of 250 warriors in a battle. The monsters they face possess a combat strength of approximately 4 to 5 levels. Swiftly eliminate them. In doing so, not only will they earn prestige, but they shall also return the remains of these creatures to the realm of fortune. The teacher requires these monster carcasses. The energy swirling around Sanji intensified his black, vertical hair transforming into a fierce, spiky crest. 101 warriors mirrored his transformation. They not only donned the Yada and no Kagami bone armor, but also wielded formidable energy. Chapter 50. Embrace the Madness. At this moment, their combat power had reached an astonishing peak of level 5. The air surged with energy as Sanji's strength catapulted to level 6, with further ascension on the horizon. Vanquishing these three-headed serpents posed no challenge whatsoever. The other extraordinary warriors experienced a similar surge in strength, allowing even those who were not particularly synchronized to effortlessly dispatch a mid-tier 5-level three-headed serpent. Sanji glanced at the crimson dots on the map. The monsters were densely concentrated on this battlefield, with 6 nations hunting zones nearby. To gain greater prestige, they must seize the monsters from that area as well. Wave. Sanji charged his hands with energy, a terrifying force coalescing before him. This power, composed of chi, gathered in abundance before erupting outward. Boom! As countless venomous serpents unleashed their toxic spray towards Sanji, a brilliant white light shot forth like a laser cannon, incinerating the venom entirely. The horrifying laser cannon pierced through one beast after another. Boom! The explosion resembled that of 100 nuclear bombs, rising into a massive mushroom cloud. The energy wave had not yet concluded. Sanji swept through the fray, resulting in the demise of nearly 100 monsters. The others also unleashed their own energy waves. But in comparison to Sanji's, they paled significantly. Nonetheless, they still succeeded in slaying numerous beasts. In the Sakura Nation's live broadcast room, excitement erupted. Yoshi, our Super Saiyan warrior, is phenomenal. He is mercilessly slaughtering the monsters. Prestige is skyrocketing. Did the Dragon Nation see this? This is the power of our Yamada no Orochi. Yoshi, Yamada no Orochi has transformed into an unbeatable Super Saiyan. Everything that the former great Sakura Empire lost will be reclaimed by us. Dragon Nation, just wait for us. Sanji is invincible. Sanji is the best. Let us go. I want to give you a child. In the A4 Nation's war zone, a swarm of 4-level monsters descended. These creatures, resembling stone golems, possessed formidable defenses. The pursuit team from A4 Nation faced off against these rocky beasts. Each time they were on the verge of slaying a monster, they would abruptly halt, allowing the contestant Kira to deliver the final blow. Kira unleashed his ultimate move, the Night Kick, relentlessly harvesting one rock golem after another. As a contestant, he too could gain prestige. He aspired to become a national hero, a global hero. With the Dragon Spirit reward, could he ascend to semi-divine status? With high prestige, he could surely achieve it. The top of the prestige leaderboard would also grant him a semi-divine reward, perhaps even a demi-saint. At that moment, a dozen rock golems erupted from the ground, encircling Kira. He remained unfazed, swiftly switching between 2 memory modules, transforming in an instant into a combination of golden and blue armor. Moon God form. With a swift extension of his right hand, the pistol was aimed at the rock creature, and an array of golden bullets was unleashed. The cacophony of gunfire echoed ominously, accompanied by a series of terrifying explosions that reverberated through the air. Boom! 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 The destructive power was astonishing. Each bullet, akin to a homing missile, was poised to detonate upon impact with the rock creature. Without any unforeseen complications, the dozen or so rock creatures were utterly vanquished, their demise contributing to the burgeoning reputation of Kira Dao. Licking his lips, Kira Dao felt a lingering exhilaration. Let us proceed, everyone. We shall explore the nearby battlefield. With a wave of his hand, he soared into the air, heading directly towards the closest war zone. The extraterrestrial battlefield was vast, teeming with monsters. Yet, in the presence of such formidable nations, they were hardly a concern. In a live broadcast room of Country A4, viewers marveled at Kira Dao's prowess. Isn't Kira Dao simply magnificent? The Kamen Rider W armor is incredibly impressive. He is our great hero. Having slain so many monsters, our reputation is soaring. Truly remarkable. Our knights in Country A4 are on the rise, surpassing even the Dragon Kingdom, the Princess Kingdom, and the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Indeed, the Night Belt of Kira Dao is extraordinary. The memory device is a superlative artifact, and I've heard it can be used directly. However, using it directly incurs significant side effects. but it unleashes the full potential of the memory device. Meanwhile, the slaying across various national battlefields was proceeding rapidly. The prestige rankings provided by Longling were updating in real time, with the number of remaining monsters plummeting dramatically. Everyone recognized that this achievement was the result of the contributions made by nations with combat power of level 4 and above. Yet, many found it difficult to accept that the leading position still belonged to the Dragon Kingdom. The name Dragon Kingdom loomed like twin mountains, suffocatingly pressing down on the hearts of all. In the Dragon Kingdom's battlefield, the number of monsters was exceedingly high, with their levels equally formidable. It was currently the only nation to have encountered 5th-level monsters in the initial wave. Hell Reapers, classified as mid-tier 5th-level monsters, numbered over 1,000. Observers from foreign lands in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room grasped the gravity of the situation. The pressure on the Dragon Kingdom was far greater than they had anticipated. Xian, watch your back. The summoner of the Flying Shadow armor called out, facing 2 Hell Reapers. Startled by the warning, a cold sweat broke out over him. At that moment, the symbols of heaven and fire appeared, allowing Xian to escape. Simultaneously, he executed his ultimate technique. Thank you, Xian. Xian's complexion turned pale. Brother Chun, you should return to the space of fortune and rest. Xian shook his head, his gaze resolute. Xian, you ought to understand the essence of our triad armors. I cannot entertain such thoughts. Otherwise, I shall never break through. Moreover, I have not yet reached my limits. Nor do I possess any limits. With that declaration, Xian bellowed, unleashing a wave of terrifying energy that erupted forth. The hellish reapers besieging him were momentarily stunned. Qinshin felt an instinctive urge that only by continuing his relentless assault could he activate the upgrade to the fierce combat form. Thus, surrender was not an option for Qinshin. Very well. Xian ceased his attempts to persuade him. Following the energy evolution and Zhang Tinyuan's explanations, everyone's combat prowess had significantly enhanced. Yet, no one had successfully activated the fierce combat form of the 3 armors, Heaven, Earth, and Man. However, many could now unleash powerful ultimate techniques akin to the Zen Seal. The power of the 5 elements radiant armor surged explosively. A thunderous roar resonated through the air. It was the summoner of the Snow Mastiff armor weaving through the multitude of hellish reapers. His form suddenly ablaze with a brilliant silver light akin to 1,000 rays of sunlight. In an instant, his aura surged more than tenfold, capturing the attention of all nearby. By heavens, how did that rascal Dianwei manage to trigger his ultimate technique first? Goodness, after the energy evolution, the speed of activating the ultimate technique has increased significantly. This time, it is finally our Snow Mastiff armor's turn. Roar! The Snow Mastiff armor rises majestically, its ultimate technique poised to unleash an explosive impact. As long as it surpasses the rather lackluster Earth Tiger armor gifted with phone top-ups, I shall be utterly content. Keep your voice down. We want Xingha to overhear. Dianwei twisted the Qinquan belt, light cascading around him. The thunder axe met the mark of severance, and an endless metallic energy frantically coalesced upon the thunder axe. The blade gleamed with golden brilliance, sharp beyond measure, slicing through the air with a sizzling sound. The metallic 5 elements radiant armor possessed the sharpest attributes. Now, it seemed capable of even cleaving the very sky. Let chaos reign. Chapter 51. Is the Shura armor useless? The voice of Dianwei erupted with intensity. Madness unleashed. The thunder cleaver sliced through the air. Thunder, lightning, cleave, shattering the malevolent. It cut through with ease. Chaos dissipated. Boom! All present perceived a golden flash racing through their sight. Every ray of light was absorbed within. When the radiance returned, dozens of hellish reapers were utterly cleaved apart by this axe. The ground was strewn with remnants of the hellish reapers. Forceful, exquisite, astonishing. Dianwei, you are extraordinary. This lethal move of yours is truly remarkable. The thunder cleaver. The intensity feels somewhat overwhelming. Hey, Dianwei, do share your secrets with us. We wish to unleash our own frenzy, just like you did. So impressive. Indeed, so impressive. As fellow summoners of the Snow Mastiff armor, Dianwei generously imparted his recent experience. The brilliance of the five elements, the rallying cries of the armors of heaven, earth, and humanity, echoed across the battlefield beyond the realms. The thunderous roars persisted, relentlessly harvesting the remaining beasts. Upon witnessing the Dragon Kingdom's assault, akin to slicing through vegetables, the onlookers comprehended the rationale behind its supremacy. Other nations, seeking to reclaim their honor, were incensed to the point of fury upon witnessing such results. With no alternative but to hasten their pace, they pressed on. Within the auspices of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune, Zhang Tianyuan prepared to join the fray. However, observing the pursuit team's situation, he momentarily refrained. His gaze returned to the elemental source, ready to forge a third set of armor, an armor intricately linked to the five elements' shadow armor. The Nawa armor, an elemental armor birthed from the forces of nature, capable of absorbing the energies of the sun, moon, and stars to enhance its prowess. The Nawa armor, the tsunami armor, the tornado armor, the thunderstorm armor, representing the four elemental armors of molten flame, tsunami, hurricane, and sheer cliffs. Upon their fusion, the ultimate lightning elemental armor was conceived, the Yatlas armor. Zhang Tianyuan focused intently, channeling the power of the heavenly Tao crystal. The law of creation, the essence of the heavenly Tao, surged through the space. Boom, boom, boom. An endless cacophony erupted. A colossal magma waterfall was formed. Hundreds, if not thousands, of magma streams burst forth. The searing magma evaporated the very air. The terrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of all who observed Zhang Tianyuan. A prickling sensation coursed through them. Fearsome, utterly fearsome. The might of nature is indeed formidable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the edge of the magma waterfall appeared a deep blue sea. A towering tsunami, 1,000 meters high, surged forth. The waves possessed immense destructive power. The howling winds swept everything in their path. Rampaging, devastating, frantic. Behold the formidable power of nature's tsunami. Boom, boom, boom. At the edge of the sea, colossal hurricanes converge. Countless tempests seem intent on tearing everything asunder, their ferocious roars echoing like the clarion call of war. Thousands upon thousands march forth with unwavering resolve, charging forward to strike at the heart of the enemy. The thunderous cacophony persists, and explosions abound. This is the might of nature's hurricanes. In the final act, the four elemental forces unite. Crack, crack, crack. An unending succession of detonations reverberates through the air. In an instant, towering peaks rise majestically from the earth. Each summit stands like a razor-sharp sword, steep and perilous, embodying the sheer intensity of nature's power. Thus, a complete microcosm of the four elements is born, each harboring the cataclysmic potential to obliterate worlds. Within this miniature realm, the four elements exist as distinct templates, each independent of the others. The sounds of the wind, the roar of the tsunami, the tremors of the mountains, and the explosive bursts of magma collide with the very essence of the audience's psyche. How magnificent! Creating a world with bare hands. The great Zhang is as incredible as ever. How terrifying! What is Zhang up to? Is he crafting the 10th suit of armor? Indeed, the prowess of the great Zhang is astonishing, and it seems he has conjured another marvel. Competitors from other nations must be losing their minds. Ha ha! He begins with a microcosm of the four elements. Have you noticed? This little world is actually derived from elemental sources. Zhang has transformed the elemental springs into the four natural forces. It appears so. Yet, we remain indifferent to such intricacies. We cannot replicate them. Our focus lies solely on whether this 10th suit of armor is well suited for us, the people of the Dragon Kingdom. I roughly grasp your intent. The 9th suit of Shura armor was somewhat inhuman. No one dared to wield it, and its strength remains uncertain. The Xingtian armor is indeed formidable. The name Shura armor alone sounds impressive, and it's not entirely unused. Was it not wielded by the great Zhang himself? I believe he might employ it, and only then shall we uncover the truth. The strength of the armor does not rest solely upon its design, but rather upon the summoner. You may wield level 1 combat power, while others may manifest level 2, 3, or even 5, such is the disparity. Very well, let us await the outcome. Regardless of the armor type, this marks the third forging of extraordinary equipment. Observing other nations' third iterations, they appear to strengthen rather than weaken. This 10th suit of armor is at least level 6 in power, which seems quite reasonable, does it not? Indeed, it is exceedingly reasonable. The movements of Zhang Tianyuan have long been under the scrutiny of global authorities. In the Princess Nation, within the confines of the White House base, the president squints at the birth of this four-element microcosm. His spirits have been considerably low. Now, witnessing Zhang Tianyuan stirring the pot once more, his heart races. For heaven's sake, why can't he simply remain on the battlefield and let the monsters do their work? What on earth is he concocting now? A microcosm composed of the forces of nature. Why not directly create a new world? For heaven's sake, the president slams his hand on the table. Other legislators and experts are also analyzing this matter, yet they remain utterly perplexed. Mr. President, we need not concern ourselves with the extraordinary equipment he is crafting. It suffices that our own extraordinary gear is superior. Mr. Tomatak has already embarked on the creation of the Apocalypse Gloves. This is an extraordinary piece of equipment that encompasses multidimensional powers. Once completed, the armor of the Dragon Kingdom will be rendered obsolete. Indeed, Mr. President, not only are there the Apocalypse Gloves, but subsequent designs for the Apocalypse armor will follow, and at that point, no one shall impede our advance. After integrating the rewards, Mr. Tomatak has forged the Apocalypse Gloves, which harbor unique attributes. Space. Under the influence of the Apocalypse Gloves, power will undergo a qualitative transformation. A mere flicker of strength could manifest as a mountain or a meteorite, elevating its essence to unprecedented heights. Presently, no tests have been conducted. Only upon successful testing will the combat prowess of the Princess Nation see a fundamental enhancement. Upon hearing this, the president finally revealed a long-forgotten smile. What does it matter to rank first? It is but a fleeting lead. There's a saying in the Dragon Kingdom. The one who laughs last is the true victor. Ha ha. Not only shall our Princess Nation laugh in the end, but we will also emerge as the greatest winner on Blue Star. As he chuckled, the president seemed to recollect something. By the way, has anyone utilized the Shura armor of the Dragon Kingdom? The Shura armor is the 9th set of armor from the Dragon Kingdom. The president is particularly invested in this set. In addition to the Shura armor, detailed information regarding the other 8 sets is being compiled. At present, no one has employed it. The summoner of the Shura armor is in the hands of Zhang Tianyuan. Our speculation suggests that the Shura armor cannot be summoned through conventional means. The president nodded. It seems that Zhang Tianyuan is merely of the same ilk. Chapter 52. The frantic land of cherry blossoms in the domain of the Bear Nation. Ai Dehua bore a countenance tinged with melancholy. Have they already begun crafting extraordinary equipment powered by the forces of time and space? Over in Dragon Nation, Zhang Tianyuan possesses the capability to confine these very dimensions. Meanwhile, the Princess Nation of Tomatak is forging apocalyptic armaments that undergo a qualitative transformation of time and space. In the Cherry Blossom Nation, the puppets of Beijiao Ponka can devour and split apart, exhibiting an eerie and uncanny nature. Neither human nor ghost. I cannot fathom the terrifying extraordinary equipment that may emerge from such anomalies. Alas, Ai Dahua initially intended to assist in the war zones. Yet he now finds himself pondering the extraordinary equipment tied to the fabric of time and space. Time, space. What a troublesome conundrum. No, I must not fall into a quagmire. After all, I am a warrior of a fighting nation. Ai Dahua thumped his head in frustration. The power of time and space is not so easily conjured. What folly! Why dwell on such trivial matters? Regardless of time or space, as long as my fists are formidable enough, there is nothing that cannot be shattered. Determined to dismiss these futile thoughts, Ai Dahua focused intently on his new form of berserk elixir. This potion possesses effects akin to the genetic modifications of the cherry blossom nation, capable of enhancing the genes of the extraordinary warriors of Bear Nation. Each warrior shall embody the form of a battle bear, capable of regenerating lost limbs. They shall even possess fur that grants formidable resistance to nuclear detonations. However, to shatter the power of time and space, an enhancement in strength is imperative. How can one amplify genetic power to reach such heights? Even Beijiao Panka has yet to decipher this dilemma. AI Dehua felt a slight headache emerging. Suddenly, the thought of the Dragon Nation's source of armor struck him. What if our genes could absorb energy to bolster their strength? A moment of clarity illuminated his mind. Indeed, absorbing power. The universe is replete with boundless energy. Light energy, thermal energy, even antimatter and dark energy, any form of energy can be absorbed. If we can achieve this, we shall become invincible, the mightiest warriors of the world. With newfound clarity, AI Dahua promptly resumed his research, amalgamating this groundbreaking concept. He envisioned the creation of an unparalleled battle bear armor. Yet, such enhancement seemed insufficiently swift. What if we could also absorb the energy contained within the blood of monsters? Yes, precisely that. Seizing the blood of monsters. It is not mere absorption, it is conquest. Our fighting nation believes solely in itself, so let us name it Devourer of Gods. Ha 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 ha. A surge of ecstasy coursed through AI Dahua's heart. He intends to amalgamate all rewards into this endeavor, transforming his warrior nation into god-slaying beings capable of vanquishing even the divine. What power do space and time possess, even if it is minuscule? In the vicinity of the A4 Nations battle zone, Kira Dao arrived with a formidable contingent of knights, alleviating crises in one war zone after another. His reputation soared with each victory, prompting exclamations of disbelief from all spectators. Insane, utterly relentless, with 250 knights all supporting him. It was no wonder his renown ascended like a rocket. The sheer terror of it all. This individual, merely a mimic of the Dragon Nation's armor, possessed strength that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Dragon Nation. Remarkable. The A4 Nation is indeed impressive, outshining even the Dragon Nation. They stand among the top 10. At this rate, they might truly surpass the Dragon Nation. Though begrudgingly, one must acknowledge Kira Dao's prowess. The Knight Armor W and the Memory Core he wielded were simply breathtaking. Indeed, it was a delightful surprise. The Knight Armor donned by Kira Dao delivered an extraordinary visual impact to many. It resembled the Dragon Nation's elemental shadow armor far too closely, especially with its ability to shift through various forms. The most alarming aspect was that this was evidently not the pinnacle of the armor's capabilities. In the Sakura Nation's conference room, Prime Minister Musashi Kojuro leapt with excitement upon receiving reports from his aides. Fortune favors me. I never anticipated the opportunity would present itself so effortlessly. His expression was one of astonishment as he learned that the Dragon Nation's forces were engaged in another battle zone. And more importantly, they were merely 5 in number while his own 250 were concentrated in that specific area. The disparity in combat power was undeniable, leading to a swift and overwhelming victory. You have willingly delivered yourselves into our hands. Do not blame us. This turn of events not only weakened the Dragon Nation's strength, but also provided an excellent opportunity for the great Sakura Empire to advertise its prowess. With this in mind, Musashi Kojuro hastily instructed his officials, issue an urgent announcement. Inform the public that we have discovered a vast swarm of monsters. In the spirit of contributing to humanity, our great Sakura Empire will undertake the extermination of these beasts. We hope that other nations will kindly yield the way during this process. Should any unfortunate incidents occur, it will be beyond our control. An official voiced their concerns. Prime Minister, wouldn't he that alert them? Mojashi Kujiruoga Haratari. The prideful Dragon Nation would never yield. Good dogs do not obstruct the path, unless they acknowledge their predicament. They cannot resist such an obvious trap. After a brief pause, he added earnestly, moreover, would they truly relinquish the bounty before them? With so much prestige at stake, they would never let it slip away. All officials fell silent, then began to fawn in agreement. In the Oriole battle zone. Right, senior, it seems someone is approaching. The group turned their gaze in unison. The senior's brow furrowed. How could these individuals be here? The summoner of the flame dragon armor coldly remarked. That must be the genes of the eight-headed serpent. It appears quite repulsive. With that, flames erupted from his right hand, striking the hell spider monarch. Let us first eliminate these beasts. They seem intent on snatching the prey. The group nodded and unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the hell spider monarch. Half of the 30 hell spider monarchs had already perished. Foolish. Who allowed you to hunt monsters here? Leave that alluring spider creature to me. A voice bellowed. The group was momentarily taken aback. This individual finds the spider appealing. Could it be a peculiar preference? Swish! A bone spike erupted, aimed directly at the flame dragon armor. The group's expressions shifted dramatically. You wretched creature, do you intend to take a life? Boom! The light of the wind eagle's sword shattered the bone spike. Sanji glared at them with a fierce expression. The eight-headed bone armor loomed ominously, its presence imposing. How bold you are to dare challenge the reputation of our great cherry blossom empire. I see you are courting death. The eight-headed serpent bone armor was immense, towering over them. All the bone armors from the cherry blossom kingdom stood 3 to 4 meters tall, with Sanji's reaching an impressive 5 meters. Various colored auras flowed around each figure, causing their garments to whip about like wild winds. As dozens of bone spikes shot forth with terrifying speed and power, they created rippling air waves in their wake. With a mere disagreement, they launched into a fray. These little wretches are utterly deranged. Their madness is quite severe. Chapter 53. The Thunderous Steel Hammer. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were utterly infuriated. The people of Sakura Nation were courting disaster. How outrageous! Those cunning little tricksters from Sakura Nation. How dare you? You wretched beings, who granted you the audacity to covet our esteemed reputation and to vilify us first. This is not the first time they have done so. I now comprehend the implications of their announcement. How brazen! They play their cards well, yet I fear they have completely lost their senses. How infuriating! Since they dare to take action, what are we to do with only 5 individuals on our side? How can we possibly confront 250? This is a significant predicament. Although our senior right can now employ the Zen Seal, their numbers are overwhelming, and our output is insufficient. Indeed, if Longhai and Xiaotian were here, they would annihilate them in an instant. Cursed be this situation. I shall set fire to the Sakura Nation's garden. Let collapse entirely. The Dragon Kingdom is about to face casualties, succumbing to the hands of mere mortals. It is unbearably frustrating. Let us not despair. We must have faith in our senior right. The entire populace of the Dragon Kingdom was thoroughly enraged. Countless citizens condemned Sakura Nation for their shamelessness. In the temporary command center, Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng let out a cold snort. Those little tricksters. 3 days without a beating, and they believe they are invincible. Curse be them. They harbor no good intentions, only engaging in such underhanded schemes. Despicable. Infuriating. General Yu Bufan and Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji, along with other commanders, wore expressions of similar ire. None could endure this affront. Commander-in-Chief, let us charge forth and eradicate those tricksters. One of the commanders urged. With such parasites in Blue Star, they will eventually lead to our ruin. Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to rid the people of their menace and expunge these tricksters from Blue Star. General Yu Bufan proposed, garnering agreement from several commanders. Indeed, Commander-in-Chief, these tricksters deserve to be eliminated. Let us purge them for the sake of the people. Echoed another. I second that. Came another voice in support. The commanders turned their gazes toward Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng. Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji interjected, now is not the time. This statement shifted many eyes toward Chief of Staff Qian Xuanji. Should we act now? It will only lead others to perceive us as lacking the dignity of a great nation. Moreover, the dragon spirit will not permit us to engage in internal strife at this moment. To the dragon spirit, Blue Star is a unified entity. On the battlefield beyond, we may turn a blind eye, but the assembly fell into silence. This was also the thought of Commander-in-Chief Wang Feng. At the White Palace base of the Princess Nation, the president found rare delight, swirling a glass of red wine. They had allowed the people of Sakura Nation to successfully instigate a confrontation. Nonetheless, even so, it would not amount to much. They could not stir significant upheaval. Ultimately, this world shall belong to our Princess Nation. In the conference room of the Bear Nation, Bald Chong, alongside a multitude of officials, gazed at the live broadcast with a sense of helplessness, perhaps witnessing the stark disparity in strength between the Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Nation. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had yet to engage in conflict with other nations, and their extraordinary equipment remained untested, leaving the specifics of their combat prowess shrouded in mystery. Bald Chong, too, felt a tinge of curiosity. Yet, not all were aware that among the 9 sets of armor in the Dragon Kingdom, 8 surpassed the 5th level in strength, truly formidable. Let us observe for now. I am confident that the Dragon Kingdom will astonish us. The distance is too great, and our forces cannot assist in time. The officials nodded in agreement. In the Sakura Nation's conference room, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro watched the live stream with a smile, relishing the unfolding of events precisely as per his script. The moment of reaping rewards had finally arrived. The Dragon Kingdom's minions bow before the great Sakura Empire. He boomed with laughter, his arrogant grin lingering for a moment before freezing in disbelief. His eyes bulged with rage as he slammed the table, exclaiming, "Baka? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The situation had taken an unexpected turn, one he could scarcely fathom. 250 against 5, and still a surprise ensued. Even if Senior Right could unleash the time-binding Zen Seal, it should not be feasible. Countless eyes widened in astonishment. What? Is the Dragon Kingdom's armor truly this powerful? How can this be? This is utterly inconceivable. He laughed heartily. I told you, our Dragon Kingdom is not so easily bullied. Now you understand, but it is too late. Baka, how can this be? It is absolutely impossible. We saw nothing of the sort. Damn it. With a single blow, he shattered all the bone spikes. Those were hundreds, if not thousands, of spikes. In the Oreo battle zone, 250 small specters launched bone spikes, their dense barrage piercing through the void, threatening to turn the 5 into a beehive. Just as the onslaught loomed, Chun-Hee, the summoner of the diamond armor, erupted with intense heat. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the 4, and then summoned a massive golden hammer, as monumental as a mountain, which coalesced in midair before crashing down. Thundersteel hammer. Chun-Hee bellowed, the force of the hammer reverberating through the air. The myriad bone spikes were obliterated, and in the aftermath, dozens from the Sakura Nation were struck by backlash, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. The terror of one hammer's might was astounding. Everyone was left dumbfounded by the impact. One hammer had directly caused dozens to cough up blood. The 4, including Senior Right, were filled with astonishment at the prospect of combining their powers with the Zen Seal. The little tricksters knelt down before him, clad in impenetrable armor, their limitless intentions surging forth. Moreover, Chun-Hee's aura continued to ascend relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. What a delightful surprise you have bestowed upon me. Who would have thought that a mere 5 of you could unleash such formidable combat prowess? Truly astonishing. Sanji's expression shifted subtly, maintaining a fa-ade of cheerfulness, though this time it bore a semblance of a smile devoid of warmth. Xiao Ju, lead your team and eliminate him, Sanji commanded, gesturing towards Chun-Hee. As Xiao Ju stepped forward, the intensity of his aura intensified, having already attained level 5 combat strength. In his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he could unleash his utmost potential, reaching the pinnacle of level 5. Indeed, he and Sanji had developed the Yamada no Orochi gene to its fullest extent. A sinister grin crept across Xiao Ju's lips as the bony spikes on his back writhed menacingly. 8 energy blasts coalesced around him, while dozens of others followed suit, albeit with only 2 or 3 energy blasts each. Boy, do you truly believe you can protect those 4? If I desire his demise, no one shall impede me. The Wind Eagle armor surged forth with the speed of a tempest, only to be intercepted by Chun-Hee. Allow me to handle this. My defenses are formidable. These mere insects cannot harm me. With that declaration, Chun-He's aura exploded forth with even greater intensity. In the face of Xiao Ju's provocation and the onslaught of numerous warriors from the land of cherry blossoms, Chun-He erupted into laughter. As the energy blasts hurtled towards him, he welcomed them with open arms. Come fort. Ha ha ha. Today, I shall ensure that the tricksters from the land of cherry blossoms find no escape. Not a single one shall flee. Ha 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 ha. With his boisterous laughter, Chun-He's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. Chapter 54. The Vajra Killing Technique. The Arhut's shattering demon fist Chun-He stepped forward. Boom! The earth trembled and the heavens seemed to merge as one. In this moment, Chun-He embodied the very essence of existence. Sanji's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He was astounded. He could not perceive Chun-He's movements. Was it too swift? No. Chun-He moved slowly, yet his speed transcended the limits of perception, a most peculiar phenomenon. The audience in the live broadcast was momentarily stunned, all grappling to understand Chun-He's audacity to confront 100 foes. Yet, the answer was evident in Chun-He's indomitable aura. Fearless, unyielding, like a war spear piercing through the heart of the enemy, emanating a chilling aura of certain death. Xiao Ju, eliminate him. He stands alone. Eradicate him. Waves of energy struck Chun-He. All 8 of Xiao Ju's attacks found their mark. A thick mist arose. More energy waves surged forth, encircling him rapidly. The bone spikes of the 8-headed serpent pierced through the void, a relentless assault. Death! The thunderous clash echoed. The speed was so astonishing that even Sanji was taken aback. Irreversible. Unstoppable. The elder on the right attempted to employ a meditative seal, but it was too late. He had been careless. Half of the viewers from Long Country shielded their eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending bloodshed. Yet boom, boom, boom. The Vajra armor's power surged once more. En explosion. Another explosion. It successfully withstood Xiao Ju and her companion's onslaught. Impossible. Xiao Ju was rendered speechless. The other little tricksters trembled in fear. It was utterly terrifying. Chun-He loomed like an insurmountable mountain. In an instant, the colossal hammer in Chun-He's grasp descended once again. A golden light array suddenly illuminated the void. The ultimate killing technique. Thunderstorm strike. The golden thunder hammer collided with a multitude of massive bone spikes with a resounding crash. Boom! The terrifying roar deafened all present. Their vision was engulfed by a blaze of golden radiance. Crack! 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 Boom! The successive explosions rattled the very core of their being. Shattered. An overwhelming sense of dread gripped everyone. Countless bone spikes lay splintered, fissures sprawling across their surfaces. A fierce wind swept through, turning the spikes to dust that scattered into the air. It was over. Puffed. Xiao Ju spat blood, hurtling backward. The others fared even worse. All the participating tricksters were stripped of their 8-headed serpent armor state, collapsing to the ground like lifeless dogs. More than half had already lost consciousness, their energy completely depleted. A multitude of eyes fixated on the gravely injured Xiao Ju and the dozens of unconscious teammates. All were filled with disbelief. Their scalps tingled. No one could fathom. How was it possible? With a single strike, he had dispatched 70 to 80 4th-tier warriors, a 5th-tier high-level fighter. It was utterly inconceivable. Unable to accept this outcome, the spectators in the live stream were equally astonished, their gazes fixated on Chun-He's figure. The electric energy surged forth, a magnificent display of might and grandeur. Remarkably, a 1 versus 70 or 80 confrontation was dispatched with a single strike. Truly impressive. Is it not said that the diamond armor offers minimal defense? How could the offensive power be so formidable? The promotional offer of a prepaid phone card left the recipient in despair. What exhilaration! How strikingly handsome Chun-He appeared. One might mistakenly believe that you, mischievous ones, were engaging in a deceptive act. Such charisma. At this moment, identities have been exchanged. It is not you, 250 strong, ganging up on us, but rather we, 5 in number, challenging you all. This is utterly hilarious. the so-called Great Cherry Blossom Empire is nothing of significance. In the Cherry Blossom National Assembly, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro wore a countenance darkened with dismay. His eyes flickered with uncertainty as he clenched his teeth, fixated on the live stream. The standoff continued, leaving the remaining half of the Cherry Blossom pursuit team in a daze. At that moment, Sanji erupted with a ferocious aura, growing increasingly intense. His garments billowed violently, hair standing erect like quills. The overwhelming energy coalesced around him, forming a protective vortex. His muscles bulged with explosive power, and his piercing gaze cold as ice. Bore into Chun-Hee. Listen well, you worthless beings. You face two fates: to perish in service of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire or to be torn apart by me. His indifference sent a shiver down the spine. All the mischievous ones snapped back to reality. To perish in battle? No. There remains a glimmer of hope against the Dragon Nation. To be torn apart by Sanji signifies true demise. The air thickened with fervor. Baka, kill them. Slay these swine. You dare to injure our esteemed Lieutenant Kiku. You seek death. Baka, annihilate them. Utilize the Kamehameha wave to obliterate them. Yes, let us all unleash the Kamehameha wave together, striking them down without granting a moment's respite. The collective energy of over 100 surged forth, each individual emanating a colossal aura. The skeletal spikes in the air transformed into auxiliary limbs, each striking a pose. Energy concentrated between their hands. The very atmosphere churned violently. Only I, Chun-Hee, stand firm. No one shall harm my comrades. Chun-Hee's gaze was resolute. Diamond armor, unyielding as a mountain, swift as thunder. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Chun-Hee sensed the energy of intent, intangible and ineffable. This force within him exploded like a sun. Boom! 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 A frenzied eruption. Crack! The shackles shattered. Just at that moment, the Turtle School's Kamehameha surged from all directions like a barrage of missiles, while the ferocious power of the diamond armor erupted. Wild, formidable, and overwhelming. Every inch of the armor shattered with a thunderous roar. A unique card materialized in Chun-Hee's palm. Thunderous sounds reverberated like a torrential downpour. The sheer magnitude of the devastation left onlookers astounded. Sanji's lips curled into a smirk. Is that all there is to it? Yet, suddenly from the epicenter of the explosion, deep, thunderous booms rolled forth. The diamond armor had undergone a hellish upgrade, evolving into the blasting diamond. Chun-Hee's energy ignited completely. The diamond armor underwent a dramatic transformation. White armor coalesced at his shoulders, while beneath his mask, silver forehead armor emerged. The core of the chest plate shimmered with ethereal light. He was the first to achieve the upgraded battle form, Blasting Diamond, the ultimate technique of the diamond. Sanji's confident smile froze. How could this be? Baka, what are you all waiting for? Attack him. Kill him. At his command, hundreds of bone spikes hurtled through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Yet, before these spikes could even touch the blasting diamond armor, they exploded, utterly shattered by the overwhelming energy. Reduced to mere ash, the energy of the blasting diamond formed an impenetrable barrier, enveloping everything within this space. Those wretched foes attempted to escape, but found themselves utterly trapped. A scene too horrific to behold. Witnesses stood frozen, their expressions a mask of disbelief. The upgraded battle form of the Blasting Diamond was invincible. Boom! Chun-Hee moved. Blasting Diamond, the ultimate technique of the diamond. A colossal fist pierced through the void. The fist's shadow trembled. Explosions, thunder, destruction. The diamond's ultimate technique, the Arhut Demon Smasher Fist. Chapter 55. The Defeat of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Boom. The layers of waves shattered abruptly. A tremendous force ignited, enveloping all the small tricksters. The terrifying energy crushed the bones of over a dozen individuals to smithereens. Yet, the assault of the diamond's ultimate technique had merely commenced. The thunder drill manifested in Chun-Hee's grasp. Buzz. The sound of destruction reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Following the Rohin's shattering fist, it penetrated downward. The diamond's fatal technique. The primordial drill method. Bang, 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 bang. Under the might of the thunder drill and the primordial drill method, all manifestations crumbled. The small tricksters fought desperately against it, yet their freshly conjured attacks disintegrated instantly. Half of their Yadanroki bone armor exploded as well. Sanji, who stood alone outside, felt a surge of dread at this scene. He yearned to charge into that mystical space to rescue his comrades. But even he, the super scion of the Yadanroki lineage, found it impossible. A furious roar erupted. Sanji's aura soared, fueled not only by rage, but also by an unbearable sense of humiliation. However, the furious Sanji unleashed his most formidable ki blast, yet it could not shatter this realm. How? Is this even possible? Sanji could not fathom that the disparity between his teacher's research and the Dragon Kingdom's armor could be so vast. Incredibly, just moments ago, Sanji from the Cherry Blossom Nation, despite his relentless assaults, could not breach the diamond's fatal technique. How astonishing was that? The Ki Blast was already the mightiest technique wielded by the warriors of the Cherry Blossom Nation, wasn't it? The sheer shock was beyond words. This escalation of combat with the explosive diamond was truly formidable. The law symbol space, a power that stripped everything away. This was the genuine strength of the three armors of heaven, earth, and man. One could only wonder how powerful Xingtian and Fei Ying's ultimate techniques were. Surely, they would be immensely formidable, at the very least not weaker than the defensive diamond armor, considering Xingtian was the primary output. The great Zhang had once proclaimed that armors are partners intertwined with our very bloodlines. The extent of our battle prowess depends entirely on our passion for the armor. My admiration for Zhang is growing exponentially. He is indeed remarkable, capable of crafting such powerful, extraordinary equipment. The small tricksters from the Cherry Blossom Nation must be regretting their choices profoundly, huh? The Dragon Kingdom was in a state of frenzy. The 250-member pursuit team from the Cherry Blossom Nation, all clad in 5-level extraordinary gear, was unexpectedly countered by a single Chun-He. No other nation could boast such capability, yet the Dragon Kingdom achieved it. They were performing the extraordinary feat of 1 against 250. Now, within the law symbol space, explosive roars echoed continuously as numerous small tricksters fell, bloodied. Suddenly, the thunder drill underwent a transformation. As Chun-He soared into the air, he morphed into a terrifying giant cannon. The Thunder Cannon. 3 massive barrels coalesced into a sphere of golden radiance, dazzling like the blazing sun. Instinctively, one would look up, and in the next moment, a golden projectile descended with a thunderous crash, exploding upon impact. The air was filled with a resounding roar, reverberating throughout the realm. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, suffused with a radiant golden light that captivated all who beheld it. The formidable technique known as the Vajra Annihilation Wave had been unleashed. The echoes of destruction continued to resonate, like rolling thunder across the vast expanse. This shall not be repeated. Take heed of your actions, should you transgress again. The consequences shall be yours to bear. Chun-He had shown mercy. The once smooth terrain was now marred by a colossal crater, approximately 20 meters deep and 100 meters in diameter. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left in utter astonishment. At the bottom of the pit lay the small tricksters, incapacitated and unaware of their fate. Meanwhile, Sanji gripped his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as blood dripped onto the ground. He was numb, teetering on the brink of madness. The thought of retaliating consumed him. Yet, the viewers in the live stream were electrified. One individual had vanquished 250 foes. Chun-He had truly accomplished the impossible. Such audacity, even the most outlandish of novels would hesitate to depict such an event. The power of that suit of armor was astonishing, incredible. After witnessing that single blast, my anxieties were laid to rest. The combat form of the Vajra armor, the explosive suit, was truly remarkable. I now comprehend the insights of those online prophets. They were right this time. The assassination mission of the Dragon Spirit was likely initiated due to our armor. The truth has been revealed. We possess undeniable proof. Our Dragon Nation has risen. If each person were to wield an armor summoner, Would it not imply that every citizen of our dragon nation could unleash a power level of 6 or 7? Discounting the costs, what was stated before is indeed correct. Our dragon nation is destined for greatness. Is the fate of our nation a concern? It never has been. Have we ever lacked in this regard? What a thrill. Just imagining it brings me joy. Observing the small tricksters sprawled out like defeated dogs is immensely satisfying. The retribution arrived swiftly. Daring to challenge our dragon nation was a grave error, akin to digging their own grave. In the conference room of Sakura Nation, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro scowled as he hurled objects in frustration. Everything throwable in the room had been shattered. The surrounding officials dared not breathe, their embarrassment palpable. How could this happen? A single suit of armor annihilated our pursuit team? Our esteemed Sakura Empire has lost all face. Utterly incompetent. It is beyond comprehension. How could there be any suspense in such a battle? Musashi Kojiro was engulfed in despair, even beginning to suspect that Vegapunk might be a covert agent for the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, how could such an implausible situation arise? In the presidential base of the Princess Nation, the president wore a grim expression, his fleeting good mood obliterated. Although he does not exhibit the reckless abandon of Musashi Kojiro, he is teetering on the brink of such a frenzy. What happened to the promised, overwhelming victory? Are you implying that being utterly defeated by the Dragon Kingdom is what you meant? The actions taken by Sakura Country are precisely what the Princess Country aspires to achieve. The outcome, however, is astonishing. To face 10 adversaries alone is already absurd. One individual obliterates an entire squad of 250 extraordinary warriors. It is simply outrageous. Outrageous to the point of being ludicrous. Has the World Annihilation Gloves not yet been tested? Urgently request Tomatak to conduct the tests and relay the intelligence from the Dragon Kingdom. How can one expect growth without pressure? Provide him with more challenges. Upon receiving the information, Tomatak of the Fortune Space fell into deep contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Vikos, how many rounds do you believe the explosive Titan can endure against the World Annihilation Gloves? Mr. Tomatak, please hold on. The simulations are still ongoing. After a while, Mr. Tomatak, I have arrived at an answer. 1 round. 1 round? Yes. To be more precise, less than 1 round. Do elaborate. With a mere snap of the fingers, the World Annihilation Gloves can reduce the explosive Titan to ashes. Tomatak nodded thoughtfully. In his mind, he anticipated the outcome to align with Vikos' assessment. The explosive Titan would not withstand even a single round. However, he could not shake the feeling that Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom was far from straightforward. Even with the advent of the World Annihilation Armor, victory was not assured. Ha ha ha, how could that be? The World Annihilation Armor is the most formidable, extraordinary equipment. Surely, I am overthinking this. Chapter 56, The Shattered Balance. The Dragon Kingdom's Aura Space. The tumultuous energy erupts. In the elemental microcosm, a continuous roar resounds. Boom, 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 boom. The molten flames, hurricanes, and tsunamis surge with relentless energy. Above the 4 elements, spheres of various colors materialize in the air, spinning in the throes of evolution. Some are engaged in fierce battles, escalating in intensity. It is truly unexpected that someone has achieved this so swiftly. This marks a promising beginning. However, Zhang Tianyuan smiles faintly. The ultimate killing technique has been unleashed. One can surmise that they must be quite weakened now. After pondering, he realizes that the evolution of the 4 elements cannot be completed so quickly. He steps out of the aura space, returning once more to the outer battlefield. Zhang Dashun, you have arrived. Greetings, Zunda Sheng. Zhang Tianyuan nods in acknowledgement. Continue to vanquish the monsters. I have some matters to attend to. After bidding them farewell, Zhang Tianyuan departs directly. Meanwhile, Chun-He appears exceedingly pale. The recent exertion has drained his vitality. Weakly smiling, he assures, do not worry. I am fine. It is just that, for a brief period, I cannot continue summoning the diamond armor. A little rest will suffice to regain my strength. Senior Wright nods in agreement. Let us leave this place for now. If that cunning fellow from Sakura Country notices something amiss, it could spell trouble for us. Had it not been for Chun-Hee alone, the pursuit team of 250 from Sakura country would have been shaken. They remain unaware of what fate awaits them. We shall hold the rear and depart first. Recovering here is far from ideal. It would be safer to return to our own territory. We can recuperate slowly then. In the aura space of Sakura country, Beijiao Ponka sighs as he gazes at the array of equipment before him. Is it truly impossible for cyborgs to reach their zenith? Must only humans be capable of such feats? The conflict seems substantial. He desires to suppress 250 foes single-handedly, akin to the explosive diamond. According to Beijiao Ponka's data, it is feasible. However, the issue lies within the measurement and enhancement of this aura. Even his prized pupil, Sanji, cannot accomplish this. Moreover, the combat form of the diamond armor bears a striking resemblance to that of a Super Saiyan. Yet, to achieve a similar qualitative breakthrough, one must transform into the second generation of Super Saiyans. The aura is insufficiently potent. The genetics must compensate. It appears that the bone armor of the Yamada no Orochi remains inadequate. If the Majin Buu experiment succeeds, could their consciousness be transplanted? Not merely a modification, but a direct transfer, a memory transplant. The data of the memory banks from the four nations. Beijiao Ponka's eyes gradually brighten. With this thought, he instructs the Prime Minister to send a message to Sanji, bringing all those severely injured back to the aura space. Immediately, the creation of the demon puppet continued. Observing the information from Baijapanka, Musashi Kojiro hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to comply with Baijapanka's intentions. Prime Minister, are we truly out of options? Baijapanka's ambition to craft extraordinary equipment based on memories seemed indistinguishable from the imitation of the Fourth Nation. Ironically, the Fourth Nation itself emulated the Dragon Kingdom. Did this not imply a tacit admission of our inferiority? Indeed, we cannot allow him to toy with the essence of our national fortune. If imitation is to be pursued, let be the Dragon Kingdom. The officials made a valid point. Musashi Kojiro exclaimed coldly, silence. Informed Baijapanka that while he may pursue the creation of memory-based equipment, he must not exploit the essence of our national fortune. If he is so formidable, let him seize the essence of others to forge his creations. Upon hearing this, an official promptly stepped forward to act. Within the auspices of Sakura Nation's fortune space, Baijapanka, upon receiving the information, did not dwell excessively. He was acutely aware of the significance of the national fortune's essence. To manifest the demon puppet, a greater quantity of this essence was requisite. Thus, as they desired, he was resolved to proceed. After a cursory glance at the national fortune's essence, it was evident that it was insufficient. The time for plunder had arrived. A smirk played upon Baijapanka's lips as his gaze traversed various nations, ultimately resting upon one. You shall be the chosen one. You will feel honored to serve as the stepping stone for the resurgence of the great Sakura Empire. Soon after, the long-awaited mystical notification from the dragon's spirit echoed. Announcement! 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 Sakura Nation contender Baijapanka challenges the Feed Nation to a contest for the essence of national fortune. The victorious party shall receive 10 of the national fortune's essence. In this contest, should a contender perish, they will forfeit all national fortune essence, and their nation will face annihilation. Having nearly forgotten about the contest for national fortune, no one anticipated that Baijapanka from Sakura Nation would initiate such a challenge at this juncture. Just as discussions were about to commence, it was already concluded. Congratulations to Sakura Nation contender Baijapanka for successfully completing the challenge. He has obtained 10 of the national fortune's essence. Announcement! 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 Sakura Nation contender Baijapanka challenges the Fengshan Nation to a contest for the essence of national fortune. The victorious party shall receive 10 of the national fortune's essence. In this contest, should a contender perish, they will forfeit all national fortune essence, and their nation will face annihilation. Congratulations to Sakura Nation contender Baijapanka for successfully completing the challenge. He has obtained 10 of the national fortune's essence. After consecutive challenges, Baijapanka amassed 60 of the national fortune's essence, directly elevating Sakura Nation's essence to an astounding 96. This audacious maneuver left observers in disbelief. Goodness, 6 consecutive challenges. The national fortune essence has soared to 96? Is such a feat even permissible? By heavens, by Japanka of Sakura Nation, you are utterly shameless. The essence of our nation's fortune has been stripped away by half. How are we to survive? Alas, had we known, we would have dared to confront those smaller nations. With a sufficient essence of national fortune, what could we not create? Oh dear, it seems hope has emerged before us. Jin Sun, why linger in days? Act swiftly, for fortune favors the quick. Are you all merely Jin Sun? It would be wise to refrain from foolish actions. Furthermore, do you possess even 10 of the national fortune essence? It appears that Bai Japan has been driven to madness. Otherwise, such chaos would not ensue. Caution is warranted on the Dragon Kingdom's side. This Bai Japan is astutely calculating, selectively targeting those of mediocre combat power. This bodes ill, for it seems turmoil may soon engulf Blue Star. A chilling realization dawns. Those of subpar craftsmanship, the inferior extraordinary equipment, shall deplete the remaining essence of national fortune, jeopardizing our survival. To endure, we must cling to the strong nations. Is Blue Star destined to evolve into a world where the weak are devoured by the strong? Or could it be that the dragon spirit is nurturing a sinister scheme, treating all nations of Blue Star as mere puppets? A harsh truth indeed. As this notion took root in the minds of many, several national officials grew increasingly concerned, analyzing the combat capabilities of their representatives. When necessary, strike first to gain the upper hand. Augment one's strength while consuming the weaker factions. The essence of national fortune signifies the potential for greater and more formidable extraordinary equipment and a promising future. Excellent. The World Annihilation Gloves are nearing completion. At that juncture, I shall commence the harvest of national fortune essence. Tomatak was likewise taken aback, having forgotten the matter of the national fortune arena. At this moment, the president also relayed pertinent intelligence. The realm of fortune has descended into chaos. Chapter 57. The God of War, Xing Tian. Congratulations to the contestant Junji from the Daughter Kingdom for successfully crafting the luxurious sailor battle attire. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment has achieved remarkable progress. Reward: one-time crystal for Junji. All members of the Daughter Kingdom receive a boost of 20 to their mental strength. Congratulations to the contestant Hao Meng from the Pillar Heaven Kingdom for successfully crafting the fire smoke armor. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment has achieved remarkable progress. Reward: 10 in strength for Hao Meng. All members of the Pillar Heaven Kingdom receive a boost of 1 to their strength. Congratulations to the contestant Junji from the Pillar Heaven Kingdom for completing the testing of the extraordinary equipment, fire smoke armor. The tested equipment has reached peak level 2 combat power. Reward: level 2 peak combat power for contestant Hao Meng. Congratulations to Bado. Congratulations to the contestant Beijiao Panka from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom for successfully crafting the Soul Reset exchange device. The enhancement of extraordinary equipment has achieved remarkable progress. Reward: one-time Source Stone for Beijiao Panka. All members of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom receive 1 Demon Refining Stone. Crafting continues across the nations. The Pillar Heaven Kingdom is capable of forging extraordinary equipment of peak level 2. This offers slight relief to their extraordinary warriors. However, it remains a futile struggle against the formidable level 5 long-armed gorillas, akin to attempting to stop a moving train with bare hands. In the Pillar Heaven battle zone, Zhang Tianyuan felt a familiar sensation as he entered the battlefield. A powerful and recognizable aura erupted. Intent energy. Not far ahead, he witnessed a familiar figure engaged in battle with 200 to 300 level 5 long-armed gorillas. Long Hai. To his surprise, it was this young man unleashing such intent energy. Ever since he donned the Xing Tian armor, his performance had been rather unremarkable, leading some to believe that the Yin-Long armor suited him better. Fire execution, windstorm palm. A thunderous roar echoed. The intent energy surged forth as Longhai leaped into the air, palm facing downward. Boom! A colossal fiery palm descended like a divine strike. The flame palm exploded amidst the horde of long-armed gorillas, scattering blood and flesh in a gruesome display. The might of that single strike was immensely powerful, instantly inciting the fury of all the long-armed gorillas. With a series of enraged roars, the gorillas swung their arms like whips, each delivering a terrifying barrage of lightning-fast strikes. A multitude of whip-like shadows surged toward Longhai. The sheer power of the mid-level 5 long-armed gorillas was utterly terrifying. Countless extraordinary warriors of the Pillar Heaven Kingdom fell in battle. Boom! 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 The shockwaves tore through the air, creating an atmosphere of dread. Longhai took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. His energy surged, transforming into intent energy. The peculiar step maneuver activated, advancing rather than retreating. He became a blazing inferno, charging forth with unwavering determination, unleashing his ultimate technique. Heaven, fiery, slash, whoosh, the character ignited, flames erupted, sword light shot forth, shadow upon shadow of the blade. The furious sword energy instantly cleaved through more than 10 long-armed gorillas, and Longhai had already plunged into their midst. Roar! The wild dance of the whips continued. To no avail. The long-armed gorilla was unexpectedly slain by Longhai's formidable energy. At this moment, the remaining gorilla seemed utterly incensed, its entire body glowing a deep crimson, as if evaporating. A more ferocious aura manifested upon its arms, which had transformed into 3 segments, exuding fiery currents with each movement. Incredible! A frenzy imbued with the essence of flames? How much fire resistance must it possess? Longhai couldn't help but mutter, his heart shaken by the spectacle. Once more, the battle commenced with a renewed vigor, yet the motions of his hands remained unceasing. Massive, flaming fists surged forward, relentless in their advance. Boom! The energy within Longhai surged and boiled over, transforming into a colossal spirit of the blazing phoenix. In an instant, this spirit morphed into a red shield, the celestial mountain sea shield. The meteorite iron, with its unparalleled might, was imbued with the spirit of the blazing phoenix upon the shield. It could absorb malevolent energy, rendering it immune to any assault. The dual polarities of light and shadow coalesced, birthed from the river of the underworld. It siphoned spectral flames, entwining them upon the shield, bestowing it with indomitable defensive prowess. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of violent energy rippled, altering the very fabric of heaven and earth. Yet the mountain sea shield remained steadfast, unaffected by damage. The onslaught of the 5-strike lightning whip was rendered futile. The long-armed gorilla appeared even more frenzied, engulfed in deep crimson flames that erupted like molten lava. Its attacks became increasingly terrifying and awe-inspiring. However, Longhai's energy surged skyward. With a fierce shout, he thrust the mountain sea shield upwards, intensifying the clash. The form of his Xingtian armor evolved. The summoning device and peripheral components activated simultaneously. The shoulder guards shifted from white to gold, for pieces of equipment bursting open. The visor was enveloped in golden components, and the helm protruded with a sharp blade. The war god Xingtian, a unique energy field radiated outward, unsettling the long-armed gorilla that had been forced back. This was the upgraded armor of the fierce battle, the war god Xingtian, an invisible energy wave, imperceptible yet binding all long-armed gorillas in place. Roar! A sense of impending doom loomed. The frenzied, long-armed gorilla grew increasingly agitated, crashing about with no effect. Well then, let me test your mettle. Longhai chuckled lightly. The audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Incredible! Another set of armor has been upgraded. It has effectively immobilized nearly 200 monsters, each comparable to a level 6 combatant. How astonishing! The explosive diamond was already fearsome. Yet the war god Xingtian was even stronger. What kind of power is this? Divine power, perhaps? Unbelievable. How could it be this potent? I refuse to believe it. This is outrageous. The armor from the Dragon Kingdom is blatantly overpowered and must be thoroughly investigated. What a fool upstairs. Haha. However, the god of war, Xingtian, is indeed impressive. He merely lacks the flying shadow armor and has yet to attain his combat form. The anticipation for flying shadow is certainly palpable. Yet my eagerness tilts more towards the Azura armor. Goodness gracious, I can hardly believe it. The great Zhang is merely spectating on the sidelines. This is disastrous. How can we contend with such formidable strength from the Dragon Kingdom? It feels as though there are no rivals left. Baka, if you possess the prowess, remove your armor and let us engage in a duel. Fool! In the conference room of the Sakura Nation, Musashi Kojiro exclaimed in fury, "Let those failures commit seppuku directly. A bunch of useless individuals. Keeping them is merely a waste of resources." Someone inquired, "How shall we address the issue of replenishing our warriors?" Musashi Kojiro gritted his teeth and replied, "Deploy those black-scaled beasts." This left the officials momentarily stunned. Send the black-scaled beasts? What can they possibly accomplish? Someone attempted to pose a question, but, upon seeing Musashi Kojiro's menacing expression, dared not press further and proceeded to arrange the reinforcements. In the Sakura Nation's space of fortune, Bay Japan looked upon the incoming black-scaled beasts with an unchanged demeanor. Memory transplantation. It appears these creatures that have consumed monsters are more suited for my impending experiments. Lacking intelligence? Let the feeding of monsters commence. A pig farm is materializing. Bay Japan is keen to observe the limits of this motley crew of dozens. The audience, fixated on the developments within the Sakura Nation, was left in astonishment. What is Bay Japan planning? And what are these creatures with black scales? Damn it! It turns out these monstrosities are the products of the Sakura Nation. It's infuriating. We have suffered greatly at the hands of the Sakura Nation. If only my strength allowed, I would ensure your demise. The denizens of the Sakura Nation, cloaked in a veneer of righteousness, are truly despicable and hypocritical scoundrels. Chapter 58. 3 upgrade plans roar. The long-armed gorillas surged with fierce energy, striving to break free from their confinement. Long Hai extended his hands, his intent radiating at its zenith, akin to the brilliance of the sun. The celestial punishment of the ultimate killing technique, Killing Heaven's grasp erupted forth. The force of his palm exploded. Boom! The air shattered. Killing Heaven's grasp ensnared all the long-armed gorillas. In the next moment, with the fire punishment sword in hand, it transformed into a shooting star. The fiery sword technique of Killing Heaven's ultimate unleashed. Whoosh! The blade's shadow multiplied. The ultimate sword pierced through. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The sounds of explosions cascaded in succession. The sword light severed the arms and bodies of nearly 100 long-armed gorillas. Then, Long Hai ascended into the air. The fire punishment sword morphed into a fire electric gun, its muzzle gathering blazing divine light. In an instant, the entire realm was engulfed in endless crimson radiance. The Killing Heaven's light bomb of the ultimate killing technique. Boom! Endless red light fell like meteors, instantly incinerating countless long-armed gorillas. The air itself ignited. Everything was reduced to powder. The area within hundreds of meters melted into a crimson, crystal-like substance. The Dragon Kingdom's battle zone felt the intense surge of energy. Astonishment, envy, Killing Heaven. This was the explosive force of the Killing Heaven armor. Over there, in the direction of the Pillar Heaven Kingdom battle zone, Long Hai had ventured forth. Damn, that young man has indeed unleashed a fierce upgrade. That terrifying surge of energy was the release of a lethal technique? No way. Could it be? Are you trying to make me weep with envy? Instead of wallowing in envy, we should seek his guidance. Our Killing Heaven armor must rise. Friends, shall we go see this great general? Are you joining? You all go ahead. We must guard our position. The 10 or so members of the Killing Heaven armor did not hesitate and directly proceeded towards the Pillar Heaven Kingdom's battle zone. After the eruption, Long Hai felt weak, canceling his armor form to prepare for rest when he spotted Zhang Tianyuan approaching. Great Master Zhang. Zhang Tianyuan nodded. Indeed, I witnessed the battle just now. Long Hai scratched his head. Great Master Zhang, please forgive my shortcomings. I actually felt uncertain. After all, I have never succeeded before. The earlier explosion contained an element of surprise. Believe in yourself, do not doubt, And do not forget the feeling you experienced moments ago. The rewards from this reputation ranking should be substantial. You will all significantly enhance your strength. Upon hearing this, Long Hai nodded vigorously, then inquired, Great Master Zhang, what is the true power of the war, God killing heaven? Zhang Tianyuan smiled. What do you think? Long Hai opened his mouth, level 7. He looked at Zhang Tianyuan with uncertainty. Zhang Tianyuan shook his head. If it were merely level 7 power, it would not be worthy of appearing in the Dragon Kingdom. Long Hai was taken aback. What do you mean? Is it truly inconceivable that a 7th level being could grace the Dragon Kingdom? Perhaps an 8th or 9th level, or even a royal class higher still. Surely, that cannot be the case. Before I could voice my lingering doubts, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit resonated profoundly. Announcement! 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 The first wave of monsters has been eradicated. We shall now initiate the summoning of the second wave of monsters ahead of schedule. All nations are urged to prepare and swiftly replenish their fallen warriors. The summoning of the second wave will commence in 5 minutes. Attention all nations. The second wave will unleash monsters exceeding 3 times the number of the first wave. Warriors of all nations, prepare to eliminate every last beast. Such an early summons, with the assistance of major powers like the Dragon Kingdom, this outcome was foreordained, is not entirely unacceptable. However, it is indeed surprising how swiftly we have reached the second wave. The Dragon Spirit's claim of a 3-fold increase is somewhat daunting. And do we possess sufficient extraordinary equipment to confront this challenge? Regardless, it is best to conclude this extermination task as soon as possible. Living in perpetual trepidation is hardly a sustainable way of life. Indeed, our current existence scarcely qualifies as living. It's far too arduous, and only the Dragon Kingdom seems to fare slightly better. Fear not, for as long as the Dragon Kingdom stands, the blue star shall not falter. Trust that we shall usher in a luminous future. How foolish! Have you truly deluded yourselves into believing you are saviors? No matter how fortified your armor, can it withstand the onslaught of the royal-level monstrosities lurking behind the horde? In the Zhudiang Kingdom's battle zone, upon hearing the Dragon Spirit's announcement, Long Hai relinquished his inquiries and urgently stated, Lord Zhang, shall we return to the battle zone? The second wave of monsters may overwhelm the Dragon Kingdom's defenses. Long Hai nodded, refraining from further words, and promptly soared into the sky. Zhang Tianyuan, with a mere thought, sensed the alterations in the heavenly Tao crystal. As he approached this location, the crystal absorbed a peculiar seed, hastening its refinement process. Initially, it provided insights into various grand principles, but showed no signs of further refinement. Yet, this unknown seed astonishingly enabled a portion of the crystal's refinement, bringing immense relief to Zhang Tianyuan, having sought ways to enhance the crystal's refinement. He had not anticipated such a swift realization. In less than 3 minutes, Zhang Tianyuan sensed the surge of Long Hai's unleashed intent, leading to the aforementioned scene. In the Princess Nation's White House base, the president's hand twitched. He had exhausted all objects to hurl in frustration. Such carelessness, utter carelessness. The Zen seal, the exploding diamond, and now another war god, Xing Tian. The extraordinary combat strength of the Dragon Kingdom has surely surpassed level 5. Level 6 is assured, with even level 7 as a possibility. Cursed fate. In a shocking turn of events, our principality finds itself lagging behind, even on a day like this. The painful self-mockery of the president reveals a deep-seated frustration. How could our principality possibly fall short of the Dragon Kingdom? How could we be surpassed? It is unfathomable, absolutely inconceivable. In the Blue Star, no one should dare to look down upon our principality. No one. Urgently, we must expedite the completion of the armament of annihilation. The gloves alone are insufficient. The second wave of monsters is imminent, and this time, we must turn every disadvantage into an advantage. The members of Congress responded in unison. Within the realm of the principality, the air is thick with tension. Tomatak is once again interrupted. Following the emergence of the Dragon Kingdom's explosive titan, another war deity, Xing Tian, has appeared, a development we anticipated. The three armors of heaven, earth, and humanity all possess this form, which seems to be referred to as the combat form. Vikos, can we not draw inspiration for our armament of annihilation and incorporate an upgraded form? Vikos replies, indeed, sir, it is feasible. However, the energy expenditure is considerable, and our national fortune's foundation. Tomatak cuts him off with a wave of his hand. The foundation of our national fortune is not a concern. Vikos continues, then we shall proceed with a two-tiered upgrade for a groundbreaking enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Tomatak inquires, have we simulated the relevant structural designs? Vikos affirms, yes, sir. The simulations are complete, and we currently have 3 proposals. The first proposal fully emulates the Dragon Kingdom and the A4 levels upgraded form. The second proposal is based on the Dream Armor. The third proposal. Chapter 59. A desperate situation in the Dragon Kingdom war zone following the announcement from Long Ling. Long Hai and his companions promptly returned. The warriors who had intended to seek him out swiftly turned back. In addition to them, esteemed figures such as you and others also rejoined the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Long Hai, Chunhee, you two are truly remarkable. I'm overwhelmed with envy. Please share your insights with us later so that we may learn. As the group gathered, the collective enthusiasm for armor development surged. Their exchanges fostered an increasingly effective acceleration in their progress. Chunhee, you seem a bit fatigued, Long Hai observed with concern. Chunhee waved his hand dismissively. A brief rest will suffice. But how have you recovered so quickly? Well, it must be due to my personal constitution. Long Hai replied, scratching his head, uncertain of the reason. Chunhee, take a moment to recuperate. Allow me to handle the experience sharing. The next wave of monsters will soon arrive. We must seize the time to prepare for battle. Chunhee nodded in agreement. All right, I will rest first. And after we tackle this wave of monsters, we can engage in some sparring. Long Hai nodded in affirmation. The spirits of the others were fervent, their collective energy invigorating the atmosphere. Before long, the time for the monster onslaught arrived. The mysterious voice of Long Ling echoed through the air. Warning, warning, warning. The second wave of monsters has been successfully summoned to the battlefield. Warriors from all nations must swiftly eliminate the creatures. The highest combat capability of the monsters is level 7, while the lowest is level 4. Be advised, the number of monsters is vast, and their strength is formidable. Warriors from all nations should not be complacent. The creation of stronger extraordinary equipment is imperative to face the next wave of monsters. The next summoning will encompass all monsters, including 10,000 level 7 intermediate creatures. 10,000 level 7 intermediates. The sheer magnitude left many gasping for breath. The crafting of extraordinary equipment became of utmost importance. As long as they could forge equipment capable of combating level 7 intermediates, or even higher, the avatars of the blue-eyed white dragon would pose no threat. The pressure mounted upon the warriors from various nations. The pursuit of national fortune to create superior extraordinary equipment seemed to have become a daily priority. Countless individuals were driven to tears, particularly those from smaller nations who had barely managed to endure. For them, this was akin to an annihilation of their existence. In the war zones of various nations, fierce battles raged on. The plight of the small nations was especially harrowing. Desolation reigned, with no remnants to be found. The audience in the live broadcast felt a pang of sympathy. In the Dragon Kingdom war zone, there were a staggering 200,000 monsters, all ranging from levels 5 to 6. For the warriors of the Dragon Kingdom, these monsters posed little challenge, especially in the presence of Long Hai, Chunhee, Dian Wei, and Chun Xian. These creatures were utterly inconsequential. Their strength needed no further explanation. The results spoke for themselves. What a thrill! Battling these monsters feels akin to slicing through vegetables. It is simply exhilarating, truly remarkable. We have grown so formidable that the level 4 and 5 monsters are utterly insufficient. Only the level 6 ones can barely withstand our group attacks. It seems that this horde of 200,000 to 300,000 monsters has come solely to bestow us with prestige. The battle is overwhelmingly one-sided. While honing our skills, many have already triggered their combat upgrades. providing us with an excellent opportunity for growth. Haha, I believe we will soon each possess a finishing move, leading to a complete annihilation of our foes. In less than a minute, we could eradicate all the monsters. Goodness, you truly regard finishing moves as commonplace, as if they can be acquired at whim. Haha, indeed, that is precisely how I feel. All right, I concur. Amidst our banter, the monsters before us disintegrate into ash. There is no pressure whatsoever, even in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The Zen seal can turn danger into safety. Foreign spectators observing the Dragon Kingdom's battlefield have grown envious, their eyes filled with longing. In the realm of Sakura Nation, the experimental chamber door creaks open. A gust of air surges forth, clearing the steam-like vapors, and a multitude of black-scaled beings emerge. Over 30 of these creatures gaze in disbelief at their own transformations, feeling an unprecedented power surging within them. The experiment is a success. Alas, they exhibit a rejection of the puppet cells, observing the black-scaled beings acclimating to their new bodies. Beijiao shakes his head in mild dissatisfaction. However, this level of difficulty is still surmountable. Go forth. The battlefield teems with monsters. Hunt and consume them, and you shall grow even stronger. I have enhanced you. Not only can you wield the bones and aura of the Yamada no Orochi, but you will also grow through the consumption of monsters. Your armor and aura will evolve alongside you. Upon hearing Beijiao words, the black-scaled beings initially stand in shock before erupting into ecstatic screams, emitting roars reminiscent of monsters. Once they enter the battlefield, Beijiao shakes his head once more. Even with successful modifications, their inherent wildness remains unchanged. Such beings are destined to be mere cannon fodder. Demon puppets. Only the demon puppets are the perfect experimental subjects. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyuan discovers a peculiar location. The Tao crystal pulsates with intensity, more vigorous than during the seeding phase. He gazes upward, surveying the starry ruins, remnants of numerous stellar explosions that appear perilously abundant. Within the depths lie countless meteors, resembling a vast forest stretching infinitely. As Zhang Tianyuan ventures deeper, a unique structure resembling a celestial formation comes into view. The live stream captures the perspective of Zhang Tianyuan. Speculations abound regarding the origins of this celestial array. Goodness, is this an ultra-ancient formation? It bears a resemblance to a teleportation array, a relic of an ancient epic, akin to the ritual altars of bygone sorcerers. It resembles it somewhat, yet it is not entirely so. I feel it echoes the altars found in the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom, reminiscent of descriptions in Journey to the West. Indeed, it bears a striking likeness. The myths of the Dragon Kingdom are numerous. Could they be real? Might there be a heavenly realm as well? Surely not. The heavenly realm exists solely within myth. And besides, is the great Zhang truly seeking to ascend? Ascend? Do you think this is a passage to the celestial abode? Can it transport one to the heavenly realm? Speaking of which, what is Zhang's intention? What makes this altar so remarkable that it warrants his personal inspection? He wipes the dust from the altar. A fragment of stone dislodges. As it falls, a pit appears at the altar's base. Beneath it, intense vibrations emanate from the depths below. Zhang Tianyuan hesitates momentarily, preparing to descend for a closer examination. Just then, the air around him ripples. Ethereal figures emerge from within. 15 phantasmal forms, their claws glimmering with a green luminescence, reveal their chilling intent as they lunge towards Zhang Tianyuan's vital points. Monster Hunters, Level 7, Initial Stage, and there are 15 of them. All viewers in the live stream hold their breath. This scene unfolds with alarming rapidity. Yet, Zhang Tianyuan has yet to receive any combat rewards. How shall he contend with these 15 monstrous hunters? There is no one around him, only Zhang Tianyuan. This is a certain death scenario. Chapter 60, The Azura Armor. Unity. It was too swift, too sudden. The assault of 15 monstrous hunters materialized from the void. Their claws shimmered with a toxic green glow, as if imbued with deadly venom. Many in the live stream were caught off guard. The claws descended upon Zhang Tianyuan, aiming to rend him asunder. as though he were mere tofu. It is essential to note that each of these beasts was of the 7th tier, low level. In the Tianming National War Zone, a single monstrous hunter had previously emerged, elusive and deadly, slaying 250 individuals from an entire war zone without opposition. Such a terrifying entity was beyond the reach of humanity's current extraordinary equipment. Even the 5th-tier warriors from the neighboring Bear Kingdom were decimated, suffering losses exceeding 10. Had it not been for their collective formation, they likely would have been methodically eliminated one by one. Stealthy reaping. This was the horrifying ability of the monstrous hunter. Yet now, such a fearsome presence had manifested in the vicinity of Zhang Tianyuan, with 15 of them simultaneously launching an assault. Every individual held their breath, feeling as though their hearts had ceased to beat. It was certain death. Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly doomed. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom seethed with rage, a blend of frustration and heartache surging within them. Meanwhile, the president of the Princess Kingdom and Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom could not contain their applause, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Without Zhang Tianyuan, the Princess Kingdom could maintain its status as the world's foremost entity. The sentiments of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom echoed the same. Numerous sovereigns yearned for the demise of Zhang Tianyuan, and in that fleeting moment, many contemplated a plethora of thoughts. A considerable number prepared to issue perfunctory announcements to commemorate and mourn Zhang Tianyuan. Just then, a divine light erupted, akin to a resplendent beam piercing through the clouds and soaring towards the cosmic stars. Azura armor. Unity. A series of crisp, metallic clangs resonated amidst the radiance. The myriad claws abruptly halted, frozen in midair as if a pause button had been pressed. Contrary to all expectations, the anticipated scene of instant demise did not unfold, nor did the sight of blood-soaked bodies hitting the ground manifest. The brilliance deflected all assaults from the 15 7th tier, low-level monstrous hunters. The viewers in the live stream were left in utter astonishment. Those were 7th tier monsters. Even at the initial stage, a single claw could fell a 5th tier warrior. Yet, such a terrifying existence was thwarted by a beam of light. What on earth was this light? In the blink of an eye, the divine light permeated the cosmos. A powerful aura enveloped the entire battlefield. All beings in the extraterrestrial war zone ceased their movements, turning their gazes towards the source of the divine light. Their expressions filled with awe. The atmosphere was magnificent, vast as the universe itself. What formidable energy was this? Could this be the mightiest aura of all? In the battlefield of the Dragon Kingdom, Long Hai soared into the sky, his gaze fixed upon the source of the intent, a familiar essence. The aura of the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man was unmistakable. Yet, the intent of the Shura armor had never before manifested. The mightiest of energies. The Shura armor. It must undoubtedly be the Shura armor. Everyone, muster your strength and eliminate these beasts. There must be a crisis on Master Zhang's side, or he would not have summoned the Shura armor. Time is of the essence. Let us hasten to offer our assistance. With this rallying call, the pace of slaying the monsters quickened. Simultaneously, in the presence of the supreme energy, an armor so formidable that even the void trembled materialized within the divine light. Every inch of its surface shimmered with the mysteries of the universe, and a powerful aura of righteousness flowed across it. Before the armor, it seemed as if time itself paled in comparison. Many dared not gaze directly at it, overwhelmed by its divine might. The audience in the live stream was left in stunned silence. The Shura armor. This was indeed the Shura armor. Incredible. I thought it was an unusable relic. How magnificent it is. Just how powerful is the Shura armor? What do you think? Merely summoning the Shura armor has shattered a level 7 beast's assault. Surely you have some inkling of its strength? How terrifying. The mere sight of the Shura armor is mesmerizing. Is this truly the ultimate armor spoken of by Master Zhang? Is it genuinely unlike ordinary armor? Those monster hunters are ferocious. A level 7 beast is no trifling matter. Can the Shura armor genuinely eliminate them in one fell swoop? Nonsense. The Shura armor is the armor of kings. Do not underestimate it. level 7 beasts, or even royal beasts could be vanquished. Indeed, we merely await Master Zhang's explosive prowess. If the Shura armor can also ascend in battle, it will be invincible. The Shura armor was successfully summoned by Zhang Tianyuan. The 15 monster hunters were struck with terror, rendered utterly motionless, as if their entire beings were ensnared. No matter how they struggled to unleash their inner energies, they cannot break free from the binding space that confined them. Casting a cold glance at the 15 monster hunters, thunder surged within Zhang Tianyuan's palm. Crackling sounds filled the air as bolts of lightning flickered, creating a chain reaction of electric arcs that coiled around his claws. The lightning erupted, shattering with a resounding crack. In an instant, the claws were fragmented into countless shards scattered upon the ground. The next moment, Zhang Tianyuan pressed his hand upon the summoner, and the darkened lightning materialized as the Shura demon dagger in his grasp. With a flick of his wrist, the dagger soared from his hand, darting through the air like a shadowy specter, leaving trails of luminous brilliance in its wake. The 15 monster hunters stood frozen in place. Puff, puff, puff. In the following second, blood gushed forth from their necks, and heads rolled upon the ground. They were dead. 15 terrifying level 7 initial stage monster hunters met their end in such a manner. It was all too effortless. Zhang Tianyuan dispatched them with ease, leaving a sensation of unreality in the air. That Shura demon dagger was akin to the book of life and death in the hands of the King of Hell. If the King of Hell decrees your demise at the third watch, can you truly survive until the fifth? Hiss! A shockwave rippled across the globe. As the audience gazed upon Zhang Tianyuan, who resembled a demonic deity, they were suddenly jolted awake. It was madness. The events unfolding before them left them utterly astounded, as if they had been struck by a revelation a millennium in the making. Zhang Tianyuan, a contestant from the Dragon Kingdom devoid of any combat power rewards, had successfully summoned the Shura armor and effortlessly launched a dagger to reap the level 7 monster hunters. Who truly is the monster hunter here? Incredible. Unbelievable. My goodness. These are level 7 monsters, 7 levels. Why does it feel as though he is merely slicing vegetables? The disparity is staggering. It is simply invincible. I am losing my mind. This is beyond comprehension. The level 7 low 4 monsters had no means to retaliate, implying that the Shura armor possesses mid-level 7 combat prowess? Absurd. It cannot be. This is utterly impossible. What the hell? How could the Shura armor be so powerful? This outburst seems somewhat implausible. Do you not understand? The armor of kings is, by nature, a regal armor. You country bumpkins from Sakura Nation should not covet what you cannot comprehend. Ha ha indeed. Soon our Master Zhang will materialize over 1,000 sets of Shura armor, allowing you to taste despair. Absurd. 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 How dare you? Cough. Well, the shock has caused blood to flow. Nevertheless, the astonishment of all was genuine, especially regarding the Shura demon dagger's wondrous and terrifying might, as if it could cleave through space itself. Chapter 61. The might of the Azura dagger unleashed a flurry of sword lights, its terrifying energy slicing through the air and striking at the void itself. A brilliant white beam erupted from the depths of the emptiness, colliding directly with the sword energy, shattering it into countless fragments. The 4 elemental forces of fire, wind, thunder, and darkness enveloped Zhang Tianyuan, forming a domain that crushed the thunderous waves. The audience in the live broadcast, still in shock and unable to comprehend the situation, was left utterly bewildered. 15 beast hunters had already been vanquished. Could there still be beast hunters lurking in the void? Yet, beast hunters were not known for their lightning-fast assaults. What had transpired? Why had lightning manifested in the emptiness? Was a monster approaching? The lightning from the void. Surely it could not be the blue-eyed white dragon? Impossible. The dragon spirit had already initiated a blockade, and we had shattered that barrier. It could not descend so swiftly. Then, what manner of creature was this, capable of breaching the void to attack the great Zhang? After all, this battlefield was the domain of the dragon spirit. If even the dragon spirit could not prevent it. Good heavens! Could it be that Eye of the Void? A royal level monster. We're doomed. We are truly doomed. Is it possible our battlefield has been discovered so quickly? Panic surged through us. It feels as though the end of the world is upon us. Everyone was drawn to the commotion emanating from Zhang Tianyuan's side. Commander Wang Feng clenched his fist tightly. Great Zhang, please do not come harm. The strength of these monsters is indisputable. The sensation now is akin to that of the previous probing, perhaps even more tyrannical. No one knows the true extent of the power wielded by those formidable royal-level monsters. The expression of the president of the Princess Nation was one of complexity. He simultaneously hoped the monsters would eliminate Zhang Tianyuan while praying that Zhang would withstand the onslaught and even retaliate. For he knew, if Zhang Tianyuan could not hold them back, then no one could. Damn it, our Princess Nation's military might is still too feeble. If only the Annihilation battle armor were completed, there would be no need for Zhang Tianyuan to intervene. These wretched monsters would have no chance to invade, and they would be driven back to their homeland. Officials and citizens from various nations were fixated on Zhang Tianyuan's livestream. Amidst the fluctuations of the Azura armor's energy, Zhang Tianyuan sensed the gaze upon him had not dissipated. Show yourself. He coldly huffed, thunder rumbling in his palm. As the thunder manifested, the aura in the void momentarily became chaotic, seemingly astonished by Zhang Tianyuan's command over lightning. The aura of this monster was unmistakably that of the previous eye of the void, the blue-eyed white dragon. Lightning. Yet, it was still far inferior to true thunder. Even if the blue-eyed white dragon could wield lightning, it could not be compared to the Azura armor. Indeed, if it were Yatlas, Zhang Tianyuan would have effortlessly unleashed the blue-eyed white dragon with the breath of lightning. However, the thunderous power of the Shura armor is formidable in its own right. Arcs of electricity surged forth from his palms, while a unique battle aura coalesced upon the Shura armor. With a sudden clap of his hands, the thunder lightning strike was unleashed. Boom! An endless torrent of thunder erupted, transforming silver arcs into a cage that surged towards the void, instantly shrouding the sky. Hundreds of meters pulsed with shimmering silver arcs, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Just as the silver arcs were about to collide with the void, another boom resounded. White lightning emerged from the emptiness, clashing with the silver arcs of thunder like a colossal serpent. Boom! Boom! The sound reverberated through the air. Silver and white currents exploded, obliterating all nearby meteorite fragments into dust. The display was nothing short of magnificent. The will of the Shura armor surged once more, its battle intent morphing into even more terrifying silver arcs of thunder. With a thunderous roar, a beam of lightning struck the void like a piercing arrow, causing a vast purple halo to explode in the emptiness. The monstrous creature emitted a mournful wail amidst the cacophony of the void. A gigantic beast fled in desperation, and Zhang Tianyuan summoned the purple halo, condensing it within his palm. The surroundings swiftly returned to normal, save for a massive pit several hundred meters deep, where arcs of electricity continued to dance. What on earth is going on? Did the ground just explode with that thunderous sound? Incredible. Even the god of war, Xing Qian, will be left in tears. Your focus is rather peculiar. Has no one noticed that Zhang, the great god, has driven that beast away? This is astonishing. The creature that was hastily retreating just now was undoubtedly the blue-eyed white dragon, lurking in the void. TSK, 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 attempting to engage in mischief? Not on our watch. If you slow down a bit, we shall see if our great god Zhang will not flay you alive. Thank goodness for Zhang, otherwise, we would remain oblivious to when this creature might strike us. Thus, we must not underestimate these beasts. They are, in fact, organized and disciplined creatures. My goodness, if that is the case, we could be in trouble. Are so many beasts waiting for the opportunity to ambush us? This, no way. I refuse to believe it. Fear is futile. We must strengthen ourselves. We cannot allow Zhang, the great god, to bear the burden of Blue Star alone. Can we? Indeed. In the encrypted channels of over 20 nations, the magnates remained silent. All were online, yet not a single word was spoken. After several minutes, someone finally broke the silence. You have all witnessed just how formidable the Shura armor is. Does no one have anything to say? As soon as the words were spoken, someone retorted, what is there to say? Are we to discuss the battle prowess of the Shura armor? Are we truly unable to allow Zhang Tianyuan of the Dragon Nation to grow any further? A profound silence ensued, as everyone recognized the impossibility of such a notion. We cannot persist in this manner. Unity is imperative. If we continue down this path, we shall indeed be powerless to halt the rise of the Dragon Nation. We still possess the means to impede it. Otherwise, we shall lack the resources to counterbalance. A voice of agreement arose. Indeed, we must not permit his further ascension. The power unleashed by the Azura armor is already perilously close to level 9. After all, it is merely a fragment of the blue-eyed white dragon, exhibiting combat prowess that approaches the pinnacle of level 8. Moreover, the Azura armor has yet to unleash its ultimate techniques. Surely, all have witnessed the formidable might of the ultimate techniques wielded by Xing Tian, Fei Ying, and Jin Gang. I implore you to consider this seriously. Silence enveloped the room. Opposing the Dragon Nation is, at present, a most unwise course of action. How can we impede Zhang Tianyuan's growth? It is simply unfeasible to defeat him. As he has stated, the Azura armor still possesses the potential for fierce upgrades and ultimate techniques. The wrath of the Dragon Nation is beyond our endurance. I withdraw. Our nation too. I regret to say, I withdraw. I withdraw. Withdraw. Within mere moments, half of the nations had retreated. Damn it. A bunch of mindless fools. 7 great domains. What right do you have to divide anything among yourselves? The leader of the Shadow Nation slammed the table in frustration. All their calculations were crumbling. Once the Azura armor intervenes, there will be no opportunity left. How infuriating. Is it truly impossible for us to rekindle our former glory? Must we really seek out those individuals? How maddening. Chapter 62. The World Destruction Gloves of the 7th Pinnacle. Entrance to another world. After the distortion of space, a colossal dragon, stretching 100 feet, materialized in the sky. Numerous orbs of white energy swirled around it, shimmering with a radiant glow. Unique patterns emanated a faint electric light, while an unusual silver thunderbolt crackled upon its immense claws. With a thunderous roar, the blue-white dragon unleashed a magnificent orb of white lightning from its maw. The air rippled and surged, once again distorting in its wake. Below, thousands of gigantic beasts trembled, casting mournful cries towards the enormous white sun in the sky. Yet, the dragon remained oblivious to their plight. The orb of lightning erupted forth with a resounding boom. In an instant, the ground detonated, and a blinding white light engulfed the multitude of monsters. A vast chasm opened beneath them. Damnable insects! I shall obliterate you. Once I master this thunderous power, you will surely regret crossing my path. Fury filled its eyes as it locked onto Zhang Tianyuan's location. Knowing that once it refined this thunderous force, the end for Zhang Tianyuan would be nigh. Just wait. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyuan, the object of the dragon's obsession, had dispelled his Azura armor fusion and approached the pit. He directly opened it, allowing the contents within to escape. It was a bloodthirsty pearl? The crimson orb felt cold in his hand, reminiscent of the bloodthirsty pearl from the tale of Zhu Xian. A unique, bloody scent wafted through the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, the heavenly Tao crystal became agitated. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty pearl soared upward, landing on Zhang Tianyuan's forehead. The heavenly Tao crystal melted once more, this time at an accelerated rate. The outer battlefield was evidently more complex than it appeared. It was likely akin to the divine and demonic battlegrounds from novels, with these artifacts being remnants of ancient times. The fusion of the heavenly Tao crystal quickened, a fortuitous event for Zhang Tianyuan, significantly aiding in the crafting of the ultimate armor. The searing aura had calmed, yet he pondered whether there were other such extraordinary items in this outer battlefield. Zhang Tianyuan resolved to search thoroughly once he completed the Nawa armor series. At that moment, the duo of Long Hai and Chun Exun, transformed into streaks of light, arrived. Zhang Shun, are you injured? They scrutinized Zhang Tianyuan closely, only feeling relieved upon confirming he was unscathed. Zhang Tianyuan chuckled. I am fine. Has the war zone been cleared? Long Hai nodded. It has been nearly cleared. The monsters in the war zone possess low combat power, making the cleanup quite manageable. With the enhancement of the Armor Summoner's Bond, the resulting combat power had seen a significant increase. From time to time, individuals unleash formidable finishing moves, significantly accelerating the pace of battle. You should strive to gain further prestige. I must return to the fortune space for a while. I will seek you out later. The creation of extraordinary equipment within the fortune space must not be neglected. Neither Long Hai nor Chen Xin voiced any objections. Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! Due to the instantaneous annihilation of numerous high-level monsters, the 7th-level monsters are forcefully assaulting the Dragon Spirit Barrier, severely diminishing its effectiveness. All pursuing teams from various nations must promptly complete their extermination tasks to provide the Dragon Spirit with more primal energy. If more than half of the monsters are not eradicated within half an hour, the Dragon Spirit will be unable to maintain the barrier. The 7th-level monsters will breach the constraints and descend. As Zhang Tianyuan departed, the urgent announcement from the Dragon Spirit echoed. Without the barrier, the remaining million monsters would inevitably follow the 7th-level beasts into the battlefield beyond. Long Hai expressed his astonishment. There is no doubt. At that time, we cannot even ascertain how many 7th-level monsters we could possibly slay. Chen Xin nodded, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The situation is far worse than imagined. My greatest concern is that blue-eyed white dragon avatar. If it descends alongside the legion of 7th-level monsters, the terror will swiftly breach the outer battlefield and arrive on Blue Star. Let us return to the war zone and prepare. Indeed, they're not the only ones anxious. A pervasive sense of dread and concern envelopes Blue Star. The legion of 7th-level monsters and the pinnacle of 8th-level beasts leave no one willing to guarantee safety amid their assault. At this moment, everyone realizes a crucial truth. The Dragon Spirit is not an omnipotent entity. The shielding and crafting of extraordinary equipment are finite. It cannot endlessly assist Blue Star. In this instant, all understood the Dragon Spirit's message. To transcend the divine in mortal form. To shatter darkness with thunder. This is the essence of truth. Yet, many still struggle to accept this reality. Damn it, it is all the fault of Long Country. The instantaneous annihilation of so many monsters has led to this predicament. If it were not for Long Country, we would not be facing such a crisis. Zhang Tianyuan has brought this trouble upon himself. Why should we bear the burden? Damn it. Indeed, Zhang Tianyuan should be held accountable for his actions. He's so formidable, capable of slaying 6th-level monster hunters. Now he cowers in the fortune space like a turtle withdrawing into its shell. What sort of hero is that? Precisely. Zhang Tianyuan of Long Country deserves condemnation. If over 1 million monsters descend simultaneously, how shall we stop them? Long Country once again finds itself at the center of global scrutiny. Many voices online clamored in outrage, but they were soon met with a counterattack. At that moment, the enigmatic voice of the Dragon Spirit resonated once more. Congratulations to the contestant from the Princess Nation, Tomatak, for successfully crafting the World Annihilation Gloves. The creation of extraordinary equipment has seen a remarkable enhancement. Reward: Tomatak Atomic Crystals X2. Reward: Princess Kingdom's Annihilation Cannon V. Congratulations to the contestant Tomatak from the Princess Kingdom for successfully completing the test of the extraordinary Annihilation Gloves. The tested equipment has reached the pinnacle of Level 7 combat power, rewarding the contestant Tomatak with Level 7 pinnacle combat power. Boom! The world is in shock. Tomatak from the Princess Kingdom has astonishingly forged extraordinary equipment with Level 7 pinnacle combat power and has completed the test, instantly receiving the reward for Level 7 pinnacle combat power. Level 7 pinnacle, nearing Level 8 in strength, surpassing Levels 5 and 6 by countless magnitudes. The crucial point is that this global achievement belongs to the Princess Kingdom. In an instant, the Princess Kingdom has become the new focal point, igniting fervent excitement among its citizens. Incredible. Haha, Tomatak is truly formidable. Level 7 pinnacle combat power. Invincible. Whether it be the Dragon Kingdom or monsters, none can rival us. The Princess Kingdom shall forever reign supreme. Before the Annihilation Gloves, even the Azura armor pales in comparison. No one can shake the position of our Princess Kingdom. Did you expect this? Let me ask you, are you surprised, delighted? Who just claimed to be invincible? Come forth now and boast about your armor. Ha! What is Zhang Tianyuan compared to our Tomatak? Indeed, this is certified combat power by the Dragon Spirit. Level 7 Pinnacle Combat Power. Even if the Level 7 monster army descends shortly, they will be annihilated in an instant. The crisis of Blue Star shall be effortlessly resolved. Chapter 63. You are not alone in the Dragon Kingdom war zone. The luck of the Princess Kingdom is truly remarkable. They have even forged 7th level extraordinary equipment. The Chaotic Stone Abyss, a unique area on the fringes of the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Xiao Tian and the 5 seniors inadvertently stumbled upon this place while clearing nearby monster hordes. Indeed, it seems our decision was correct. Senior Yu, do you believe that the convergence of the 5 elements can truly enhance our combat prowess more rapidly? The 5 elements are interdependent and contradictory. How can we accomplish what Master Zhang has described? After Senior Yu vanquished a leopard-like beast, he lifted his gaze towards the abyss below. With gravity, he solemnly stated, "There's a group of malevolent entities below, rapidly approaching us. Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the group's expressions turned grave. Their perceptive abilities paled in comparison to Senior Yu's. "We are ready," Xiao Tian replied earnestly. "There is no need for preparation. I alone am sufficient." Dian Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement, eager to charge into battle alone. At this moment, the group could distinctly sense the formidable strength of the approaching monsters. "Stay calm." Zhang Fei, the Wind Eagle Armor Summoner, interjected, blocking Dian Wei's advance. Dian Wei shot him a glance, halting his aggressive stride. Master Zhang mentioned that the 5-element shadow armor could unleash greater power. "We came here to test whether the synergy of the 5 elements could indeed achieve the explosive might Master Zhang spoke of. Therefore, Dian Wei, temper your temper. We shall heed Senior Yu's command." Zhang Fei continued. Dian Wei grumbled, understood. Their coordination was commendable, occasionally manifesting bursts of critical damage. Once they fully grasped this elusive sensation, they would naturally attain the strength Master Zhang envisioned. "They're coming. Form up." Over 200 monsters appeared, quite a number indeed. Be cautious. They are level 6 initial stage beasts, the Night Shadow Beasts. More than 200 creatures resembling octopuses emerged, each tentacle extending a staggering 25 meters. The Night Shadow Beasts excelled in mental assaults. As they materialized, they unleashed a torrent of ink towards the 5. It poured down like a deluge. "Do not touch that ink." Senior Yu summoned a water barrier to shield everyone. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian unleashed a fiery fist, striking the waves of ink. Yet it passed through effortlessly. It passed through. The 5 exchanged worried glances. "These inks are not physical attacks. Senior Yu, should we make a hasty retreat? The Night Shadow Beast attacks are too bizarre. We have no idea what effects these black liquids may have." Their initial assault was marked by such strange tactics. Aside from being well prepared, there seemed no other alternative. It appears that these monstrous beings have become aware of something, and thus have united in their intent to eliminate them. Just as the ink was about to descend, it unexpectedly converged above them, forming an object reminiscent of a black disk. This enormous disk perfectly enveloped the 5 individuals within its scope. At the very moment the disk fully materialized, their breath stilled, and their forms froze in place. Over 200 Night Shadow Beasts emitted beams of light that cascaded onto the black disk. The scene of over 200 linked beams was extraordinarily eerie, resembling a bizarre cage that ensnared the 5 elements' shadow armor, continuously diminishing its power. This spectacle left the audience of Dragon Country in sheer terror. Clearly, these Night Shadow Beasts were siphoning the energy from the 5 elements' shadow armor. In the temporary command center, since the manifestation of the 5 elements' shadow armor, Dragon Country had navigated smoothly without encountering any troubles. Even when faced with level 6 or 7 beasts, they had the capability to engage in battle. Never had they anticipated encountering such peculiar monsters and methods of attack. The chief commander, Wang Feng, became visibly tense. General Yu Bufan, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, spoke urgently. Commander, should we not mobilize others to take action? If we delay further, it may be too late, and they will. Chief Commander Wang Feng inhaled deeply, shaking his head and gritting his teeth. No, we must trust them. Trust the five elements shadow armor. Did not Master Zhang say that the five-element shadow armor is not so fragile? General Yu Bufan fell silent. The others were similarly reticent. Wang Feng was their commanding officer, possessing the ultimate authority. At the Princess Country's White House base, the president basked in the warmth of spring. Such a spectacle. Let me witness the Dragon Country's helplessness. Such delightful gossip was not to be missed. Upon witnessing the five-element shadow armor besieged and drained of energy by the monsters, his smile was unrestrained. Ha ha! The five-element shadow armor of Dragon Country is truly nothing remarkable. Relay a message to Dragon Country and inquire if they require our Princess Country's assistance. Mere level 6 monsters are but a trifling matter for us. Their armor had faltered. Our world annihilation gloves are slightly superior. Ha ha ha! The assembly of legislators echoed his laughter, and soon after, a message was dispatched to Dragon Country. In the conference room of Sakura Country, Prime Minister Musashi Kojuro's grim demeanor softened slightly. If he could obtain the corpses of these level 6 night shadow beasts, did those self-righteous folks from Princess Country really send a message to Dragon Country? Why not simply launch an attack? Baka, hasn't the research from Beijia Pank yielded results yet? Where are the new extraordinary armaments? Observing the five-element shadow armor being drained of energy, his mind began to race again. The officials around him remained silent, hesitant to speak. At the Begapank, research is being conducted on the black-scale monstrosity, an endeavor personally orchestrated by the Prime Minister. To speak of it openly is undoubtedly a blow to the Prime Minister's dignity, akin to courting disaster. The discourse among nations revolve around the five-element shadow armor, with the majority belittling its value enhancement. For the global community, the notion that the Dragon Kingdom's armor is not invincible seems to be regarded as a significant boon. The brilliance of the Dragon Kingdom not only imposes pressure on the powerful, but also instills a sense of reverence in many smaller nations, who dare not gaze directly at its radiance. Now that the myth has drawn to a close, many have emerged to mock and deride it. Some even boast audaciously, wagering that the Dragon Kingdom's five-element shadow armor would succumb to the insatiable grasp of the level 6 beast, the Night Shadow Beast, within mere 5 minutes. Numerous individuals have joined in on this gamble, with one particular wager reaching an astounding 50 million. In the Dragon Kingdom's war zone, within the depths of the chaotic stone abyss, trapped in a confining cage, Dianwei is the first to regain his mobility. Yet, he remains pessimistic, for his axe is unable to breach the sealed space. Damn it, are you still watching the show? The Thunder Cleaver has also failed to shatter this enclosure, as if they are ensnared in an utterly indomitable realm. Dianwei, do not expend your strength in vain. Xiao Tian's voice resonates, prompting Dianwei, wielding the thunder axe, to pause. Turning back, he declares, I must carve a path for everyone. We cannot afford to linger like this. I fear they may employ the same strategy against our allies. However, despite his words, Dianwei forces himself to regain composure. Dianwei, you are not alone. Xiao Tian smiles encouragingly, gesturing for Dianwei to look towards the others. Chapter 64. The endless cycle of the five elements. The three venerable elders remained motionless. At that moment, Xiao Tian produced the summons for the Xingtian armor. By the time Dianwei regained his senses, Xiao Tian was already poised to release the infernal dragon armor fusion. It was evident that he intended to don the Xingtian armor to avert the impending crisis. Xiao Tian, Wang Zhong, the summoner of the Earth Tiger armor, unexpectedly became the first to break free from his own predicament following Dianwei and Xiao Tian. His aura retracted inward. His consciousness expanded infinitely, and he emanated a distinctly different presence. The Earth Tiger armor, bestowed as a promotional gift with phone credit, radiated an overwhelming and robust earth element at that moment, entirely unlike any previous display. The Earth Tiger armor could be regarded as one of the rarest sets among all armors in terms of summoners. You just declared that we are not alone. Are you then prepared to confront everything by yourself? Do you consider us your comrades? Wang Zhong's words left Xiao Tian momentarily speechless, his actions suspended mid-air. Indeed, Wang Zhong spoke the truth. The three venerable elders also managed to extricate themselves from their predicaments and nodded in acknowledgement at Xiao Tian. Xiao Tian, do not attempt to be a lone hero. Zhang Fei approached directly and placed a firm hand on Xiao Tian's shoulder. At this juncture, the intentions of the five coalesced into a singular essence, akin to the fusion of the five great elements. A small sapling burgeoned from their hearts, rapidly transforming into a towering tree. A vast and resolute will blossomed within, embodying boundless capability and fearlessness, invincible in battle. All beliefs erupted in a frenzied explosion. A surge of white radiance coalesced around Xiao Tian as the energies of the four converged upon him. An epiphany dawned upon Xiao Tian. A sun emerged within his heart, dispelling the infinite darkness. With hands following the figure in his mind, he formed the sealing gesture, demon suppression seal. Buzz. The seal, upon contact with the void, transformed into countless rippling beams of light that spread forth, shattering the darkness. Malevolent forces disintegrated, and the shadows crumbled like fragile glass. In an instant, normalcy was restored. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted as over 200 beasts recoiled simultaneously, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, clearly suffering from the backlash. Only now do they wish to flee? It is too late. Wang Zhong seethed with fury as the power of the earth surged forth. The ground trembled, and the earth's splitting claw manifested, a chilling brilliance flashing forth as he charged into the throng of shadow beasts. Wang Zhong indeed has a temperament that resonates with me. Dian Wei laughed heartily, brandishing the thunder cleaver as he struck down upon them. The venerable elder and Zhang Fei also unleashed their formidable assaults in unison. The shadow beasts howled in despair, spewing forth another torrent of ink. The attacks that fell upon the ink diminished significantly, allowing these monsters to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the 8 tendrils of the night shadow beast grew, increasingly robust and formidable. Its black scales surged forth, and a frenzied aura erupted from its form. A relentless barrage of chaotic assaults ensued, accompanied by a continuous jet of ink spewing from its maw. The Zen seal. Time and space froze. Under the influence of the Zen seal, even the most ferocious attacks became utterly ineffectual. Meanwhile, the armor summoner remained unperturbed, launching a full-scale counterattack. In an instant, more than a dozen night shadow beasts, previously slain, suddenly swelled. Following that, these beasts detonated with a resounding boom, creating a unique spherical wave of energy that enveloped the remaining night shadow beasts. In the next heartbeat, peculiar ripples emerged, akin to shock waves from an explosion, entirely engulfing the distinct ripples of the Zen seal. Crack! The Zen seal shattered instantaneously. The 5 members of Xiao Tian were momentarily stunned. The Zen seal had been breached? How could that be possible? The Zen seal was a definitive technique for solidifying time and space. This scene was sufficiently shocking. Everyone in the live stream was left bewildered, utterly astonished. What on earth had transpired? After the slaughter of those night shadow beasts, an explosion occurred, and then the Zen seal was dismantled? This was utterly preposterous. The Zen seal could confine time and space. How could it be so easily shattered? If this were the case, did it mean these night shadow beasts were invincible, with no counter? To kill or not to kill? After finally managing to slay them, they would self-destruct? This was too abstract, completely overturning my understanding. I had always believed that once the Zen seal was deployed, victory was assured, yet could be countered in such a manner. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. What was the true nature of these night shadow beasts? For heaven's sake, is it truly so difficult to admit one's limitations? Friend from the Dragon Kingdom, call me father, and I shall come to your aid. You up there, I'll show you what for if you utter another word. You fool, why the hostility? I think what he said holds merit. If you cannot match their strength, then accept it. Calling someone father is not shameful. You lot, constantly squabbling, don't realize how it reflects on you. You fool, you're the one who isn't good. Yes, yes, yes. You're all good. You fool. Little Trickster was seething with frustration. Regardless of the circumstances, the Zen Seal was universally acknowledged as one of the most potent skills. Its destruction was difficult to accept. This was a power capable of imprisoning time and space. Just how formidable were these night shadow beasts? Even sovereigns had to tread carefully. The smile on the face of the presidential figure of the princess's nation had frozen in place. Could the snap of the world annihilation gloves truly annihilate this group without repercussions? It remained an unknown. Despite the absolute suppression of levels, uncertainty lingered. However, the Night Shadow Beasts are exceedingly enigmatic. On the battlefield, the Night Shadow Beast did not launch an attack on Xiao Tian and his companions after the Zen Seal was shattered. It appears we have fallen into a trap. The intellect of these creatures is astonishing. The Zen Seal was not truly broken. They created an illusion through the explosion, leading us to believe it was destroyed. In the fleeting shock, time came to a standstill. Senior Yu realized this and could no longer maintain the Zen Seal. An illusion. Even the viewers in the live stream were ensnared. This illusion is utterly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian struck at a Night Shadow Beast, instantly slaying it. In the next moment, a similar scene unfolded. Everyone grasped Senior Yu's intention. Yet, that group of creatures had already scattered in flight. Swiftly, waves of elemental power surged forth in pursuit. The Night Shadow Beasts were thrown into a state of panic, fleeing in all directions. We must eliminate these creatures. They cannot be allowed to escape and wreak havoc on our kin. Xiao Tian bellowed. The 5 of them connected their auras. Elemental fluctuations coursed through their armors. The Flame Dragon armor transformed into an indomitable flame dragon, soaring into the sky. The Snow Mastiff armor morphed into a Snow Mastiff, condensed from pure white light. Hurtling through the air, the Wind Eagle armor instantaneously transformed into a Wind Eagle, soaring majestically through the heavens. The Black Rhino armor burst forth from the waterfall, becoming a ferocious black rhino charging with unbridled fury. The Earth Tiger armor shattered mountains, transforming into a colossal tiger leaping down the slopes. The totems of the 5 elements armor simultaneously came to life. The battlefield fell into a profound silence. A sacred ring coalesced above the 5 great totems. Everlasting vitality. The 5 elements armor appeared to have undergone a new evolution. The armor radiated a luminous brilliance, and each armor-bearer could sense the nourishing presence of the other 4 elements within themselves. Chapter 65. A subtle deception amongst humanity. The cycle of the 5 elements. The essence of life flows endlessly. The 5 individuals simultaneously attain enlightenment. Their energies coalesce into a singular orb. A resounding battle cry erupts. The 5 great spiritual totems unfurl their forms. In the midst of the air, the 5-colored halos become increasingly vivid. The Night Shadow Beasts writhe in a futile attempt to escape, bound by an unseen force. In the next instant, countless blades of light erupt from the 5 totems. These luminous blades burst forth like a meteor shower, descending upon their foes with terrifying velocity. Boom! The deafening roars reverberate. In the blink of an eye, over 200 Night Shadow Beasts are consumed by the intense waves of energy. A rich aura surges outward. Various scenes materialize at this moment: grasslands, rain, rocks, hurricanes, and more. It is as if the projection of the elemental forces is wreaking havoc upon the space. Such horror. The world is left in shock. Goodness, is it truly that terrifying? How do they achieve this? This technique surpasses even the Shura armor. No, it eclipses the ultimate techniques of all armors. It is overwhelmingly powerful. The 5-element shadow armor concurrently unleashes their ultimate techniques, merging 5 lethal strikes into one. This must be the power of the interconnection of the 5 elements. As spoken by the great Zhang, how utterly insane. The 5 individuals amplify their powers simultaneously. How is this possible? Such synchronization, without a moment's lapse, seems nothing short of miraculous. The interplay of the 5 elements, to reach this level, transcends mere probability. It requires the unity of the summoner's will. Have you noticed that the 5 elements halo appears incomplete? If it could fully integrate, might it not ascend to the heavens? Nonsense. You people from the Dragon Nation think too much. It's merely 5 individuals amplifying together, as if that makes them invincible. My brother could snap his fingers and eliminate these pests. This notion of a 5 elements union is laughable. Seriously, the Dragon Nation is like this. Admitting weakness is so difficult. Goodness, more trolls have infiltrated. Brothers, let us unleash our fury upon them. In the Dragon Nation's auspicious space, the 5-colored light orb trembles violently, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Zhang Tianyuan, who is in the throes of evolving the Nawa armor, glances over with a smile. The power of the 5 elements is fully awakened. The evolution of the Emperor armor progresses further. The thought of the Emperor armor stirs excitement within Zhang Tianyuan. However, the immediate priority is to complete the Nawa system armor. Setting aside his thoughts, he dedicates himself entirely to the evolution of the Nawa armor. In the Dragon Nation's war zone, the brilliant hues gradually settle into tranquility. The aftermath of the 5 elements eruption is strikingly serene, yet undeniably peculiar. An array of mountains, jungles, and rivers materializes beneath the abyss. The 200 shadow beasts of the night have now entirely transformed into nourishment, becoming one with this land. As the battle concluded, the 5 individuals emerged from that extraordinary state. Dianwei clenched and unclenched his fists, his gaze brimming with madness. Licking his lips, he exclaimed, that sensation was exhilarating, more delightful than anything else. I yearned for another experience like that. It was truly magical. The others, including Xiao Tian, also reflected on the moment, savoring the recent experience. Just as Jian Wei had articulated, Senior Yu regained his focus, stating, I believe we have yet to fully unleash the maximum potential of that technique. However, such a feeling is rare. Even if we desire to recreate it now, it is not easily attainable. Yet, where there is one success, there can be another. If we have succeeded once, we are certain to achieve it a second, third time, or even more. The group nodded in agreement with Senior U.S. sentiments. Wang Zhong remarked with a smile, regardless of the circumstances, we have successfully developed a more profound and esoteric ultimate technique. This is splendid news, and we should certainly share it with the other summoners of the 5 elements radiant armors. Should we encounter even more bizarre and formidable monsters, our combined strength will stand a chance. As they shared their opinions, only Xiao Tian appeared lost in thought. Dianwei, recovering from his excitement, gave him a nudge. You, my friend, are utterly exhausted, aren't you? The others turned their attention to Xiao Tian, who shook his head. No, I merely felt as though I witnessed a seal during the resonance of the 5 elements. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. Their expressions suggested that they had not perceived any seal. A seal? You can't possibly be referring to the Xingtian armor, can you? Our recent technique's mysteries are no less potent than the Xingtian's ultimate move. Come on, let's practice once more. Dianwei spoke without restraint. Senior Yu, in contemplation, asked, Xiao Tian, could you elaborate? Xiao Tian nodded. I believe I saw, deep within the fiery dragon armor, a mark sealing its power. No matter how hard I tried, I cannot tear apart that mark. If we could destroy it, I sensed the fiery dragon armor might undergo a fierce upgrade, akin to the Xingtian armor. Senior Yu fell silent as the others looked between him and Xiao Tian. Their initial thought was that Xiao Tian had become overly fixated on the fierce form of the Xingtian armor. Some things simply cannot be changed. An excessive obsession may not yield positive results. Moreover, they had not heard of any other summoners of the fiery dragon armor encountering such a seal. Xiao Tian, you aren't becoming delusional, are you? Don't place too much emphasis on the notion of fierce upgrades. Indeed, not all armors can achieve an upgrade like the 3 armors of heaven and earth. Does Zhang Dashi not know whether our 5 elements radiant armors can undergo such an upgrade? Yes, I thought the same at the time and later inquired with Zhang Dashi, who confirmed that there is no fierce upgrade form. Oh dear, one must maintain a sense of optimism. The flame dragon armor is indeed more fitting for you. Together, our quintet can unleash a formidable power in our fierce battle form. Indeed, united we stand, Our strength is akin to a blade that cleaves through metal. Xiao Dian found himself at a loss for words, fully expecting this reaction. With a shrug, he remarked, "You all should relish the experience when the time comes. The 5 elements light shadow armor may even unveil new forms." The others nodded, albeit with a hint of skepticism, yet their demeanor was far from dismissive. At present, the quintet was at the pinnacle of their capabilities, striving to amass greater renown during this opportune moment. As time progressed, the prestige rankings underwent a curious transformation. To everyone's astonishment, a member of the Sakura Nation's pursuit team had surged into the top 100, rocketing toward the top 50 as if propelled by a rocket. When all eyes turned toward the live broadcast from the Sakura Nation, a collective gasp nearly rendered them speechless. The scene was utterly bizarre and gruesome. Aside from Sanji and a handful of other team members who appeared human, the rest had transformed into grotesque black Yamata no Orochi figures, devoid of any human semblance. With 8 ferocious serpent heads, they even turned on their own comrades. They resembled monsters, without a doubt. During combat, these serpent heads would sprout bone armor, a dramatic twist that remained unchanged. However, what was truly terrifying was their ability to effortlessly rend apart a mid-tier level 5 monster, devouring it entirely. Even a level 6 monster could not withstand more than 5 minutes before being brutally slain. The horror was unparalleled. The strangeness was beyond description. They could no longer be classified as human. Chapter 66. The 4 Elemental Spirits. Congratulations to the champion of Bear Kingdom, Adhua, for successfully creating the God-slaying serum. The crafting of extraordinary equipment has seen a monumental enhancement. Reward: Idewa's Time Crystal X1. Reward: Talent Level 1 for the Bear Kingdom faction. Congratulations to the contestant from Nungda Kingdom, Adhua, for completing the testing of the extraordinary equipment, the God-slaying serum. The tested equipment has achieved high-level combat power at level 7. Reward: Adhua receives high-level combat power at level 7. Success: The God-slaying serum allows the extraordinary warriors of Bear Kingdom to undergo evolution. By merely injecting the serum, they can transform into God-slayers. Furthermore, when combined with the Super Beast Lock Seed, they can metamorphose into the formidable Super Beast of the War Bear. Their combat prowess will undoubtedly exceed level 8, perhaps even higher. Even the Princess Kingdom will not stand a chance against them. Now, the diversification of the Super Beast Lock Seed and the reinforcement of the God-slaying serum are imperative to forge even more powerful, extraordinary equipment. Following Idewa's vision, it is assured that we can create extraordinary equipment capable of shattering stars. Haha, to slay gods. Our clan shall indeed slay gods. Time Crystal. I firmly believe that one day, our god-slaying clan will even shatter time itself. Adhua has ascended to an extraordinary height. Even the warrior nation has renamed themselves the God-slaying clan. The triumph of Bear Kingdom has undoubtedly sent ripples throughout the entire Blue Star. Aside from a Princess Kingdom, another formidable Bear Kingdom now possesses extraordinarily powerful equipment. Particularly, upon witnessing the serum from Bear Kingdom, Sakura Kingdom could no longer remain composed. As the pioneer of genetic mutation, their creations have turned into something neither human nor ghostly. In stark contrast, Bear Kingdom's God-slaying serum demonstrates remarkably effective results, capable of absorbing various energies to enhance itself. Most importantly, their transformation merely results in a muscular appearance. Just look at their genetic mutations and modifications. The absence of comparison renders one immune to harm. This revelation has left the citizens of Sakura Kingdom utterly disheartened. Baka, Bay Japan, I seriously suspect you are an undercover agent. Do not doubt it. I can assure you that he is indeed an undercover agent. Otherwise, how could he have concocted such a grotesque creation? Who said that genetic modification must involve the corpses of monsters? And who claims that consuming monster flesh leads to becoming a monster? Look at Bear Kingdom. They are completely unscathed. Baka, I see now that the Prime Minister in Bay Japan cannot bear to see us thrive, prompting such actions. Just look at Sanji's once handsome visage, now twisted into something neither human nor ghostly, even more unsightly than disfigurement. Baka, this thought alone ignites my fury. Thus far, There are two officially recognized level 7 entities by the Dragon Spirit, the Princess Kingdom and Bear Kingdom. These two nations are undoubtedly in a league of their own. Following closely are Dragon Kingdom and Sakura Kingdom, with the fusion of the Shura armor and the 5 elements light and shadow armor's ultimate technique. The strength has undoubtedly reached a formidable 7th tier. While the modifications made to the monsters of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom might be somewhat repulsive, their combat prowess is undeniably at the 7th tier as well. In contrast, over half of the remaining nations possess only a 3rd or 4th tier strength. Their survival hinges upon the support of other countries. As the monsters are systematically eradicated, and with less than 10 minutes remaining, many witnesses observe the auroras shimmering in the skies above Blue Star. A colossal dragon's ethereal silhouette looms, seemingly heralding the imminent arrival of the blue-eyed white dragon's avatar. The atmosphere of Blue Star is palpably influenced by this intangible, unique fluctuation, instilling a sense of trepidation among the populace. Even though the Princess Kingdom and the Bear Kingdom have achieved high and peak 7th tier strength, numerous individuals remain anxious and unsettled. The dread is palpable. The blue-eyed white dragon is about to descend upon the battlefield. My heavens, how terrifying is this blue-eyed white dragon to directly affect the magnetic field of Blue Star? Time is of the essence. If those hundreds of thousands of 7th tier monsters ally with the blue-eyed white dragon, can we truly emerge victorious? This calamity is undoubtedly the doing of Zhang Tianyuan from the Dragon Kingdom. Let him bear the brunt of it. Indeed, his Shura armor is reputedly formidable. Let him charge bravely into battle, heralding the fight for Blue Star. While I may not favor your disparagement of the Dragon Kingdom, I must admit this idea holds merit. I wholeheartedly support this decision. I stand with you, esteemed elder. It is no wonder that such monsters dare to approach our doorstep. It is due to individuals like you. How selfish, even in such dire times, to voice such self-serving sentiments. The people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom display a complete lack of humanity. How can you even think that way? Is it any wonder we have erred in our judgments? Why should we bear the responsibility for the calamity instigated by the Dragon Kingdom? It is entirely their fault, and they should bear the full weight of this crisis. As the crisis intensifies, the looming threats remain unknown. Nations are diligently preparing, crafting even more formidable transcendent equipment to confront this looming peril. And the Dragon Kingdom is no exception. Within the realm of fortune, Zhang Tianyuan exerts all his efforts to evolve the 4 fundamental elements of nature. The 4 luminous orbs within this miniature world gather energy at an ever-accelerating pace, their vitality becoming increasingly pure within this unique light. The rapid condensation generates a tremendous rumble, akin to thunderous energy seeping from the 4 luminous spheres. Ultimately, a 5th orb coalesces at the center. At this moment, the entire miniature world appears frozen, as if a pause button has been pressed. Crack! In the next instant, a series of crisp sounds resonates. The 4 orbs resemble little creatures hatching, and soon enough, 4 distinctively colored beings emerge. They radiate an intense and pure elemental aura. Indeed, they are the 4 elemental spirits: Flame-Melting Unicorn, Tempest Azure Kite, Absolute Pinnacle Scorpion, and Vortex Ocean Octopus. These 4 elemental spirits are the key to summoning the natural elemental armor. Observing these 4 adorable little beings, Zhang Tianyuan suddenly smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about the steed for the 5-element shadow armor. It seems that once he completes this set of elemental armor, he should carve out some time to forge the Flame Dragon steed. The Flame Dragon steed would significantly enhance the power of the Flame Dragon armor. An Imperial armor without the Imperial steed is indeed an incomplete armor. As Zhang Tianyuan summoned the 4 elemental spirits, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream became exhilarated. Goodness, I knew that Master Zhang would not forget to forge the armor, and now he's introducing something novel. What on earth are these peculiar little spirits meant for? Surely, they won't be consumed to transform into armor, right? They must not be eaten. Such adorable little spirits should not be devoured. Alas, can't Master Zhang provide a hint? And what was that about the steed he just mentioned? Master Zhang is truly a deity of creation. Every time, I am aware he is crafting extraordinary equipment. But beyond that, I am utterly in the dark, unable even to catch whispers of his intentions. Regardless of what extraordinary equipment Master Zhang is creating, we shall simply offer our unwavering support, for he has never let us down. Listen to me, thank you. Chapter 67. The four elemental armors within the realm of the Dragon Kingdom's fortune. The elemental powers of the four great elemental spirits surge forth. Under the influence of Zhang Tianyuan as Taoist water crystal and the cosmic borrowing method, an overwhelming elemental force erupted. Each elemental spirit shimmered with the brilliance of its respective element, their powers rippling outward, echoing like sound waves, ultimately absorbed by the fifth luminous orb. Though the process appeared slow, it unfolded with remarkable swiftness. The elemental energy emanated with increasing intensity, surging like tumultuous waves. The flashing light suddenly expanded, and in an instant, the four elemental spirits underwent a transformation, evolving into four entirely new sets of armor. These new armors were strikingly different from their predecessors. Their designs refined to appear more slender and elongated. The unique explosive power contained within each armor was now more subdued. Yet each set seemed poised to unleash the strength capable of rending the very fabric of space. Roar! Flames erupted with fervor. The flame Nawa armor, incinerating all malevolent thoughts. It harnessed an inexhaustible force of consuming flames. The molten flame armor. Nawa. Whoosh. Winds howled, shaking the heavens. The hurricane tornado armor. Purifying all filth. It wielded an unfathomable power that pierced through the raging tempest. The storm armor. Tornado. Howl. Tsunamis roared with immense power. The howling tsunami armor. Dissolving all evils. It submerged all in its mighty surge. The whirling tide armor. Tsunami. Boom. The earth trembled and split, breaking through the skies. The peak thunderbolt armor. Burying all corruption. It unleashed a boundless force of sheer cliffs. The absolute cliff armor. Thunderbolt. The four elemental armors stood defiantly, having simultaneously evolved into four new forms. Countless citizens of the Dragon Kingdom felt their hearts racing, boiling with excitement. Gulp. These four brand new armors made my heart skip a beat. Goodness. These armors must possess at least level 7 combat power, appearing far superior to the 5 elements light shadow armor and the heaven, earth, and humanity armor. Wow. Incredible. I can hardly believe it. With these four new armors, the Dragon Kingdom now boasts 13 sets of invincible armors. One for each person is certainly not excessive. If nothing else, there should be one available as a bonus for recharging, right? The Earth Tiger armor is no slouch either, but I find myself more drawn to these new armors. I long to don one. I truly envy the warriors on the front lines who can change armors without repetition. Long Hai and Xiao Tian each possess 2 summoners. How envious I am of them. I almost forgot. The pursuit team has been engaged for such a long time. It's time for a respite. Grant us the opportunity to share in the responsibility. Yes, you're absolutely right. Release that beast. Let me take over. Anyone will do. I simply wish to witness someone summon this armor. Master Zhang, hasten the completion of the summoner. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom cried out in unison. It had been a while since Master Zhang had crafted extraordinary equipment. In this moment, 4 sets of armor have been forged directly, igniting a surge of excitement. At this juncture, several allied nations of the Dragon Kingdom expressed their satisfaction upon witnessing Zhang Tianyuan's success. Reluctant to directly seek aid from the Dragon Kingdom, they endeavored to replicate Zhang Tianyuan's innovative 4 sets of armor, determined to achieve success. Even if they can only create tier 4 or 5 armor, it is still acceptable. It is imperative that no mistakes occur. The impending monster army is no trivial matter, led by a tier 7 beast, accompanied by an elusive blue-eyed white dragon lurking in the shadows. Should the extraordinary equipment possess insufficient combat power, the outcome would be certain demise. However, with the new armor from the Dragon Kingdom serving as a template, there remains a glimmer of hope. In the luck space of the 4th nation, Kira Dao's gaze flickers. The fusion skill of the Dragon Kingdom's 5-element shadow armor has profoundly impacted him, inspiring new ideas. The amalgamation of the 5 elements shadow armor unleashes a powerful force. If I could merge the strength of all memory units, how formidable would this power become? A brand new upgraded form. Kira Dao's eyes gleam with determination. If the energy from the core fragments of Blue Star were to be integrated, this novel memory unit would resonate with the will of Blue Star, specifically that of the dragon spirit. Gulp. Kira Dao cannot suppress a swallow. Perhaps this is the true intent of the dragon spirit. No, Kira Dao, you are certain this is indeed the essence of the dragon spirit. With this thought, Kira Dao's eyes blaze with fervent resolve. The creation of the new memory unit commences. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the flame of Nawa armor. The forging of extraordinary equipment has seen significant enhancement. Award to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Dragon Spirit Fragment 1. Award to the nation, Dragon Kingdom Soul Power Revival 1. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Hurricane of Tyrando armor. The forging of extraordinary equipment has seen significant enhancement. Award to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Blue Star Core Fragment 1. Award to the nation, Dragon Kingdom Soul Power Revival 1. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Howl of Zanami armor. The forging of extraordinary equipment has seen significant enhancement. Award to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Water Element Crystal 1. Award to the nation, Dragon Kingdom Intelligence 50. Congratulations to Dragon Kingdom contestant Zhang Tianyuan for successfully forging the Peak of Cool Thunder armor. The forging of extraordinary equipment has seen significant enhancement. Award to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, Earth Element Crystal 1. Award to the nation, Dragon Kingdom Strength 5. The names of the 4 elemental armors resonate deeply within the hearts of many, sending ripples across the globe. At this crucial moment, the Dragon Kingdom has completed the forging of new armor. All warriors eagerly gaze towards the Lux space. Long high pats, Duanmu, Yin on the shoulder. Duanmu, you have achieved your desire. The new armor has emerged. Not only Duanmu Yin, but many others find themselves ill-suited to their current armor. The advent of these 4 new sets of armor presents them with the opportunity to change their gear. At long last, I can finally replace the armor gifted for recharging my phone. Though the fusion technique of the 5 elements light and shadow armor is impressive, I find myself unable to unleash even the ultimate skill. Did not the esteemed Zhang proclaim that only the most suitable armor could evoke the strongest combat prowess? I believe we are in such a predicament. Regardless of whether it is the 5 elements light and shadow or the heaven, earth, and humanity armors, we are unable to harness our full potential. The several armor summoners surrounding Duanmu, Yin nodded in agreement. Longhai was well aware of the situation they spoke of. Just as he could unleash his utmost strength with the Flame Dragon armor and the Xing Tian armor, yet Xiao Tian's Xing Tian armor always seemed to lack a certain flair. However, Longhai cast his gaze toward the Flame Nawa. This set of armor might indeed be equally suitable for him. In the realm of fortune, Zhang Tianyuan had yet to cease the forging of the armors. His gaze remained fixed upon the 5th luminous orb, from which 4 sets of elemental armors soared past him. They circled around this orb, forming a distinctive aura. Within this aura, a denser elemental power permeated the atmosphere. The 4 unique elemental forces melded into it, akin to water merging into the vast ocean, becoming even more expansive and formidable. Boom! A column of elemental light surged skyward. A colossal dark cloud materialized in the heavens above, shrouding the entire microcosm in darkness. Terrifying power coalesced above the ominous cloud, emitting a thunderous roar. Lightning dragons emerged one after another, filling the microcosm with the resounding echoes of thunder. Rumbling. Chapter 68. The thunderous Yatalis and its mount. Oh my goodness. The aura emanating from him is astonishingly powerful. The Shura armor possesses the might of thunder. Is he truly crafting an identical set of armor? The perspective from above is rather limited. The great Zhang has never relied on consuming armor. So how could he possibly forge a set that mirrors a finished product? Undoubtedly, Zhang has his own intentions. Did you hear that? The thunder resonates like a drumbeat. Thunder has always been the most formidable force among the natural elements. This armor is undoubtedly extraordinary. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom is ablaze with excitement. The silver lightning within the small world emits a deafening roar. The lightning continues to coalesce. The silver radiance grows ever more resplendent, illuminating a dazzling white realm. All eyes are entranced by the shimmering brilliance. After an indeterminate span of time, the radiance gradually wanes, and the silver arcs crackle with sound. Where the light once shone, everything returns to normal. The spectator's vision also clears. Upon reassessing, they are once again left in awe. A brand new set of armor has appeared before their eyes, brilliant golden armor. Silver arcs of electricity swirl like electric dragons. Imprinted upon the chest is the emblem of the molten flame element. Beneath the feet lies the crest of the sheer cliff element. On each shoulder, the emblems of howling and hurricane elements are inscribed. The four elemental forces whirl and pulse wildly upon this armor. The armor exudes an aura akin to that of a sovereign of thunder, a deity reigning over the storms. A pure embodiment of the thunder god. The world trembles in astonishment. Even souls seem to shudder. This overwhelming presence of thunder renders the majority speechless, their breath stilled. They swallow hard, struggling to comprehend the magnificence before them. What manner of armor is this? Could it truly be the armor of the thunder god? The ferocious power of thunder looms over all, akin to the majesty of a deity gazing down upon the world. In the presence of this armor, only the conviction of submission remains, irreversible and unyielding. King Dafa, what divine armor is this? This time, it is indeed a moment of grandeur. The thunder god. It is indisputably the power of the thunder god. 9 heavens, heed my command, swiftly as the law dictates. My heavens. It feels as if the azure-eyed white dragon is approaching, yet it cannot withstand even a single bolt of the thunder god armor's might. Truly, the thunder god armor must possess at least an 8th or 9th level of power. It may even surpass the Shura armor's strength. Impossible. I believe the Shura armor is indeed slightly more powerful. The thunder god armor cannot exceed the Shura. The Shura armor is formidable, yet it does not suit me. The thunder god armor is far more favorable. Whether it is good or not, I cannot say, but I know you cannot summon it. Goodness, brother, your words sting a bit. Although I share the same sentiment, haha, as everyone engaged in discussions regarding the name of this armor. The enigmatic prompt of the dragon's spirit resonated. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom's contestant, Zhang Tianyuan, for successfully forging the ultimate armor, the Thunder Yatlas armor. The creation of this extraordinary equipment has achieved a remarkable enhancement. Awarded to contestant Zhang Tianyuan, 1 crystal each of the elements of thunder, fire, and wind. Additionally, the Dragon Kingdom's faction talent level increases by 1. All attributes of the Dragon Kingdom's populace are augmented by 5. The true name of the Thunder God armor is revealed. Thunder Yatlas, the sovereign of the thunder element, master of the tempestuous forces. The ultimate armor has emerged. Much like the Azura armor. My heavens, it is indeed formidable, rivaling the Azura armor. The power of thunder embodied in Thunder Yatlas. Truly, this is the Thunder God armor. This solidifies the evidence. It is madness, sheer insanity. I now comprehend that the strongest extraordinary equipment crafted by the great Zhang is indeed the ultimate armors, such as Thunder Yatlas and Azura armor. The ultimate armor is undeniably impressive, yet summoning it seems an arduous endeavor. Come now, if I, a mere woman, dare to attempt summoning Thunder Yatlas. What are you? A group of strong men, afraid of? Yes, what is there to fear? What if, just perhaps, the summoning succeeds? Would that not render one as magnificent as the Dragon Overlord? Come forth, great Zhang, manifest the summoning apparatus. My dragon bloodline is already aflame. Yet, joy and despair coexist. The moment Thunder Yatlas was completed, the president of the Princess Kingdom glared with fiery eyes, seething with rage. In everyone's perception, thunder represents the most potent offensive attribute. What this implies is unmistakable. The power of thunder. The Dragon Kingdom has indeed mastered the power of thunder. What does Zhang Tianyuan intend to achieve with such prowess? The president was beset by inner turmoil. The glory of reaching peak level 7 combat power was fleeting, overshadowed by the serum from the Bear Nation. Now, the emergence of the Dragon Kingdom's Thunder God armor, Thunder Yatlas, threatens to eclipse even that. Infuriating. If only that azure-eyed white dragon did not appear. The prestige and radiance of our Princess Kingdom would be at stake. Only by vanquishing the azure-eyed white dragon can the prestige of our Princess Kingdom reach its zenith. In the Sakura Kingdom's conference room, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro appeared despondent and somewhat bewildered. What must be done? What action should be taken? He found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Ever since the black-scale creature was sent to the realm of fortune, everything orchestrated by Baijipank has spiraled beyond control. To speak candidly, it felt like a betrayal. Yet, it also bore the semblance of not completely betraying. Baijipank, will you ultimately forsake the great Sakura Empire? Your obstinate creation will only plunge the great Sakura Empire into an abyss of despair. How infuriating! Musashi Kojiro gazed down at the officials. The combat prowess of the Thunder God armor from the Dragon Kingdom remains uncertain. We cannot afford to fall further behind. I instructed you to seek the relatives of Baijipank. Yet why has there been no news after such a prolonged period? The only recourse to regain control over Baijipank is this desperate measure. The Cherry Blossom Empire, aspiring to reclaim its former glory, must eradicate any uncontrollable variables. Many citizens of Sakura Nation have begun to condemn Baijipank's actions. Alas, Baijipank's relatives should have already perished. The destiny space of the Dragon Kingdom. Zhang Tianyuan conjured 5 summoning devices. Thus, the small world dissipated. His gaze turned toward the yin-yang 5 elements light array. With a mere thought, he found himself within the luminous formation. It is time to forge the flame dragon steed. Zhang Tianyuan once again employed the method of borrowing from the cosmos. The power of the heavenly Tao crystal summoned the forces of the 5 elements. Instantly, 6 luminous orbs materialized. Witnessing this spectacle, the viewers in the live stream were left dumbfounded. Could it be 6 sets of armor at once? Such a prospect is utterly terrifying. The energy of the 5 elements rapidly coalesced, forming a unique independent space. The evolution of the steed proceeded even swifter than anticipated. It did not take much time to complete the transformation. However, the 5 elements light shadow armor steed did not yield any rewards for Zhang Tianyuan. Yet, he paid it no mind. The viewers of the live stream, upon seeing the steed, believed the 5 elements light shadow armor had indeed ascended, undoubtedly elevating its combat strength to above level 7. Chapter 69. The Flame of Nawa. Fusion. Red alert. Red alert. Red alert. The Dragon Spirit Barrier has reached its limit and will soon be released. The pinnacle 7th level beast, the true crimson-eyed black dragon, is about to lead 1,000,000 monsters to the extraterrestrial battlefield. All national competitors and members of the pursuit team, prepare for combat. Red alert. Due to the formidable magnetic field emitted by the pinnacle 7th level beast, the true crimson-eyed black dragon, location locking is temporarily impossible. The dragon spirit will strive to ascertain its position as soon as possible. In the meantime, all warriors must remain vigilant. The monstrous army is about to arrive at the extraterrestrial battlefield. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. All forces charge. With a thunderous roar, the entire extraterrestrial battlefield erupted in a cacophony of sound. Above all war zones, bizarre patterns distorted the air, and the very fabric of space shattered like glass. Countless monstrous figures materialized out of thin air. The sheer number was overwhelming, sending chills down one's spine. 1,000,000 beasts, combined with those remaining from earlier skirmishes, nearly filled every war zone. The extraterrestrial battlefield transformed into an ocean of monsters. While 250 warriors from various nations found themselves akin to sheep amidst a pack of wolves, surrounded by horrifying man-eating beasts. A miasma of malevolence emanated from these creatures, inducing nausea in countless onlookers. Some warriors from smaller nations could not withstand even a single exchange. falling prey to the powerful jaws of the monsters without a chance to fight back. The human death toll surged instantaneously. Viewers in the live broadcast stared in shock, many weeping profusely. "I don't want to die. I don't want to go to battle. It's too terrifying. Our warriors are being slaughtered by the hundreds." Crying, however, offered no solace. "If tears could vanquish a single beast, I could weep enough to slay 10,000. No, 100,000 beasts." Yet, the slaughter seemed endless, an overwhelming tide of terror driving me to madness. The monster's power was absurdly high. Even we, with our fourth-grade extraordinary gear, could not endure for long. "I do not wish to perish. Dragon Nation, we implore you, save us." Indeed, friend from Dragon Nation, we beseech you. Despair enveloped multiple nations. Pain, sorrow, helplessness. Even with the will, there was no strength to act. The number of monsters was too vast, even if Dragon Nation wished to aid its allies. There was no way to respond swiftly. After all, apart from the pinnacle, 7th level, true, crimson-eyed black dragon, there were nearly 100 other 7th level beasts. In the Dragon Nation's luck space, Zhang Tianyuan exhaled deeply. Just as he completed his mount, the dragon spirit's prompt resonated. The mount had materialized. The power of the 5-element shadow armor was assured. The upgrade of the 3 armors of heaven, earth, and man was nearly complete. Yet, some were still ill-suited for these armors. The manifestation of the elemental armor must be secured. As for the 2 ultimate armors, there are currently no plans for their manifestation. The elemental armor summoner was seized, and the manifestation commenced directly. Demon Sealing Slash. In the Dragon Kingdom war zone, a terrifying slash emerged. Numerous beasts ahead shattered like glass, crashing to the ground. "Brother Hai, I have followed your guidance and executed the Demon Sealing Slash. Yet it feels lacking, as though some obstruction hinders my thoughts." Duanmu Yin swiftly dispatched the beasts. The development of the flame dragon armor was quite advanced, yet it felt cumbersome, lacking the fluidity one desires in battle. "Duanmu, is there a possibility?" Duanmu Yin gazed at Long Hai. "What possibility?" Long Hai replied earnestly. "Your expectations of yourself are excessively high. Or rather, your physique is extraordinary. The flame dragon armor cannot unleash your full potential." Upon hearing this, Duanmu Yin fell into contemplation. He had also attempted the Xingtian armor, but its power paled in comparison to that of the flame dragon armor. This was precisely why he chose the flame dragon armor over Xingtian. Just as some individuals can wield both armors effectively, others can only harness half their strength due to their physical attributes and bloodlines. Be cautious. Long Hai swiftly eliminated a beast that had attempted to ambush them. Irritated, he remarked, "Duanmu, now is not the time for daydreaming. It matters not if you don't comprehend everything. With your current combat prowess, you need not fear any level 7 beasts." He patted Duanmu Yin on the shoulder and continued to slay the monsters. Duanmu Yin observed Long Hai's figure in battle and the comrades fighting valiantly. Suppressing his thoughts, he resolved to clear the area of these foes first. Boom! The battle trajectory gradually shifted away. Long Hai noted that Duanmu Yin was distancing himself but felt no concern. This lad's combat talent surpassed all others. Suddenly, a level 7 beast descended from the sky. The demonic corrupted dragon, a low-level 7th-tier creature. Boom! It struck down several summoners of the 5-element shadow armor near Duanmu Yin. "How dare you harm my comrades in my presence?" he bellowed, filled with rage. The potent elemental force of the flame dragon armor erupted. Demon Sealing Slash. Crack! A wave of corrosive energy surged forth, followed by a massive tail sweeping in. Boom! Duanmu's Demon Sealing Slash was shattered like glass, and he was sent flying. "Damn it! I'm still too weak. You wretched beast! You shall not harm my comrades." Duanmu Yan's fighting spirit ignited, his aura transforming. He charged once more, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The surrounding warriors did not share Duanmu Yan's bravery, opting instead for range tactics. Roar! It appears that Duanmu Yin has provoked the wrath of the creature. As a thick, purple aura of death emanates from the dragon's maw, the battlefield descends into chaos. Duanmu, do not act recklessly. We can outlast it. Indeed, Duanmu. Retreat for now. Yet Duanmu Yin heeds not their counsel, charging headlong into the miasma of death. A colossal claw descends, poised to crush him. Just as the dragon's paw is about to flatten Duanmu Yin, a resonant hum fills the air. A radiant sphere of crimson light envelopes him in protection. A brand new summoner materializes before Duanmu Yin. Instinctively, he disengages from the fusion of the flame dragon armor, reaching out for the flame melting Lin. The essence of the flame melting flows through him. It surges. It merges. An astonishing sensation courses through him, akin to an extraordinary unity with nature. Unconsciously, Duanmu Yin closes his eyes. In the next instant, he snaps them open, brilliance flickering within. A wave of energy ripples outward, a searing warmth circulating incessantly. The spirit of flame melting transforms into a divine radiance, incinerating the surrounding miasma of death in a blaze. Fiery energy coalesces into a summoning belt around his waist. The wheels spin left and right. A key slot emerges in the center. In his grasp, the flame-melting Lin morphs into a powerful energy key. The flame of Navarre, devouring the might of the blazing inferno. All present stand astounded by this sudden spectacle. Their hearts, previously lodged in their throats, find solace upon witnessing the fierce inferno. They quickly realize this is the brand new elemental armor, Flame of Navarre. Simultaneously, Duanmu Yin vigorously rotates the energy key. Navarre armor. Fusion. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, an infinite explosion of flames begins to coalesce wildly. Boom! 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 Chapter 70. The Roaring Crimson Flame. Fusion. Molten Flame Helm. Molten Flame Armor. Molten Flame Gauntlets. Molten Flame Belt. Molten Flame Greaves. The furious molten flames erupted into the air with a resounding blast. The Nawa armor radiated like a brilliant sun. Endless molten energy blazed upon the armor. A roar echoed, resonating with the fury of a beast. The level 7 demon corrosive dragon unleashed a deep purple miasma towards Duanmu Yin. This noxious gas was even more potent than before. The crowd gasped in shock. Step back. This demon corrosive dragon is mine to handle. You all take care of the other beasts. With that, Duanmu Yin stepped forward, her hands gliding down her thighs. Boom! Flames erupted. Molten fire surged forth from her hands, enveloping them in searing heat. She brought her fists together and struck out. The toxic miasma seemed to freeze in place. In the next moment, it trembled violently. Her fists exploded with fierce flames. Whoosh! A massive tail lashed out. Boom! The two flaming fists collided. The shockwave spread out in a swirling vortex. Duanmu Yin successfully intercepted the attack from the level 7 demon corrosive dragon, just as everyone watched in astonishment. A purple liquid oozed from the rotting flesh of the dragon. Drip hiss. The ground began to dissolve, forming numerous pits, reminiscent of a powerful corrosive acid, releasing an even more potent toxic aura. Duanmu, be careful. Drops of venom fell. Duanmu Yin spun her hands, forming a barrier of flames before her. The toxic liquid was halted by the shield, causing no harm to her, allowing the crowd to breathe a sigh of relief. Molten flame fist. Boom! Her fist struck once more, landing precisely on the demon corrosive dragon. Following that, Duanmu Yin transformed into a fireball, launching a kick towards the dragon's head. Fiery kick. Boom! The demon corrosive dragon ignited in molten flames, emitting a frenzied roar. A myriad of attack methods were unleashed. Duanmu Yin concentrated the molten energy in her left hand and reached into it with her right. The molten flame blade was drawn forth, the exclusive weapon of the Nawa armor. At the moment the molten flame blade appeared, her molten energy surged to new heights. In the next instant, the elemental spirit was pressed onto the molten flame blade. Duanmu Yin leapt into the air, infusing the molten energy into the blade, transforming it into a colossal flame sword. The enormous molten flame blade, spanning dozens of meters, struck down upon the neck of the demon corrosive dragon. Fatal. Molten flame splitter. The fiery blade descended with explosive force. The head of the demon corrosive dragon was instantaneously severed from its body. The raging flames ignited the dragon, the fire consuming both its body and head without extinguishing. The terrifying flames rapidly reduced the demon corrosive dragon to ashes. The molten flames converge, returning to their normal form. The surrounding Inferno Dragon armor and Executioner armor summoners' gazes flicker with astonishment and uncertainty. That strike from Duanmu Yin was extraordinarily powerful, despite wielding similar fire-based armors. Their performance pales in comparison to the explosive destruction of the Nawa armor. Remarkably, Duanmu Yin has severed a level 7 beast with a single blow. Surely, this fellow must be feigning weakness to outsmart us. Absurd. This is utterly outrageous. Even with the assistance of the Inferno Dragon steed, I would not dare to confront it head-on. Hiss! The sheer ferocity of the elemental armor's fiery power is staggering. Ha! While the Nawa armor is indeed impressive, Zhang Deshun is even more remarkable, manifesting the elemental armor at this moment. Indeed, moreover, it seems that this elemental spirit possesses self-awareness, having the ability to choose its own master. I see several individuals have already been selected. How enviable. They possess 2 sets of armor. As the group converses, another wave of monsters approaches. Duanmu Yin wields the Molten, heralding an impending one-sided massacre. In the Dragon Nation's battle zone, warriors are locked in bloody combat, ruthlessly slaying one monstrous foe after another. The one-sided nature of the battle unfolds across various positions in the combat zone, as long as level 7 beasts do not appear. These monsters pose little substantial threat to the Dragon Nation's warriors. Although they cannot eliminate these creatures instantaneously, their demise is merely a matter of time, especially with the 5-element shadow armor and its formidable aerial combat capabilities. Neither the airborne beasts nor those on land stand a chance. However, amidst the vast throng of monsters, a few level 7 beasts lurk, exerting some influence over the Dragon Nation warriors, though not lethally. The other warriors rally to assist their retreat. A mid-level level 7 beast, the long-haired giant elephant king, unleashes a massive gust of wind. Water armor shield. The black rhino armor summoner, Qing Shan, raises the water armor shield to protect his comrades during their retreat. The wind blast strikes the water shield, producing a thunderous roar. Qing Shan is sent flying. The retreating teammates pause. Qing Shan, let us slay it together. Qing Shan rises, positioning himself before them. Go! Do not concern yourselves with me. I can hold it off. His gaze resolute, he charges towards the oncoming long-haired giant elephant king. The armored warriors he protects grit their teeth. Their strength falls short against the long-haired giant elephant king. Go! The earth tiger armor summoner, gritting his teeth, turns to leave. Though reluctant, the others understand that remaining would only burden Qing Shan further. Boom! The long-haired giant elephant king collides with the black rhino armor, and with a deafening crash, it is sent flying over 100 meters, forcibly severing Qing Shan's armor fusion. Surrounding monsters surge forward. A smirk graces Qing Shan's lips, his eyes glinting with pride. He does not regret his decision to hold the rear. At least his comrades have retreated safely. Swish! A fierce wind rushes towards him. A colossal beast tramples forth, creating a thunderous roar as dust billows into the air. The audience in the live stream can hardly contain their screams. Oh my goodness! Qing Shan is dead. Curse that wretched mammoth king. How utterly despicable. My word, are these elephants social creatures? So many mammoths. Is there no respite for us? This is outrageous. Why are there so many level 7 monsters in our Dragon Nation's battlefield? It is simply unreasonable. Damn it. Level 7 monsters are far too powerful. Not all warriors possess the strength to combat them. How infuriating. Qing Shan, please don't perish. I cannot bear the thought of losing you. This scene brings tears to many eyes. They all wish for Qing Shan's safety, yet feel utterly powerless. Just when everyone believed Qing Shan had met his glorious end, a flicker of blue light shines through the haze of dust. Several mammoth feet hover in midair, pushed aside by a unique force. Qing Shan stands enveloped in a radiant blue glow. Everyone is left in stunned silence. Before Qing Shan, a blue spirit locks eyes with him, the spirited octopus. At the temporary command center, Commander Wang Feng much like the viewers in the live stream, had thought Qing Shan was doomed. He could hardly believe the spirited octopus had appeared and recognized Qing Shan. Ha ha ha! The howling tsunami, Qing Shan has been saved. What the level 7 monsters? They too shall be vanquished. From the live stream's perspective, Qing Shan reaches out to grasp the spirited octopus. A deep blue tsunami surges forth, overwhelming everything in its path. Boom! Boom! The howling tsunami, merging with the power of the colossal waves, unites. Chapter 71. The Armor Fusion. The tsunami coalesced into a suit of azure armor. Qing Shan could distinctly perceive the differences between the two armors, as well as the formidable power of the tsunami armor. The force of the tsunami, a tremendous force of nature, was more ferocious than that of the water element. At that moment, a herd of repelled mammoths, after letting out a furious roar, charged forward in a frenzy. A wave of tsunami energy manifested as a celestial barrier, encircling Qing Shan. Boom! 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 The colossal impacts reverberated with resounding blasts, yet could not shatter this azure shield. Within the palm of Qing Shan, the swirling power coalesced, and a blue and silver dual-colored spear emerged. Incredibly sharp, the exclusive weapon of the tsunami armor, the whirlwind blade. Without hesitation, Qing Shan launched into battle. In an instant, the whirlwind blade unleashed a cascade of sword lights, shaped like the pointed tip of a knight's lance. The next moment, the spiraling blue sword lights shot forth, piercing towards several mammoths. With a shattering sound, the mammoth's body crumbled like glass under the onslaught of the sword lights. One by one, the mid-tier 6-level mammoths were obliterated by the barrage of sword lights. From the summoning of the tsunami armor to the slaying of multiple mammoths. Less than a minute had passed. Everyone was left in awe. The natural elemental armor was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Whether it was the flame Nawa or the howling tsunami, both displayed remarkable strength. Haha, another instant kill. The natural elemental armor is simply overwhelming, truly magnificent. The elemental spirits are so impressive. If only we could manifest 12,000 sets of such armor, it would mean 12,000 elemental spirits. I eagerly await the day I am chosen by an elemental spirit. Not only the natural elemental armor, but all armors are equally formidable, each manifesting 3,000 sets, ensuring our chance of acquiring a summoning device. Oh dear, I just saw my deskmate chosen by an elemental spirit. I am utterly envious. The natural elemental spirits are incredible. Look, Qing Shan has activated the elemental spirit. Facing the 7th level Mammoth King, Qing Shan infused the whirlwind blade with the elemental spirit's power. Suddenly, a blinding radiance illuminated the surroundings. Upon merging with the elemental spirit, the whirlwind blade underwent a dramatic transformation. A circular wall of water materialized, each inch of the wall bulging outward, evolving into a multitude of water arrows. The ultimate technique, whirlwind piercing strike. In the next moment, thousands of water arrows surged towards the Mammoth King. Each arrow seemed to transcend time and space, appearing instantaneously while crossing dozens of meters in distance. Wherever they passed, countless arrow holes appeared on the beasts. A cacophony of shattering sounds followed. However, the Mammoth King was not slain by this attack, due to the distance and the numerous beasts obstructing much of the damage. Yet despite this, the Mammoth King suffered severe injuries. As a level 7 mid-tier beast, a flicker of trepidation crossed its eyes. Fear had truly gripped it. With a furious roar, it summoned other monsters to its aid, while it seized the opportunity to escape. Observing the throng of monsters, numbering in the hundreds, tearing through the fabric of space, Qing Shan remained undeterred, his gaze sharp and unwavering. Fear? To realize such dread now is far too late. The whirlpool octopus spirit was summoned forth, transforming into an energy key that was inserted into the summoner. Click, click. The whirlpool octopus expanded suddenly, dispersing into multiple components. These components systematically fused onto the Xena Nano armor. After being armed, it formed an entirely new set of armor. Its form was peculiar, starkly contrasting with the previous combat upgrade. This was the armed form, the spirit armament. In an instant, the power of the whirlpool surged skyward, halting all oncoming monsters in their tracks. Following this, the tentacles behind the Xena nano armor spun furiously. A terrifying vortex of energy spread outward, an overwhelming tsunami of force. The Level 7 beast, the Mammoth King, felt itself enveloped by an aura of death. It abruptly halted, drawing a deep breath through its trunk. It was locked in place. Escape was futile. It could only fight with all its might. The trunk, akin to a cannon filled with hundreds of shells, swiftly lifted and came crashing down. Boom! 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 Enormous blasts like air cannons erupted forth, annihilating several monsters that obstructed its path. A horrific wave of gas surged towards Qingshan. At that very moment, the power of the tsunami erupted from Qingshan's body, countering the air cannons while unleashing a remarkable force. This was the spirit's ultimate technique, the turbo spiral octopus destruction. With a hum, the deep blue tsunami force washed over the world. Qingshan transformed into a radiant light of the tsunami. In that instant, the world fell silent, as if everything had been turned upside down. The brilliant blue luminescence traversed space, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, it had teleported to a position 7 or 8 zhang behind the Mammoth King. Soon after, a burst of blue radiance erupted upon the Mammoth King. As the vanished light reappeared, the Mammoth King found itself shrouded in impending doom, utterly incapable of resistance. With a piercing sound, numerous rips and tears manifested upon its body. In the next heartbeat, the Mammoth King shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Crash! Boom! The entire battlefield trembled. All eyes in the Dragon Kingdom war zone turned in unison. Was this another kind of power? Could someone actually elevate their natural elemental prowess faster than I? A different mode, indeed, and I, Duan Yin, can achieve this too. Duan Yin clenched her fists tightly. Due to the nature of the elemental armor, she possessed a heightened perception compared to others. Deeply aware of the immense power it held, she yearned to unleash that strength as well. The Dragon Kingdom's war zone had witnessed the emergence of numerous elemental armors. Yet the battles fought during this time were anything but easy. Indeed, while the elemental armor was formidable, many found it exceedingly difficult to unleash even their ultimate techniques, as the pressure of forcibly summoning their powers was overwhelming. Fortunately, with the meditative imprint of the Black Rhino armor in play, they had thus far avoided casualties. They remained vigilant against the 7th-tier monsters lurking within the horde, known for their prowess in ambush. Be cautious and give it your all. For the nation, for glory, they charged into battle. The conflict raged on, expanding outward, relentless until the monsters were vanquished. The roars of combat echoed fiercely. Suddenly, a 7th-tier monster, the corrupt dragon, emerged, delivering a heavy blow to the team, causing 2 or 3 warriors to lose their armored form. Fei Lei, Jing, you vile beasts, protect them. I shall deal with this fiend. With a resolute shout, a surge of divine light erupted from him. Elemental armor, cool thunder armor. The mountains trembled and thundered, possessing boundless strength capable of shattering peaks. The summoner, Hisheng, inserted the elemental spirit energy key, entombing the fallen cool thunder armor, harnessing the power to obliterate. Spirit Arm Mode. Chapter 72. The ultimate technique of the elves. An overwhelming aura surged through Hisheng as he completed the elven arm transformation. The scorpion spirit grew to an immense size, transforming into a colossal shield, the explosive armored scorpion shield. In the face of a multitude of attacking monsters, Hisheng suddenly brought down the shield with tremendous force. The scorpion's explosive hammer strike reverberated as a 10-zhang-tall silhouette of the shield loomed ahead. All the attacking monsters were crushed by this tremendous gravitational pressure, with dozens of them shattered in an instant. Even the demon corrosive dragon, despite not suffering significant harm, knelt under the immense weight, bearing a profound humiliation. A furious roar erupted. The entire blackened body of the corrosive dragon unleashed a terrifying venom. Absolute defense. The concentrated elemental energy surged in front of Hisheng. With a massive violet aura expanding to block the lethal toxins, simultaneously repelling the demon corrosive dragon. In the next moment, He Sheng released a powerful surge of elemental energy, executing the elven ultimate technique, the scorpion's explosive hammer strike. The elemental energy gathered upon the explosive armored scorpion shield, causing He Sheng's figure to vanish from sight. He reappeared above the head of the demon corrosive dragon, the shield adorned with the gathered energy. With a resounding crash, the deep violet strike descended. A flash of purple light marked the descent of a profound wound. Boom! Crack! Numerous violet crystals shot up from the ground toward the demon corrosive dragon. In an instant, the dragon was encased in a massive crystalline form. With a thunderous explosion, the purple crystal shattered into countless smaller shards, scattering in every direction. The air itself was ruptured. Nearby monsters were not spared, falling victim to the barrage. Wow! He Sheng, you are impressive. The elven armed mode looks stunning. That purple ultimate technique is dazzling. Ha ha ha, indeed. Quite flamboyant. Get lost. I don't want to see you guys. He Sheng shot a glance at them, unable to conceal his smile. If it weren't for the super defensive power of the thunder armor, they might have all met their demise here. As a defensive explosive armor, its ability to annihilate a level 7 demon corrosive dragon was truly astonishing. In the Dragon Kingdom's battle zone, the speed of monster extermination had notably increased. The team's synergy became significantly easier, with occasional bursts of the elven armed mode's ultimate techniques. Just then, the monsters in the nearby battle zone began to consciously unite, charging toward the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The progress that had nearly reached the outermost circle was now being pushed back under the pressure of numerous monsters. The corpses of monsters piled high in the outer circle. Good grief, will we ever finish? There are simply too many monsters. After arduously clearing a certain area, the monsters have returned with a vengeance, and a solution must be devised to deal with them. Long Hai turned his gaze towards Duan Muyen. After shattering a leopard-shaped beast with a fierce flame strike, Duan Muyen nodded. If you wish to act, then proceed. I shall take care of the corpses. All right. Long Hai exhaled deeply. In an instant, his aura surged, transforming into intent energy. He became a blazing inferno. Kill! A cry echoed in his heart. Ultimate move. Heavenly fiery slash. Whoosh! Fiery characters burst forth, and the light of the sword blazed forth. The shadow of the sword multiplied. The ferocious sword energy instantaneously decimated over a dozen 6th-level beasts. Following this, Long Hai charged into the throng of monsters. Roar! A frenzied dance ensued. The beasts retaliated with fierce intensity. Yet, they accomplished little, only to fall victim to Long Hai's intent energy. At this moment, several mid-level 7th-grade beasts, the phantom fiery leopard kings, appear to be thoroughly enraged. They exuded an energy akin to steam. A violent aura surged forth, instantaneously generating lightning that darted around, creating numerous phantoms. The phantom fiery leopard king's figure multiplied into dozens, blurring the line between reality and illusion. They lunged towards Long Hai, their claws seemingly capable of rending the very air. Bang! 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 Long Hai quickened his movements. Enormous fiery fists pounded forward. Boom! 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 Intent energy surged and boiled. The tumultuous intent energy transformed into a colossal soul of the flame rock. Heavenly mountain and sea shield. Boom! Boom! Waves of violent fluctuations rippled outward. The world itself seemed to change color. The attacks from the phantom fiery leopard king were terrifyingly potent. Layer upon layer of lightning struck against the mountain and sea shield. Yet, the shield remained as immovable as the mountains and seas. Immune to damage. Lightning-like strikes relentlessly battered against the mountain and sea shield, the attacks growing increasingly horrific and shocking. Long Hai bellowed, pushing the mountain and sea shield upwards. The battle escalated. Long Hai's Xingtian armor form upgraded. Duan Muyen gazed at the battle god Xingtian, his hands gliding over the thigh armor. Roar! Flames erupted. Molten flames surged from his hands. With his palms together, he unleashed 2 fists. Boom! Boom! Fight! Duan Muyen's battle spirit surged wildly. The molten flame element continued to swell. He too sought to grow stronger. Molten flame fist. Boom! His fist struck forth again, piercing through several phantoms and crashing into one of the phantom fiery leopard kings. Immediately thereafter, Duan Mu Yin transformed into a fireball, kicking towards its head. Fiery flying kick. Boom! Roar! The phantom fiery leopard king was ignited by the molten flames, letting out a frenzied roar. Subsequently, Duan Mu Yin turned his attention to the other phantom fiery leopard kings. With his left hand, he gathered the power of molten flames, while his right hand drew the molten scale blade. D. Ultimate move. Molten flame splitting slash. The flame's luminous blade descended with ferocity, shattering several figures in its wake. As the heads of the three phantom blazing leopards were instantaneously severed from their bodies, enveloped in a violent inferno, the flames raged unquenchably between the severed heads and their lifeless forms. What a sight! You two have finished the task at hand, the other comrades remarked, tidying up the solitary beasts aside from the phantom blazing leopards. Lacking the combat prowess of Long Hai and Duan Mu Yin against 7th-tier monsters, they nonetheless had no issues dealing with 6th-tier beasts. Right, Senior. The monsters over there are attempting to break through. Let us go and handle them, Xiao Tian exclaimed, swiftly traversing the battlefield upon his fiery dragon steed. A crimson beam coalesced atop the steed, targeting several monsters for a barrage. Boom! Meanwhile, only 3 phantom blazing leopards remained. Duan Mu Yan's fighting spirit surged as she turned to Long Hai, declaring, "Brother Hai, you assist the others. I shall handle these 3. Upon Long Hai's glance in her direction, she calmly stated, "I am not yet finished." Long Hai paused momentarily, then replied, "All right." As Long Hai departed, Duan Mu Yan's expression shifted. The molten flame element gathered. She extended her hand to insert the flame-melting beast energy key into the summoning device. The flame-melting beast suddenly enlarged, its upper and lower halves merging with the Nawa armor. The upper half transformed into a gauntlet housing a built-in cannon, while the lower half morphed into a colossal blade affixed to the Nawa hand. In its spirit-armed mode, the spirit unleashed its ultimate technique, Flame Torch Melting Beast. The molten flame element amassed within the gigantic cannon and the flaming sword. As the 3 phantom blazing leopards encircled her, an eruption occurred. A flash of red light illuminated the battlefield as the molten flame element detonated like a nuclear explosion. It engulfed the 3 phantom blazing leopards in a cataclysmic blast, unleashing a single shot and a sweeping slash. Boom! The massive cannon pierced through 1 phantom blazing leopard, while the cross-slash obliterated the remaining 2. The inferno consumed the 3 phantom blazing leopards, rendering them into nothingness in an instant. Chapter 73. The Ultimate Evolution of the Flame Dragon Boom. Boom! Boom! Xiao Tian piloted the Flame Dragon steed, vanquishing the monsters in their vicinity. Senior Yu and the others trailed closely behind. In the sky, enormous bird-like beasts, resembling the rock, were being shot down. The Gale Rock, a 6th-tier advanced monster. In the midst of the fray, Xiao Tian suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on a more vividly colored and significantly larger Gale Rock within the flock. Such a formidable aura of malevolence. Moo! This particular Gale Rock emitted a piercing cry. The sound transformed into a tangible wave of sonic energy, enveloping Xiao Tian and his companions. A sonic wave attack. Buzz! The flame dragon steed abruptly powered down, sending the group plummeting from the sky. In the violent tremors of the sound wave, numerous lower-tier monsters were violently expelled, their orifices bleeding profusely as they perished. Damn it! Xiao Tian silently cursed his negligence. The Gale Rocks morphed into fierce whirlwinds, charging towards them. Boom! 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 Xiao Tian and his companions were knocked to the ground, surrounded by dozens of Gale Rocks. Countless wind blades were unleashed from the sky, targeting the group. Buzz! The 5 of them united their wills. The 5 elements once again fused together, their auras intertwined, and waves of elemental energy surged within their armor. The flame dragon armor transformed into an indomitable flame dragon, soaring skyward, incinerating all wind blades in its path. The snow mastiff armor morphed into a snow-white mastiff, hurtling through the air. The wind eagle armor instantly transformed into a wind eagle, summoning a massive whirlwind that descended upon the Gale Rocks. Boom! A significant portion of the Gale Rocks was struck down. Immediately after, the black rhino armor erupted forth like a torrent, transforming into a heavy, charging black rhino, sending the fallen Gale Rocks flying. Subsequently, the Earth Tiger armor shattered rock formations as it transformed into a colossal tiger, pouncing violently on the airborne Gale Rocks. Puff, puff, puff. The razor-sharp claws of the tiger shredded the Gale Rocks to pieces. Roar! The indomitable flame dragon devoured the remaining Gale Rocks. At last, only the massive Gale Rock, observing from above, remained. Moo! Another sonic wave attack surged forth. The tangible sonic energy clashed with the powers of the 5 elemental lights, resulting in a stalemate. Moo! The Gale Rock intensified its sonic assault, disrupting the connection of their internal energies. The once seamless and perpetual flow of the 5 elemental powers became fragmented under the Gale Rock's sonic onslaught, revealing flaws. Everyone was taken aback. Such a situation had never been encountered before. Not even in the face of a 7th-tier advanced monster had they experienced this. What level of combat prowess did this Gale Rock possess? The expressions of Xiao Tian and his companions grew grave. Damn it! Wasn't it said that aside from the blue-eyed white dragon, only 7th-tier monsters existed? This tempestuous Gale Phoenix is likely the Gale Phoenix King, and its combat prowess has undoubtedly reached the 8th tier. Is this a miscalculation from the dragon spirit? Or are there multiple manifestations of the blue-eyed white dragon, alongside other royal-grade monsters? This is certainly not auspicious news. Just as they were mired in suspicion, Zhang Fei could no longer bear the strain. With a sudden gasp, the life-sustaining power of the 5 elements faltered. The Gale Phoenix spread its wings wide, emitting a resonant hum as it launched an attack towards the 5 of them. Countless winged arrows coalesced in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn it! Xiao Tian roared in fury, propelling himself into the air to shield his companions. The eternal sacred flame erupted, transforming him into a colossal sphere of elemental fire. Xiao Tian, his friends cried out in concern. Yet, the elemental forces within them faltered, failing to erupt with the same intensity as Xiao Tian. Hud, hud, hud. The winged arrows rained down upon the immense inferno. At the heart of the blazing sphere, Xiao Tian once again beheld the seal's mark. Break for me! His searing fist struck the mark. Crack, crack! Fissures appeared within the seal, shattering it like glass. Boom! The eternal sacred flame on the dragon armor underwent a sudden transformation. A cacophony of roars filled the air. Zhang Fei, hold on. Concentrate on forming the 5-element cycle. As the Gale Phoenix dove towards Xiao Tian, Wright Sr. decisively stepped forward, executing a meditative seal. Wang Zhong pulled Zhang Fei up. They must unite the 5-element cycle to turn the tide. All right. Zhang Fei's gaze was resolute. But wait, something feels amiss. Dian Wei shouted to the 2 of them. Wang Zhong and Zhang Fei, puzzled, followed Dian Wei's gaze. The eternal sacred flame emitted a deafening dragon's roar. An eerie spectacle unfolded as the sphere transformed into an indomitable flame dragon, soaring skyward. In an instant, the eternal flame dragon expanded tenfold, manifesting like a true dragon. As the meditative seal concluded, the liberated Gale Phoenix screeched before hurtling towards Xiao Tian like a shooting star. Simultaneously, the eternal flame dragon descended, its speed surpassing that of the Gale Phoenix. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as a terrifying force sent the Gale Phoenix flying. Wright Sr. and the others suddenly recalled Xiao Tian's earlier remark, their shock palpable. What a remarkable lad. So you were serious. The strongest form of the dragon armor. It seems you have broken a seal. What lies within this seal, Xiao Tian, let your prowess shine. The astonishment was not confined to Wright Sr. and his companions. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless, utterly astounded. The world was shaken, as if time had paused. The eternal flame dragon unleashed a thunderous roar before colliding directly with Xiao Tian. Boom! The indomitable flame dragon erupted with a sudden explosion. It blossomed like a fiery lotus. The petals of the lotus spun rapidly, emitting a brilliance that illuminated the starry sky. The aura of the eternal sacred fire immobilized the swift-winged fierce hawk as if it were ensnared by a meditative seal. My goodness, what on earth did Xiao Tian do? This is not a meditative seal. This defies reason. Did you all witness that? The talons of the swift-winged, fierce hawk trembled. Goodness gracious! How outrageous! Has the flame dragon armor also been endowed with extraordinary powers? Countless onlookers beheld the quivering of the swift-winged fierce hawk, completely bewildered by the unfolding events. What could the swift-winged fierce hawk possibly fear? After all, it is an 8th-level monster. Yet it cowers before the flame dragon armor of the first set of 5 elemental light shadow armor. This is utterly illogical. At that moment, crack! A crisp sound resonated through the solidified air. Crack! Crack! The fiery lotus shattered. Immediately, even more terrifying silver flames surged forth from the fissures. The silver flames coalesced into a silver fire dragon, launching itself at the swift-winged fierce hawk. A sound akin to a sonic wave erupted from its throat. In a panic, the swift-winged fierce hawk unleashed a green beam of light. The beam collided with the silver dragon, which devoured it whole. Boom! The feathers of the swift-winged fierce hawk were instantly scorched. The silver dragon did not linger, retreating to crash into the flame dragon armor. Under the baptism of the silver dragon's flames, the flame dragon armor evolved into an entirely new set of armor. 2 massive blade spikes extended from the breastplate to the shoulder guards, aligning with the helmet. Twin blade edges sprouted from the top of the helmet. The armor took on a slightly orange-red hue, with the spikes becoming even more formidable. The most significant transformation was that of the blazing sword, which evolved alongside the new armor. Chapter 74, Explosive Flame, Demon Sealing Slash. The back of the flame blade has become broader. The edge is sharper. A shimmering orange glow flickers along the blade, as if it were unleashing a formidable aura capable of rending the very fabric of space. The flame blade has increased in size, exuding an overwhelming sense of power, as if it could tear apart anything in its path. A completely new form of the flame dragon armor has emerged, leaving all in awe. Fiery orbs coalesce behind the explosive flame dragon, transforming into 3 pairs of wings. Wings forged from steel and flame. Ces wings radiata savageoha. The flame dragon armor has undergone a supreme upgrade. Behold, the explosive flame dragon emperor. Boom! The armor of the explosive flame dragon emperor emanates an overwhelming presence. The attribute of the silver heavenly fire is far more terrifying than that of the eternal sacred fire. The aura exuded by the heavenly fire sends shivers down spines. In this ultimate upgraded form, Xiao Tian strides through the void like a lord of flames, silver fire lotuses blooming beneath his feet. Though his steps appear slow, they are, in truth, exceedingly swift. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tian stands before the Gale Flame Rock, his gaze icy and unyielding. At this moment, the Gale Flame Rock is engulfed in heavenly fire, struggling in vain to extinguish the flames. Xiao Tian lets out a cold snort and swings the explosive flame blade downwards. Swoosh! The head of the Gale Flame Rock is severed cleanly. The heavenly fire engulfs it, incinerating both head and body to ashes. With a single stroke, the once mighty Gale Flame Rock is vanquished. My goodness, the explosive Flame Dragon Emperor is simply magnificent. This ultimate upgraded form is akin to the pinnacle of armors. How delightful it is to see the Flame Dragon armor attain such heights. Is this what the great Zhang meant by limitless possibilities? A single strike, 999. The claims of the lesser beings were not false. It truly is one strike, 999. It is astonishingly powerful, an embodiment of invincibility. The evolution of the Flame Dragon armor has moved me to tears. The Gale Flame Rock, at the very least an 8th level beast, was dispatched in an instant. How formidable must Xiao Tian be? I wonder if the 5-element shadow armor can also undergo ultimate upgrades to become a supreme armor? As a summoner of the Earth Tiger armor obtained through recharges, I am in dire need of an answer. The audience in the live stream, roused from their astonishment, unanimously expresses their envy towards Shao Tian. He is the only summoner capable of unleashing the Flame Dragon armor to such an extent. Just a step away from achieving the strength of the ultimate armor, Shao Tian gazes upon the multitude of beasts ahead. He swings the explosive flame blade forward. Whoosh! A blade of silver-red crystal slices through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Nearly 100 beasts fall victim to this strike. With a flutter of wings, Shao Tian transforms into a streak of light, plunging into the throng of beasts. Gathering the heavenly fire in his right hand, he delivers a thunderous punch to the beast before him. Boom! The heavenly fire erupts, carving a deep trench of 30 to 40 yards in length. Countless monsters have perished in this place. A massacre unfolds. All witnesses are left utterly stunned. Each strike from the blazing Dragon Emperor embodies an apocalyptic force of destruction. It is a clear dimensional oppression. These beasts are no different from refuse. Several level 7 monsters, concealed among their brethren, have already met their demise. The few veterans, including you, gulped nervously. Is the explosive power truly this formidable? Has the blazing Dragon Emperor ascended to the pinnacle of armored might? If we were to possess a seal, how would we uncover its mark and subsequently shatter it? This notion did not only occupy Yu's mind. Dian Wei and the others shared the same curiosity about the blazing Dragon Emperor's prowess, their eagerness to experiment palpable. Blazing Dragon Fist. Boom! A silver flame dragon erupted from Shao Tian's clenched fist. The thousands of monsters ahead were obliterated in the wake of this punch, vanishing without a trace. The cleansing continues as Shao Tian steps forward. Silver heavenly flames ripple around him. With a swift motion, he wipes his hands across the side of his armor, conjuring the blazing flame dart into his palm. He surveys all the invading monsters in the Dragon Kingdom's war zone. His hand trembles slightly. The heavenly fire ignites instantaneously upon the blazing flame dart. Subsequently, the dart transforms into a streak of light, hurtling forth. The orange-red brilliance swiftly sweeps across the battlefield, cleaving through monsters with ease. In an instant, nearly 1,000 monsters were annihilated. After a swift circle, the blazing flame dart reappeared in Shao Tian's hand. He seamlessly returned it to his armor. All viewers in the live stream were well aware of the flame dart and the immense power of the heavenly fire. However, none anticipated its capacity to simultaneously eradicate 1,000 monsters. This figure is merely an approximation. It may have even reached 2,000 or 3,000. It has entirely transformed into a solo showcase. The blazing Dragon Emperor's armor is truly formidable. Just as the crowd gasped in astonishment, Shao Tian paused slightly. Following his gaze, 3 humanoid monsters caught his attention. These 3 creatures hovered at the rear of the monstrous horde, observing Shao Tian's actions from a distance. Seemingly the ones directing the assault on the Dragon Kingdom's territory. They appeared rather competent. Hey, this is intriguing. As Shao Tian chuckled, the heavenly fire erupted violently around him. Several monsters caught in the flames writhed in agony. The heavenly fire surged forth, advancing toward the 3 superior monsters. In its wake, nothing could survive. Since you choose not to engage, I shall take the initiative. I wonder if you can withstand my strike. Shao Tian cast a cold glance at the dense mass of monsters, directly rotating the gears at his waist. The character for Slay materialized before him. Witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath in awe. Silence enveloped the live stream room, a profound stillness akin to death. The Inferno flame blade gently tapped the silver inscription, unleashing a fearsome roar reminiscent of a dragon's lament. An overwhelming torrent of fire surged back towards the Inferno flame blade as boundless flames of energy coalesced upon its edge. A cold glimmer flickered as a silver flame dragon spiraled around the blade. In the next moment, the Inferno flame blade astonishingly transformed into a translucent entity, piercing through the multitude of beasts and locking onto 3 humanoid monstrosities. The trio of creatures sensed the oppressive weight of this terrifying power, their expressions shifting dramatically. The one resembling a human model could no longer maintain its composure, uttering some words to its companions. They had never anticipated that the combat prowess on this side could be so formidable as to overwhelm all beasts effortlessly, initiating a frenzied harvest against tens of thousands of creatures. With a roar, the model-like beast stomped its foot and attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by another beast resembling a scholar. At that moment, the Inferno flame blade in Xiao Tian's hand had become entirely crystalline, radiating a brilliance akin to diamonds. The ultimate technique, Inferno, Demon Sealing Slash. With a swift motion, a blade of light, equal in size to the Inferno flame blade, sliced through the air, hurtling directly towards the trio of beasts. In its wake, a dark line appeared, freezing all the encroaching creatures in a state of suspended animation, as if every beast had been rendered immobile. Chapter 75. Above the royal level, a fissure in space materialized. The explosive flame sealing slash of 1,000 cuts had only traversed halfway. The three humanoid monsters were engulfed in sheer panic. Having barely convinced one monster to refrain from fleeing, they were now confronted with an attack that cleaved through the very fabric of space. They were utterly devoid of confidence, left only with a sense of impending doom. The row of monsters that had been severed was now devoid of life. The specter of death loomed ominously. Xiao Tian's silhouette as the explosive flame dragon emperor drew ever closer to the three creatures. In the blink of an eye, half the distance had been crossed, the apparition-like figure inducing terror in the monsters. Roar. The monster, resembling a model, upon sensing the threat of death, hesitated momentarily before transforming its demeanor into one of viciousness. It unleashed a shocking surge of power, stomping its right foot down with force. Boom! A towering mountain, 100 feet high, inexplicably emerged. Its surface appeared as if forged from meteorites, displaying an impenetrable hardness. The other two monsters were not idle either. The one with a scholarly appearance began to play a flute, producing a cacophony that riled the air. Strange notes and waves of sound encircled the mountain. Bam! In an instant, the size and mass of the mountain doubled, the sound waves attacking the explosive flame dragon emperor and the surrounding monsters. Some creatures, imbued with a combination of hypnotic and frenzied buffs, became exceedingly fierce as they charged at the explosive flame dragon emperor. Yet, the emperor remained impervious to their assault. The third monster transformed into a red mist, enveloping its two companions, seemingly poised to flee at any moment. Two of the monsters took the offensive while one lingered behind, ready to retreat should their strike miss. This combination was indeed seamless. As the mountain appeared, it quickly descended, bolstered by the musical notes, attempting to thwart the explosive flame dragon emperor's sealing slash and crush him along with hundreds, if not thousands, of other monsters. Boom! A tremendeuse explosion reverberated. Everyone held their breath, uncertain whether the explosive flame dragon emperor was subdued or the mountain obliterated. The next moment, cracks appeared on the mountain, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. Boom! 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 Subsequently, beams of silver light erupted from the mountain. The flames of heavenly fire shattered the glass-like surface, completely annihilating the mountain. This scene left the three humanoid monsters speechless, their minds racing with countless exclamations that remained unvoiced. The explosive flame dragon emperor was astonishingly powerful, almost exceeding the bounds of reason. Flee! The blood mist transformed into a crimson light, soaring into the sky. The fleeting glimmer, the explosive flame dragon emperor moved even faster, overtaking them in midair. The light blade of the flame sealing slash crashed between the three monsters, their horrified gazes fixed upon it. Simultaneously, a distortion in space emerged above. The enormous black monster's jaws snapped shut, and in that instant, a rift appeared in the sky. In an attempt to rescue the three humanoid monsters, a shadowy figure was instead wounded by a fissure created by the explosive flame demon slash. A furious roar reverberated through the void, which subsequently closed, causing the dark figure to vanish without a trace. Did you see that black silhouette? It must be the crimson-eyed black dragon, and it was actually injured by the flame dragon emperor. My brother, you are mistaken. Had it lingered even a moment longer, it likely would have remained with those three peculiar humanoid monsters. The Flame Demon Slash was stunning, delivering a staggering 9,999 damage. The Flame Dragon Emperor proclaimed. I ask once more, who else dares? The terror is palpable. The ultimate upgrade of the Flame Dragon armor renders the Flame Dragon Emperor the epitome of power, even surpassing the ultimate armor. I am enamored. I too desire the Flame Dragon armor and its ultimate upgrade. You fools, your armors are mere trinkets. Await our demon puppets as they annihilate all. Indeed, our Sanji has already achieved the transformation into the second generation of Super Saiyan. Global astonishment ensued. Only the little tricksters from Sakura Nation remained defiant. However, no one paid heed to these clowns, as all were captivated by the overwhelming power of the Flame Dragon Emperor. Countless individuals were engrossed in studying the kill videos of the Flame Dragon Emperor. For the officials of various nations, this information held immense value, aiding their athletes in further enhancing the might of their extraordinary equipment and bettering the creation of the next phase of extraordinary gear. At the white official base of the Princess Nation, the president's demeanor shifted erratically. The eruption of the Flame Dragon Emperor had utterly shattered the remnants of his pride. Without comparison, there can be no pain. It is utterly distressing. It should be noted that the predecessor of the Flame Dragon Emperor armor, the Flame Dragon armor, was merely the initial extraordinary equipment crafted by Zhang Tianyuan, not the later modifications. The implications are unmistakable. While they reveled in their achievement of crafting level 7 extraordinary equipment, they received a resounding slap in the face. Zhang Tianyuan must have been acutely aware of the true combat power of these armors, which is why he deliberately abstained from conducting power tests, aiming to deliver a stinging rebuke. Damn you, Zhang Tianyuan, how dare you humiliate us so? The president seethed with fury, feeling like nothing more than a fool, an unbearable sensation. Have the assessments been completed? What level of combat power does the data for the Flame Dragon Emperor armor suggest? The data specialists have estimated the approximate combat power of the 5 elements light shadow armor. Yet, can these figures truly be trusted? There are no definitive answers. No one can ascertain whether the other 4 sets possess explosive ultimate upgrade forms. In any case, it cannot hurt to include them all. Mr. President, based on the fluctuations in the battle power of the monsters on site and the performances of those unique creatures, we have analyzed that the combat power of the Flame Dragon Emperor armor undoubtedly exceeds level 8. President, what a ridiculous assessment. It is universally acknowledged that the explosive power of the Blazing Dragon Emperor, capable of directly injuring the Crimson-Eyed Black Dragon, exceeds level 8. It may even have reached level 9. The data analysts, filled with trepidation, cast anxious glances at the president, bracing themselves for an impending onslaught of his wrath. Yet, in an unexpected turn of events, the president remarked lightly, "Understood, you may return to your tasks." Such aberrations often conceal deeper mysteries. However, none dared linger further and hurried back to their posts. The president, troubled and distracted, gazed out at the scenery. The combat prowess of the elemental shadow armor is undoubtedly level 9, potentially surpassing even that. If such terrifying strength can be unleashed by the elemental shadow armor, what are the celestial and natural element armors? Their capabilities must surely exceed that of the elemental shadow armor, and the power of those 2 ultimate armors. The president could hardly fathom their magnitude. Royal level, perhaps even beyond royal level, in light of the celestial phenomena and the royal beasts that have emerged. Tomatak, you must forge even more advanced extraordinary equipment. Otherwise not only will we fail to surpass the Dragon Kingdom, but we may not even be worthy of carrying their shoes. The current situation has left the president in a state of despair, sighing repeatedly, yet feeling utterly powerless. This is not the outcome he envisioned. When did our principality become so humble as to be reduced to serving the Dragon Kingdom? No, we must surpass the Dragon Kingdom. Outshine the Blazing Dragon Emperor. We must transcend the 2 ultimate armors. Chapter 76, Thunderous Yatlas. Fusion. In the conference room of the Cherry Blossom Nation, Prime Minister Musashi Kojiro's expression turned unusually grave. The ultimate upgraded form of the Flame Dragon armor, the Blazing Dragon Emperor, had now surpassed level 8, even reaching the formidable level 9 in combat prowess. Level 9 combat power. Among the modified beings of the Great Cherry Blossom Empire, even the strongest Sanji, in his transformation into a second-generation Super Saiyan, could only attain an intermediate level 8 in strength. He was no match for the Blazing Dragon Emperor. This was profoundly disheartening. Even more distressing was the fact that the threshold for the Flame Dragon armor was lower than that of the Super Saiyan. Of 10 Flame Dragon armors, one might achieve the ultimate upgrade to become the Blazing Dragon Emperor, yet amongst 10 modified beings, it was uncertain if any could transform into the first-generation Super Saiyan, let alone the second. In light of this comparison, Musashi Kojiro felt a deep chill in his heart. This implied that even if they mobilized the entire nation, they could not shake the standing of the Dragon Kingdom. Worse still, their contestant, Beijia Pank, had blacklisted them officially, straining their relations significantly. Baka, if this continues, our Great Cherry Blossom Empire will become a laughingstock. He instructed, contact Sanji. We must send intelligence to Beijia Pank. If possible, let him reach out to us directly, expressing our willingness to fully cooperate with his experiments. There was no alternative. Even though Musashi Kojiro harbored distrust towards Beijia Pank, suspecting him to be an undercover agent. Soon, Sanji on the battlefield received the message. Although he was willing to assist the officials in contacting his teacher, he remained quite concerned about the information regarding the Dragon Kingdom. Upon reading the message, Sanji's eyes widened in disbelief. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply, a bitter smile evident upon his face. He truly did not wish to admit that someone possessed greater talent than his teacher. The Flame Dragon armor, initially crafted, had unleashed such formidable combat power, which was indeed surprising. No wonder he had dared to manifest the armor without testing it, exhibiting such confidence in avoiding failure. He had lost. His teacher had, in fact, lost. Regardless of how much Sanji was unwilling to acknowledge it, the reality spoke volumes. If this information were to reach his teacher, he could only wonder if he would be able to bear such a blow. The first set of armor crafted by Zhang Tianyuan, the Flame Dragon armor, boasted a combat power of level 9. This was a lesson for all contestants. Who among them could claim that their first extraordinary equipment could exert such high combat prowess? They were all overshadowed by Zhang Tianyuan's extraordinary crafting talent. Sanji ultimately sent the message. However, Beijia Pank took a long time to respond, and Sanji's pace in slaying monsters slowed. After several minutes of distracted combat, Beijia Pank finally responded, bringing him into the realm of fortune. Teacher, Beijia Pank nodded. I have gathered some knowledge regarding the armor of the Dragon Kingdom. Fear not, for soon you shall possess the power to counteract the armor of the Dragon Kingdom. That will be the moment for your vengeance. A pause followed his words. Sanji discerned the hesitation in Vegapunk and inquired proactively, Master, is there something I can assist you with? Vegapunk replied, the demon puppet requires gene cloning technology, and the subject for this cloning. Sanji smiled and readily agreed. Roar! In the enigmatic void, the colossal figure of the crimson-eyed black dragon transformed into a 2-meter-tall dragon man, with faint silver flames flickering at the corners of his mouth. No matter how he attempted to extinguish the flames, they remained stubbornly ablaze. Damn! 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 A series of thunderous roars echoed incessantly. The dragon-man form of the crimson-eyed black dragon seethed with fury, his fierce visage occasionally flashing with a terrifying expression of hatred. It is all that wretched fellow's fault. Had he not instigated this, we would not have to intervene. Now, with the 3 most vital avatars of the Master slain, how am I to explain this? This predicament is truly vexing. I cannot bear the consequences alone. The crimson-eyed black dragon retrieved a segment of dragon horn bone, upon which numerous energy symbols began to manifest. He dripped several drops of blood onto the horn bone, causing a dazzling array of lights to flicker. Raising the horn bone, he sounded the horn. The symbols rhythmically vanished into the void. Moments later, streams of light flickered in the void, converging into the dragon horn bone. The crimson-eyed black dragon's mood was exceedingly grim. The struggle against the silver flames had already consumed half of his energy. Absorbing the symbols offered only temporary relief. Upon returning after a failed mission, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. At this point, he could only hope that that individual could seize the planet capable of nurturing new life. Perhaps this would lead to a lighter sentence. Have they arrived already? I thought you would hide indefinitely. Zhang Tianyuan squinted ahead. The battlefield appeared peculiar and uncanny. Several warriors were engaged in combat with a large tiger. The tiger did not seem particularly formidable, yet the ground was strikingly pristine, devoid of any other beasts. Just then, a transmission of light flickered in the air as dozens of warriors materialized out of thin air. In the next instant, the tiger opened its massive jaws, instantly expanding to over 10 meters in size, and devoured the group of warriors whole. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Tianyuan's eyes turned icy. In that moment, another batch of warriors was compelled to be transported in. Zhang Tianyuan could no longer remain seated. A bolt of lightning struck the tiger's gaping maw. Boom! The attacked tiger could only watch helplessly as its meal fell to the ground, erupting into a furious rage. Upon turning to see Zhang Tianyuan, it unleashed all its pent-up fury. Roar! A thunderous roar resonated, shaking the very heavens. A fierce tiger, enveloped in a whirlwind of lightning, transforms instantaneously into a colossal blue and white form, an azure-eyed white dragon. When adversaries meet, their enmity intensifies. In an instant, a beam of white lightning hurtles towards Zhang Tianyuan. Unfazed, he deftly brushes his waist, revealing a shimmering golden board belt. The four elemental spirits, flame-melting unicorn, whirlwind eagle, absolute scorpion, and vortex octopus, materialize in the air, conjuring elemental powers to intercept the lightning beam. With a resounding crash, the four charming entities morph into elemental energy keys that slot into the belt. Crossing his hands, he activates the belt's six-wing flight. Lightning flickers coalescing around him. Thunderbolt Yatlas, you shall embody the forces of justice in this world. In the next heartbeat, the thunder roars. All lightning transforms into a resplendent suit of armor, embossed with the emblem of the flame element on his chest, the emblem of the howling element on his left arm, the emblem of the whirlwind element on his right arm, and the emblem of the absolute element on his legs. The ether helmet, a synthesis of the four elemental energies, fire, howl, gale, and peak. The ether breastplate, centered around the power of the volcano, possessing the energy-rebounding strength of flame. The ether gauntlets, the right hand wields the power of the whirlwind, while the left hand harnesses the howling strength. The ether greaves, composed of the formidable force of thunder. His steps are as steadfast as rock. The ether belt, a miraculous convergence of 5 energies, transforming the appearance of the summoner. Thunderbolt Yatlas, an invincible super armor forged from the fusion of the 4 elemental powers alongside the essence of thunder. Chapter 77, Fourfold Defense, Eightfold Assault, the world stunned. The attention of the globe converged upon the Thunder Yatlas armor. The Thunder Yatlas made its debut, descending upon the world like a divine being of thunder. The armor pulsated with terrifying lightning power, akin to the righteous sword of judgment on the battlefield against monstrous foes. Oh my heavens! The ultimate armor, once again summoned by the great Zhang. Thunder, once more wielding the might of thunder, this time more ferocious than ever. The Thunder Yatlas is utterly magnificent. Without uttering a word, the Oil Nation is saved. With Zhang's intervention, there is assuredly no cause for concern. Alas, the blue-eyed white dragon has devoured so many. Having long surpassed the pinnacle of level 8, Zhang Tianyuan can only face defeat. Oh dear, though I too wish to witness Zhang Tianyuan victorious. The reasoning of the esteemed Azwa is quite sound. Zhang Tianyuan is destined for defeat. Curse it, you all are merely envious, lamenting sour grapes. How could the existence of the Thunder Yatlas War God possibly falter? Do not forget, this is merely a projection. Even if the true form were to arrive, it would kneel and call him Father. Blue-eyed white dragon, Father. Ha ha ha, Father, please spare me. The live stream filled countless viewers with exhilaration. Meanwhile, the nations of Sakura and Shadow were less than pleased. The more powerful the Dragon Nation grew, the more oppressive it felt. They could not accept this reality. It was unbearable. It was infuriating. Why must it be this way? Why must the Dragon Nation be so formidable? The Shura armor, the Thunder Yatlas armor. The sheer strength of these two ultimate armors left them breathless. Sobbing, the Dragon Nation has come to our aid. We are finally saved. Whoa, I feared we would be devoured, as we have already witnessed the consumption of thousands. The accursed blue-eyed white dragon feast upon monsters and humans alike. Woe is me. Warriors in the Oil Nation battle zone embraced one another in tears, particularly those who had just been teleported. Had it not been for Zhang Tianyuan's intervention, they would now be the blue-eyed white dragoness meal. An elderly man with severed limbs gazed at Zhang Tianyuan's Thunder Yatlas armor with envy. Beside him, a one-eyed man timidly inquired, "Elder Gua, should we assist?" The elder shot him a disdainful glance. "Are you certain you wish to assist rather than cause chaos? We are but frail and ailing. Do you not possess any sense of reality?" The crowd shared a bitter smile. The Oil Nation's officials, in a bid to preserve their strength, were forced to resort to such a desperate measure, sending the elderly and infirm to offer warmth. Everyone's gaze remained fixated on the Thunder Yatlas. Lightning flashed. Zhang Tianyuan coldly regarded the blue-eyed white dragon. Roar! The blue-eyed white dragon opened its maw wide. A tempest of blue and white lightning coalescing within. Destructive, explosive lightning orb. The orb erupted forth from its mouth. Boom! With astonishing speed, the attack was directed towards Zhang Tianyuan. In the blink of an eye, confronted by the colossal lightning projectile, Zhang Tianyuan extended his palm in a bid to block it. Witnessing this scene, everyone held their breath, their hearts racing with trepidation. How could he dare to confront the blue-eyed white dragon's assault with his bare hands? Even the blue-eyed white dragon shook its head in disbelief, a glimmer of mockery in its gaze. Boom! In an instant, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Zhang Tianyuan remarkably crushed the devastating lightning projectile with his bare hands. Strangely, the formidable lightning inflicted no damage upon the Thunder Yatalis. Instead, it intensified the density of the thunderous energy enveloping its armor, reminiscent of a charging force. The blue-eyed white dragon was momentarily taken aback. This attack had unleashed its innate lightning power, accumulated over nearly a century. How could it be shattered by the Thunder Yatalis? Impossible. Such a feat was utterly inconceivable. An enraged roar erupted from the blue-eyed white dragon, astonishingly articulate in human language. The viewers of the live broadcast were left in stunned silence, their minds blank and hair standing on end, a chilling sensation coursing through them. Zhang Tianyuan's thoughts mirrored those of the majority. Suspecting that the blue-eyed white dragon had consumed numerous humans, drawing from their blue star memories to acquire the ability to speak. Anger surged within Zhang Tianyuan. Wretched creature, its heinous crimes were absolutely unforgivable. Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The thunderous energy surrounding the Thunder Yatalis coalesced into a massive thunderous hand. With a resounding boom, the thunderous hand swung towards the blue-eyed white dragon, whose azure eyes flickered with light. With a sudden surge, it unleashed a strange current from its wings, momentarily halting the colossal, thunderous hand. Seizing the opportunity, the blue-eyed white dragon transformed into a streak of blue and white lightning, hurtling towards its foe. In an instant, it appeared before the Thunder Yatalis. At that moment, an arcane energy shield materialized upon the armor of the Thunder Yatalis. The collision between the blue-white lightning and the thunder energy shield erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, illuminating the battlefield with a radiant flash. Thunder rolled, and electric serpents writhed in chaos. Before the thunder energy shield, a massive claw pressed against it, the current gnawing at the shield. Yet, the thunder shield remained unscathed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The blue-eyed white dragon exclaimed in disbelief, its entire form shimmering once more. With a thunderous roar, each scale of its dragon body ignited with blood-red lightning, transforming its once blue-white form into a vivid crimson hue, significantly diminishing its size. Boom boom! In the void, 100 meters of blood red shimmered ominously. The azure-eyed white dragon vanished into the blood pool, disappearing from sight. Above the pool, crimson lightning erupted with terrifying energy, its dreadful aura expanding relentlessly. All onlookers gazed at the blood pool, their hearts gripped by fear. The red lightning coalesced in the center of the sanguine abyss, forming a colossal orb of crimson light that hung in the sky like the sun. This radiant burst descended from the heavens. At that moment, Zhang Tianyuan stood suspended in the air, unleashing the four elemental forces of nature. A defensive barrier manifested in all directions. Boom! 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 The thunderous clash resonated as beams of light collided with the elemental spheres, shaking the very earth and mountains. The cacophony of explosions echoed incessantly, with the aftermath of shockwaves spreading wildly. The 8 trigrams assault. The elemental spheres surged towards the red beam, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The beam emitted a cracking sound, shattering like glass. Everyone in the live stream was left in astonishment. Was this the extent of humanity's power to withstand such force? Within a radius of 3,000 to 4,000 meters, a colossal chasm was carved out. Warriors from numerous nations gathered at the periphery, witnessing the spectacle. How terrifying! The azure-eyed white dragon's attack was still coalescing. This time, it promised to be an even more ferocious strike, to have withstood the previous assault unscathed. Zhang Tianyuan's armor was indeed extraordinary. Indeed, even I could not achieve such a feat unless I detonated a world-ending gemstone, which might offer a chance to endure that blow. Though it was disheartening, this was the reality. We were inferior to him at present, but perhaps not in the future. Roman from the Princess Nation hovered above with several team members, gazing at the abyss created by the explosion below. All were filled with trepidation, mirroring the expressions of the warriors from other nations. Chapter 78. The Atlas Heaven and Earth Slash on the other side. Duanmu Yin, following Long Hai and the others, gazed at the magnificent fusion of Thunder Atlas, countering the terrifying crimson lightning column produced by the blue-eyed white dragon. Her fists were clenched tightly, her eyes filled with fervent admiration. Thunder Atlas was truly awe-inspiring, the embodiment of justice in the world. It resonated with her own belief. This was the justice armor she had long sought after. How amazing! I am utterly captivated by Thunder Atlas. Hi Go, would you be interested in trying out this armor? I believe the Xingtian armor suits me well. I am not yet prepared to change armors, especially since the great Zhang has not provided a second ultimate armor summoner. Indeed, obtaining the recognition of the ultimate armor is no simple feat. The Shura armor requires the strongest essence, while Thunder Atlas demands absolute justice. Moreover, we have yet to achieve the true fusion of man and armor, a feat only Shao Tian has accomplished, upgrading the Flame Dragon armor into the Ultimate Series. Yes. The group turned their gaze toward Shao Tian, who bashfully scratched his head. Duanmu Yin remained steadfast in her conviction, still believing that Thunder Atlas was the armor best suited for her. Meanwhile, after the 8 elephants' attack shattered the lightning column, Thunder Atlas became enveloped in radiant thunder. Soon after, Zhang Tianyuan extended his hand into the lightning, drawing forth the long sword encircled by thunder, the exclusive weapon of Thunder Atlas, the Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword. Various bolts of thunder danced vibrantly upon the sword. Hidden within the blood pool, the blue-eyed white dragon roared madly, shouting for destruction. Blood-red lightning cascaded from the heavens. The Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword swung, cleaving through the lightning. Thunder wings. Whoosh! An infinite surge of energy erupted from Zhang Tianyuan's back, manifesting a pair of steel wings. At their tips radiated the brilliance of the 5 elements. Surrounding thunder elements erupted continuously, all converging upon the Thunder Atlas armor. Boom! All the thunder elements seemed to respond to the call, surging wildly into the Heaven and Earth Thunder Sword. The hilt expanded dramatically, and the blade elongated, becoming sharper. Thunder gleamed in Zhang Tianyuan's eyes as he swung the thunder wings behind him, propelling himself into the sky, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. The thunder defense shielded him from torrents of blood-red lightning, propelling him skyward to level with the blood pool. In the next heartbeat, the thunder wings retracted as more thunder elements gathered within the heaven and earth thundersword. Buzz! Zhang Taonyuan gripped the sword tightly, leaping into the air upon the thunder. Yatlas heaven and earth slash. Whoosh! The thunder elements expanded instantaneously. A terrifying, colossal sword of light, spanning hundreds of feet, suddenly descended from the heavens with a fierce slash. The explosive energy threatened to rend the very fabric of the universe. Cracks appeared in the void, reminiscent of shattered glass. The sheer momentum was overwhelming. The residual force was so formidable that most spectators plummeted from the sky. The tempest raged on, and the air quivered. It was an insurmountable force. Facing such a strike head-on was tantamount to certain death. The azure-eyed white dragon was utterly thrown into disarray. He had not anticipated that revealing all his trump cards would only provoke an even mightier counterattack from his adversary. This strike sent the entire blood pool into a frenzied tremor. There was no escape. All he could do was brace himself for the impact. The blood pool rapidly contracted into a protective barrier, enveloping him in a tight shield. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the gigantic blade of light ultimately descended with a resounding crash. The blood-red barrier shattered instantaneously. How could a mere shield withstand the thunderous force capable of cleaving the very void? No, it was impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. I am the invincible Dragon King. If death must come, it shall be you who perishes. The thunder consumed the azure-eyed white dragon's form. With a roar of defiance, he was cleaved apart by the radiant blade. The heavens and earth seemed to be sliced asunder. An unfathomable wave of energy surged forth, reverberating through the entire battlefield beyond the realm. Many lesser beasts perished on the spot, while numerous higher-tier monsters were grievously wounded and fell to the ground. Just from this singular aftershock, tens of thousands of beasts met their demise on the battlefield. Astonishment gripped the world. The Yatlas Earth Cleave was indeed overwhelmingly powerful, as if it could genuinely split heaven and earth. Lightning danced across every region, intertwined with the forces of the four elements. Had it not been for the dragon spirit's timely restoration of the battlefield, the entire passage of the realm beyond would likely have been severed by this strike. In the live stream, countless viewers were transfixed by the flickering lightning, rendered speechless. The shock of this event eclipsed all previous battles. Compared to other extraordinary equipment in the Thunder Yatlas armor, they seemed utterly insignificant. Even the performance of the blazing Dragon Emperor paled in comparison. Incredible. This power is simply astounding. Thunder of the world, heed my command. This is nothing short of divine. My goodness. The Yatlas Earth Cleave has truly cleaved the heavens and the earth. The creation of Pangu pales in comparison. The great Zhang is indeed a deity. I believe that no one else in the battlefield beyond is necessary. The great Zhang can manage it all alone. Indeed, the Thunder Yatlas is absurdly strong, but I adore it. Thunder Yatlas, it is decided. You shall be my fated armor. I believe the Shura armor to be the strongest, undoubtedly surpassing the Thunder Yatlas in might. All are ultimate armors. All are the treasured sons of the great Zhang. So what distinctions of strength can there be? Indeed, there exists no supreme armor, only the most formidable summoner. Quite so, our dragon nation possesses unparalleled might, as every citizen embodies the spirit of a dragon. It seems that this time, the great Zhang has transcended from semi-divine being to a true immortal. The crowd buzzed incessantly. Meanwhile, the officials of various nations fell utterly silent, their hearts gripped by trepidation. The Dragon Nation is overwhelmingly powerful. Is it still possible for them to seek peaceful coexistence? Does it hold any significance to continue opposing the Dragon Nation? In the face of absolute power, their opposition appears rather farcical. Such a stark contrast is unbearable, leaving them with no choice but to remain mute. In the realm of the Princess Nation's fortunes, upon receiving the official news, Tomatak was also engulfed in silence, soon succumbing to despair. The might of the Thunder Yatlas armor had surpassed all the extraordinary equipment he had ever forged. He once believed himself unrivaled. convinced that Zhang Tianyuan's talents were inferior to his own designs. Yet, time and again, this despised rival surpassed him. The sensation was profoundly disheartening. Vikos, in comparison to the Thunder Yatlas, which of our Apocalypse armors possesses greater capabilities and combat power? Upon hearing this inquiry, Vikos fell silent. He possessed a deeper understanding of the combat prowess of the Thunder Yatlas and the exceptional performance concealed beneath its formidable statistics. Sir, I fear I can no longer fulfill my role as your assistant. Destroy me. Vikos resigned himself to despair. Tomatak, left speechless, felt a profound sense of frustration, yet was powerless to change the situation. He, too, recognized the might of the Thunder Yatlas. If the power of thunder could unleash a 9th-level combat strength, could our Apocalypse armor not also aspire to such heights? Reflecting on the official statements, Tomatak's discontent deepened. Chapter 79, A Different Perspective, crafting the ultimate armor from the very beginning. In the auspicious realm of Sakura Nation, within the genetic modification chamber, Sanji's limbs have been severed and submerged in a transformative liquid, connected to numerous tubes, his eyes closed. The uncertainty of his fate raised genuine concern. On the ground, several terrifying serpentine beasts writhed, yet the figure of Beach Pancake was conspicuously absent. The bodies of these serpentine monsters began to swell gradually, akin to balloons being inflated. The pace of their expansion was not particularly rapid, leaving onlookers perplexed about Beach's intentions. The viewers in the Sakura Nation livestream had long since lost their patience. Baka, you foolish Beach Pancake, you've ruined Sanji. Without Sanji, we lack a level 7 warrior. Have you lost your mind? How could someone from our great Sakura Empire behave this way? Why don't you just end it all? The Dragon Nation has already reached level 8 and 9, and we barely managed to cultivate a level 7 Super Scion, and you dare to dismember him? Are you insane? Not only do you fail to enhance extraordinary equipment, but you also resort to mutilation, feeding him to monsters? No way. I refuse to become that monstrosity. Damn it. There isn't a sane person in sight. I do not wish to turn into a monster. I wish I could immigrate to the Dragon Nation. Could someone eliminate Beach Pancake and substitute him with any other contender? I wager they perform better. Alas, poor Sanji. How did he fall into Beach Pancake's trap? Yet, what could be done? Sanji placed such unwavering trust in him. I hope Sanji is all right. He's our last hope. In the auspicious realm of the Daughter Nation, Junji bore a solemn expression. After crafting a beautiful battle attire, the upgraded power was not as promising as anticipated. The elements that could be integrated were far inferior to those of the Dragon Nation's armor. If this continued, the fate of the Daughter Nation would mirror that of other minor nations. I cannot give up. If I abandon the Daughter Nation, it will truly be doomed. Junji bit her lip, scrutinizing the official information sent to her. The Dragon Nation's armor was designed from the outset with the potential for infinite upgrades, while her battle attire merely sought to achieve current high power. Perhaps I should set my sights on a higher tier of power. For instance, royal level strength, and then combine it with upgrade settings. Bronze, silver, gold, legendary. If the battle attire has fallen behind, then I shall pursue the sacred armor. A flash of inspiration struck Junji, providing her with clarity. She immediately commenced crafting an upgradable sacred armor, recalling the words spoken by the dragon spirit at the outset, to transcend divinity with a mortal body, to shatter darkness with thunder. Could this thunder refer to the Dragon Nation's thunderous Yatalis? She was uncertain of others' thoughts on her, but she understood that she must create a sacred garment with the explosive power of thunder. Thunder, the cosmos, or perhaps feasible. The more Junji contemplated, the more convinced she became. Moreover, the design philosophy of this sacred attire was strikingly similar to the armor of the Dragon Kingdom. Ultimately, the fusion of armor energy. Thus, she would directly merge her sacred attire. Junji, you can do it. After patting her lovely face, Junji wholeheartedly immersed herself in the creation of extraordinary equipment. In the realm of fortune of the Fourth Nation, Jira Dao excitedly gazed at the brand new device before him. A unique belt, along with a transformation tool resembling a game cartridge. This was an upgraded series of knight armor components he developed based on multiple sets of armor from Zhang Tianyuan, combined with his own knight armor system. Yexade. This would mark my new beginning in the realm of gaming. Because it is a game, this knight armor holds infinite possibilities. Various inspirations erupted in Jira Dao's mind, and the upgrade tools continuously enhanced alongside his creativity. Royal class power. Perhaps Zhang Tianyuan could barely reach it. However, once my ultimate tool is completed, it will undoubtedly surpass royal class, even the ultimate form of the Gale Ace. Jira Dao cared not for imitation. What he sought was to surpass the Dragon Kingdom's Zhang Yuan through imitation. Only by doing so could he become a true hero. In the Shadow Nation, the progress of the Bear Nation was also proceeding smoothly. Contestants from various nations accelerated their crafting of extraordinary equipment within the realm of fortune. Due to Zhang Tianyuan's Thunder Yatalis, many contestants recalled the initial hint from the dragon spirit. Not only did Jinji think of it, but others also grasped the meaning represented by this sentence. It was highly likely that the thunder here referred to Thunder Yatalis. Likewise, they contemplated the creation of extraordinary equipment infused with the power of thunder elements. Consequently, subtle shifts occurred in the direction of their extraordinary equipment crafting. On the battlefield of the Oil Nation, Zhang Tianyuan observed the peculiar dragon bone in his hand. Within it resided an abundance of special energy. The dragon bone resembled a horn, an item that fell after the demise of the blue-eyed white dragon, not belonging to it. This dragon spirit was incredibly resilient. Even with Zhang Tianyuan's strength, he could not crush it. Quite a find. This bone must be considered a treasure in another world, right? Just then, Long Hai and the others flew over. Lord Zhang, take a look at this dragon scale I discovered over there. A palm-sized blue and white scale shimmered with golden light. Reverse scale? Zhang Tianyuan gazed curiously at the dragon scale. Through the heavenly path crystal, he could sense the rich soul energy within it, seemingly housing a soul sealed inside that emitted a furious roar. Sensing the surge of spiritual energy, Zhang Tianyuan offered a faint smile. I shall accept this dragon scale. The dragon sea remarked, this is indeed a trophy belonging to you, great Zhang. Zhang Tianyuan nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Duan Muyin, who had been admiring the Thunder Yatalis, stepped forward. Great Zhang, do I have the opportunity to summon the Thunder Yatalis? He inquired, voicing the unspoken thoughts of all present. Certainly, there is a chance. You all have the potential to summon the Thunder Yatalis, as well as the Shuro armor. Success is within your reach. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of fervor ignited in Duan Muyan's eyes. He then asked, Great Zhang, what are the conditions for summoning the Thunder Yatalis? Zhang Tianyuan replied, the power of justice must be manifested to its fullest. The power of justice. Indeed, Duan Muyin wished to add more, but someone interjected, Great Zhang, I recall that the fortune space is also nurturing a kaleidoscopic shadow egg. Does that egg contain another suit of armor? Zhang Tianyuan nodded affirmatively, yes. Just as you surmised. It contains an ultimate armor. The crowd gasped in astonishment, realizing it was indeed as they had imagined. A suit of ultimate armor. The presence of two ultimate armors was undeniably formidable, with combat power rivaling that of the king level. To think there was now a third ultimate armor. Long Hai gazed in admiration. Great Zhang is truly remarkable. He crafts ultimate armors right from the outset. His vision surpasses that of competitors from other nations by leaps and bounds. The disparity became glaringly evident. Indeed, Great Zhang is impressive, as they lavished praise upon him. Zhang Tianyuan was about to suggest modesty when the mysterious voice of Longling echoed once more. Chapter 80. The Celestial Behemoth. Announcement. 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 The million beasts are about to be slain. This extermination mission is nearing completion. Congratulations to all warriors participating in the extermination mission. After the task concludes, you shall receive corresponding rewards and additional bonuses. The Task Contribution Prestige Leaderboard will distribute rewards post-mission conclusion. As the Dragon Spirit has replenished a substantial amount of original essence, the forthcoming essence will augment the task rewards. All rewards will be enhanced based on the excess essence. Warriors, strive to vanquish the beasts. The prospect of enhanced rewards left everyone in utter astonishment. Zhang Tianyuan was equally taken aback, sensing that the dragon spirit appeared markedly different from before. Previously, it resembled an emotionless automaton. Now, it was proactively increasing task rewards. Many began to realize the dragon spirit's transformation. Most were entranced by the euphoria stemming from the reward enhancement. At that moment, the enigmatic voice of the dragon spirit resonated once more. Warning, warning, warning. Detected significant anomalous energy fluctuations, forcibly breaching the dimensional battlefield channel. An incursion from a celestial behemoth of another world has been pinpointed to the dimensional battlefield. All warriors from various nations, prepare for battle in advance. The celestial behemoth serves as a transport vessel for the beasts. Currently, it is ascertained that within this behemoth lie 300,000 beasts. The dragon spirit will forcibly shield the coordinates of the dimensional battlefield for 20 minutes. Once the time elapses, the celestial behemoth will unleash a multitude of beasts into the dimensional battlefield. Detected within the celestial behemoth are beasts meeting the king-level power criteria. Contestants from all nations. Brace yourselves. The celestial behemoth, a transport vessel for beasts, pinpointing the dimensional battlefield through coordinates. The world was engulfed in shock. The dragon spirit's announcement was indeed unexpected and profoundly eerie. How could this be? King-level power. How on earth do we contend with that? The peak 8th-level blue-eyed white dragon was already suffocating, and now this king-level beast could obliterate us without a second thought. It seems that only Zhang Tianyuan possesses the capability to withstand such a threat. But is that truly the crux of the matter? Is there just one king-level beast or a multitude? What is the combat strength of these 300,000 beasts? Alas, I see no hope. None whatsoever. This is dire. I fear we must rely solely on the Dragon Kingdom for support. Though it pains me to say this, I believe you are right. We can only depend on the Dragon Kingdom to extricate us from this predicament. I am curious how the celestial behemoth managed to lock onto this location as coordinates, especially since the barrier has been shattered. Logically, these beasts should have lost their dimensional battlefield coordinates. Indeed, unless someone among these beasts returned to relay the information. But that possibility seems minuscule, and the dragon spirit would detect it. Truly bizarre. Brothers, discussing this matter is futile. We should focus on enhancing our combat prowess. If the global warriors could acquire a complete set of ultimate armor, the issue would be effortlessly resolved, whether it be the Azura or the Atlas. They could easily vanquish the 8th-level pinnacle beasts. Were we even contemplating? Even if the dragon spirit permits it, the Dragon Kingdom would not be foolish enough to entrust weapons to adversaries. One must never harbor malicious intentions, yet always remain vigilant against potential threats. Moreover, these individuals are typically quite predictable. The whole world is abuzz with this issue. The mass production of the Dragon Kingdom's ultimate armor would perfectly address the problem. Yet, everyone is acutely aware of the impossibility of such a scenario. Even though some nations have issued preposterous announcements, the true motives are transparent to all. Even a fool could deduce it. In a temporary command center, the Supreme Commander, Wang Feng, could only scoff. These individuals are truly adept at playing their cards. When the monsters invaded the Dragon Kingdom, they were already plotting to carve out territory for themselves. Do they truly believe I am blind? And now they come seeking assistance? Moreover, is this their attitude in seeking help? What a bunch of self-important fools. If they desire the ultimate armor, let them come and seize it. Commander Wang Feng was both amused and infuriated by their audacity. The expressions of those around him mirrored his sentiments, wholeheartedly agreeing with the commander's words. Commander, should we retaliate directly? Someone inquired. There is no need for that. General Yu Bufan shook his head. Let these clowns dance for a while. We have more pressing matters at hand. Warriors equipped with summoning devices must be allocated properly and prepared to support one another at a moment's notice. After all, the real challenges are only just beginning. We cannot afford to be complacent and must strike with all our might. Commander Wang Feng nodded in agreement. He gazed at the scenes from the outer battlefield, noting there were still 20 minutes left for preparations. The starry behemoth. If possible, let's also destroy this means of transportation. Within the opulent palace of the Shadow Kingdom, the queen wore a decidedly grim expression. In the realm of crafting extraordinary equipment, they consistently fell short against other nations, achieving even less than a tenth of what the Dragon Kingdom produced. This left her feeling quite anxious. No matter how dignified one may be, it is hard not to feel exasperated. Is the disparity truly so vast? The queen sighed deeply. Magic may be noble, but it has not reached the level of annihilating stars. Without a breakthrough, the Shadow Kingdom may indeed become nothing more than a mere shadow of others. Just as despair threatened to engulf the queen, a mysterious notification from the dragon spirit resonated. Congratulations to the Shadow Kingdom contestant, Glenn Jean Human, for crafting the ultimate forbidden spell, the electromagnetic Star Destroyer. Significant enhancement achieved in extraordinary equipment creation. Reward: 11 magic crystals for Glenn Jean Human. Reward: a boost of 50 magical power for all citizens of the Shadow Kingdom. Congratulations to the Shadow Kingdom contestant Glenn Jean Human for successfully completing the testing of the extraordinary equipment, the ultimate forbidden spell, electromagnetic Star Destroyer. The tested equipment has reached mid-level 8th tier combat power. The esteemed competitor Green has achieved an impressive mid-level combat prowess of the 8th tier. The Shadow Nation has been granted a commendable increase in its talent level. The Queen's furrowed brow has transformed into a radiant smile, brimming with joy. Splendid, splendid, truly magnificent. Our Shadow Nation stands unparalleled. We possess the sole, officially recognized 8th tier extraordinary equipment in the world. Following our last moment of glory, today we have once again reached new heights. Thus far, apart from the Dragon Nation, the Princess Nation, and the Bear Nation, our Shadow Nation also has the potential to emerge as one of the 7 great domains. The Queen's heart swells with excitement at this prospect. Upon receiving this Dragon Spirit announcement, numerous high-ranking officials from various nations expressed their frustrations vocally. The officials from Franland wore grim expressions. Curse be it! How dare the Shadow Nation's ineptitude rise above us? It is infuriating that our colossal mechas have made no new advancements. How could such insignificant entities dare to stand over us? We must alter our strategy, or we shall be trampled beneath their feet. The officials were engulfed in despondency. The disparity in combat power is too vast. Even the mightiest mecha crumbles before absolute strength like parchment. This sentiment is not exclusive to Franland. The majority of nations share the same plight. Apart from sheltering their warriors behind the Dragon Nation, they possess no superior strategy. Unless, like the Shadow Nation, they achieve a breakthrough in combat power. However, this is no easy feat. The very essence of national fortune poses a significant challenge. Chapter 81. The truth revealed in the Dragon Kingdom's battle zone. The monstrous creatures have been mostly eradicated, with only a handful of oblivious beasts rushing in from the nearby warfront. The outcome was predictable. They were all swiftly annihilated by the Dragon Kingdom's pursuit teams. Each faction of armored warriors formed their own squads, simultaneously enhancing their combat prowess while gaining a deeper understanding of the essence of each armor set. With Zhang Tianyuan's assistance and under the radiant glow of the Thunder Yutalis, even 7th-level monsters could not withstand a single round of combat. The results were strikingly evident. With our current momentum, even without Zhang's intervention, we could effortlessly slay 8th-level monsters. Indeed, there was absolutely no pressure. However, the next battle stirred a slight concern within me. The royal-level creature in that colossal beast from the Starry Void is a formidable opponent. I wonder how Zhang Tianyuan compares to the royal-level monster in terms of strength. Who knows? The beasts from the other world are exceedingly powerful. We are even unaware of their levels. Is there a force even more potent beyond the royal level? That said, didn't the dragon spirit mention that after we complete our mission, we will be taken into the other world to combat them? We shall find out then. Yes, we will discover whether these monsters have even higher beings. Brothers, are you truly not worried at all? What is there to worry about? ISN Zhang Tianyuan here with us? That is true. The group engaged in quiet discussions. Long Hai, Duan Muyan Xiao Tian, and others shared a moment with Zhang Tianyuan, all simultaneously gazing towards the starry sky. It seemed they sensed a terrifying behemoth moving at high speed. Precisely the starry beast that the dragon spirit had mentioned. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyuan focused on the vicinity of the outer battlefield. Coordinates. Who has emitted this signal, allowing the starry beast to lock onto our location? It appears an answer will soon be revealed. At that moment, a violent commotion erupted in the outer battlefield's starry expanse, accompanied by a cacophony of alarming sounds. All actions ceased as everyone looked up at the sky. Cracks resembling shattered glass appeared, and a massive black silhouette emerged at the center. The starry beast resembled a whale, but adorned with hundreds of tentacles, the tips of which resembled human hands. It appeared as if a multitude of demons were dancing wildly, or perhaps countless souls were pleading for salvation. The onlookers' pupils constricted, their hearts racing with dread. Boom! Red alert! Red alert! Red alert! The starry beast is about to breach the dimensional barrier and descend upon the outer battlefield. All warriors from various nations are advised to prepare. The dragon spirit has activated an emergency response strategy, intending to teleport the 300,000 monsters within the starry beast to the respective battle zones of each nation. Remember, the monsters possess exceedingly high combat power, with a minimum level of 6. All nations must expedite the enhancement of their extraordinary equipment. All prestige from kills will be calculated collectively after the extermination concludes. The mysterious voice of the dragon spirit has confirmed the impending arrival of the starry sky beast. The sole consolation lies in the fact that the dragon spirit will transport the monsters within the starry sky beast in batches to various battle zones across the nations. Crack! Crack! Boom! Under immense pressure, the dimensional barrier shatters and collapses. It resembles the emergence of a black hole in the starry expanse, drawing the fallen fragments into the void. The towering figure of the starry sky beast casts a shadow over the entire cosmos, dimming the celestial brilliance. The thunderous roars are relentless, accompanied by a terrifying whirlwind that forms under the immense strain. This grand tempest spreads outward, sweeping numerous monsters and warriors into the air. The ferocity of the starry sky beast surpasses that of the blue-eyed white dragon's avatar by 100-fold. Everyone is awestruck by this overwhelming force. My goodness, the tornado generated by this momentum has already blown away 100 individuals. How can we fight against such terror? This starry sky beast is truly fearsome. My word, even my 6th level armor cannot withstand this. What are we to do? We must flee quickly. Oh dear, it seeks to devour us. The starry sky beast opens its gaping maw, unleashing a dreadful breath that nearly suffocates a nearby warrior. Countless souls are gripped by terror. Under such oppressive pressure, will many not become its prey? Escaping from such a monster is no simple task. At that moment, hundreds of monsters emerge from the beast's mouth, sending the fleeing warriors into a state of shock. The battlefield instantly devolves into chaos. In the skies above, a wave of distortion manifests. Zhang Tianyuan and his companions fix their gaze upon it. A dark figure appears atop the starry sky beast. A dragon. Man, this figure is neither fully dragon nor fully human, resembling an incomplete dragon man. A prominent scar marred its mouth, rendering its already grotesque appearance even more hideous. It is he. Little Tion gazes in astonishment at the dragon man atop the starry sky beast. Who? Long Hai and the others look curiously at little Tion. The true crimson-eyed black dragon. That creature bears the wound I inflicted. I can still feel the essence of the heavenly fire. The truth unfolds. It seems that the true crimson-eyed black dragon lured the starry sky beast here. As little Tion speaks, the figure casts a glance in their direction before descending before the starry sky beast, bowing as if in reverence to an arriving entity. Everyone in the live stream comprehends the situation, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the true crimson-eyed black dragon. By thunder, it's you, the scoundrel, who brought the king-level monster here. Goodness, it resembles a kappa from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Could the little trickster possibly be an undercover agent sent by the monsters? Brothers, your words resonate with reason. I too perceive the possibility. They certainly appear rather dim-witted, unmistakably resembling a family. Indeed, the more I observe, the more they bear a striking resemblance. They must surely be undercover agents dispatched by the monsters. How absurd. Do not cast baseless accusations. We are not. We absolutely are not. How outrageous. Do you even know anything? Ask your Prime Minister, as well as Baijipank. Alas, the evidence is irrefutable. Do you still wish to deny it? Have you not partaken in the monsters' affairs? We were coerced into consuming monsters upon our immigration. I am the one who escaped, and I shall expose you. Goodness, is this truly the case? Brother, swiftly reveal it. We fear him not. How outrageous! These deceitful wretches are truly despicable. Brother, do enlighten us. Nonsense. It is all a fabrication. We have done nothing. Ah, indeed, you have done nothing. It is the fault of your Prime Minister and Baijipank. Feigning indifference, how absurd. The majority of the audience from the land of cherry blossoms has been utterly disarmed. What they speak is the truth, utterly irrefutable. In a foreign battlefield, tens of thousands of monsters have emerged from the maw of the celestial beast. These must be the monsters that were not transported away. Yet, no further monsters have emerged, leaving an even more eerie and oppressive sensation. A solitary human figure steps forth from within. The crimson-eyed black dragon bows its head, unable to meet its gaze. This figure appears even more human, almost indistinguishable. It is merely those peculiarly golden eyes, akin to those possessed by feline creatures. Chapter 82. The Illusory Demon Emperor and the Stitching Beast. The time on the battlefield beyond realms seemed to have come to a standstill. Zhang, the Grandmaster, appeared formidable. Long Hai swallowed hard. Indeed, somewhat. Zhang Tianyuan nodded and then declared, when the fight begins, you all should retreat to a safe distance. Long Hai and Duanmu, Yin exchanged astonished glances. Zhang Tianyuan implied that he intended to confront these two opponents alone. Long Hai's expression changed. No, that's far too perilous. Duanmu, Yin pointed at the adversary, is the opponent of my General Duanmu. Xiao Tian interjected. We are unaware of their capabilities. Acting recklessly could lead to our downfall. Chen Yi added, allow me to gauge his combat prowess. The others, including Chun Xin, shared the same apprehension. They felt a palpable tension in the face of this individual. Presumably the beast embodying the standards of royal combat strength, as described by Long Ling. Rest assured, I am cognizant of my responsibilities and will not seek death. This assertion did little to alleviate the anxiety among the group. Before the celestial beast, a scholarly figure of a monster hovered in midair, casting a sweeping gaze downwards. His eyes glimmered with a golden hue, and a look of disdain graced his lips. Without turning back, he addressed the crimson-eyed black dragon. You and the white one have truly disappointed me. The crimson-eyed black dragon, beads of sweat forming on his brow, lowered his head in agreement. Devoid of any thoughts of rebuttal, the life forms of this planet. Well, humans possess merely this level of combat capability, and yet you could not subdue them. Are you truly so inept, or did you and the white one not exert your utmost effort? This was a dire predicament. Ineptitude in the eyes of this esteemed figure was a grave offense. Worthless entities had no reason to exist. Little Black was suddenly drenched in sweat, hastily explaining, Your Excellency, it is all Little White's fault. He sought to monopolize this planet, rejecting my collaboration. Ultimately, that left him vulnerable to defeat. He had to shift the blame. After all, Little White's avatar was already dead and could not hear him. I care only for results, not excuses. The illusory Demon Emperor's words left Little Black momentarily speechless, stifling his prepared retorts. So, who was it that killed Little White? The illusory Demon Emperor inquired. Little Black scanned his surroundings, swiftly identifying Zhang Tianyuan in the Dragon Kingdom's war zone. Upon seeing Little Black gesture towards him, the audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream erupted in chaos. The warriors in the war zone also grew visibly uneasy. Little Black's gesture clearly conveyed, Great One, it is they who are bullying me. You must avenge me. The illusory Demon Emperor's gaze shifted toward the direction indicated by Little Black. Upon spotting the thunderous Yatlas, he halted abruptly. The power of thunder. What connection does he have with the Thunderfall? The illusory Demon Emperor furrowed his brow. Thunder. The Thunderfall Emperor. The Emperor of Thunder. The Sovereign of Thunder. What is the connection between this human who wields the power of thunder and that individual? Could it be that the Thunder Monarch has emerged from seclusion and secretly claimed this life-bearing planet? Great Lord Illusion Demon. The Thunder Monarch has indeed not left his retreat. Aside from the peculiar presence of Little White, the Illusion Demon cast a sidelong glance at Little Black, causing him to promptly silence himself, unable to meet the gaze. Upon further scrutiny, the Illusion Demon confirmed that it was not that Thunder Monarch. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the other beasts on the battlefield. A chilling aura sent shivers through all the creatures, including Little Black. Oof. Are you all worthless? Useless beings, squandering so many resources on you. You cannot even conquer a mere planet. What use are you to me? The Illusion Demon's fury was palpable, nearly bringing Little Black to his knees, while the other beasts trembled in fear, unsure of how to react. Little Black, how long do you intend to remain here? Will you not clear out those humans in that region? Or perhaps you too are a worthless creature, devoid of any utility? The Illusion Demon coldly indicated the Dragon Kingdom's battle zone. Little Black gulped, aware that he was no match for them, yet reluctant to defy the Illusion Demon's command. Yes, Great Lord Illusion Demon. Little Black flapped his wings and took to the air. Wait! The Illusion Demon suddenly called him back, nearly causing him to lose his balance and fall. Humans are intriguing beings. They care deeply about emotions. Or perhaps we can approach it differently. The Illusion Demon snapped his fingers and invisible ripples of energy spread out. Tens of thousands of beasts erupted under this force, bursting like balloons into countless fragments. This bizarre scene left everyone dumbfounded, utterly clueless as to the Illusion Demon's intentions. What the hell? Does this Illusion Demon not resemble us in his ability to annihilate a horde of beasts with a mere snap? What on earth is he doing, knowing he cannot win? Is he preparing a desperate gamble? My goodness, could it be that this Illusion Demon has been possessed, and his true identity is that of a being from Blue Star? Goodness, what a shocking possession. Do you think this is a tale of cultivation? My word, this Illusion Demon is playing by his own rules, resorting to self-inflicted carnage. His audacity suggests he has confidence. If you observe closely, you will see that the Illusion Demon appears assured of victory, seemingly able to control the battlefield. By my word, it truly is so. How confident is he of himself? I think we should exercise caution. These beastly limbs are still flying. Yet we have not witnessed the scene of bloodshed. Baka, could it be that these beastly corpses might rise again? They have been reduced to mere fragments. Oh dear, your words have unsettled me. Is it not true that your nation, the land of cherry blossoms, has engaged in such acts before? Oh my goodness, truly,